George Lukács. Studies in the relations between dialectics and economics. The Young Hegel. Part I. Hegel's early Republican phase, Bern 1793-96. 1. Hegel's theological period, a reactionary legend to what is the meaning of positivity in Hegel's early works. 3. Historical perspectives and the present for the republics of Greece and Rome. 5. Christianity. Despotism and the enslavement of man. 6. The place of positivity in the development of Hegel's thought. Part 2. The crisis in Hegel's views on society and the earliest beginnings of his dialectical method, Frankfurt 1797-1800. 1. General description of the Frankfurt period. 2. Old and new in the first years in Frankfurt. 3. Fragments of 2 pamphlets on current German problems. 4. Critical engagement with Kant's ethics. The first studies in economics. The spirit of Christianity and its fate. The Frankfurt fragment of a system reformulation of the problem of positivity. No. Part 3. Rationale and defense of objective idealism, Jena 1801-03. 1. Hegel's role in Schelling's breakaway from Fichte. The critique of subjective idealism. Against abstract idealism in ethics. Hegel's view of history in his first years in Jena. Hegel's economics during the Jena period. Labor and the problem of teleology. The limitations of Hegel's economic thought. Tragedy in the realm of the ethical. CNAMFWYN. Part 4. The breach with Schelling and the phenomenology of mind, Jena 1803-07. 1. The growing estrangement between Schelling and Hegel up to the final breach. 2. Hegel's political opinions and his approach to history in the period of the phenomenology of mind. 3. A synoptic view of the structure of the phenomenology of mind. A subjective spirit. B. Objective spirit. C. Absolute spirit. 4. Entäußerung, externalization, as the central philosophical concept of the phenomenology of mind. Appendix, the text of the fragment in French attributed to Hegel. Preface to the new edition, 1954. Tuss book was completed in late autumn 1938. The imminent outbreak of war delayed its appearance for many years. In 1947/8, when publication became possible, I thoroughly revised the text, but because of the many other claims on my time I could only take account of a very small part of the literature on Hegel that had appeared since 1938. The present new edition for the German Democratic Republic has again been revised, but apart from stylistic improvements almost no changes have been made. In the introduction the reader will find a full account of the methodological considerations that have guided the author throughout the work. On this point too I see no reason to modify the positions adopted 16 years ago. The attempts made in France to modernize Hegel in an existential, irrationalist sense, above all in the well-known book by Jean Hippolyte, have not given me any cause to amend my arguments or even to supplement them. The fundamental critique given here of the picture of Hegel current in the age of imperialism * applies with equal force to these French efforts to provide a reinterpretation, even though the conditions both internal and external for a Hegel renaissance in France must differ in many ways from those in Germany. I will perhaps be permitted to make a few remarks for the benefit of the German readers of my other, often later, works. My account of the development of the young Hegel supplements in many respects the ideas I have attempted to formulate in my other studies of the history of German philosophy and literature. Above all, the present work contains a positive vision to contrast with the classical age of irrationalism as presented in my work The Destruction of Reason. In that book I examined the irrationalist tradition established by Schelling and his successors. Here I shall be concerned with the critique and overcoming of irrationalism as seen from Hegel's side, though this in its turn is just the negative, critical motif counterpointing the main theme, the foundation of the new idealist, dialectical method. The two books mutually complement each other in yet other ways. Only in the present studies of Hegel was it possible to provide a positive explanation of why it was above all his philosophy that became the great stumbling block for the irrationalists of the period, and why the latter rightly focused their attacks on him as the outstanding representative of the progressive bourgeois philosophy of the age. At the same time it becomes clear why the limitations and aberrations of X11 Hegel's idealism could provide them with a real pretext for their critique of the dialectics of historicism and enable them to mount a relatively accurate attack upon it. Hence, from the examination and critique of Hegel's early development, we can understand why irrationalism still possessed the vestiges of philosophical substance in Schelling's early period, and why it lost even this slight justification later on in Nietzsche, once scientific socialism had appeared on the scene to oppose it. And if we are to understand not only the direct impact of Marx on the development of German thought but also his sometimes extremely indirect influence, an exact knowledge of Hegel, of both his greatness and his limitations, is absolutely indispensable. The same issue is equally crucial to the understanding of the golden age of German literature. I have pointed to the connections here from the standpoint of German literature in my studies of Hölderlin and Heine, and above all in my discussions of Goethe's Faust. Since an analysis of the phenomenology of mind constitutes the core of the present work, I have naturally attempted to demonstrate its profound intellectual and philosophical affinities with Faust so that the attentive reader will discover a perhaps not wholly idle complement to my earlier studies of Goethe's masterpiece from the opposite perspective. This applies with equal force to almost all the problems of a progressive German literature. One of the central tasks of German literary history is to settle accounts with the reactionary elements of Romanticism. The more reactionary the representatives of Romanticism were, the more they were glorified, and under the German Empire German literary historians either strove to blur the distinction between German classicism and Romanticism or simply proclaimed their reactionary views openly and aggressively. Hence the intellectual reconstruction of the true situation is an important task for scholarship. At the same time it is a task inseparable from general issues of cultural politics. At a time when the people of Germany are feeling their way, when significant sections of the German intelligentsia have not made up their minds whether to move forwards or backwards, a correct view of the intellectual conflicts of the past can also act as a compass for the future. In my philosophical and literary studies I have always endeavored to subordinate other aims to the great challenge posed by this fact. I believe that the elucidation of Hegel's own philosophy as well as of its connections with the progressive and reactionary currents of his age can likewise help to clarify this urgent and important problem. In all such ideological decisions the question of one's attitude to Marx is crucial. And this is not merely a matter of Marx's importance as thinker and politician, as philosopher, economist, and historian. What counts is an understanding of what Marx has meant and still means in the 12. Context of German culture. It is 3 decades since Thomas Mann wrote, "I said that the state of Germany will not give cause for satisfaction. Germany will not be able to find its true self until Karl Marx has read Friedrich Hölderlin," an encounter which, by the way, is on the point of taking place. I forgot to add that if the acquaintance remains one-sided it will necessarily prove sterile. This is indeed a highly promising cultural program, especially if the attempt is made to recover the authentic Hölderlin as the present writer has done here and elsewhere. It would be a dangerous illusion, however, to conclude that this program has been even minimally realized by the mass of the German nation, and the disappearance of Marx from the cultural horizon of broad sections of the German people remains a source of weakness which can be seen daily and hourly in every sphere of activity. The German people has objectively weaker revolutionary traditions than other nations and cannot afford the luxury of renouncing this crucial asset. The task of revitalizing the German tradition can be approached in a number of ways. One of them is to demonstrate the roots of Marx's work in Germany so as to show the extent of Marx's involvement with the progressive German tradition from Lessing to Heine, from Leibniz to Hegel and Feuerbach, and to prove how profoundly German his works are from the structure of their thought down to his very style. A correct historical analysis of Hegel which sets out from Marxian perspectives can make a contribution to the solution of this problem. Of course, the present work is primarily a scholarly exploration of facts and relations in philosophy and the history of philosophy. Its value is determined by the success with which it achieves a greater clarity in these matters than had existed previously. However, no knowledge can exist in isolation. A correct understanding of Hegel inevitably raises the questions we have just outlined, and the book is designed to clarify them too. The author cannot pronounce on the success or failure of his enterprise but thinks it his duty to acquaint the reader frankly with his intentions. Vupapest, January 1954. Introduction. Tuesday. History of the origins and development of classical German philosophy is an important and as yet unsolved problem in the Marxist history of philosophy. Even though the Marxist classics have repeatedly drawn attention to the extraordinary importance of the problem, even though Engels included Kant, Fichte, and Hegel among the precursors of the philosophy of the revolutionary workers' movement, even though Marx and Lenin have brilliantly illuminated the central issues in a number of profound studies, the story has not yet been fully explored. We have not even arrived at the point of concretely unraveling the historical points of departure, of a concrete analysis of the available facts and texts, of a radical critique of the most important, false, and misleading bourgeois theories on the subject. For a long time the bourgeois interpretation of the origins and growth of classical German philosophy was dominated by the brilliantly original though idealistically distorted and in many respects schematic view established by Hegel himself. Hegel's pioneering historical insight consisted in his discovery that the various philosophical systems were connected by inner dialectical bonds. He was the first man to conceive of the history of philosophy as something more than a mere collection of anecdotes and biographies, of metaphysical assertions about the validity or otherwise of particular views of particular philosophers, and to elevate it to the status of an authentic historical science. Within the context of the history of classical German philosophy, Hegel discerned the starting point for the meteoric rise of the dialectical philosophy of idealism in the transcendental, critical philosophy of Kant, and he rightly regarded his own system as the consummation and conclusion of the movement Kant had initiated. With great penetration and with profound insight into the most vital problems of dialectics, the thing in itself and the dilemmas it posed, the antinomies and the theory of contradiction, etc., he perceived how Fichte's central preoccupations sprang from the contradictions and inadequacies of the Kantian system, just as Fichte's own contradictions and faults led to Schelling and from there to himself. There is much truth in all this and much of great importance for a Marxist history of philosophy. But since Hegel, as an objective idealist, sees philosophy in terms of the autonomous movement of the concept, he gets everything upside down here too. Engels shows repeatedly that the various philosophical systems do indeed begin with the problems left unsolved by their predecessors, but as a dialectical materialist he also 15. Shows again and again that this purely philosophical analysis is peripheral to the real analysis, and that the historian of philosophy must make the descent to the real, underlying objective foundations of the movement of philosophy. Whenever, as is the case with Hegel, the immediate manifestations of the history of philosophy are turned into idealist absolutes and treated immanently, i.e. as if the problems of one philosophy lead smoothly to those of the next without the need to consider the realities underlying them, then even the grain of truth contained in such a history becomes exaggerated and distorted. In Hegel's own work, the adoption of this procedure causes him to disregard the unevenness and complexity of the real development of philosophy even in this particular period. In consequence, the highly complicated reflections of actual historical events, no less than the systematic efforts to incorporate developments in the natural sciences into a total dialectic, are reduced to the immanent combinations of a few admittedly very important categories. This circumvention of the real world resulted in a schematic view of the history of philosophy, and when bourgeois philosophy went into a decline it led to wholly unscientific distortions and misrepresentations of history. During the Second International, this schematic immanent view even infected Marxists like Plekhanov and Mehring. The views of Menshevik idealism on the history of philosophy were powerfully reinforced by the errors and defects of Hegel's own interpretation. We can only establish a consistent Marxist-Leninist line on these problems if we overcome these errors, and thoroughly assimilate the philosophical advances made during the Leninist-Stalinist period of Marxism. Above all, it is essential for us to study Lenin's philosophical works in depth. In any such history of classical German philosophy, in any such critical account of its development, the newly discovered and published works of Marx and Engels must also play a decisive role. In bourgeois philosophy itself, Hegel's conception of the history of philosophy did not long survive the defeat of the bourgeois revolution of 1848. Even before this period many other views emerged, more primitive than Hegel's and hostile to the real tendencies of history. The most important of these unhistorical views, that of Arthur Schopenhauer, only became widely influential after 1848. Schopenhauer's approach to philosophy is rooted in his conviction that the efforts of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel to resolve Kant's contradictions were nothing but aberrations. According to Schopenhauer, philosophy should revert to the only correct method, that of Kant. Anything else was deception, idle talk, a swindle. On the one hand, then, Schopenhauer simply repudiates the entire dialectical development of classical German philosophy and calls for a return to a metaphysical conception of reality. On the other hand, he 16. Purifies Kant of his hesitant steps towards materialism. He brings Kant and Berkeley together under one umbrella. In many respects Herbart has a not dissimilar effect, different though he is in other ways. This view, which amounts to the total annihilation of the history of classical German philosophy, reappears later in the Neo-Kantians in an even more Philistine form. This can be seen most clearly in the works of Otto Liebmann, Kant and his successors, 1865, etc. With Liebmann we witness the philosophical triumph of that German Neo-Kantianism which succeeded in transforming Kant into a thoroughgoing subjectivist and agnostic and which repudiated as unscientific metaphysics every attempt to know objective reality as it is, independently of consciousness. This signifies the victory in Neo-Kantianism of the Schopenhauerian line of the history of philosophy with its interpretation of post-Kantian philosophy as a single great aberration from an uniquely true subjectivism of Kant. The main difference is that here it is done more prosily, without Schopenhauer's genius for picturesque abuse. Hegel is treated as a dead dog. This view dominates most of the histories of classical German philosophy dating from about the middle of the last century, above all in their treatment of Hegel. Undoubtedly, remnants of Hegelianism in a national liberal and trivialized form still survive. This can be seen in the well-known histories of philosophy by Kuno Fischer and J. E. Erdmann. However, the most important book on Hegel in this period, the work of Rudolf Heim, is in the last analysis one long diatribe against Hegel's unscientific treatment of objectivity and of dialectics. The study of classical German philosophy was not resumed until the age of imperialism. By that time liberal Neo-Kantianism was increasingly failing to satisfy the ideological needs of Germany's imperialist bourgeoisie. We see instead the emergence of doctrines which, while they leave the agnostic foundations of Neo-Kantianism intact, nevertheless were searching for ways in which to bring about a reactionary revival of objective idealism. Examples are the Romantic Revival, Lebensphilosophie, Husserl's Phenomenology, Dilthey's realist psychology, etc. Intimately bound up with these reactionary tendencies we find a revival of classical German philosophy, primarily of Hegel. At the same time there was a renewed interest in the problem of its origins, and this attempted to advance beyond both the schematicism of the later Hegelians and the out-and-out rejection of Hegel by the orthodox Neo-Kantians. Evidently, the renaissance of classical philosophy in the age of imperialism did not imply the renewal or extension of Hegelian dialectics, nor did it bring about the concretization of Hegel's historicism. Instead it represented the attempt to press Hegel's philosophy into the service of an imperialist, reactionary restructuring of Neo-Kantianism. In line with this the theoreticians and historians at the start of the Neo-Hegelian revival aimed their polemics above all against those arguments which set up Kant and Hegel as mutually exclusive opposites. The Neo-Hegelianism of imperialism turned a blind eye to the profound and annihilating criticism which Hegel leveled at Kant's subjectivism and agnosticism. Its basic tenet was the unity of classical German philosophy, and of Kant and Hegel above all. All these philosophers, Windelband, J. Ebbinghaus, Brunstad, etc., endeavored to prove that all the problems of Hegel's philosophy could already be found in Kant, and that Hegel only made conscious and explicit what had been present unconsciously and implicitly in Kant. This gave rise to a view of history in which the Hegelian scheme of the development of classical German philosophy was reiterated and renovated only in appearance, and which therefore contained all its idealist and schematizing errors in an intensified form. In reality, this view was wholly incompatible with Hegel's own. Hegel had severely criticized the errors of his predecessors from the standpoint of objective idealism and of dialectics, while at the same time he singled out for particular praise and appreciation the historical significance of those incipient attempts to formulate and solve dialectical problems. The neo-Hegelians of imperialism proceeded in the opposite direction. They deduced Hegel from Kant, i.e., they took notice only of those elements of Hegel that could readily be reconciled with Kantian agnosticism. They reduced the whole development of classical German philosophy to a Kantian level. This tendency can still be seen quite clearly in neo-Hegelianism after the First World War, when it is frequently accompanied by other and even more openly reactionary motifs. Hermann Glockner, the editor of the new edition of Hegel's works and one of the leaders of the post-war neo-Hegelians, put the matter clearly in his speech to the First Hegel Congress. In Germany today, the problem of Hegel is primarily a problem of Kant. In this context, we can only briefly refer to the general class foundations and political background to this changing picture of Hegel. A comparison will best put the new situation into perspective. When Heim in his day had attacked Hegel's objectivism and his dialectics, he had done so in the service of liberalism, albeit a liberalism inclining towards national liberalism. At any rate, while completely misunderstanding the dialectical character of Hegel's views, he dismissed them as reactionary and believed that the growth of a liberal ideology would be greatly facilitated by the demise of Hegel's philosophy. By contrast, for Friedrich Meinecke, the well-known historian of the age of imperialism and the close associate of the neo-Kantians of southwest Germany, Will. Windelband and Rickert, Hegel's philosophy was essentially the precursor of Bismarck's politics and his view of the state. When Heim was writing, the resistance of the German bourgeoisie to the foundation of the Bismarckian Empire, to the pseudo-constitutional, reactionary character of the German state was still alive, even though enfeebled by liberal timidity and inconsequentiality. The later revival of Hegelianism can be seen to be closely connected with the fact that all traces of this resistance had now vanished. Neo-Hegelianism set out to propagate an ideology of concrete and positive, and in effect, total reconciliation with the political form of Germany. It is obvious, therefore, that the reactionary elements of Hegel's philosophy necessarily receive the greatest prominence. Such reactionary elements, however, are not confined to political history. The neo-Hegelians we have been discussing were striving to extend and modernize neo-Kantianism to the point where it encompasses the entire history of classical German philosophy. But this was far from being enough to satisfy the reactionary ideological requirements of the age of imperialism. We have already mentioned the growing influence of irrationalist Lebensphilosophy. The great popularity enjoyed by Dilthey's contribution to the revival of Hegel can be traced back to the fact that here Hegel's dialectics are distorted so as to harmonize with the emergence of philosophical irrationalism. In this sense, Dilthey's monograph of 1906 on the young Hegel Beethoven's a turning point in the history of Hegel studies. The crux of the matter is that Dilthey meets the imperialist and reactionary revival of Romanticism halfway when, by ignoring or distorting the most vital historical facts, he brings Hegel within the orbit of philosophical Romanticism. In the post-war period, neo-Hegelianism proceeded along the paths laid down by Dilthey while also drawing on the philosophical results of the other neo-Hegelian trends. Richard Kroner, in his From Kant to Hegel, a book of decisive importance for the later development of neo-Hegelianism, argues that dialectics is irrationalism made rational, made into a method. The general aim of neo-Hegelianism, clearly reflected in the speeches of Glockner, Kroner, etc., is to make apparent use of Hegel's approach to the philosophy of history, to exploit his concept of reconciliation, in order to achieve a synthesis of all contemporary philosophical movements, including fascism. It is no accident that Dilthey's monograph, which focuses its attention on Hegel's youth, should stand at the beginning of this whole development. Dilthey believed that he had discovered certain motifs in Hegel's transitional phase, and especially in the moments of crisis during that phase, which were susceptible to exploitation by an irrationalist, mystical interpretation of Hegel. Much earlier he had similarly falsified Hölderlin, the friend and companion of Hegel in his youth. I have 19. Provided a detailed critique of this reactionary falsification of Hölderlin in my essay on his Hyperion see Goethe and his Age, London 1968, pages 136-57. Dilthey's irrationalist view of Hegel's philosophy reintroduced into it certain tendencies derived from the German dissolution of Hegelianism. Thus late in life the famous Hegelian aesthetician, Friedrich Theodor Vischer, turned away from his own Hegelian beginnings and erected an irrationalist theory of myth to oppose Hegel's dialectics. Dilthey now injected this theory into the interpretation of Hegel himself. On this subject see my essay Karl Marx and Friedrich Theodor Vischer in Beitrag zur Geschichte der Ästhetik, Aufbau Verlag, Berlin 1953. As we have seen, Dilthey's interpretation of Hegel played a decisive role in the later development of neo-Hegelianism. With his book The Figure of the Young Hegel, who had been peripheral for Kuno, Fischer or Heim, now moved steadily into the forefront of attention. Increasing use was made of Hegel's sketches and notes, most of them not intended for publication, and they were interpreted in such a way as to give birth to a true German philosopher, i.e. a mythical, irrationalist figure palatable to fascism. This development reaches its pinnacle in Theodor Hering's monograph, of which the first volume appeared in 1929. Although the perversion of the history of philosophy in Germany reaches a climax here, at least as far as Hegel is concerned, the whole movement has had the positive effect of having made possible the publication of the scattered, concealed, or forgotten manuscripts of Hegel's youth. We are now at a point where we can begin to chart Hegel's early development. I append a list of the most important of these publications, as constant reference to them will be necessary in the course of our concrete analysis of his youthful development. 1. Hegel's early theological writings, ed. Hermann Knoll, Tübingen 1907, cited here as Knoll. 2. The German Constitution and the System of Ethics, both published in Schriften zur Politik und Reichsphilosophie Hegels by G. Lassen, Leipzig 1923, cited here as Lassen. 3. Hegel's Genealogic, Metaphysics, and Philosophy of Nature, ed. G. Lassen, Leipzig 1923, cited here as the Genealogic. 4. Hegel's Lectures from the period immediately prior to the Phenomenology of Mind, published under the title Genenzer Real Philosophy, volumes. And 2 by J. Hofmeister, Leipzig 1931, cited here as Real Philosophy. 5. Documents on Hegel's Development, ed. J. Hofmeister, Stuttgart 1936, cited here as Hofmeister. Taken together, all these publications amount to a fairly sizable and as yet barely tapped mine of information about the emergence of the XX Hegelian dialectic. In part, work on this topic has been rendered easier by the philological research that accompanied the publication and interpretation of these texts. With the aid of the letters and manuscripts that can be dated with certainty, Knoll, Hofmeister, Hering, Rosenzweig and others have carried out a detailed investigation into the chronology of Hegel's manuscripts. They have established with precision the changes in Hegel's handwriting, and with the help of such information they have managed to provide the individual manuscripts with exact or approximate dates. As we have been unable to test their results, we shall have to accept their chronology except where the philosophical content forces us to deviate from it. This should not be taken to mean that we now possess all the documents pertaining to Hegel's early development, or that all those we do have are in a satisfactory state from the point of view of scholarship. The original editors of Hegel's literary remains dealt with the material entrusted to them in an amazingly high-handed and irresponsible manner. It appears that a number of the most important manuscripts have been irretrievably lost. Examples of this are the first economic manuscript from his period in Frankfurt, and above all the extended commentary on Steuart's works. We shall see very clearly in Part 2 just what the loss of this particular manuscript has meant for any attempt to reconstruct the development of Hegel's views on economics. Rosenkranz, who still had it in his possession, had not the slightest idea of the part played by economics in Hegel's overall views. From his remarks alone we cannot come to any conclusion about them. This means that at a decisive turning point in Hegel's development we are reduced to hypotheses, constructions based on scattered comments, deductions from later writings, etc. Moreover, even in the case of manuscripts published entirely or in part by Rosenkranz, there is much to be desired from a scholarly point of view. For example, in his account of Hegel's life he has printed extracts from Hegel's historical notes from his period in Bern and philosophical comments from his time in Jena, but without stating when precisely in these periods the notes, etc., were made. As he possessed the manuscripts himself, this would not have been too difficult a task. Today, however, with the manuscripts long since lost, we must again have recourse to ingenious guesswork. The importance of the published notes for our understanding of Hegel's development is very great, and sometimes even crucial. The Bern notes, for instance, contain a number of comments on the French Revolution. It would be of very great value if we could establish an exact chronology here, if we could determine the various phases of Hegel's attitude on this issue, and learn, for example, which events in the French Revolution provoked immediate reactions from him. In the case of the Jena philosophical notes, an exact chronology would be even XXI1 more desirable. It is well known that in Jena Hegel at first sided with Schelling against Kant and Fichte, and it was only with the introduction to the phenomenology of mind that he turned against Schelling too. Now the Jena notes contain critical comments on Schelling's students and on Schelling himself. It is evident that if we knew exactly when Hegel turned against Schelling, undoubtedly some time before he published anything overtly critical of him, we would be able to establish a much more concrete view of Hegel's development than is possible today. Thus, in making use of this material we can only establish the changes in Hegel's views in a very general way. Nevertheless, despite all these defects and lacunae, we still possess a relatively substantial body of material on Hegel's early development. And since fascistoid neo-Hegelianism has settled on precisely this period as suitable for turning Hegel into an irrationalist consonant with their own views, the task of confronting their falsifications with the historical facts is by no means unimportant. All the more since the spirit of the new science has now infected even Marxist writings, availing itself of the circumstance that Marxists have hitherto scarcely concerned themselves at all with Hegel's youth. Thus, during the Hegel centenary of 1931, the pseudo-Marxists simply took over and disseminated word for word Dilthey's interpretation of his early development. However, our interest in Hegel's early development goes beyond the polemical demolition of fascist lies. Considered from a Marxist point of view, it is obvious that we are faced with a very important stage in the growth of dialectics in Germany. A correct Marxist interpretation even of Hegel's later works cannot remain indifferent to the road which led Hegel to his later positions. We thus acquire a much more concrete knowledge of his point of view vis-a-vis his predecessors Kant, Fichte, and Schelling. The legend of his connections with Romanticism once revealed to be wholly untenable. In a word, and as is self-evident to a Marxist, we can gain an incomparably better insight into Hegel if we follow the story of its genesis than if, following the method adopted by Hegel himself, we were to compare and contrast, e.g. the mature works of Schelling with the mature works of Hegel without taking genetic questions into account. The development of Hegel's philosophy also poses all the great historical questions concerning the general foundations of classical German philosophy and the development of the dialectical method into the Hegelian form of dialectics. The present work makes no claim to deal with this extraordinarily large problem in the context of Hegel's own personal development. It prefers to confine itself to one of its strands, viz. its socio-historical roots. For the growth of dialectics in classical German philosophy was also influenced to a decisive extent by the contemporary crisis in the natural sciences, by the extremely important discoveries which upset the foundations of previous scientific thought, by the rise of the new science of chemistry and the emergence of genetic problems in the most disparate sciences. In his book on Feuerbach, Engels gives a very detailed account of the impact of these revolutions in the natural sciences upon the crisis in metaphysics and the sudden surge of philosophy towards a dialectical approach to reality. This extremely important process has never been thoroughly investigated. Bourgeois historians of philosophy have for a long time looked down their noses at the speculations into the philosophy of nature, Naturphilosophy, indulged in by the classical German philosophers. In the middle and end of the 19th century, Marx and Engels were the only thinkers who were able to see clearly and to appreciate the real problems of this period, notwithstanding the idealist and even absurdly mystical form in which they became manifest. On this point Engels writes in the preface to the Anti-Düring as follows: "It is much easier, along with the unthinking mob à la Karl Voigt, to assail the old natural philosophy than to appreciate its historical significance. It contains a great deal of nonsense and fantasy, but not more than the unphilosophical theories of the empirical natural scientists contemporary with that philosophy, and that there was also in it much that was sensible and rational began to be perceived after the theory of evolution became widespread. The natural philosophers stand in the same relation to consciously dialectical natural science as the utopians to modern communism. A Marxist approach to these problems would presuppose a broad and thorough acquaintance with the detailed histories of all the natural sciences. The present writer does not feel competent even to broach these issues. The intention of these remarks is only to emphasize to the reader that the present study is necessarily one-sided and stands in need of further research from other quarters. This additional research is necessary and urgent, and not merely for the reasons given above. We must add that contemporary reactionary philosophies of the age of imperialism have a much more positive attitude to natural philosophy than their predecessors. But this only complicates and distorts the issue even further. For in their search for weapons to use against scientific interpretations of nature, the modern students of natural philosophy have fixed upon the nonsense, the mysticism, the elements that are scientifically reactionary. Hence an investigation of the true relations between the developments in science and the origins of the dialectical method implies at the same time taking up arms against the anti-scientific theories of fascism and its precursors. Our present study will concern itself with another, no less important XX1L complex of problems relating to the emergence of dialectics in classical German philosophy, namely with the effects of the great socio-political events of the period, and in particular with the French Revolution and its impact on the growth of dialectical modes of thought in Germany. The impact of the French Revolution on Germany is another theme which stands in need of further study. Bourgeois historiography, above all after 1848, strove constantly to obliterate the memory of all democratic and revolutionary aspirations in Germany. Today we know extraordinarily little of the many Germans who directly supported the French Revolution. George Forster is the only one who has not sunk into total oblivion, doubtless because he already had a wide reputation as a scientist and journalist, although even in his case a genuine Marxist analysis of his works and his activity does not yet exist. But Forster is only one among many, and an overall view of the impact of the French Revolution would only be possible if all the facts were considered in their breadth and depth. A further important but neglected problem is that of assessing the opinions of the broad masses of the people, since it is clear from Goethe's various memoirs, for all his extreme caution in describing such matters, that public opinion was profoundly disturbed by the events in France. Any such study would be forced to give due weight to the backwardness, both political and socio-economic, of Germany at that time. The individual utterances and attitudes of Germans on the subject of the French Revolution must constantly be judged with this in mind. Hence the categories which in France emerged and developed as the necessary consequence of actual class struggles cannot be applied mechanically to the ideological reflections of these struggles in a retrograde Germany. It should not be forgotten, for example, that in France even the Girondins took part in the meetings at the Jacobin Club for a long time, and that clear differences between the parties only emerged as the class struggles became more acute. It would therefore be mechanical and mistaken to attach the political labels of the French Revolution to individual German attitudes and positions when comparable social differences only arose much later in Germany. This brings us to yet another problem of enormous importance, the central problem of the bourgeois revolution in Germany. It is well known that Lenin singled out the creation of national unity in Germany as the crucial issue confronting that revolution. Now the enthusiasm for the French Revolution necessarily released a powerful wave of patriotism in Germany, a powerful desire to sweep away the atomized mass of petty feudal absolutist states, to put an end to the impotence of the nation as a whole. The E was a profound longing for a free and united Germany. But the foundations of these tendencies in world history conceal an insoluble contradiction. Writing on the Spanish War of Liberation. XX1v. Against Napoleon, Marx states that as in every comparable liberation movement of the time, reaction goes hand in hand with regeneration. This profound observation fully applies to Germany as it was then. On the one hand, the revolutionary wars of the French Republic necessarily turned into wars of conquest. And if Napoleon's victories did away with the vestiges of feudalism, particularly in the Rhineland, thus satisfying the objective requirements of the bourgeois revolution, such conquests inevitably increased the fragmentation and impotence of the German people. On the other hand, as a consequence of Germany's backward social structure, the national movements became permeated by reactionary mysticism. They were not strong enough to throw off the yoke of the petty princes by revolution, and so they were unable to organize resistance to the Napoleonic invasion on a national and democratic footing. Indeed, they were so weak that they were unable even to see the problem in these terms, and they attempted instead to organize resistance in league with, or rather under the leadership of, the reactionary monarchies of Prussia, Austria, etc. With historical inevitability, they became the objective pillars of the reaction that dominated Germany after the fall of Napoleon. These contradictions can be seen in the life, the thought, and the deeds of all outstanding Germans of this period. Whether we look at generals and statesmen such as Baron von Stein, Gneisenau, or Scharnhorst, at poets like Goethe and Schiller, or at philosophers like Fichte and Hegel, in every case we find their lives dominated by these contradictions and the impossibility of resolving them. Hence the historian of this period is faced by the complex, twofold task of surveying both the great, world historical event and also its distorted reflection in a retrograde Germany. Marx has described this situation in his remarks on Kant in He German Ideology. In Kant's thought he finds echoes of French liberalism with its basis in real class interests. And he immediately adds that the problems become gravely distorted by the backward condition of Germany. Therefore, Kant, he continues, separated this theoretical expression from the interests it expressed, made the materially inspired determinations of the will of the French bourgeoisie into pure self-determination of the free will, of will in and for itself, of human will as such, and so he transformed the will into a set of purely ideological concepts and moral postulates. Here Marx has discovered and brilliantly formulated one of the chief reasons why philosophy had to develop in the direction of idealism in Germany. And with this Marx points with equal precision to the inevitable deformation of philosophical problems necessarily arising from idealism. XXV. However, the historical problems of this epoch in the history of philosophy are by no means all solved by pointing to the origins of idealism and energetically criticizing its failings. Marx himself, in his theses on Feuerbach, underlines the positive contribution of classical idealism. After criticizing the merely contemplative character of the old materialism, he goes on. Hence it happened that the active side, in contradistinction to materialism, was developed by idealism, but only abstractly, since, of course, idealism does not know real, sensuous activity as such. With these words Marx provides the essential lever with which to initiate a precise, profitable, and genuinely historical critique of Hegelianism, the sort of critique that Lenin was to give many decades later in the brilliant commentaries on Hegel in his own early writings. The task facing the historian of classical German philosophy can be defined as the need to provide a concrete account of the fruitful effects of this active side for dialectics. He must show how the reflection of great, world historical events in a backward Germany produces this idealist abstraction from real human activity, and at the same time he must demonstrate that this abstract and partly distorted reflection of reality leads philosophers to their original insights into specific general principles of activity, movement, etc. The task of the historian would be all too simple if he could rest content with a demonstration of the negative consequences of Germany's backwardness. The world historical role of classical German philosophy in the history of human thought is a fact that must itself be explained in Marxist terms from the concrete state of society at the time. Thus Marx and Engels have provided us with a key to the critique of classical German philosophy. But here too the tradition they initiated evaporated during the Second International. The theme launched by Marx was dropped and not resumed and taken a step further until Lenin. Concerning his contemporaries' criticism of Kant he writes: 1. Plekhanov criticizes Kantianism, and agnosticism in general, more from a vulgar materialist than from a dialectical materialist standpoint. He tends only to reject their arguments elimine, instead of correcting them, as Hegel corrected Kant, by deepening, expanding, and universalizing them and by showing the connections and transitions between all the different concepts. 2. The Marxists criticized the Kantians and the supporters of Hume, early in the 20th century, more after the manner of Feuerbach or Ludwig Beichner than of Hegel. It is evident that these important remarks of Lenin's apply with equal force to the methodology of the historical and critical treatment of XXVI1. Hegel's philosophy. Engels has finely and convincingly shown in a letter how hegemony in philosophy passed in succession from England to France and from France to Germany, and that the leading philosophical nation is not always the nation that is most advanced economically and socially. Maturity in economic development does not always coincide with philosophical maturity, and here too the law of unequal development applies. The seminal and original insights of classical German philosophy are intimately bound up with the way in which they reflect the great political events of the period. In the same way, the darker sides both of the method of idealism and of its elaboration of particular points are the mirror images of Germany's backwardness. Our task is to unravel the complicated workings of this process of interaction and to reveal the living dialectical core of the loan of classical German philosophy. We repeat, the central historical events whose intellectual reflections we have to investigate are the French Revolution and the resulting class struggles in France with their consequent impact on internal German problems. And in general it can be said that the greatness of the ideological representatives of this period stands in direct proportion to the strength of their interest in events of world historical, international moment. Fichte's philosophy reached a dead end because he could not resolve the contradictions of a national democratic revolution in Germany. By contrast, in Goethe's works and in Hegel's The Phenomenology of Mind and the Logic we have books which have exerted a decisive influence on the whole ideological development ever since. However, there is a special feature of Hegel's position and of his preoccupation with the significant world historical events of the day which sets him apart from all his contemporaries in philosophy. It is not only the case that he made the greatest and fairest German assessment of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic period. In addition, he is the only German thinker to have made a serious attempt to come to grips with the Industrial Revolution in England. He is the only man to have forged a link between the problems of classical English economics and those of philosophy and dialectics. Marx has shown in the German ideology how the French materialists clothed economic ideas in an abstract philosophical form which corresponded to the needs of a bourgeoisie preparing itself for revolution. He shows further how these ideas returned to England to receive a more concrete economic form which, given the ideology of what was already a dominant bourgeoisie, inevitably led to a total philosophical trivialization, cf. Marx on Bentham. On the other hand, the multifaceted opposition to the social arid economic effects of the rise of capitalism constitutes one of the most important sources of Romanticism. In his dialectical grasp of these problems Hegel is as far removed from Benthamite superficiality as he is from the false and reactionary profundity of Romanticism. His purpose is rather to grasp the true inner structure, the real motive forces of the present and of capitalism, and to define the dialectic of its movement. It would be an error to search for evidence of this tendency of Hegelian philosophy only in those comments which expressly and directly refer to the problems of capitalist society. His preoccupation with this theme in fact determines the structure of his system and the particular character of the dialectic as well as the greatness of his achievement. It is at this point that we find one of the chief sources of his superiority as philosopher and dialectician over his contemporaries. Our study aims to show at least in outline how this process of interaction informed the development of the young Hegel. It will demonstrate that during one crisis in his life, at a time when he had become estranged from the ideals of the great contemporary revolution, he found his way out of the labyrinth and back to dialectics with the aid of a compass provided by political economy and in particular the economic condition of England. We shall attempt to show in detail at this point just how crucial was his understanding of economic problems for the emergence of a consciously dialectical node of thought. This interpretation of Hegelian philosophy is neither more nor less than the attempt to apply to his early development the brilliant insight formulated by Marx in his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. The greatness of Hegel's phenomenology is then that Hegel views the self-creation of man as a process, and therefore that he grasps the nature of labor and understands objective man, true, because real man as the product of his own labor. Marx shows here the extent to which Hegelian philosophy forms an analogue of English classical economics. Of course, in England the concrete problems of bourgeois society appear in the form of concrete economic laws, while Hegel can do no more than supply the abstract, idealist, reflection of their general principles. As against this it may be observed that Hegel is the only person who grasps the dialectical character of this movement and can advance from there to a general theory of dialectics. I must remind the reader once again that even so we have touched on only one aspect of the origins of Hegelian dialectics. From the foregoing it will be apparent to the reader that for all the magnitude of this view of the dialectics of human society it still remains an idealist dialectic with all the faults, limitations and distortions inevitable in an idealist interpretation. And the task of this study was indeed to throw light on the vital interaction of the valuable and the weaker sides of Hegel's dialectics at the various stages of his development. The present writer hopes that his work will shortly be followed by others which will correct and supplement the one-sidedness of his historical approach, works which will deal with the influence of the natural sciences upon dialectics. Not until we have such studies will it be possible to gain an overall view of Hegel's development. Such works will doubtless concretize and correct some of the conclusions of the present work. The present writer nevertheless entertains the hope that as far as is possible within the limitations of the source material available at present, his account of Hegel's development is correct in its broad outlines. If we have achieved this goal, then we shall have succeeded in establishing a methodological perspective in the history of philosophy which in importance goes beyond the mere understanding of Hegel's early development. We refer to the interconnections between economics and philosophy, economics and dialectics. In the course of time, historians of philosophy have increasingly found themselves compelled to go beyond the confines of philosophical problems in the narrow sense and to direct their attention towards the historical development of human thought across the whole spectrum of the special sciences. Naturally enough, they have tended and still tend to concentrate above all on the natural sciences. A study of the interactions between science on the one hand, and philosophical method, epistemology, and logic on the other has yielded not inconsiderable results, even though it has constantly suffered from its overemphasis on the agnosticism of Kant or Berkeley and Hume as the criterion of its method, and so has heedlessly neglected the complex interrelations between a philosophically conscious, albeit idealist, dialectic, German natural philosophy, and the dialectic which sprang somewhat obscurely from scientific practice, Lamarck, Darwin, etc. In contrast to this, the methodological connections between philosophy and the theoretical understanding of the phenomena of society have hitherto attracted scarcely any attention. Not by chance, as we believe. The explanation is to be found in social factors and their development. In the early stages of bourgeois economics, the great innovators of this novel science regarded it, on the one hand, as the basic science of society and, on the other hand, with true artlessness and frankness they thought of the categories of economics as the repositories of relations between men. At a later stage, however, the fetishism of economic categories which develops necessarily and increasingly with the advance of capitalism penetrated further and further into the methodology of the social sciences. These work to an increasing extent exclusively with fetishized categories without ever being able to reach the point where they can deal with the relations between men, and their relations with nature as mediated by these categories. Parallel to this development, and in great measure in consequence of it, economics has lost its place as the basic science of society and has become just one among many highly specialized sciences. Now, since philosophy for the most XX1X part has also taken this road towards increased specialization, it can easily be understood why it has not occurred to the philosophers to profit methodologically from a special study of the development of economic categories. We repeat, the economists of former times had a very different approach to these matters. Galliani wrote, "Value is a relation between persons." And as late as the breakup of the school of Ricardo, this theme was still very consciously emphasized, e.g. by Thomas Hodgkin. Important as this insight is, it remains only a half-truth. When citing the above-quoted words of Galliani, Marx observed, he should have added a relation concealed behind the husk of things. And he went on to say, in other words, Hodgkin says that the effects of a certain social form of labor are ascribed to objects, to the products of labor. The relationship itself is imagined to exist in material form. We have all already seen that this is a characteristic of labor based on commodity production, on exchange value, and that this quid pro quo is revealed in the commodity, in money. Hodgkin does not see this, and, to a still higher degree, in capital. The effects of things as materialized aspects of labor process are attributed to them in capital, in their personification, their independence in respect of labor. They would cease to have these effects if they were to cease to confront labor in this alienated form. The capitalist, as capitalist, is simply the personification of capital, that creation of labor endowed with its own will and personality which stands in opposition to labor. Hodgkin regards this as a purely subjective illusion behind which lurks deception and the interests of the exploiting classes. He does not see that the mode of perception itself springs from the actual relationship. The latter is not the expression of the former, but vice versa. With this we find ourselves in the very center of the interaction between the categories of philosophy and economics. The dialectical categories of the social sciences appear as intellectual reflections of the dialectical process being enacted objectively, in the lives of men, but independently of their will and their knowledge, and this objectivity turns social reality into a second nature. On further reflection we perceive that, rightly seen, it is in this very dialectic of economics that the most primary, fundamental, and crucial relations between men find expression, and that here is the vantage point from which the dialectics of society can be studied in their pure form. Hence it is surely no accident that the birth of dialectical materialism as an epistemology coincided with the discovery of this XXX dialectic in economic life. Friedrich Engels' magisterial outline of economic categories in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher and the economic and philosophic manuscripts of Marx clearly mark this new departure. Nor is it a mere matter of chance that this last work proffers an analysis both of the dialectical nature of the views of the classical economists and of the economic basis of Hegel's The Phenomenology of Mind. As the reader will observe, Marx's arguments here have been a decisive influence on the present work. But if we have discussed them at some length, this is because we believe that they open doors to a fruitful development of the methods of the history of philosophy. Our studies concern themselves with the interrelations between the development of Hegel's views on economics and his purely philosophical dialectics, and it is our hope that with the aid of this novel point of view we may have succeeded in discovering new patterns or correcting current ones. But is this approach to be confined to Hegel? Is he the only thinker in whose work economics has exerted such a powerful influence? Every connoisseur of English philosophy will at once reply in the negative. He will know of the links between Locke and Petty, he will know that Locke, Berkeley, and Hume were also economists, that Adam Smith was also a philosopher, and that Mandeville's views on society are inseparable from his insights into economics, and so on. At the same time, however, he will be no less aware that the methodological connections between, say, Locke's economics and his theory of knowledge are terra incognita, and that up to now scholars have limited themselves to the biographical observation that economics and philosophy have become united in this one man, and they have then gone on to treat the two spheres of activity independently. Needless to say, such connections are not limited to English philosophy. Ever since Plato and Aristotle, indeed as far back as Heraclitus, there has scarcely been a single universal thinker who has ignored such problems entirely. Of course, this does not mean that every thinker who has concerned himself with those relations between men which in the modern age have become the proper province of economics has necessarily conceived of them in terms of specifically economic problems. It suffices if he has found them problematical in one form or another. Here, so I believe, we have an extraordinarily rich new field for the history of philosophy. I accordingly bring these remarks to a close with the hope that this field will soon be vigorously cultivated, and that the present attempt to discover such interconnections will soon be superseded by other, more comprehensive studies. Part I. Hegel's early Republican phase, Bern 1793-1796. Chapter 1. Hegel's theological period, a reactionary legend. The starting point of Hegel's development, like that of almost every major figure in Germany at the time, was the Enlightenment. Here too we find ourselves confronted by a very large and largely unexplored aspect of the history of philosophy. For many years German historians of literature and philosophy were at pains to erect a wall of China between the Enlightenment and the age of classicism. In a wholly mistaken manner even the Sturmuendrang was set up as diametrically opposed to the Enlightenment. In more recent years, however, historians have come to enlist the Enlightenment itself in the service of reactionary apologetics, and they were joined in this by scholars who began to use the Enlightenment so interpreted so as more easily to recast the important representatives of classicism in the same reactionary mold. A Marxist history of philosophy will be eager to look a little more closely at the class character of the German Enlightenment as well as the impact of the French and English Enlightenment on Germany. It will have to discover the dominant class antagonisms within the German Enlightenment. For it is immediately apparent that the ideology of the Enlightenment was made to serve the interests both of the feudal absolutism of the petty states and of the bourgeoisie preparing itself ideologically for revolution. Marx has already drawn attention to this dichotomy within the Enlightenment in the German ideology. France was much more advanced and its classes were in consequence much more sharply differentiated. Its class struggles had a greater clarity and definition. This meant that the important members of the Enlightenment were the natural ideologists of i.e. approaching bourgeois revolution. Since there was no real prospect of a bourgeois revolution in Germany, the influence of the French Enlightenment was correspondingly less clear-cut and unambivalent than in France itself. Feudal absolutism and its ideologists have often endeavored to turn certain aspects of the Enlightenment to their own purposes. Opposition to this on the part of the Hegelian Enlightenment, and socio-political opposition in particular, was, by contrast, much feebler than it would have been in a more developed economy. And this feature of the German Enlightenment is reflected in every sphere of ideology. Whereas the French tended to an ever more definite form of limb with Diderot, Holbach, and Helvetius, the German Enlighteners were dominated. 3. 4. By nothing more bold than the idea of a religion of reason. In Germany atheists and materialists were the exception, for the most part they were isolated outsiders, like J.C.H. Edelman. The limits of the radicalism of the vanguard of German Enlightenment were set by a Spinozistic pantheism. And even this, if made public, as in the case of the aging Lessing or the young Goethe, was sufficient to arouse panic and cries af Reis in the ranks of average German Enlighteners. It is very characteristic that Lessing concealed his Spinozistic views from his close friend Moses Kardashian, and that the latter was deeply scandalized when, after Lessing's death, his Spinozism became public knowledge with the publication of an account of his conversation with F. H. Jacobi. The scope of the present study forbids a complete analysis of the German Enlightenment proper. It must suffice for our purposes to point out that the education received by Hegel in the Tübingen seminary consisted of an enlightenment adapted to aristocratic, courtly needs. We now have a series of notes, recently published by Hofmeister, which make it perfectly clear that Hegel and very intimate and comprehensive knowledge of the literature of the German, English, and French Enlightenment. The later Bern essays also show him to have made a thorough study of the Enlightenment, one which extended beyond philosophy and historiography and included also imaginative literature. Thus the Bern notes quote from one of Murray Vocht's novels. His staple reading matter consisted initially of the German Enlighteners. In the Tübingen notes already referred to we find an almost complete tally of the writers, of the German Enlightenment, even the minor ones, and they are not merely listed, but also treated in greater or lesser detail. Especially at the start of his stay in Bern he constantly comes back to Mendelssohn's then famous Jerusalem. Lessing's writings, in particular Nathan the Wise, are especially prominent. But this is by no means the end of Hegel's reading list in Tübingen. From his notes and studies we can see very clearly that he had a very thorough knowledge of the chief figures of the French Enlightenment, Montesquieu, Voltaire, Diderot, Holbach, Rousseau, and others. We see also from the notes that he had closely studied the works of Hugo Grotius, Raynal's Indian History, Hume's History of England, Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Furthermore, Fay had read Schiller's historical writings, a number of essays by Benjamin Constant and the works of the German revolutionary, George Forster. It goes without saying that, in the orientation of education at that time, Hegel was thoroughly familiar with the philosophers and historians of antiquity. And as we shall show in detail, the young Hegel already regarded the Greek polis not as a social phenomenon of i.e. past that came into being and fell into decay as the result of definite concrete conditions, but as the eternal model, the unsurpassed paradigm for a contemporary revolution of state. 5. And society. This is enough to suggest the main direction of Hegel's early reading very clearly. In the internal debates affecting the entire German Enlightenment, Hegel finds himself increasingly on the democratic left wing, criticizing and opposing those elements of the Enlightenment which came into being in the course of attempts to adapt the movement to the absolutism of the petty German princes. His development from Tübingen to Bern indicates a shift in which the English and French Enlightenment gradually displace German writers. And insofar as he does have recourse to German writers, these tend increasingly to belong to the radical wing of the German Enlightenment. It is both striking and significant how frequently at this time Hegel refers to what was for the Germany of the period the very radical criticism of religion in Lessing's Nathan the Wise. It is no less striking and typical that his comparison between the ancients and the moderns, specifically between classical art and Christian art, is based on views formulated in George Forster's Views from the Lower Rhine. Hegel made detailed excerpts from this work, and it is very revealing of the outlook of his modern publishers that Hermann Knoll, although compelled to admit the existence of these excerpts, declined to reprint them in his book, thus making it difficult for the modern reader to realize their importance for Hegel's development. We shall have later to concern ourselves with the striking fact that in his youth Hegel was on the whole indifferent to philosophical problems in the strict sense. He did indeed read the ancient philosophers and Kant and Spinoza, but the only work by the latter which is attested with certainty is his theologico-political Tractatus. The study of this work may well have been connected with his interest in the history and criticism of theology. In this connection we must refer to Hegel's reading of Mosheim's Ecclesiastical History, for all modern editors and commentators attach enormous importance to his preoccupation with religion and theology. We shall discuss this question in detail later on. It is enough here if we point out that many of the works of the Enlightenment already alluded to also deal with religion and especially with Christianity. And whereas Hegel only makes excerpts of a factual nature from Mosheim, his notes on Gibbon, Forster, etc., show him coming down very definitely against Christianity. Nor is the fact that Hegel is also said to have shown interest in the German mystics, Meister Eckhart, Tauler, etc., of any assistance to the constructions of Dilthey, Knoll, and co. For, as we shall see later on, the existence of Christian sects is of prime importance for Hegel's view of Christianity as a whole at this time. Just as he uncovered and criticized the sectarian nature of primitive Christianity, so too he will have had an historical and polemical interest in the problem of later sects. However, To return to the question of his reading in philosophy, it is 8. Of Robespierre, Saint-Just and the other Jacobin leaders of the French Revolution. Only after the defeat of Jacobinism, only after Thermidor, in the midst of the philosophical crisis that overwhelmed him in Frankfurt, did he come to think of modern bourgeois society and the private individual in more favorable terms. And we shall see how the twin themes of political economy and a dialectical view of society began to preoccupy his mind as a result of that crisis. For the moment, however, we are concerned with this conceptually unanalyzed collective subject of history. And we know too that Hegel gave a moral slant to all the social and historical problems that confronted him. It follows inevitably that in these debates religion must have played a decisive role. Here we have one of the points which the reactionary philosophy of the age of imperialism could turn to good account in its falsification of Hegel. It is very symptomatic that Hermann Knoll entitled his edition of the Bern and Frankfurt Fragments Hegel's early theological writings. This was meant to suggest to the reader that Hegel's interest in in the Tübingen seminary went beyond the need to earn his bread and butter, and that theological problems constituted the foundation and the starting point of his entire thought. This insinuation is made even more explicit by Hegel's other modern editor, George Lassen. In his eyes, religion and theology are the central axis around which the whole Hegelian system revolves. He attacks every critic, however reactionary, who omits to put religion in the very center of his interpretation of Hegel. In this context, it is relevant to consider the basic thesis of the chief modern biographer of the young Hegel, T.H.L. Herring, who regards Hegel as a teacher of his nation in the sense that he reinterprets the practical starting point we have been discussing in terms of an attempt to impart religious instruction to the people. What is the truth about the theological character SCE youthful works? The unprejudiced and attentive reader will find precious little to do with OSY in them. Indeed, as far as theology is concerned, the tone is one hostility. Of course, we have already agreed that the religious problem occupies an important place in his historical analyses, and it never ceases to do so, as we can see from his mature philosophy. We need to ask two questions about this. First, what is the nature of his concern with religion in this early phase? Second, what is the historical foundation underlying this concern? What are its historical conditions and determinants? Turning to the second question first, we must at once point out that the question of the historical content and the historical efficacy of the religions, and especially of Christianity, had formed one of the perennial themes of the entire German Enlightenment up to Reimarus and Lessing. And we must add that the problem continues to appear right up to the time of the dissolution of 9. Hegelianism in the writings of Strauss, Bruno Bauer, and Feuerbach. Thus, by asking such questions, Hegel positions himself in the mainstream of the German Enlightenment. Engels has discovered the real reasons for this phenomenon in Feuerbach. At that time, however, politics was a very thorny field, and hence the main fight came to be directed against religion. This fight, particularly after 1840, was indirectly also political. This indirect political quality inherent in religion and the attack on religion existed to the same extent in the period of Hegel's early theological writings. Indeed, whereas in the period of preparation leading up to the revolution of 1848 Iraq radicalism soon came to dismiss the criticism of theology as a half measure, as an inadequate form of ideological opposition, any serious attempt to criticize theology in the German Enlightenment of the 18th century was inevitably felt, given the backward conditions SAE time, to have a far greater revolutionary force. This is the proper context in which to appraise Hegel's early ideological writings. Their main thrust is directed against the Christian religion. We noted earlier that the pillar of Hegel's view of the philosophy of history at this period was the notion that the collapse of the city-states of antiquity meant the disappearance of the society of human freedom and greatness and the transformation of the heroic, republican citoyen of the polis into the bourgeois, the merely egoistic private individual of modern society. We may anticipate our analysis of Hegel's discussion of Christianity in this period and give our conclusion, which is that in his youth Hegel conceives of Christianity as the religion of the private individual, of the bourgeois, as the religion of the loss of human liberty, of the millennia-long despotism and enslavement of mankind. Such ideas place Hegel firmly in the mainstream of Enlightenment thought. This conclusion stands in need of the qualifying remark that Hegel, like the German Enlightenment, never took his attacks on Christianity as far as the great English and French thinkers. His critique of Christianity never reaches the point of materialist atheism. Quite the reverse, the core of his work here is religious. His aim is to discover the social prerequisites for a return from the religion of despotism and enslavement to a religion of freedom on the model of antiquity. In the German context there is nothing surprising about his. Engels observed that even Feuerbach's attack on religion and his unmasking of religion occasionally turns into a demand for a new, purified faith. And Engels shows further that the overestimation of the historical importance of religion, the belief that the great turning points of history are determined by religious changes, continues to color Feuerbach's view of history. All this applies with even greater truth to the German. 6. Clear that pride of place belongs to Kant, whom he must certainly have read at Tübingen. What is equals importance, however, for the state of philosophy at the time and for the mood of the younger generation of philosophers, is that both Hegel and Schelling focused their attention on the critique of practical reason, Hegel more so than Schelling. From the Bern period there is not a single remark that would suggest more than a superficial interest in the problems of the critique of pure reason and with epistemology in the narrower sense. Furthermore, from his correspondence with Schelling we can see that it was only hesitantly and without any great sense of urgency that Hegel read the first works of Fichte, and when he did so he evidently reacted very critically. By contrast, it is very characteristic that he felt inspired by Schiller's letters on aesthetic education. And typically, as one would expect from his own views at the time, this was due not so much to his sympathy with their aesthetic and philosophical content as with their attacks on the modern collapse of culture, and their comparison of modern decadence with the grandeur of classical culture. Of course, all this does not mean simply that Hegel's worldview can be equated with that of the Enlightenment. Not even of the German Enlightenment. A rapprochement with the French and English Enlightenment was precluded by the fact that right from the start his point of view was that of idealism. Hegel, unlike many of his distinguished contemporaries, never had any leanings towards philosophical materialism. Lenin, in the Empiria criticism, has noted such leanings in Kant, and in all the early works of Schiller. At the time of his medical studies, we can also observe definite tendencies towards materialism. Similarly, in our portrayal of Hegel's Jena period, we shall document how powerfully Schelling tended at moments towards materialism in the course of his work on natural philosophy. Hegel is much more consistent than these thinkers and remained a steadfast idealist throughout his life. Even the sporadic signs of materialism which Lenin detects in the logic are part of his detour through objective idealism, through the encyclopedic length and breadth of his knowledge and his sober, unprejudiced respect for facts. His conscious tiles-pied thought, however, was always that of an idealist. We have already asserted that in Tübingen and Bern Hegel did not concern himself with philosophical problems in any intensive manner and that at no time did he become involved with problems in the theory of knowledge. Nevertheless, we can observe the emergence of a unified view of social and historical phenomena. At the same time there is little evidence of any sustained preoccupation with the problems of natural philosophy in Bern. Hegel does not attempt to analyze philosophically the EE of his coherent viewpoint. Like many of his contemporaries his aim was to apply Kant's analysis in the critique of practical reason to 7. History and society. The Kantian influence takes two predominant forms. On the one hand, Hegel regards social problems primarily as problems of morality, on the other hand, the problem of praxis, i.e. the transformation of social reality by man himself, remains the constant focus of his thought. However, on one crucial matter, Hegel, from very early on, went beyond Kant. Kant had investigated moral problems from the standpoint of the individual. In his view conscience was the fundamental moral fact. And if he seemed to be able to establish his idealism in objective reality, he could do so only by projecting the common features, the universal validity of the ethics he was attempting to discover into a fictitious apparently more than individual, but in reality mystified individual subject. The so-called intelligible self. In Kant, social problems are secondary, deriving from the subsequent interactions of the primary reality, namely the individual subjects. In contrast to this, Hegel's early subjectivism has a practical bent which is social and collective right from the start. For Hegel, activity, sociality, was always both the starting point and the central object of thought. This implies a methodology which has definite points of contact with Herder. Herder was the first thinker of the German Enlightenment to raise the question of the nature of collective social praxis, even though he was never able to arrive at a clear conceptual definition of the nature of the acting subject and the real laws governing his actions. Above all, on questions of method he leaves matters in an impenetrable half-light. It cannot be proven that Hegel was influenced by Herder's ideas at any given point. Indeed, there is nothing in the records to suggest that he was ever particularly impressed by Herder. Despite this, Herder's ideas were in a hot air at the time, and it would be futile to seek for specific parallels in his work and in Hegel's early writings. Crucial, however, for the entire development of Hegel is the fact that he proceeds from Herder's unclarified concept of the collective subject. In his Bern period he makes no attempt to clarify this concept epistemologically. He seeks instead to trace the fortunes of this collective subject, its deeds and its fate in the course of history, of the transformation of social reality. We shall see that the central theme of this process is the fragmentation of the collective subject into private individuals, of which society henceforth will be the mere aggregate. As we shall see, Hegel in his Bern period simply noted this fragmentation as an historical fact, without drawing any elaborate philosophical conclusions from it. His chief preoccupation at this time was practical. How was it possible for the collective subjectivity of the city-states of antiquity to fall into decay in the first place? This was the question that agitated him, and it signals the appearance in his thought of the intellectual reflection of the world historical illusions that guided the actions. 10. Enlightenment before Hegel. We need only think of a man of Lessing's importance and integrity and remind ourselves that his struggles for enlightenment never broke through the framework of religion. On the other hand, we must not overstate the matter. If it is true that the German Enlightenment never reached the resolute materialism and atheism of Diderot, Helvetius, or Holbach, it is no less true that it went beyond them at certain points in its historical understanding of the origins of religion and the social roots of religious change. This applies above all to Lessing and Herder. It is here that we have to look for the importance of Hegel's writings. Hegel poses the very radical question of the social reasons for the rise of Christianity and places this in the very center of his work. With that idealist overestimation of the role of religion in history, of which we have just spoken, he sees Christianity as the ultimately decisive cause of all the social and political events of the modern world which excite his greatest animosity. His chief practical aim, the revival of the democracy of the polis with all its freedom and greatness, stood in need of historical foundations, of an historical underpinning. He had to chart those social movements, that social and political decline, which led to the predominance of the Christian religion. His goal is to do away with the entire complex tradition. He researches into the causes of its origins in order to plot the trajectory of its decline and fall. We can see from this how all these early views of Hegel's reflect the influence of the French Revolution. His early enthusiasm for the French Revolution is not in dispute. It is well known that while still boys in Tübingen, the three friends Hegel, Hölderlin, and Schelling planted a tree of liberty and danced around it singing revolutionary songs. There is likewise a tradition according to which they were the center of a secret society devoted to the reading of forbidden writings about the French Revolution. Their enthusiasm was part of a more general mood that prevailed among the best members of the German intelligentsia of the day, about whom we have spoken in earlier studies. We pointed out there that in many cases this enthusiasm was short-lived. Only very few contemporary German intellectuals were able to understand and make a just appraisal of the events of 1793/4. The majority were shocked and repelled by the plebeian dictatorship of the Paris Jacobins, and Schiller were typical of many. Of course, it is one of the legends of bourgeois historians that their disappointment led them to become the confirmed enemies of the French Revolution in general, and that they thenceforth renounced the principles of 1789. In most cases the truth is the very opposite of this, and nowhere more so than with Hegel. In a letter to Schelling at Christmas 1794, Hegel wrote, "You will have heard that Carrier has gone to the guillotine. Do you? 11. Still read French newspapers? If I remember rightly, I have heard that they have been banned in Württemberg. This trial is very important and has uncovered the perfidious nature of the Robespierreites." This letter shows very clearly that even in his youth Hegel was hostile to Jacobinism. Hegel's special position among his German contemporaries does not lie in his political radicalism. Not only Forster went a lot further on this issue in i.e. life as well as in theory. The same is true of Fichte, and older members of the Enlightenment such as Wieland or Herder, retained feelings of sympathy even for the extremist aspects of the revolution for a much longer time. The outstanding feature of Hegel's opposition was that even though he rejected the extreme left-wing BEA revolution right from the beginning, he nevertheless retained his faith in its historical necessity, and to the very end of his life he regarded it as the very foundation of modern civil society. Of course, Hegel's view of modern civil society undergoes a number of radical changes. In Bern, despite his rejection of Robespierre's policies, Hegel still sees the revolution as the foundation of the CT renewal of society. Later, after his Frankfurt crisis, when he has deepened his knowledge of the economic nature of modern society, he no longer regards the revolution as the impulse, the vehicle for a future renewal of society, but rather as the historically past, if historically necessary foundation of reality as it is in the contemporary world. This inspires in him an admittedly somewhat tempered enthusiasm even for the radical sides of the revolution. We shall later follow Hegel's development with the aid of his own statements through to the famous chapter, on absolute freedom and terror, in the Phenomenology of Mind. For the present it is enough to acquaint ourselves more fully with Hegel's mood at the time. In a somewhat later letter to Schelling he writes, April 16, 1795. I think that there is no better sign of our time than the fact that mankind portrays itself as being so worthy of respect. It one's a proof that the aura surrounding the oppressors and the gods of this earth is fading. The philosopher will demonstrate this dignity, and the peoples will learn to feel, and not merely to demand the rights that have been so trampled underfoot, but to receive them and take possession of them themselves. Religion and politics have conspired together. The former has taught what the latter wanted: contempt for mankind, man's inability to achieve good, to become something through his own efforts. With the propagation of the idea of how things should be, the indolence of people settled in their ways, their willingness to accept everything as it is forevermore, will disappear. This letter is interesting in a number of ways. In the first place, it shows 12. The extent to which Hegel's premises derive from the critique of practical reason. Quite in contrast to Fichte's later views where he insists on reality as the starting point and rejects the abstract Kantian ought as a foundation of social science, Hegel here follows Kant by opposing the revolutionary ought to the reactionary inertia of is. At the same time, however, he boldly reinterprets Kant without concerning himself too much about epistemological legitimations. The ought here has a purely political and social meaning. Its moral character forms only the general idealist backcloth. Moreover, the antithesis between is and ought does not reside within the individual psyche as a contrast between the empirical and the intelligible self, as in Kant. It is an antithesis between progressive and reactionary tendencies in politics and society itself. As to the socio-political content of the letter, it is evident that Hegel's struggle against the dominant forms of philosophy and religion was the ideological aspect of his struggle against despotism in general. Inasmuch as he i.e. critique copyright Christianity as a component of the general struggle against the despotism of feudal absolutism, he placed himself alongside the Enlightenment and above all the great class struggles which centered on religion during the French Revolution. Engels very rightly emphasizes the fact that, unlike all previous bourgeois revolutions, a distinguishing feature of the French Revolution was its irreligious nature. Whereas earlier bourgeois revolutions, including the English Revolution of the 17th century, were fought under the banner of religion, the French Revolution appealed exclusively to juristic and political ideas, and troubled itself about religion only in so far as it stood in its way. But it never occurred to it to put a new religion in place of the old. Everyone knows how Robespierre failed in his attempt. With these words Engels accurately sums up the main line of the French Revolution. However, if we turn to Hegel's relationship to these events, we must remind ourselves of our earlier arguments about the distorted reflection of the revolution in Germany arising from the country's economic and political backwardness. For, even though the leading politicians of the French Revolution were impeded by all sorts of prejudices and illusions, partly of a religious nature, they nevertheless approached the issue as thinking politicians. The relation of the revolutionary state to Catholicism was determined in reality by two factors. On the one hand, the Catholic Church was an ideological and organizational center of the royalist counter-revolution. On the other hand, the leading politicians saw, or, at any rate, felt that the influence of Catholicism on the mass of the peasantry could not simply be abolished by decree. If we examine the very checkered history this theme in all Hegel's theological period 13 its details, we find that they fully bear out Engels' account. The bourgeois historians of the religious movements during the revolution are united on one point: they all vastly overestimate their real significance. Thus Mathies, for instance, places too much emphasis on the connections between the Babeuf conspiracy and the Theophilanthropists, even though from his own account it is very clear that Babeuf and his colleagues only made use of the religious and moral meetings of the sect to acquire a reasonably secure legality for their own meetings. And from the information contained in Allard and Mathies it is quite obvious that the struggle of Danton and Robespierre against the religious views of Hébert and Jomet, etc., was dictated by purely political considerations, namely the fear that the extremist agitation of the latter would drive the peasantry into the royalist camp for good. Indeed, even Robespierre's attempt, in the last phase of his rule, to found a new religion, the cult of the Supreme Being, was primarily a political and not a religious action, even though it was the action of a desperate politician in an objectively desperate situation. And this remains true despite its being colored by Robespierre's Rousseauistic views, by the illusion he and his followers entertained about the perspectives and possibilities of the democratic bourgeois revolution. In the emphasis on morality which came for Robespierre to occupy the center of the stage of the Jacobin revolutionary terror, we see the reflection of his desperate struggle against the capitalist tendencies unleashed by the revolution, which were pushing the whole movement towards the liquidation of the plebeian dictatorship of the Jacobins, towards the open, unashamed dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, towards their middle terror in the name of republican virtue. The struggle against all forms of moral perversion and corruption was in Robespierre's case the ideological aspect of the defense of the plebeian version of the democratic, bourgeois revolution against both the royalist counter-revolution and even against the bourgeoisie itself. The fact that Robespierre's policy was based on illusion and that the Jacobin dictatorship simply had to collapse once it had carried out its task of saving the revolution from foreign invasion by mobilizing the masses, does not detract in the least from the political character of Robespierre's actions in his last phase, even on the issue of religion. Thus when Robespierre in his speech to the Convention of February 5, 1794 proclaimed that a moral counter-revolution was being made which would prepare the way for a political counter-revolution, he was absolutely in the right from his point of view, discounting the necessary illusions, of course, and his endeavors to found a new religion, viz. the cult of a supreme being, were based on the need for a broad base in the moral attitudes of the people which would help to secure and further the revolution. What he needed was a counterweight both to the 14. agitation off church and to the demoralizing and corrupting acts of the bourgeoisie. Amid the fluctuations of the class struggles after their midter, we witness the emergence of a number of sects which similarly attempted to prop up the spirit of republicanism by exerting a religious and moral influence over the masses. The Theophilanthropists were the most important of them. This sect consisted chiefly of moderate Republicans, and for a time it had a certain influence over individual Republican-minded members of the Directory. Its premise was the belief that the old religions were unsuited to the task of erecting a system of republican ethics and that without such a moral reform the republic would be deprived of any roots in the masses, in the morality of the people. Robespierre had already come to regard the great popular festivals, the republican customs of celebrating the salient events in daily life, birth, marriage, burial, as important instruments in the religious and moral edification of the people. In the speech to the convention already cited he spoke at length of the significance of popular festivals among the Greeks, in particular of the important role assigned to the independent activity of the people. He concludes that all this could be revived in France on a much greater scale. A system of such festivals would constitute the gentlest bond of fraternity and the most potent instrument of regeneration. Naturally enough, these somewhat external means of religious revival played a much greater part in the sectarianism after Thermidor than in the actions of a politician like Robespierre. We have already argued that historians like Allard and Mathies attached far too much importance to these religious movements. From our point of view, however, it is less important to consider the significance of these movements in France itself than to see how they were received in the retrograde society of Germany, and above all how they affected Hegel. We have no direct proof that Hegel concerned himself to any great extent with these religious phenomena. Nevertheless, it is extremely probable that he was acquainted with them. Mathies gives a detailed bibliography of the journals which published articles for or against the Theophilanthropists. Among these we find Wieland's Jeuskamica, one of the most widely read periodicals, as well as the Minerva of Archenhals. We have precise knowledge that Hegel both knew and read the latter publication. Since we also know that in Switzerland he followed a large variety of French journals, it would be extremely surprising, in view of his interest in the religious and moral regeneration of mankind, if he had no knowledge of the French religious movements at all. But of greater weight than these circumstantial arguments is the 15. Internal evidence. In the course of our discussion of Hegel's views on antiquity in the following chapters we shall talk at length of the great importance he attached to the popular festivals of Greece and the active participation of the people in Greek religious rites. His attitudes come very close to those of Robespierre in the speech from which we have already quoted. And as for the general elevation of morals with the aid of a new religion to be based on a regeneration of antiquity, it is evident that this lay at the heart of his interests at this time. Like most German idealists, Hegel regarded the moral regeneration of the people less as the product than as the prerequisite of revolution. Schiller had already put forward a similar view in the Aesthetic Letters which, as we have seen, made a great impression on Hegel. Schiller's attitude, however, is pessimistic. Just because he held the moral regeneration of the people to be the indispensable prerequisite of a successful revolution, he despaired that the latter would ever come about, even though he thought of the abolition of feudal absolutism as an historical and moral necessity. Even so, it is noteworthy that Schiller dismissed the idea that the state could bring about the regeneration of the people through education. The young Hegel parts company with Schiller here, since he is much more sanguine about the prospects for the regeneration of mankind and the onset of a revolutionary period in which humanity and freedom celebrate their rebirth. It is for this reason that religion plays such a major role in his early idealism. Still within the framework of Kant's ethics and social theory, he realizes that the state can do no more than compel its citizens to obey the law. It can enforce legality but not morality. But since he also believes that the stability of a government depends on its roots in the moral principles of the people, he casts around him in history to discover the factors that determine these moral principles. And he finds in religion the most efficacious of all such factors. Thus in Je Positivity of the Christian Religion, his most important treatise from the Berne period, he has this to say about the relations between the state and its citizens. The state can only induce its citizens to make use of these institutions by inspiring confidence in them. Religion is the preeminent instrument for this purpose, and whether or not it can fulfill this task depends on the use made of it by the state. This purpose is clearly in evidence in the religions of all people. One thing they all have in common is that they all aspire to create that moral climate which no application of civil laws can bring about. Here, we believe, the character of Hegel's early writings is plain for all to see. He believes that what he regards as the crucial turning points of history, namely the transition from Greek freedom to medieval and 16. Modern despotism, and the hoped for transition from this despotism to a new freedom, are intimately connected with religious movements. Both democracy and despotism require religions adapted to their needs if they are to survive. And it is apparent from what Mener said already that the way in which Hegel poses the question of a religion of the future and its role in the revival of classical antiquity has very close parallels with the illusions of the French revolutionaries and with religious and moral aspirations within the revolution. One of the inevitable consequences of Hegel's Germanness was that in his youth he reacted so powerfully to the least significant aspect of the French Revolution. In our further discussions, however, we shall see that even from this remote point of view he contrives to grasp a number of the objectively central moments of the socio-historical development. Of course, an essential part of idealism is its vast overestimation of the historical role of religion. And this overestimation is maintained throughout Hegel's career. As we shall see, Hegel later revised his early opinions very thoroughly on almost every important issue. But as late as his Berlin lectures on the philosophy of history, even in the midst of arguments dealing with the July Revolution of 1830, he still returns to the same problem. In the course of a diatribe against the liberalism of the countries of Western Europe he says, "For it is a false principle which maintains that the shackles of law and freedom can be cast off without a liberation of conscience, or that there can be a revolution without a reformation." It is evident that Hegel's youthful assumption of the historical efficacy of religion accompanied him admittedly with great modifications of substance throughout his life. This is the heritage of philosophical idealism that he never shook off. But for all that the N in Hegel's theological early period remains a legend created and fostered by the reactionary apologists of imperialism. Chapter 2. What is the meaning of positivity in Hegel's early works? Tuesday real issue of central importance in the works of Hegel's Bern period was that of positive religion, especially of positive Christianity. To present our conclusions first, we must assert that the heart of the matter is that for Hegel the positive religion of Christianity was a pillar of despotism and oppression, whereas the non-positive religions of antiquity were religions of freedom and human dignity. To revive these was the revolutionary challenge facing his generation. We must begin by clarifying Hegel's conception of positivity. He employs the concept in a number of places in his Bern writings and, in what follows, we shall allow Hegel to state the matter as far as possible in his own words. A positive faith is a system of religious propositions which are true for us because they have been presented to us by an authority which we cannot flout. In the first instance the concept implies a system of religious propositions or truths which must be pad to be truths independently own opinions, and which even if no man has ever perceived them and even if no man has ever considered them to be truths, nevertheless remain truths. These truths are often said to be objective truths, and what is required of them is that they should now become subjective truths, truths for us. The main point here is the independence of such propositions together with the demand that the subject should regard them as binding on himself even though he has not created them. Positivity, then, means primarily the suspension of the moral autonomy of the subject. To this extent it seems very close to Kantian ethics and does in fact contain a number of similar features. However, what Hegel means by the subject is something different from Kant's moral subject. For Hegel it is something social and historical. Admittedly, its definition is extraordinarily vague and unclear. What it amounts to inasmuch as it is more than a shorthand for the worldview of the Greeks, i.e. the historical and moral ideal is the identity of the moral autonomy of the individual with the democratic collective embracing the entire people. The contradiction between the subjectivity of the individual and the social activity of the totality arises in Hegel's view only with the breakup of the democracy. 18. 19. Of the polis and the intervention of the Christian religion. Thenceforth the Christian religion stands opposed to the individual as something objective, positive, and the need to obey its commandments is, on the one hand, a consequence of the loss of freedom and, on the other, a continuously self-reproducing process of oppression and despotism. In Hegel's view, this period of despotism extends to the present day and pervades every aspect of social life and ideology. He judges the moral degradation of men according to the degree to which they'll come to accept their loss of freedom and according to whether they solve the problems of ideology by orienting themselves towards it or towards submission to the positive authority. A passage from Hegel's travel journal, July to August 1796, reflects his mood precisely and illustrates even more clearly the general definition of positivity given above. At around this time he made a small tour of the Bernese Oberland and observed the poverty of nature there, and the great problems facing men who were trying to wrest a living from bad conditions through their own labor. As might be expected from his interests at this time, i.e. speculates about the religion, the worldview that would arise under such circumstances and comes to the following, highly characteristic conclusion. In these barren wastes cultivated men might well have invented all other theories and sciences, but one can scarcely believe that they could have thought of that part of the physico-theological argument which would demonstrate to man's pride that nature had prepared everything for his enjoyment and well-being, a pride which is characteristic of our age, in which man finds more satisfaction in the contemplation of all that has been done for him by an alien being, than in the consciousness that it is he who has furnished nature with all these purposes. Here we see the radical subjectivity of the early Hegel very clearly. Kant, too, had attacked the crude and dogmatic arguments from design in the so-called physico-theological proof of the existence of God. But Kant's theory had been to demonstrate the internal contradictions in such teleological views by showing the antinomies which spring from them. None of this interests Hegel. He is fascinated by the question of what sort of man is attracted by the physico-theological roof, what sort of man will reject it. Is a man proud of what he has made, or does he derive pleasure from the belief that an alien power, God, cares for him? Thus Hegel aims to purge morality of all theological positive elements, but unlike Kant, he does not do this because the objects of theology are unknowable, but because he holds faith to be incompatible with CE and the dignity of man. Thus Hegel energetically repudiates the process by which Kant, who had dissolved 20 theological entities in a critique of pure reason, declaring them to be unknowable, later reinstated the very same entities, with the aid of the postulates of practical reason, and restored them to their place in his view of life. In this struggle against the revival with the aid of Kantian ethics, Hegel was not alone, his views were SR'd by his young friend Schelling. In a letter of 1795 Schelling complains to Hegel that in Tübingen, where he was studying, the critique of practical reason had infused new life into reactionary, orthodox theology. Every dogma imaginable has been converted into a postulate of practical reason, and where the theoretical and historical proofs are wanting, the practical reason, a la Tübingen, simply cuts the Gordian knot. It is blissful to be able to witness the triumph of these heroes of AAA. The lean years of philosophy that have been foretold, are now a thing of the past. In this battle Schelling based himself to a considerable degree on the philosophy of Fichte. Hegel was wholly in accord with Schelling in his attack on this new Kantian theology. His reply, however, contains a number of very characteristic features on which we must dwell a little. Above all, he shows very little interest in the strictly philosophical problems involved. At the same time he is revealed to be ideal Fichte. Having expressed his agreement with Schelling, he goes on. It is undeniable that Fichte, with his critique of revelation, has flung open the gate to the kind of nonsense you describe, and whose last act I can easily imagine. He has made only moderate use of it himself, but once his principles have become firmly established, it will not be possible to stem the tide of theological logic. Starting with the sanctity of God, he deduces what his moral nature impels him to do, and so reintroduces the old style of dogmatic reasoning. Now that moral faith has been re-established, it would perhaps be worth the effort to discover how far we may argue backwards from the newly legitimate idea of God, e.g. whether by way of justifying teleological arguments we may proceed from ethical theology to physico-theology and there hold sway unopposed. Looking back to the earlier passage on the physico-theological proof, it is clear that Hegel makes a much more thoroughgoing attempt than any of his contemporaries to liberate Kant's practical reason, the moral autonomy of man, from all elements of baloney, and that he regards all the efforts of Kant and Fichte in this direction as no more than a continuation of Christian positivity in a new guise. His reply to Schelling contains yet another passage of such absorbing 21. interest that we cannot forbear to quote it. Even though he remains fairly indifferent to the epistemological implications of positive religion and theology, he goes right to the heart of the social foundations of the debate and gives a very blunt, naturalist view of the social underpinning of this theological renaissance. What you tell me of the SIDI's place at theological, Kantian trends in philosophy in Tübingen is not at all surprising. Orthodoxy will never be budged as long as it is bound up with worldly advantage and so closely intertwined with the state as a whole. This interest is too powerful to be easily surrendered, and it has its effect without our ever quite realizing how widespread it is registered. We can see from this that Hegel has a much larger and more social understanding of the concept of the practical than Tid Kant, Fichte, and even the early Schelling. Hegel does, it is true, make Kant's practical concept of freedom the philosophical premise of his own demands for freedom and human dignity, but his idea of how to realize these demands is at once transferred to the social plane. And at this period he is not in the least concerned about the difficulties of combining this subjective, idealist premise with the real social and historical conclusions he draws from it. It is well known that, later on, Hegel both severely criticized the subjective nature of Kant's ethics and attempted to resolve the social problems implicit in this ethics on the basis of objective idealism, of an idealist dialectics of social development. In Bern, however, Hegel attempts an interesting socio-historical extension of the dualism of Kant and Fichte, which for him too necessarily arises from a subjective, idealist view of the nature of morality. Kant held that there are two utterly separate worlds with no mediating transitions, the world of ethics, of the intelligible self, the noumenon, in which the categories of the manifest world, causality, etc., have no validity, and the world of knowledge, of the empirical self, the phenomenon, where these categories hold sway. With his theory of the non-ego, i.e. the entire external world, posited by the ego, Fichte shifts the whole problem into the realm of general Bieta, where he converts Kant's explanation of ethics into the foundation and starting point of the theory of knowledge. As we shall see, this view in its turn has a pro-e on the early philosophy of Schelling. Hegel has a quite different approach to the problem of relating the free moral consciousness to objective reality. For him, too, objective reality is a dead, objective world of externals alien to the moral consciousness in all its living subjectivity. However, this antithesis is not eternal, it is no philosophical, epistemological antithesis as it is for Kant and his successors, it is instead an historical growth. It is the defining feature of the Middle Ages and the modern world. However, in the 22 city-states of antiquity it did not exist, and the idea that it could be abolished lies at the heart of Hegel's deepest hopes for the future. Only if we keep this in mind will we be able to grasp the full implications of the crucial issue of the Bern period, namely the meaning of positive Christianity. In Hegel's view, positivity is the actual social reality corresponding to Kant's ethical dualism. Only when we realize this will we be able to appreciate that Hegel's indifference towards Fichte's reform of Kantianism does not spring from an antipathy towards philosophy. It was important to avoid the impression that the Carly Hegel had no real philosophical problems and that his biography consists of the awakening of his philosophical instincts. On the contrary, we shall see later on that most of the elements peculiar to his thought grow organically from this conception of the antithesis between positivity and moral subjectivity. But problems of epistemology only become acute for Hegel and move to the forefront of his attention when the contradictions in his original view appear as the objective contradictions of social reality, i.e. when epistemology becomes dialectics of reality itself. It is this reason that this alien, dead, givenness of the laws of morality is the salient characteristic of positivity. An essential part of every moral law, he insists, is that the moral subject should legislate for himself. The Christian religion, however, proclaims the moral law as something external to us, as something given, and must therefore strive to win allo for it on other grounds. We may therefore regard Teza's defining feature of a positive religion that it posits the moral law as something given to mankind. This gives rise to a complex ethical casuistry within Christianity as contrasted with the free workings of an unspoiled moral sense in societies with a non-positive religion. The Christian religion possesses a code which prescribes partly what man ought to do, partly what he ought to know and believe, and partly what he ought to feel. On the possession and manipulation of this code rests the entire legislative and judicial power of the Church, and if the rights of human reason are incompatible with submission to an alien code of this sort, then the entire power of the Church, and if the rights of human reason are incomparites to ea for himself and to account to himself for the management of that law, since with that alienation he would cease to be a human being. Here we have a clear statement of the insoluble contradiction between positive religion and human freedom. In his most important work of this period in Bern, in the Positivity of the Christian Religion, from which we have already quoted, and from which we shall now cite further passages. 23. Hegel charts this antagonism through a number of spheres of moral life and for important aspects of problems of society. Positive religion, so depicted, is in Hegel's view the determining moment of the whole of life in the Middle Ages and modern times. Obviously its ramifications are felt even in the realms of knowledge, the understanding, and reason. According to Hegel, the loss of moral freedom necessarily entails the loss of the independent use of one's reason. The alien, lifeless, given and yet dominant object of positive religion destroys the harmonious and coherent life which man had earlier enjoyed in the age of freedom. It transforms the crucial issues of life into transcendental, unknowable problems inaccessible to reason. The emergence of such problems is likewise the consequence of positive religion in Hegel's view. Its power lies precisely in the fact that in every sphere of his thought and his being man acknowledges this alien authority. Once he has renounced his moral freedom, he can no longer resist the superior force of positive religion. So the tentacles of the latter reach out into every sphere of life and stifle every attempt to make free use of human reason. The capacity for this positive faith necessarily presupposes the loss of the freedom, the autonomy of one's reason, which henceforth stands helpless before a superior power. This is the point at which all belief or disbelief in a positive religion begins. At the same time, it is the center around which all disputes revolve, and even if it never rises to the surface of consciousness, it is nevertheless the deciding factor between submissiveness and rebellion. The orthodox must stand fast at this point and make no concessions. This dominance extends even into the realm of knowledge. The judgment of reason concerning the so-called historical truths of religion, to say nothing of miracles, must be that they are merely products of the imagination, fictions, etc. Positive religion cannot tolerate this. Recourse must be had, therefore, to a higher faculty before which reason must fall silent. Faith is erected into a duty and removed into a supernatural world to which the understanding has no access, and in this context faith means a configuration of events presented to the imagination while the understanding constantly searches for a different explanation. And what prevents the understanding from entering this world is duty, i.e. fear of a mighty ruler, which compels the understanding to collude in activities abhorrent to it. There can be no doubt, these ostensibly theological writings are one long indictment of Christianity. Every connoisseur of the literature of the Enlightenment will have been reminded by our quotations of the wider anti-religious struggles of that age. At the same time, however, it 24 is important to note not only the resemblances but also the methodological differences separating Hegel and the Enlightenment. We have already stated that Hegel, unlike Diderot, Holbach, or Helvetius, never attacked religion as such, but contrasted positive religion polemically with a non-positive religiosity. In this respect he comes closest to Rousseau. But there is a further point at which they diverge. The outstanding members of the Enlightenment, like Hegel, speak frequently of the degrading effects of Christianity, of its destruction of freedom and human dignity. but they never focus on this with the same exclusiveness as Hegel. For them it is no less important to confront the teachings of Christianity and religion in general with the facts of reality as established by science, and so to unmask the inner hollowness and the contradictions of religion. This motif plays a very subordinate role in Hegel's early Thou-ht. As we have noted, he mentions from time to time that the dogmas of Christianity are incompatible with reason and reality. However, this is of no more than passing importance for him. Even when he comes expressly to consider this question, he is less disturbed by the discrepancies between religious dogmas and the truths of science than by the immoral demands of the Church that human reason should accept such dogmas untested, positively, and that they should be made the objects of faith and religious feeling. This approach to the anti-religious struggle enables us to see just how the great writers of the French Enlightenment towered above the Carly Hegel. At the same time, we must admit that even though the subjectivism that led Hegel to this approach is itself the social and ideological product of the EAEEP state of Germany, the German Enlightenment and Kantian philosophy, etc., it likewise forms the foundations for his development, both the active side and the historicism of his method. Later on in this chapter we shall have to return to the question of the foundations and consequences of Hegel's view of positivity. We were concerned here only in sketching its basic features, its chief contours, with a view to clarifying his approach to the philosophy of history. As we have seen, Hegel is the advocate of the primacy of practical reason. He simply equates the absolute, the autonomous, and the practical. This exclusive sovereignty of the practical reason is the feature common to his early work and that of Schelling. In the context of the relation of practical reason to theology, we have already had occasion to observe both the identity of views and the divergences between Hegel and Schelling. Since the initial philosophical friendship and the later breach between Schelling and Hegel both play an important role in the emergence of the dialectic, we must necessarily acquaint the reader with his position at this period. In one of his earliest works, The New Deduction of Natural Law, Spring 1796, Schelling declares, in agreement with positivity in Hegel's early works 25. Fichte, and in terms that show a definite parallel to Hegel's idea of positivity, that the absolute, the unconditional, can never be an object. As soon as I attempt to hold fast to it as an object, it returns to within the confines of the contingent. Whatever is an object for me, can only appear. As soon as it becomes more than appearance, my freedom is destroyed. If one am to realize the unconditional, it must cease to be an object for me. The absolute is thus identical with the ego. Schelling's views with all their implications emerge even more clearly in a small essay not intended for publication and of which we possess a fragment in a copy by Hegel dating from 1796. The copy begins with the section on ethics. We do not know what preceded it. Perhaps some of it has been lost, perhaps, not untypically, he copied out only this one section. Schelling declares here that the whole of philosophy, he uses the term metaphysics, is identical with morality, an approach first developed by Kant but by no means exhausted by him. It is a view that must lead to quite original conceptions of nature and the natural sciences. We see here the seeds of Schelling's later visions of natural philosophy. What concerns us, however, is his view of society and the state. Schelling has this to say on the subject. From nature I come to the works of man. Guided by the idea of humanity, I intend to show that there can be no idea of the state, since the state is mechanical, just as there can be no such thing as the idea of a machine. Only that which is free can be called an idea. We must therefore transcend the state. For every state must treat free men as cogs in a machine, and this must be prevented. Hence the state must cease to exist. Proceeding from these considerations, Schelling goes on to set out the principles for a history of mankind and to expose the entire wretched hodgepodge of the state, constitution, government, and legislature. This is to be followed by his ideas about morality and religion. The destruction of all false gods, the persecution of the priesthood with their new hypocritical adoption of reason, all this to be brought about by reason itself. The absolute freedom of all spirits who bear the intellectual world within themselves and who may seek neither God nor immortality outside themselves. The fragment closes with the proclamation of aesthetics as the eye of the philosophy of mind and with a call for the creation of a new, popular mythology. In these scattered remarks it is not hard to discern the important 26 themes of his famous period in Jena when he developed his speculations in natural philosophy. Nor is it any more difficult to perceive how close Schelling's application and extension of practical reason comes to Hegel's concept of positivity. It is easily comprehensible, therefore, why in their youth Reine and Hegel should have regarded each other as allies. But it is no less important to see that even at this early stage there were profound as yet unavowed differences between the two men. As we have observed, Schelling's rejection of positivity goes far beyond anything contemplated by Hegel. In principle and right from the start he regards the state and all its works as positive in his sense. The liberation of mankind is identical for him with liberation from the state. This shows that at this early stage Schelling does not share, or has ceased to share, Hegel's revolutionary hopes for a radical regeneration of society and the state, a regeneration that will result in the abolition of their positive qualities. He thus transforms Hegel's revolutionary utopia in which mankind is liberated from the state. And it is equally evident that such a view is very closely connected, whether as cause or effect is of little moment, with Schelling's energetic defense of Fichtenism at this time. Hegel differs from his philosophical ally above all by virtue of his much more historical approach. He does not imagine every state to be positive, only the despotic state from imperial Rome to the present day. The state of antiquity stands in sharp contrast to this. It is the product and expression of the free self-activity of man, of democratic society. Hence his goal and his perspective on the future is not the destruction of the state in general, but the reconstruction of the non-positive city-states of antiquity, of their free, spontaneous democracies. In appearance and by comparison with the methodological practices of the age, Hegel's approach is far less philosophical than Schelling's. Schelling operates with pairs of opposites derived from Kant and Fichte: freedom and necessity, essence and appearance, opposites that coincide much more directly in Fichte's thought and his own, than they do in Kant, and he uses them in such a way as to turn epistemology wholly into ethics. And in this ethics anything which is not the subject of praxis, becomes a mere object, or in Hegel's terminology, is merely positive. This world of lifeless objectivity is identical with the Kantian world of appearances. Only through praxis does man come into contact with true reality, with essence. We can now clearly see the connection between Schelling's use of Kantian epistemology and his own anti-historical standpoint. At the same time we can see why Hegel, for whom positivity was essentially an historical problem, could find little to interest him in the extension of Kant's theory of knowledge at the hands of Fichte and Schelling. 27. Hegel's indifference to his friend's ethical epistemological constructions does not imply the absence of philosophical interests. In reality, we can see here the seeds of Hegel's later method of combining philosophical and conceptual problems with the historical development of objective reality. When he takes the concept of positivity, which in theology and jurisprudence had been a general, unhistorical concept PCOs as the polar opposite to the natural religion of the deists or alternatively to natural law, and when he puts it at the very center of his thought he takes the first, unconscious step in the direction of his later dialectical view of history. Of course, we must emphasize once more that at this time Hegel not only did not see the full philosophical implications of his approach, he scarcely concerned himself with his own philosophical premises. The IL aspect of Hegel's method developed only gradually. Definite signs of it, in particular the distinction he makes between classical antiquity and Christianity, are in evidence from the start as far as we can see from the available sources. But his historical method matured only slowly. We shall see, in our discussion of his Frankfurt period in Part IL, how the historical concept of positivity gains in flexibility and depth. In his student days in Tübingen his methods still have a marked tendency towards anthropology and psychology. We have already mentioned that we possess a relatively rich harvest of notes and excerpts dealing with the anthropological treatment of mental faculties, of the various physical and mental qualities of man, a collection which has drawn on almost the entire literature of the German Enlightenment. These extracts, which have only appeared in the last few decades, first in the journal Logos, then in Hofmeister's book, have not been exploited by students of Hegel. In particular, no research has been carried out on the question of the extent to which they were incorporated into the anthropological sections of the Phenomenology and the Encyclopedia. This question naturally goes beyond the framework of the present study. We should only like to make the general methodological remark that the historicization of anthropology forms part of the general pattern of Hegel's overall development. This is not just confined to the Phenomenology, where he attempted to integrate pei of anthropology in an historical, dialectical process. It also forms an integral part of his entire later system. Thus concepts like intuition, Anschauung, Idee-Vorstellung, Konzeptbegriff, all of which appear in the original notes as anthropological problems, reappear in the later works as systematic principles: intuition, aesthetics, idea, religion, concept, philosophy. Furthermore, they provide the foundation for his system of periodization: aesthetics, antiquity, religion, Middle Ages, philosophy, the modern world. What interests us here is the original anthropological contrast of 28. Memory and imagination. At this time Reds made a distinction between objective and subjective religion. For objective religion, the understanding and memory are the effective forces at work. Practical knowledge may be a part of objective religion, but if so, it is no more than objective religion can be organized in the mind, it can be systematized and put into a book or presented to others in the form of a speech. Subjective religion finds expression only in feelings and actions. Subjective religion is alive, inwardly, in essence, it is sheer efficacy, and outwardly it is activity. He goes on to compare subjective religion to the living organisms of nature and objective religion to the stuffed animals in scientific collections. This contrast is typical throughout the whole Bern period, and the reader will have observed that the objective religion of the Tübingen notes represents an early form of the positive Christianity of Bern. I need cite only one further sentence from the Bern Historical Studies to illustrate the continuity of thought: memory is the gallows, on which the Greek gods have been hanged. Memory is the grave, the repository of the dead. The dead dwell in it as dead matter. They are exhibited there like a collection of stones. This is followed by a sharp attack on Christian ceremony: this is the activity of the dead. Man strives to make himself into an object, submit entirely to the rule of an alien force. Such service is called worship. Hegel's position in Tübingen centers on a very sharp, enlightened polemic against objective religion. In his eyes, only subjective religion has any value. Admittedly, the latter still retains an unhistorical inflection, derived from the natural religion or religion of reason typical of the Enlightenment. Lessing deals the most potent influence here. Subjective religion is found among good men, objective religion can be of whatever color you please, it hardly matters which. What makes me a Christian in your eyes, makes you a Jew in mine, Nathan says, Nathan the Wise, Act 4, SC 7. For religion comes from the heart, which is often unfaithful to the dogmas accepted by the understanding or the memory. Registered in the Tübingen period, the antithesis of objective and subjective religion often cuts across the other antithesis of public and private religion. A synthesis of the two pairs of opposites is only achieved in Bern. But even in Tübingen, Hegel makes a distinct parallel between the subjective 29. The public on the one hand, and the objective and the private on the other. Here we have palpable evidence of Hegel's dialectical method, long before dialectics as such became a conscious problem for him. For any formal, metaphysical approach would undoubtedly connect the subjective with the private rather than the public. If Hegel now spontaneously bursts the confines of Lec Stees Nina, this is due partly to the growing effect of his historical awareness, and partly to the irresistible longing for freedom released by the impact on him of the French Revolution. In his view, subjective religion is a genuinely popular religion, and the requirements which such a religion must satisfy are formulated as follows. 1. Its teachings must be based on universal reason. 2. The imagination, the heart, and the senses should not go away empty-handed. 3. It must be designed so that all the needs public acts of the state combine with it. And in the negative, polemical section that follows, Hegel repudiates every faith based on fetishism, including that of the pseudo-enlightened apologists of Christianity. Hegel's language here is perfectly unambiguous. We need only add that he explicitly assumes the rationality of subjective and public religion. Thus the reactionary interpretations that regard Hegel's contrast between memory and the imagination as the sign of his irrationalism can be seen to be nothing more mere slanders and distortions. As for the social content of his requirements, Hegel does not leave his view in doubt. He emphasizes that public religion should not just contain commandments and prohibitions, such as "thou shalt not steal," but it must above all include less obvious factors which are indeed often the most important. Chief among these are the improvement, the ennobling of a nation's spirit so that its sense of dignity, so often dormant, should be aroused in its soul, so that the people should not throw itself away, nor permit itself to be thrown away. Thus even the Tübingen student already conceives of subjective, public religion as the religion of the self-liberation of the people. Chapter 3. Historical Perspectives and the Present. Hegel, we may say, attempted to turn subjective, public religion into the foundation, the chief support of freedom movement in Germany. We have already seen that these endeavors led to a strange mixture of historical objectivity and radical, philosophical subjectivism. Hegel's historical program in Bern was to trace the democratic subjectivism of society in its highest and most developed form in antiquity. He went on to in his colors the decay of that world and the emergence of the lifeless, anti-human, despotic period of positive religion, and from a contrast of these two he tried to gain a perspective on the future emancipation. Thus the contrast between antiquity and Christianity, subjective and positive religion, was the foundation of Hegel's political philosophy in Bern. The practical character of his philosophy has naturally been noticed even by his reactionary interpreters. Hering goes so far as to place this problem in the center of his study when he describes Hegel's popular pedagogic leanings as the most significant elements of his development. There is nothing to object to in AE, of course. But Hering and other reactionary apologists make a point of interpreting Hegel's early views from the reactionary features of his later political position, implying that these constituted the ever-present essence of Hegel's philosophy and making every possible use of the many, inevitable confusions in his early thought, especially in the realm of religious thought, to prove the existence of reactionary tendencies at the very heart of his philosophy. Of course, Hegel's early republican leanings cannot be entirely ignored. They are indeed obscured or overlooked wherever possible, but they cannot be wholly disregarded. The imperialist apologists find their way out of the impasse by dismissing his republicanism as an infantile disorder. Franz Rosenzweig, for example, regards Hegel as a precursor of Bismarckian politics. Distorting and suppressing the available evidence in a completely anti-historical fashion, he firstly obscures the fact that even in his old age Hegel was never a precursor of Bismarck and that even his reactionary views were quite different from those of Bismarck. Secondly, he suppresses all the great historical crises, der Mittelalter, the fall of Napoleon, which had such a great influence on Hegel's political development and ended up by inducing that mood of profound resignation so characteristic of so many important Germans who had 31. 32. Hoped that the Napoleonic age would bring about a regeneration of their own country. One thinks here of the later Goethe. By discovering Hegel's similarity to Bismarck prefigured in his soul from youth onwards, it becomes easy to represent his republicanism and his whole relationship with the French Revolution as something superficial that is gradually discarded with increasing maturity. Such writers remain quite unmoved by the fact that even the writings of the old Hegel state unambiguously his view that the French Revolution was historically inevitable and that it forms the basis of modern culture, etc. We need give only one example of this ingenious mixture of quotation and omission. Rosenzweig, in his discussion of one of Hegel's early political writings, quotes all sorts of statements implying an anti-republican position, hostility to the Enlightenment, etc. Then, with apparent objectivity but in effect blurring the truth, he adds contemptuously. But of course at this time Hegel's admiration for monarchy was only skin deep. We already know how closely the practical character of Hegel's philosophy was connected with his political dreams. We must now go on to show, with the aid of quotations, just how he saw the contemporary state of Germany as the product of that development whose chief characteristic he described as positive religion. This will help us to see why the emphasis on the freedom and democracy of antiquity implied a revolutionary contrast with the state of Germany at the time. After what we have said, it will come as no surprise to see that Hegel's views here too begin with religion and the AE tradition. Thus, speaking of the German tradition, he says, "Our tradition, folk songs and such like. There is no Harmodius, no Aristogiton to merit undying fame because they defeated their tyrants and gave equal rights and laws to their people, men whose names live on in the mouths of the people, in their songs. What does the historical knowledge of our people amount to? We lack a specific, national tradition. Our memory and imagination are filled with the prehistory of another people, with the et and misdeeds of kings who do not concern us." In this context, Hegel compares German and Greek architecture. His interest here is not primarily aesthetic. He is much more concerned with the different ways of life, the free, beautiful life of the Greeks, and the narrow, petty, Philistine life of the Germans, a life punctuated only by uproarious and stupid drunkenness. The difference in architecture is merely an expression of the different life contents of the two peoples. Here too we find an approach that will later reappear in the aesthetics. 33. Albeit at a quite different level of dialectical argument and historical concretization. We must turn once again to the principal writings of the Bern period, the positivity of the Christian religion, to A.E. Hegel's most important observations about contemporary Germany. He talks there of the way in which first the Roman conquest and later Christianity destroyed the primitive national religions, including those of the Germans. And the development of Germany was of the sort that could provide no sustenance for a national, religious imagination. With the possible exception of Luther among the Protestants, who could be our heroes, when we have never formed a nation? Who could be our Theseus, to found our state and provide us with laws? Where are the Harmodiuses and Aristogitons, the liberators whom we would celebrate in our scholia? The wars which have devoured millions of Germans were wars fought for the glory or independence of our princes. The nation was no more than a tool, and even though the people fought bitterly, they would not have been able to say at the end why or what they had gained by it. And Hegel goes on to give a sceptical account of the living heritage of Protestant historical traditions, making the point that the German powers that be were not interested in ensuring the survival of the liberating aspect of Protestant tradition among the people. This analysis leads Hegel to the conclusion that the German people, which suffers from the EAE of an indigenous religious imagination organically growing up alongside and interwoven with its history, is in addition entirely lacking in political imagination *, and this absence of a national life of the imagination pervades the whole of German culture. Typically, what interests him primarily is not the great achievements of German culture, although he was intimately aware of them, but the absence of a popular German culture, with real roots in the people. This lack is the of his complaints against contemporary German culture. The charming jeu d'esprit of Holte, Berger, and Musaz in this sphere are quite lost on our people, whose general level of culture is too low for it to be receptive to the pleasures they offer. Similarly, the imagination of the more educated classes of the nation inhabits a realm quite different from that of the lower classes, and the latter simply do not understand the characters and scenes of those authors and artists who cater for the former. Here too he makes a comparison with antiquity, pointing out that in Greece it was precisely the greatest art, that of Socrates and Phidias, that was of the people and could move the entire nation. 34. In this context, Hegel defends the idea of a future German culture built on classical foundations. The growing influence of classical culture was the sine qua non of true progress and, in particular, he combats the views of Klopstock, whose poetry has its sources partly in the early history of the German people, e.g. the battle in the Teutoburger Forest, where Hermann or Arminius defeated the Roman legions under Varus in AD 108 transaction, and partly in the Judeo-Christian tradition, the latter as a belated and enfeebled echo of the ideological traditions of the English Revolution as mediated by Milton. To Klopstock's anti-classical, is Achaia the fatherland of the Tuiscones, registered Hegel replies firstly with a lengthy argument to the effect that the artistic regeneration of the ancient German tradition was a task as hopeless as Julian's attempt to revive classical religion. That dream of ancient Germany finds nothing to correspond to it in our age. In the world of our ideas, opinions, and beliefs it is as isolated and as alien as the Oceanic or Indian traditions, and on the issue of a Judeo-Christian revival he retorts. And what the poet says of Greek we could say with equal justice of Judaic and ask, is Judea the fatherland of the Tuiscones? Here, too, especially on the issue of the old German tradition we find Hegel putting a point of view he will retain his whole life long. He does not only have political objections to the wars of liberation, i.e. the war against Napoleon tyrants, he also regards with hostility all the neo-Germanic aspirations of the Romantics. This too has been ignored or reinterpreted by the imperialist critics who endeavor to make Hegel into a romantic. This image of the pettiness and the lack of freedom of modern Germany, of the absence of a true popular culture, is closely linked with Hegel's overall democratic outlook at this period. During his stay in Bern, a city ruled at the time by a patrician, and Hegel reaches the same negative conclusions about a Swiss city as about Germany. And his judgment is even more explicitly political, since he can speak more freely in a letter than in writings intended for publication, where he would have to keep the German censors in mind. Writing to Schelling on April 16, 1795, he says, "Every 10 years the Concile Souverain increases its membership by roughly the numbers that have been lost during this period. You can have no idea of how human the whole business is. The intrigues among cousins and aunts at our princely courts are as nothing compared to the combinations here. The father nominates his son, or the 35 son-in-law who brings in the greatest marriage portion, etc. To get an aristocratic constitution you just have to spend a winter here before the Easter selection." This letter needs no commentary. His Bern experience evidently inspired in him an undying contempt for such aristocratic oligarchies. His dislike does not even abate when his other political opinions of the Bern period have been long since revised. Hegel considers such political and cultural conditions to be the product of a development inspired above all by the hegemony of positive Christianity. And if he could refer to the uncain of the French Revolution even in his old age, we can form some conception of the impatience with which he had awaited the regeneration of the world. This regeneration underlies his critique of Christianity, and its positive content is the revival of the classical tradition. Hence, his analysis and praise of Greek democracy has a great immediate, political significance. Here too Hegel's views have many precedents. In the great class struggles surrounding the liquidation of feudalism, the model of Greek democracy played a leading role in the writings of the ideological vanguard from the Renaissance on. One of the greatest failures of the historiography of ideology is that the relationship between the classical revival and the struggles of the bourgeoisie for emancipation has never been adequately explored. Indeed, bourgeois historians have been at pains to obliterate the traces of this relationship, preferring to interpret the classical revival as an imminent concern of art or philosophy, etc. Nevertheless, a true history of these ideological conflicts would show the intimate connections in every sphere from the plastic arts right through to politics and history. Furthermore, to make the point negatively, it would show how the reverence for antiquity at once lost its progressive significance and degenerated into empty academicism as soon as the socio-political content disappeared in the course of the 19th century. Naturally, we cannot attempt even an outline of the development from Machiavelli, via Montesquieu, Gibbon, etc., to Rousseau, in whose work, as Engels has emphasized, we find the first beginnings of a dialectical approach to the study of society. It is apparent from the foregoing that Hegel was thoroughly conversant as the larger part of this literature. The exception is Machiavelli, whose works he appears to have read later, probably towards the end of his stay in Frankfurt. But even discounting these literary influences, we can see that Hegel's admiration for the classical tradition was closely connected with this development, since it was on that tradition that the political philosophy of the French Revolution, and the systematization of its heroic illusions, was based. The leading Jacobins were the immediate pupils of Rousseau. 36. Even though the Jacobin ideology of the revival of classical democracies was the heroic illusion of plebeian revolutionaries, it was by no means entirely arbitrary. Its exponents based their views on very real socio-economic premises. The distinction between them and the less radical supporters of a revolutionary democracy was itself economic. The radical Jacobins believed that the relative equality of wealth forms the foundation of real democracy, that the growth of inequalities among the citizens of a state leads inexorably to the destruction of democracy and to a new despotism. This doctrine appears in the radical parts of the literature on the classical revival referred to above, and the idea that the relative equality of wealth is the premise of a democratic society reaches its peak in Rousseau's Social Contract. The importance of the debates on this issue during the Revolution itself can be seen in any scrupulous history of the period. We need cite only a few instances. Thus in a frequently essay by Rabat Saint-Étienne in the Chronique de Paris of 1793 we find the following demands. 1. The most equitable division of wealth possible. 2. Laws to preserve these and to prevent future inequalities from arising. Degree Rabat generally went along with the Gironde. However, this proposal naturally met with no response from them. Similarly, in the same year we find in the Révolution de Paris. In order to prevent great inequalities from arising in the wealth of the universally equal republicans, an upper limit must be established above which acquisitions will not be permitted, even assuming the payment of the appropriate taxes. Likewise, a resolution of the People's Club of Castors determined never to deviate from our true principles, and never to admit as a member any man with great wealth unless he is known as a pure and ardent patriot who has made every effort in his power to eliminate this inequality. Finally, in the debate on progressive taxes and forced loans in 1793, Cambon stated, "This system is the most rational and the one best in harmony with our principles, for such measures will bring about that very equality which some people would consign to the realm of fiction." Registered such illustrations could be multiplied at will. Marx has ruthlessly unmasked the illusory character of the Jacobin aspiration to revive the classical tradition, by analyzing the very economic circumstances underlying the two movements. In The Holy Family he writes, 37. Robespierre, Saint-Just and their party perished because they confused the realistic, democratic republic of antiquity based on actual slavery, with the spiritualist, representative democratic state of modern times, with its basis in emancipated slavery in bourgeois society. What a colossal illusion to have to acknowledge and to sanction in the rights of man our modern bourgeois society, the society of industry, of universal competition, of private interests freely pursuing their own ends, of anarchy, of individuality alienated from its nature and its spirit, while at the same time, having been forced subsequently to annul the manifestations of the life of that society in separate individuals, they strive to model the political head of the society in classical form. However, in France itself these illusions were the heroic illusions of plebeian revolutionary politicians, i.e. notwithstanding their illusory character they were closely bound up with particular elements of the political actions of the plebeian party in the years 1793 to 94. Hence it was possible to carry out certain political measures essential in real terms, even with the aid of such a misconceived rationale. It is enough if we cite two instances. First, at a time when France was threatened by the coalition of European powers, the exigencies of the war made it necessary to pass a series of compulsory measures both to counteract counter-revolutionary tendencies, even in the bourgeoisie, and to ensure the maintenance of supplies to the army and the poorer sections of the population of the cities, The social basis of radical Jacobinism. Second, the radical prosecution of the democratic revolution involved the confiscation and distribution of a large number of feudal estates, and so in intention and, for a time at least, in reality it brought about a partial scaling down of landed property to the level of small peasant holdings. Thus, in line with Marx's criticisms, we see that the actions of the Jacobins were based on illusions in the sense that they failed to understand the real socio-political grounds for their revolutionary measures, and they beiden seal als ideas about their effects. However, their misconceptions do not negate the democratic, revolutionary essence of their actions. On the contrary, the living dialectical contradiction characteristic of this period of the revolution is the product of this indissoluble mixture of correct, plebeian revolutionary olices and fantastic illusions about the general direction of the forces once so society unleashed by the revolution. It is from this standpoint that we must examine the relation of the ideological forerunners of the revolution to the Jacobins themselves. Marx has pointed out, very rightly, that the Jacobins entirely neglected the real basis of the society of antiquity in slavery, because they were incapable of integrating the position and role of the proletariat in their picture of bourgeois society. This fundamental error does not, however, invalidate. 38. What was within certain definite limits a correct feeling that there was a genuine parallel between Greek society and a modern society based on roughly equal small holdings. Marx clearly established this parallel. This independent ownership of free small holdings as the dominant, normal form of ownership constitutes on the one hand the economic foundation of society in the greatest periods of classical antiquity, and on the other hand we also find it recurring in the modern world as one of the forms resulting from the dissolution of feudal landed property. Thus we find the yeomanry in England, the peasantry in Sweden, and the French and West German peasants. For the fullest development of this mode of production, the ownership of land is as indispensable as the ownership of tools is necessary for the free development of handicraft. It forms the basis for the growth of personal independence. These observations are of outstanding importance for our discussion. Above all, Marx dryly points to the economic connection between the golden age of the ancient democracies and the relative equality of peasant ownership. For just as the emancipated freeholders formed the eve of the army in the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, so too in the English Revolution the yeomanry were the backbone of the armies that freed the nation from the yoke of the Stuarts. To this extent, then, the illusions of the Jacobins had real economic substance. The illusory side of their views is shown in their conviction that what was a transitional stage on the way to an advanced capitalism was a permanent condition of an emancipated humanity, i.e. they attempted to perpetuate what could be no more than a passing phase. The historical studies of Marx and Engels have produced voluminous evidence of the falsity and insubstantiality of these illusions. Engels, for example, points out that a century after the yeomanry had fought Cromwell's battles, that same yeomanry had vanished almost without trace amid the storms of primitive accumulation, of enclosures, etc. And Marx in his historical works on the French Revolution of 1848 has shown that the French smallholders were liberated from the yoke of feudalism only to find themselves beneath the much heavier yoke of capitalist money lenders. The illusion of the Jacobin revolutionaries, then, consists merely in their failure to note the fact that their revolutionary measures actively unleashed the forces of capitalist development. This idea and this reality exerted an extraordinarily profound influence on contemporary German philosophy. But as we come to look at this influence in greater detail, we must again remind ourselves that even though German philosophy echoes the events of the French Revolution, these echoes are of the economic and political backwardness of the country. We have already asserted that the idealist character of 39. German philosophy is to be attributed to this backwardness. Now we must go further and note as the effect of this idealism the fact that the philosophers tended to concentrate on those aspects of the revolution which express the most wayward illusions of those participating in it. That is to say, the German philosophers of the 1790s seized hold of these illusions, thus strengthening their illusory nature. These illusions were in themselves idealist distortions of objective reality. In their German form they became even more distorted. What we find are illusions of illusions. Of all the German philosophers, Fichte was the one who came down most emphatically in favor of the French Revolution. His first books, published anonymously, were open pamphlets in defense of the revolution and in opposition to its enemies, the absolutist feudal monarchies of Europe. And as late as 1796, when he began to systematize his views on practical philosophy in the narrower sense, in his Foundations of Natural Law, he drew the most radical conclusions from the illusions of the Jacobins. Like the traditions of jurisprudence of the 17th and 18th centuries, Fichte's natural law was based on the idea of a social contract. However, it was modified on the one hand by the subjectivism of Kant and on the other by the social views of the Jacobins. Hence for Fichte the social contract implied the obligation of society to provide for the existence of its members within the framework of a relative equality of wealth. He writes, "All rights to property rest on the contract of all with all. This contract states, we all retain our property on the condition that we leave you one and possession of yours. As soon as a man cannot live from his work, i.e. as soon as he is not left in possession of his own, then as far as he is concerned the contract is null and void, and from that moment on he is no longer bound by law to recognize the property of any man." These views of Fichte come close to those of the extreme left wing of the Jacobins. And interestingly, of all the German philosophers it was Fichte who adhered to them longest. Referring to the closed commercial state, Benjamin Constant noted scornfully at one point that Fichte was still writing in 1800 about a utopia whose principles were largely identical with the socio-economic policies of the last period of Robespierre's regime. Of course, we must at once add the qualification that through his systematization Fichte became part of the trend that exacerbated these idealist illusions. Fichte's later development, the internal conflicts arising in his thought in consequence of his joining the national liberation movement, do not fall within the scope of this work. A brief indication, however, was necessary since in Fichte's case, too, PE historiography has ignored or the real problems and conflicts. 40. Even in his burn period Hegel never went as far as Fichte. We have already seen from his letter to Schelling how hostile he felt towards the radical, plebeian wing of Jacobinism. This it cannot be denied that the Rousseausk and Jacobin idea of the relative equality of wealth supplies the economic underpinning for his philosophy of the revolution. But his position has one peculiarity which we must take note of here, even though we shall defer our analysis of it until our discussion of his views on Christianity and antiquity. Briefly, it is the curious fact that in Hegel's eyes antiquity appears as an age almost without an economy. Hegel starts with a dogmatic assumption of a relative equality of wealth in the Greek city-states and then goes on to analyze only the political, cultural, and religious features in which their specific nature is revealed. In contrast to this, his observations on Christianity are full of remarks however naive about economics. For his view here is that this age is the age of the private individual who is exclusively concerned with his own property. Thus for the early Hegel the decline of the public life of antiquity and the emergence of the age of despotism constitute the period of economic life as he understands it. Only after his Jacobin illusions have come into conflict with reality does I feel the need for a greater grasp of economic problems. It is very characteristic, therefore, that it is not until relatively late, in his Jena period in fact, that he comes to appreciate the role of slavery in classical Greece. This should not be taken to mean that Hegel was blind to social problems at this time. On the contrary, the problem of the division of labor plays a very important role in his analysis of the difference between antiquity and Christianity. That his analysis is not free from illusions, however, can be seen from his idealized views of antiquity as an age notable for the absence of a division of labor and from his hope that a democratic revolution would mean the return of that happy state. In itself, of course, the critique of the capitalist division of labor was a progressive element in humanist philosophy at this period. Schiller in particular deserves praise for having made the whole problem of such central importance. And we have already seen that Hegel read the relevant work, namely the letters on aesthetic education, with real enthusiasm. In a study of Schiller's aesthetics, I have shown at length that his critique of the division of labor under capitalism was not the product of the anti-capitalism oft-romantics, but represented the continuation of the best traditions of the Enlightenment, above all the work of Ferguson. It cannot be discovered with any certainty just how much Hegel was influenced here by Schiller, or indeed how much is to be traced back to Ferguson, whose works he undoubtedly knew. What is important here is the similarity of Schiller and Hegel vis-a-vis Ferguson. In the writings of both men, the economic basis of the division of labor is very much underplayed, and they are much more concerned about its ideological. 41. And cultural implications. Of course, Hegel's special emphasis is on political action rather than art as the chief path from fragmentation back to the humanistic ideal of wholeness. For Schiller, the greatness of classical art as the manifestation of man in an end state was a central theme. The same ideal reappears in Hegel in the form of the fully human, fundamentally political existence of the classical democracies. His interest in classical art is sporadic, and when it does occur, it is mainly by way of illustrating this central theme. Even more important is the distinction between the views of the two men in respect to the philosophy of history. Schiller's book was written at a time when he had already turned away from the French Revolution. It is consequently filled with pessimism about the future, and, equally naturally, antiquity has become magnified into a glorious age, providing an eternal model for all mankind. At the same time, this golden age now forms part of an absolutely irretrievable past. The Hegel of the Berne period finds himself at virtually the opposite standpoint. Antiquity survives as an actual, living example to mankind. It may have passed away, but we must revive it. In fact, this revival constitutes the central practical, cultural, and religious task of the modern age. Chapter 4. The Republics of Greece and Rome. For the early Hegel, then, classical antiquity constituted a utopian political contrast to the present. The fragmentary works of the Berne period published by Knoll give us a very clear idea of the way he saw your culture at this time. However, to grasp its full EA, we must refer to some fragmentary historical studies which illustrate its relation to the present much more vividly than Knoll's publications. Because of the importance of these fragments, and because of the systematic falsifications of Hegel's development by bourgeois scholars, we must ask for the reader's indulgence if we quote HR passages at length. In the states of the modern world, security of property is the axis around which all legislation revolves, and to big most of the rights of the citizenry pertain. In many of the free republics of antiquity, the constitution itself often encroached upon the strict right senior property, the concern of all our authorities and the pride of all our states. In the Spartan constitution, security of property and industry was almost entirely disregarded. Indeed, one can almost say that it was forgotten. In Athens, affluent citizens were usually SBR part of their wealth. However, this was normally done under an honorable pretext. The person whom the state wished to rob was given an office which required enormous expenses. The citizens were divided into tribes, and any member of a tribe who was elected to an expensive office could look around among the members of his tribe to see if he could not find someone wealthier than himself. If he succeeded in finding one and the latter claimed to be poorer, the first man could propose a mutual exchange of their possessions, a proposal which could not be refused. History shows in the cases of Pericles in Athens, of the patricians in Rome whose ruin the threatening power of the Gracchi and others vainly strove to avert by means of agrarian laws, and of the Medici in Florence, just how very dangerous the disproportionate wealth of a few citizens can become to even the freest form of constitution. It can even destroy freedom itself. It would be important to study how many of the strict rights of property would have to be sacrificed if a republic were to be introduced permanently. Perhaps the system of the sansculottes has been done a grave injustice by those who see rapacity as the sole motive underlying their wish for a greater. 43. 44. Equality of wealth. These remarks require no commentary from us, since we intend to cite further passages from the Berne studies that will illuminate them in a variety of ways. It was necessary to begin with this fragment because the connection between equality of wealth in antiquity and in the French Revolution, the problem of the equality of wealth as a foundation of republican freedom, emerges more clearly here than in most of Hegel's other Bern notes. More interesting perhaps is the following fragment written in French on the subject of the army and the conduct of war under a monarchy and a republic. The question of whether the fragment is the work of Hegel himself or only an excerpt has been the subject of fierce philological debate among his imperialist apologists. When Rosenkranz first published it, he described it as Hegel's own independent work and indicated that it was the concluding section of an essay dealing with the changes necessary within the armed forces when a state changes from a monarchical to a republican form of government. At this point we must again note that we have cause to regret the amazing negligence shown by Hegel's immediate disciples as the custodians of his posthumous papers. The manuscript of the essay whose conclusion Rosenkranz has published has been lost in the meantime. For their part, more recent representatives of modern scholarship, Lassen, Rosenzweig, Hofmeister and co. dispute the claim that the fragment could be Hegel's own work. The text reads more like demagogic speech by a French general than an essay by Hegel, Hofmeister observes. Of course, the substantive value of this criticism is more or less nil. For, in the first place, when it suits them, these neo-Hegelian gentlemen always appeal to the fact that Rosenkranz was a direct disciple of Hegel and enjoyed the benefit of still living traditions in his editorial labors, and only in instances such as this one do they realize that suddenly Rosenkranz, the first and most conscientious biographer of Hegel, is no longer reliable. In the second place, even if Hofmeister and co. were right and the fragment were no more than an extract from a French manifesto, it would still prove nothing. For it would still leave us with the question of why Hegel had chosen this manifesto to copy and in what context he had used it in the now lost essay. And since every unprejudiced reader of the Bern notes can see how well the fragment fits in with his entire philosophy of history and society, it becomes clear that the neo-Hegelians have done nothing to advance their cause with their sharp-wit philology. Here is the text of the fragment. Under the monarchy the people became an active force only for the duration of armed conflict. Like a paid army it had to keep its ranks in the heat of battle. But no sooner was the victory won than it had to 45. Return to a state of perfect obedience. Our experience accustoms us to seeing how at a word of command a mass of soldiers will enter into an organized fury of carnage and into the lottery of life and death, and how at another command they will again become peaceful. The same thing is required of a people that has armed itself. Here the word of command is liberty, the enemy tyranny, the commander-in-chief the constitution, subordination obedience to the representatives of the people. But there is a great difference between the passivity of ordinary military obedience and the ardor of an insurrection, between obedience to the order of a general and the flame of enthusiasm which liberty pours into the veins of every living creature. This is the sacred flame that tunes every nerve, and it is for its sake, for the sake of enjoying this fame of liberty, that every nerve is keyed up. These efforts are the enjoyment of liberty, and you wish it to be renounced. These occupations, this activity for the public cause, this interest is the driving force, and you want the people to sink into inertia and boredom once more? Both these passages speak a very clear language. They show how profoundly and intimately Hegel's enthusiasm for the classical democracies was interwoven with his attitude to the French Revolution. Our immediate task is to give a comprehensive picture of the classical ideal as cherished by Hegel in this period, and to do so as far as possible in his own words, since these are extremely telling and should not be weakened by paraphrase. We must begin our presentation with a lengthy general quotation from the chief work of this period, On Positive Christianity, to which we have several times referred, before proceeding to his views on specific aspects of classical culture. The Greek and Roman religions were religions only for free peoples, and with the loss of freedom the strength they provided, their sense and their appropriateness for man disappeared also. What is the use of an army of cannons that has run out of ammunition? It must go in search of other weapons. What is the use of a fisherman's net if the river has dried up? As free men they obeyed laws they had given themselves, they obeyed men they had installed in positions, i.e. they waged wars they had themselves resolved upon, gave of their property and their passions, and sacrificed thousands of lives for a cause that was their own. They neither learned nor taught, but lived in accordance with maxims, performing actions they could call their own. In public, private and domestic life every man was free, each lived according to his own laws. The idea of his country, of the state was the invisible higher thing for which he labored and which spurred him on. This was the ultimate purpose of the world, or at any rate of his world. 46. Purpose he found enacted in reality, or which he helped to enact and to maintain. His individuality bowed to his idea, he required subsistence, life, and permanence for it alone and could himself provide for his needs. It would not ever, or only seldom, occur to him to want or to implore permanence or eternal life for himself. Only in passive, inert moments would he feel a strong desire for something merely for himself. Cato only turned to Plato's Phaedo when his republic, his world, when what had been the highest order of things was destroyed, only then did he seek refuge in an even higher order. Their gods reigned supreme in the realm of nature, ruling over everything which makes man happy or unhappy. High passions were their work, as were great gifts of wisdom, eloquence, and of counsel. Their advice was sought about the successful or unsuccessful outcome of an enterprise. Men implored their blessing and gave thanks for gifts of every kind. When man came into open conflict with these rulers over nature, he could oppose them with his own freedom. Man's will was free, it obeyed its own laws. Men knew no divine ordinances, or if they called the moral law divine, it was not handed down to them on any tablets, it ruled invisibly. Antigone. At the same time, they acknowledged every man's right to his own will, be it good or bad. The good recognized their own duty to be good, but also respected the rights not to be able to achieve the same ideal. For this reason they reclaimed neither a divine morality, nor one invented or themselves for others to cleave to. Victorious wars, the growth of wealth and an increased familiarity with several comforts of life, with luxury, produced an aristocracy of wealth and military glory. This aristocracy acquired influence and power over many men who, corrupted by the sight of their deeds and even more by the use they made of their wealth, gladly and willingly granted them power and authority in the state. Soon the freely granted authority was maintained by force, and this in itself presupposes the loss of that feeling, that consciousness which Montesquieu calls virtue and makes into the essential principle of a republic. Its character is the ability to sacrifice an individual in order to save an idea that has been realized in a republic for its citizens. The image of the state as a product of his own activity faded from the soul of the citizen. Understanding and concern for society as a whole became the province of a single man, or a few men. Each man was assigned a more or less limited place, different from that of his fellows. The government of the state was entrusted to a small number of citizens, and they served as individual cogs whose value lay in their association with each other. The part assigned to each man in the fragmented totality was so minute in comparison to the size of the whole that the individual did not need to see or 47. Understand it. Usefulness to the state was instilled in its subjects. The state and the aim they all set themselves was acquisition and subsistence, and perhaps also vanity. All activity, all purposes henceforth referred to individuals. There was no longer any activity for the whole. For an idea each man either labored for was forced to work for another. The freedom to obey self-imposed laws, to follow self-imposed authorities in peace and in war, to obey generals who were implementing plans which all had resolved upon, all this died out. All political faded away. The law only gave the citizen a right to the security of property, the pursuit of which now filled his entire life. The phenomenon that tore to shreds the whole web of his intentions, the activity of his whole life, namely death, became something terrible for him, for nothing survived him, unlike the republican whose republic lived on after him, and so he began to conceive the vague idea that his soul must be immortal. The main outlines of Hegel's view of the democracies of Greece and Rome stand out very clearly. The implicit reference to the present, to the French Revolution, can hardly escape the unprejudiced reader, and this impression once strengthened by comparison with the passages cited earlier. It is revealing, for instance, often Hegel departs from the objective tone of the narrative historian and speaks simply of republicans and republican virtue, quoting Montesquieu admittedly, but the reader cannot thinking of the republican virtues proclaimed by Robespierre. The parallel is reinforced by the argument that the crucial factor in the decline of the republics of antiquity was the abolition of equality of wealth. Moreover, the reader cannot fail to be struck by the naive and ideological manner in which Hegel construes the transition from freedom to unfreedom. He sees the importance of the economic factors diagnosed first by Rousseau, but only abstractly and without being able to supply the concrete mediating links from them to the ideological problems that interest him primarily. Hegel's central ideological problem here is, once again, what he calls subjectivity in contrast to positivity. In the sphere of pure politics this can be expressed relatively clearly: men obey self-created laws, self-chosen authorities, the state is continually produced by their activity. And it is characteristic of Hegel's position at this stage that he rejects the idea of class, whether spiritual or secular, for this state of society. We have already seen how he disregarded the existence and significance of slavery in classical antiquity. His conception of classical society was essentially classless. As soon as class distinctions became economically and politically fixed, real freedom was at an end. We must emphasize that here too his account of the processes at work is extraordinarily abstract and very ideological. Thus in one of 48, the earliest Bern studies, he writes, "But when a class, either the ruling class or the priests, or both together, loses that spirit of simplicity which had brought into being and hitherto inspired their laws and ordinances, then not only is it irreparably lost but also the oppression and disinuring of the people is certain. For this reason, the mere division into classes is already dangerous to freedom, since it can foster an esprit de corps which can become a threat to the spirit of the whole degree. This rejection of the classes in a democracy is as determined as it is naive. Nevertheless, we should not overlook the fact that here in Hegel we see the first faint glimmerings of an understanding of Gentile society. Of course, even the later Hegel never acquired a definite conception of Gentile society. Bachofen was the first to develop any real understanding of that, despite the presence of idealist and mystical distortions in his work. But it is Dan Ce that the analysis of the tragic conflict of the Antigone in the Phenomenology of Mind, or the much later aesthetic conception of the heroic age, in the Aesthetics, contains strong suggestions of this state of society in a mystified form. In the early writings, Hegel's understanding of this issue is still highly abstract. On the one hand, there is abstract equality, classless society; on the other hand, the complete self-government, self-activity of the people. However, the sober and realistic appraisal of the facts of daily life, which we have already seen in his letter to Schelling about the material basis of orthodoxy, is never far from the surface. Thus it is not without interest to observe him speaking of the festivals of antiquity with the greatest enthusiasm, but without failing to point out that an essential feature of these festivals was that they were not merely arranged by the people, but that the ER also administered all the religious donations registered. The freedom and independence of the people is the source of the non-positive, non-fetishized, non-objective character of classical religion. Now Hegel is, of course, perfectly aware, despite his extreme subjective and idealist interpretation of practical reason, that a world wholly without objectivity, without any objectification of thoughts and feelings, is quite impossible. He therefore strives to define in a series of complex arguments and analyzes the specific character of the objectless objectivity of antiquity. I shall give an extreme and for that reason very revealing example from his numerous analyses of this issue. In the course of his historical studies, Hegel has occasion to speak of the role of women mourners at the public funerals in Athens. He comes to regard even tears as an objectification of grief. But since grief is essentially subjective, it only externalizes itself with 49. Reluctance. Only the gravest exigency can induce it to do so. This cannot take place through the agency of something alien to it. Only if it is given to itself will it possess itself as itself and as something partly outside itself. Speech is the purest form of objectivity in the eyes of subjectivity. It is not yet anything objective, but it is the movement towards objectivity. Lament in the form of a song achieves the form of beauty to a higher degree since it moves in accordance with rules. The elegies of women mourners are therefore the most human expression of grief, of the need to lighten one's burden by developing it to its fullest extent and contemplating it in its true proportions. This contemplation alone is the balm. The decisive moment here for Hegel is that the object is not fixed, not established forever. There should never be an ultimately defined object but only a progress towards objectivity and then a return to a modified purified subjectivity. This fee of reasoning is very closely connected with his purely political, republican image of antiquity. The life of man in Greece or Rome had its center in the realm of the public. At the same time, men are free, autonomous individuals with their own fates. Their private thoughts, feelings, and passions must be so constructed that they never remain fixed at this one point. They must always be able to flow smoothly back into the stream of public life. In this period Hegel frequently draws comparisons between Jesus and Socrates. He notes in passing the fetish involved in fixing the number of Jesus' disciples at 12, but his main point is that Jesus took his disciples out of society, out of life, cutting them off and turning them into men whose chief characteristic was precisely their disciplehood. In the case of Socrates, his disciples remain social, they stay as they are, their individuality is not remolded artificially. They return therefore into public life enriched. Each of his disciples was himself a master, many founded schools, several were great generals, statesmen, heroes of all kinds. Jesus, however, created a narrow-minded, closed sect. Among the Greeks he would have been an object of laughter in Hegel's view. Then, the ever-open road back into public life is the foundation for normal existence in the classical world, and this stands in sharp contrast to the deformed and deforming pathology of man under Christianity. Once again we can best throw light on Hegel's position by citing one of his more extreme examples. He repeatedly comes back to the distinction between the bacchantes of antiquity and the witches of the Middle Ages. In the Bacchanalia, Greek women were given room to express their pent-up passions. Their physical and emotional exhaustion was succeeded by their peaceful return to the realm of their normal feelings and their accustomed lives. Outside the festivals the savage Maenad was a rational woman. Thus the main point about the Greeks was the return to ordinary life, whereas in the witchcraft of the Christian age we find the advance from isolated outbreaks of madness to a thoroughgoing and permanent derangement of the mind. We are less concerned here with the accuracy of Hegel's interpretation of the classical bacchanalia, than with his general interpretation of life in antiquity, with the living interaction between public and private, with the free, creative suspensions of the private in public life that prove to be valid even where, as here, the more pathological sides of human nature are involved. The precise definition of this interaction is important for our understanding of Hegel because it enables us to see just how remote his republican end is from individualism in the modern sense. Indeed, we might argue that Hegel's position is the antipole of modern individualism. Hegel was of course perfectly familiar with the latter phenomenon, which, however, he thought of as the product of decadence, of positive religion and of the Christian era. It is highly indicative of Hegel's historical perceptiveness that for all the mystification and tortuousness of his subjective idealism, he nevertheless had a very clear insight into the connection between modern individualism as an ideology and a lifestyle, and the actual fragmentation and impoverishment of human personality in the course of the medieval and post-medieval periods. At the same time, he is equally aware of the fact that man can only develop a many-sided, mature personality if and when social conditions permit and encourage this sort of harmony, and if they promote a vital interaction between a man's public and private life. Hence the impoverishment and mutilation of man's life is one of the persistent themes of Hegel's critique of the modern world. He made excerpts from the great travel book by the Mainz Jacobin George Forster and was particularly impressed by the latter's contrast between the art and culture of antiquity and the modern world, which in Forster's case, too, stems from a republican spirit. Hegel's extracts are followed by this contrasting picture of life in modern and classical times. In a republic one lives for an idea, in a monarchy only for specific things. Even in a monarchy, men cannot dispense with ideas, they fix on a particular idea, an ideal. In a republic they live according to SL ideas as they ought to be. In a monarchy, they have an ideal, i.e. rarely something they have made themselves, a deity. In a republic, a great mind expends his entire physical and moral energies in the service of his idea, the sphere of his activity has unity. The pious Christian who dedicates himself to his ideal is a mystical fanatic. If his ideal fills him to the exclusion of all else, if he cannot divide his energies between this and his secular life, if all his strength goes in this one direction, a Madame de Guyon will be the result. The need to contemplate the ideal will only the overstimulated imagination, and even the senses will assert their rights. Examples are the countless nuns and monks who dallied with Jesus and dreamed of embracing him. The idea of the republican is of the sort that enables his noblest energies to find satisfaction in true labor, while that of the fanatic is a mere figment of the imagination. Hegel follows this up with a comparison, still based on Forster, of classical and Christian art, architecture in particular, which, as might be expected, comes down firmly on the side of classical art. But here too we must note that art is not considered for its own intrinsic value but as the expression of the different social lifestyles of the two great epochs. We can see how radically Hegel criticizes the whole modern tradition from a polemic directed against Schiller, whom he nevertheless greatly venerated even at this early period. In his unnaive and sentimental poetry of 1795–96, an essay of absolutely fundamental importance for the definition of modern literature, Schiller had indeed acknowledged the incomparable and undying greatness of classical poetry. At the same time, however, he attempted to provide an historical and philosophical justification of modern literature. Schiller's efforts in this scene, less than the similar tendencies in Goethe, had a profound influence on Hegel's later views on modern art. In this period, however, Hegel ignores these historical and philosophical discoveries. Indeed, without mentioning Schiller by name, he conducts a vigorous attack on one section of his treatise. On Naive and Sentimental Poetry contains a passage in which Schiller praises modern poets at the expense of classical ones for their superior representation of love. Without wishing to encourage sentimentality, Schwärmerei, which indeed does not enhance nature but abandons it, we may still believe, I hope, that in regard to the relations between the sexes and the emotion of love, nature can possess a nobler character than has been given it by the ancients. He supports his arguments with references to Fielding and Shakespeare. We must remind ourselves of the history of individual love and its 52. Reflection in poetry. In Friedrich Engels' key work The Origins of the Family, to appreciate the accuracy of Schiller's assessment of the historical factors, even though he could have no idea of their underlying causes. Hegel's polemic, B, is directed precisely at Schiller's genuine insight. In the modern overestimation of love, and its lower place in the scale of values of antiquity, he sees yet another instance of the socio-political contrast he discusses so frequently. He asks, does this phenomenon have nothing to do with the spirit of their, i.e. the Greeks' free life? He imagines a situation in which a knight regales Aristides, the Athenian statesman, with an account of all the deeds he had performed out of passion, without mentioning the object of these deeds. In this situation, Hegel remarks, would not Aristides, who did not know to whom or what this entire expenditure of feeling, action, and enthusiasm was devoted, exclaim in wonder, I have dedicated my life to my country, I have labored for it without expecting any distinction, or power, or wealth as reward. But I am aware that I would not have any so much for it, I could not have held it in the same unique and profound veneration as you have displayed. I know of Greeks who say done more, who were more greatly inspired, but I know of none who had ever attained the same heights of self-denial as yourself. And what was the object of your noble life? It must be infinitely greater and worthier than anything I can imagine, greater even than freedom and my country. Here, in Hegel's ironical repudiation of the entire modern cult of individual love, we find an inspired paean to the normative life of antiquity. Hegel rejects the sentimental culture of the modern world because it is exaggerated, because it squanders lofty feelings on merely individual, merely private, and hence unworthy objects. The only objects worthy of heroic deeds are freedom and one's country. These views contain a certain admixture of republican asceticism which likewise forms part of the armory of the followers of Rousseau and which Hegel had been prepared for philosophically by the idealist asceticism of the Critique of Practical Reason. However, his radicalism goes far beyond that of Kant, whom he criticizes for his inconsistent application of ascetic principles in morality. It is well known that in his Ethics Kant refused to permit any connection between the imperatives of duty and sensuality, or any suggestion that their form and content could be modified by men's claims to sensual happiness. Hegel is in agreement with this. Where he demurs is when, in drawing out the religious implications of his ethic, Kant introduces the $3 idea that we may become worthy of happiness, an idea which is closely connected to the sudden appearance of God as a postulate of practical reason. In this Hegel sees is all a renewal of positive religion. In his view, the Kantian ethic calls for an alien being, in whom the control over nature resides, a control which nature misses and which it can no longer afford to despise. In this philosophy, faith means a lack of awareness that reason is absolute, complete unto itself, that its infinite idea must be created from itself alone, free from the admixture of anything alien to it, and that this can be achieved only through the removal of that intruder, i.e. the Kantian God G.L., and not through his presence. The so conditioned ultimate purpose of reason provides a moral faith in the existence of God. Cannot be practical. Hegel here shows Kant's ethics to be inconsistent with its own premises. In the process he frees it from the proofs of the existence of God that Kant had smuggled back in at the cost of intensifying the asceticism of 7. He Critique of Practical Reason. However, this is not the decisive motif of Hegel's criticism. He does indeed believe that Kant's God is infected by the positivity he rejects so emphatically in his Bern period, but his ultimate objection to Kant's arguments is that he sees them as an obstacle to the creation of an heroic, republican morality, as an expression of modern Philistinism. Thus he observes scathingly: "In our age all we can say of a man who has just died honorably for his country or virtue, is that he deserved a better fate." And in the course of his attack on the positive character of Kant's synthesis of happiness and morality in his postulated God, he adds: "Anyone, e.g. a republican or a soldier who is fighting not perhaps for his country, but at any rate for his honor, who has set himself a certain goal and does not manage to achieve that other goal, viz. happiness, nevertheless has a goal whose fulfillment depends entirely on himself, and he does therefore not stand in need of any help from outside." It is evident that Hegel reserves his praise here for the ascetic heroism of the French Revolution, and in consequence imports a number of features into his portrait of antiquity which have nothing to do with antiquity itself. But in all these arguments we see how Hegel saw the complete fulfillment of human aspirations, the real development of the essential forces of human personality exclusively in an absolute service to one's country, to the interests of public life and to the een, and conversely, in every aspiration aimed solely at the private life of the individual, he $4 saw only Philistinism. Here too, in his ironic treatment of Philistinism, it is important to take the precise historical circumstances into account. Historians in Germany are accustomed to classify every attack on Philistinism as part of Romanticism. In Hegel's case, however, this would be quite misleading. Bourgeois literary historians have been accustomed to classify Hölderlin as a romantic, and Hölderlin stands ideologically very close to Hegel's early philosophy, and now it is fashionable to classify Hegel along with the Romantics also. That this is wrong in principle can be seen if we point out that the Romantic critique of Cellini was aimed at its modern, prosaic elements to which they opposed an aesthetic ideal. Hence the Romantic critique tends on the one hand to slip into an apology for bohemian or anarchistic leanings, and on the other hand it glorifies the moral and spiritual narrow-mindedness of a pre-capitalist society of craftsmen which has not yet experienced the division of labor. With all this Hegel and his colleagues have little in common. For Hegel, Philistinism is in fact the survival of medieval narrowness in the life and thought of modern times. And he never attacks Philistinism in the name of an aesthetic ideal. What characterizes Philistinism in his view is imprisonment in the problems of purely private interests, and hence the counter-ideal is, as we have seen, the complete identity of the citizen with the affairs of public life so typical of the Greek city-state. Marx, too, has given a penetrating definition of the specific features of the Jacobin position. The whole of French terrorism was nothing but a plebeian method of dealing with the enemies of the bourgeoisie, with absolutism, feudalism, and philistinism. Asterisk. It is evident then that Hegel's critique of philistinism belongs in the general framework of his campaign for the aims of democratic revolution. Thus Hegel confronts the Christian, Philistin ethics of the private man with the heroic ethics of public life. He takes this confrontation so far as to defend the right to suicide, conducting his defense with classical examples and Stoic arguments. This line of reasoning is by no means in the 18th century. Goethe's Werther contains a passionate vindication of the right to commit suicide, and here too Goethe's position is connected with the struggle for democratic freedom. However, Hegel goes beyond this in the direction of the exclusive predominance of public light, of the interests of the republic and freedom. Only in such a context does he find suicide morally defensible. He quotes from a number of Christian, Philistin condemnations of suicide and concludes, Cato, Cleomenes, and others who took their own lives after the free two constitutions of their countries had been abolished did so because they found it impossible to return to private life. Their souls had embraced an idea which they could no longer work for. Once their soul had been exiled from its greater sphere of activity, it longed to be rid of the fetters of the body so as to return to the world of eternal ideas. The problem of death, of dying, is an integral part of Hegel's confrontation of the greatness of classical republicanism with the pettiness and debasement of modern Christianity. Hegel wants no part of the Christian view of the utter contrast of life and death. He regards dying as necessary and organic continuation of the way a man has conducted his life. The heroes of all nations die in the same manner, for they have lived, and in the course of their lives they have learned to recognize the power of nature. The failure to suffer its lesser evils disables a man from enduring its greater tests. How could it otherwise come about that the peoples in whose religion the preparation for death forms a cornerstone should on the whole die so unmanfully, while other nations approach this moment undaunted? This is followed by an account of the beauty of death among the Greeks, an account influenced in important ways by Schiller's philosophical poems. And Hegel goes on to compare this beauty with the narrow pettiness of positive religion, of Christianity. For this reason we see how the beds of the ailing are surrounded by friends and priests who overwhelm the anguished soul of the dying with their half-suppressed, prescribed groans and sighs. And elsewhere he even aims his mockery at the death of Jesus, speaking ironically of the way the entire world is expected to feel gratitude to Jesus for his self-sacrifice, just as if many millions had not given their lives in a lesser cause, without the sweat of fear, but with a smile, with joy even, for their king, their country, their loved one. How would they have died then for ye? These are the essential features of classical antiquity as compared with Christianity. Once the reader has familiarized himself with this material, he will require no further proof, I believe, that projected this image of antiquity into the utopian picture of a republic of the future, and that each constantly influenced the other. From the standpoint of Hegel's later development, it was particularly important to underscore this view of antiquity, above all the fact that antiquity was in his eyes not just part of history, but a living model for the present, and 56 centuries will pass before the spirit of Europeans will make them realize and teach them how to implement in their daily life and their legislation those things which the Greeks' own feelings naturally taught them. Chapter 5. Christianity, Despotism and the Enslavement of Man. When we come to Hegel's treatment of Christianity, that hated and despised incarnation of philosophical positivity, of political despotism, we shall not only find a completely different tone that is very plain to see, but also a much more historical approach, though even here it does not go beyond the limits set to Hegel's insight into historicity in his Bern period. We have seen how Hegel established a close connection between the economic foundations of antiquity as viewed through Rousseau's spectacles and its republican heroism and greatness. But we have also observed that the problem of the origins of such a society never came to the surface. For the early Hegel, classical antiquity was a purely utopian ideal. His unhistoricity here was not simply the result of his extreme philosophical subjectivism, for we have seen that this by no means needs preclude a very realistic appraisal of specific concrete social factors. We believe instead that his failure to develop an historical view of classical antiquity was closely related to the economic and political backwardness of Germany. However illusory the dream of a revival of classical republicanism had been, even in France, it nevertheless stood in a real relationship to the real goals of an actual revolution and its ideological preparation. In France, the possibility and necessity of relating these ideals and illusions to social realities brought about a much more genuinely historical view of classical antiquity. In Germany, however, the state of society did not yet allow the possibility of a democratic revolution. Hegel's enthusiasm, therefore, was purely ideological. For this reason it is nothing more than a wish fulfillment, and inevitably the question of how to bring about such a revolution remains the weakest, vaguest, and least concrete aspect of his argument. We shall see that this weakness persists unchanged for a long time and is never fully overcome. Hegel's Bern period not only represents the culmination of his revolutionary enthusiasm, but also in consequence of the gulf between ideology and social reality in Germany it is the period of his greatest abstraction. This abstraction, this remoteness from a real purchase on future possibilities, is reflected in his unhistorical approach to the question of how the classical civilization of his ideal ever came into being. When we come to his interpretation of Christianity, the situation is R59. Quite different. Here an historical approach follows directly from his revolutionary enthusiasm. The greater his enthusiasm for Greece, the more extreme the contrast between that and the wretchedness of life in the succeeding era became, whereas the more he suffered under modern, Christian society, the more energetically, historically, and concretely he was forced to put the question, how could such a beautiful and human society perish and give way to such a wretched one? Thus he writes: the ousting of heathen religion by Christianity is one of those miraculous revolutions the causes of which must be sought by the reflective historian. The great, public revolution must have been preceded by a silent, secret revolution in the spirit of the age, a revolution not visible to anyone, least of all to living contemporaries, and one which is as difficult to describe as to comprehend. Ignorance of these revolutions in the world of the spirit results in amazement at the end product, a revolution such as the ousting of an age-old, indigenous faith by a strange one is inevitably fought out much more immediately in the realm of the spirit, and so its causes must be sought directly in the spirit of the age. How can a religion be supplanted which has been established in a state for centuries and which is intimately bound up with the constitution? How can people cease to believe in gods to whom cities and empires ascribed their origins, to whom the peoples daily offered up sacrifices, whose blessings they invoked for all their affairs, beneath whose banner their armies were alone victorious, to whom they had expressed thanks for their victories, to whom they dedicated their songs when happy, and their prayers when downcast, whose temples and altars, treasures and statues had been the pride of entire peoples, the renown of the arts, and whose worship and festivals were the occasion for universal joy? How was it possible for the myriad threads binding faith in the gods to the texture of human life to be torn asunder and broken? Hegel's basic historical explanation is the one we have already seen in the essay, The Positivity of the Christian Religion. It is explained by the development of inequalities of wealth which, according to Hegel, and indeed to his French and English predecessors, inevitably brings despotism in its wake. Here too Hegel does not achieve the historical concreteness of Gibbon or Ferguson, Montesquieu or Rousseau. It should be remembered, therefore, that when we speak of a more historical approach here we are only speaking relatively, bearing in mind the limited possibilities available to him. But this greater historicity shows itself above all in the fact that Hegel attempts to explain the dominance of Christianity with reference not to the rise of Christianity in the first instance, but to the decline of the states of classical antiquity. His premise, therefore, is that there was a social 60. need for a religion to fill the gap left by the loss of freedom, and he explains that Christianity was the victor because it was suited to this end. In this situation, without faith in anything stable or in an absolute, accustomed to obey an alien will and alien laws, without a country, in a state which promised no happiness. In this situation a religion presented itself to men which either was adapted to the requirements of the age, for it had its roots in a people equally, if differently, corrupt, vapid and sterile, or else it was a religion from which men could mold or fashion whatever their needs dictated. The primary factor for Hegel, then, is the erosion of the old democratic freedom, the old free activity of the people, through the emergence of inequality of wealth. Corresponding to the old state of affairs is that non-positive religion which in reality was nothing but the spur, the incentive to heroic action in the midst of a natural life lived close to nature. The destruction of these forms of life is the most important process studied here by Hegel. He repeatedly returns to the fact that the extension of the Roman Empire meant the leveling out of the various nations and the destruction of their national religions. Probing further, he discerns a link between the destruction of the old relations between man and nature, and the fall of the Roman Republic. Through the establishment of the Roman Empire, which deprived almost the entire known world of its freedom, nature was subjected to a law alien to man and cut off from him. Its life became stone and wood, the gods became created and servile beings. Wherever force came to life, benevolence was revealed or greatness ruled, there the heart and character of man was to be found. Theseus only became a hero to the Athenians after his death. The Roman Caesars were deified. Apollonios of Tyana performed miracles. The great was no longer divine, and therefore no longer beautiful or free. In this separation of the natural and the divine a man came to join them together, as conciliator and redeemer. Hegel goes on to examine the various spiritual trends prevalent during the decline of Rome in order to discover just how the process led inexorably to the acceptance of Christianity. After the destruction of Greek and Roman freedom, when men's ideas lost control over the objects, the genius of mankind split in two. The spirit of the corrupt mob said to the objects, "I am yours, take me," and hurled itself into the river of objects, let itself be swept along by them and perished in the flood. There follows an analysis of various spiritual currents which opposed this process, and with an historical insight that is quite amazing for the 61 time, he concludes that for all their opposition they were unable to change the basic tendency. Thus he refers to this general pattern to explain the fact that the late Roman Stoics turned away from life. It is revealing that at this period he says nothing either about the Epicureans or the Sceptics. In Genoa we find him preoccupied with the Sceptics and he shows great understanding of them. He was never able, however, to get his bearings properly with Epicurus. Hegel goes on to show how the feeling of impotence led to the assumption of objects imperceptible by the senses, to the worship of these objects and thence to the various theurgic movements. He shows further that there is a straight line from here to Christianity. In conclusion, he states, in its maturity the Church combined the desire of the Stoics with that of these inwardly broken spirits. It permits men to live amidst the whirl of objects and opens up the prospect of elevating men above them by means of easy exercises, sleight of hand, trembling of the lips, etc. In Hegel's view, then, the essential factor that produced the need for a new religion in the Roman world, a need satisfied by Christianity, was the withering of republican virtue and freedom, the increasingly private nature of all aspects of life. This was the climate so favorable to the development of individualism in the modern sense of the individual who cares exclusively for his own narrow, material, or at best spiritual needs and who thinks of himself as an isolated atom. The social activity of such a man can only be that of a small will in an enormous machine, whose overall purposes he neither can nor wishes to comprehend. Thus, according to Hegel, modern individualism is also the product of the division of labor within society. In such a society the need naturally springs up for a private religion, a religion of private life. We have seen already from the Tübingen notes that Hegel regarded the private nature of Christianity as its most important characteristic. In contrast to the religions of the Greeks and Romans which always address themselves to the entire people, Christianity refers primarily to the individual and to his salvation, the redemption of his soul. Hegel also turned his attention to a further historical question. The Christianity adopted by Imperial Rome was not identical in all respects with the faith originally founded by Jesus, as this has been handed down to us in certain parts of the New Testament. This issue is an age-old subject of debate and fills the pages of the history of religion. As early as the Middle Ages, the revolutionary sects made a polemical contrast between the practices of the Church and the original teachings of Jesus, and in the decline of the latter they discerned the reasons for the decline of Christianity and for its falling into the hands of exploiters and oppressors. These ideas were very influential among 62. The supporters of Thomas Müntzer and the radical wing of the Puritans during the English Revolution. After the latter event, the practice of making particular dogmas and stories from the Old and New Testaments serve as ideological ammunition gradually died out among radical political movements. The preparatory stages of the bourgeois, democratic revolution in France evince an increasing hostility towards all the manifestations of Christianity, towards both the Church and the religion itself. This does not mean, however, that the confrontation between the moral precepts of Jesus and the immoral praxis of the Church ceased to play a part in the anti-clerical polemics of the Enlightenment. Even in the French Revolution itself, we find the sporadic appearance of Jesus the Good Sans-Culotte as a counterweight to monarchical and counter-revolutionary priests. In a more backward Germany, where as we have seen there was neither a definite trend towards atheistic materialism, nor a radical attack on religion in general, and where even in the camp of the Enlightenment the religion of reason could be of paramount ideological importance, the incorporation of many of Jesus' sayings and teachings, such as the Sermon on the Mount, within rational religion was only to be expected. Naturally enough, views as prevalent as these could not fail to influence Hegel. As we shall see in Part 2, in the course of his crisis in Frankfurt, this German approach even strengthens his own historical perspectives and leads him to conceive of the founder of Christianity as a world historical tragic figure. In Bern he had much less sympathy for the figure of Jesus or insight into him. He did indeed warm to him as the teacher of a pure morality. But even here, as we pointed out in the previous chapter, he placed him beneath Socrates. This comparison, so unfavorable to Jesus, sprang originally from Hegel's overall view at this time. Jesus as teacher educates his disciples away from the life of society, each one's encapsulated in his individuality, whereas Socrates leads his disciples back into activity in public life. However great the differences between the Christianity of Jesus himself and Christianity as it later developed, they nevertheless both remain private religions. It is for this reason that the original band of disciples has such a definitely positive character in Hegel's eyes. This is expressed even in the number of disciples which Hegel regards as itself a symptom of fetishism registered. The source of the positivity inherent in the teachings and activity of Jesus himself was to be found, according to Hegel, in the circumstance that Jesus always and as a matter of principle addressed to himself to the individual and, equally as a matter of principle, ignored the problems of society as such. This can be seen precisely in his attacks on wealth, inequality, etc., where he puts forward views that one would expect Hegel to approve of, but which he quite consistently rejects on 63. Account of their asocial character. He speaks, for instance, of the famous incident of the rich youth. If thou wouldst be perfect, go, sell that thou hast and give it to the poor, Christ says to the youth. This image of perfection which Christ proposes contains the proof that his teachings were concerned primarily with the education and perfection of the individual man, and they make it very clear how little such teachings are capable of being extended to society as a whole. This brings us to the second historical question posed by Hegel. What had forced Christianity to become positive in Hegel's sense? It was the process by which moral precepts intended only for the individual and envisaging only his perfection were extended in the course of time to entire societies. Hegel distinguishes three phases in this development. There is, firstly, the teaching of Jesus and his relation to his immediate disciples. Secondly, we find the Christian sect that grew up after his execution and in which the seeds of the positivity already implanted began to germinate, turning what was intended as the moral union of the first community of Christians into a religious sect with pronounced positive elements. Finally, we see these doctrines spreading throughout society, Christianity as a dominant church in which the forces of positivity so alien and inimical to life acquire that fateful importance that will determine the entire history of the Middle Ages and modern times. It is obvious that this scheme is incomparably more historical than Hegel's conception of the Greek polis. It is of interest to note that Hegel relied heavily here on Rousseau's idea of the qualitative changes produced in democracies by a quantitative increase. In the section on democracy, Le Contrat Social, BK 3, Chapter 4, Rousseau points out that mere quantitative expansion can prove dangerous and even fatal to a democracy. It is very characteristic that although these remarks refer directly to the democracies of antiquity in Rousseau, they are applied only to Christianity by Hegel. Moreover, we should note the far from insignificant shift in emphasis whereby the cause of the decline is no longer an internal dialectic within the democracies themselves, as in Rousseau, but the growth of private morality, and the application to a larger society of the ethical precepts binding upon individuals. The increase in the size of society, then, produces in the wake of quantitative change, qualitatively different forms of positivity. We witness here the first, as yet very primitive, schematic, and unconscious form of the transition from quantity into quality in Hegel. It is also of interest to note that this Rousseauan idea reappears, in a generalized, modified form, in the context of political and constitutional problems, example in IHE Encyclopedia 108, edition. Thus Hegel proceeds from the assumption that the later, terrible sides 64 of Christianity were already implicit in its earliest, undeveloped scheme and were then exploited and extended by autocrats and hypocrites, and generalizing from this he adds that the Christian religion provides us with yet another instance of the many which go to show that when the institutions and laws of a small society, where every citizen has the right to belong or not to belong, are extended to civil society at large, then they are always inappropriate and incompatible with civic freedom. Registered Hegel then goes on to discuss in great detail the various modifications to the particular doctrines and precepts of Jesus in the original community, and to show how in the fully grown Christian church they developed into a consummate positivity and a hypocritical despotism. The detail of his analysis is explicable in terms of the state of Germany at the time. We are well aware from Hegel's letters of the use to which a reactionary orthodoxy put Kant's philosophy. Of course, even these studies do not make Hegel's early writings theological, since their main thrust is anti-theological. Nevertheless, the history of the corruption of particular Christian doctrines has no very great interest for us today. We shall confine ourselves therefore to a description of the main line of the historical development. And here we must again emphasize that for Hegel the quantitative expansion of the Christian community was bound up with the emergence of social and economic distinctions within it, i.e. that here too Hegel's central historical preoccupation, the inequality of wealth, plays a crucial role. Thus with the growth of the community, the original close union and brotherly feelings evaporated. In the same way the fact that the community comes increasingly to be formed from a number of socially and economically divergent strata spells the end of communal property. The original rule that property should be held only in common with others ceases to be the condition for admission. All the greater is the emphasis on voluntary contributions to the communal treasury as a way of buying one's way into heaven. The clergy could only gain by this, since it recommended generosity to the layman while taking good care not to throw away its own possessions, and so in order to enrich the poor and needy, i.e. itself, it reduced the other half of mankind to beggary. In a similar fashion, the original emphasis on equality became transformed into a positive religious dogma. 65. This theory was indeed retained undiminished except for the prudent corollary that equality existed in the eyes of heaven, and so no further notice need be taken of it on earth. All the customs and ceremonies of Christianity became positive, i.e. inhuman comedies which hypocritically disregarded the real condition of the people entangled in them. Thus Holy Communion originally represented the departure of the teacher from his disciples and then became transformed into a celebration in memory of the beloved teacher, now dead, a ceremony in which the equality and fraternity of the disciples was the decisive moral and religious factor. But as Christianity became more widespread, a greater inequality among the Christians became prevalent, which although repudiated in theory was retained in practice, so that a fraternity in any real sense soon ceased to exist. Thus in every sphere Christianity developed into a positive church and transformed the original private morality of its progenitor into that dogmatic sanctimoniousness which in Hegel's view is the form of religion necessary for and appropriate to a society based on private interests, to a bourgeois society. There is only one way out of this impasse, the revival of the freedom and self-activation of man characteristic of the Greeks. We have already referred to the way the imperialist interpreters of Hegel's early work triumphantly point to his thorough study of Mosheim's ecclesiastical history. But even this cannot be twisted into an argument supporting the thesis of an early theological phase. For Hegel steadfastly refused to contemplate any religious, Christian, solution to the problem of Christian positivity, dismissing such hopes as doomed from the outset. He had obviously read the history of the later sectarian movements, and it was this that led him to his negative conclusions. In fact, it is with reference to Mosheim's work that we find him discussing the fate of those men who appear from time to time and endeavor to put an end to the dead positivity of Christianity by reverting to its original morality. Of the fate that awaits such endeavors he remarks: if they did not keep their faith to themselves, then they became the founders of a sect which, where it was not condemned by the Church, gained a following, and as it howed further and further from its original source nothing but the rules and laws of its founders survived. These rules then ceased to be laws inspired by freedom and degenerated into mere ecclesiastical statutes, and this in turn brought about the foundation of yet other sects. Degree thus the positivity of Christianity with all its catastrophic effects cannot 66. Be overcome so long as it rests on that form of human society to which Christianity owes its diffusion and its hegemony. Hegel's early writings contain very detailed descriptions of the way all moral problems are distorted by Christianity and are transformed into hypocrisy and subservience to despotism. We shall not concern ourselves here with his discussions of purely individual moral problems, but shall address ourselves instead to his critique of the effects of Christianity upon public life, the state, and history. And the most revealing and the most incisive comments are to be found in the passages immediately following his extracts from Gibbon's Decline and Fall. Hegel says there: the first Christians found consolation and the hope of future rewards for themselves and retribution for their enemies, their oppressors who worshipped idols. But the subject of a monastery, or indeed of any autocratic state, cannot appeal to his religion to avenge him on a gluttonous prelate or a financier getting fat on the sweat of the poor, since such men too hear the same mass, and indeed read it themselves, etc. Instead he derives so much solace, so much compensation for the utter loss of his human rights in a mechanical religion that in his animality he loses all sense of his own humanity. Under the Roman emperors the Christian religion was incapable of hindering the decay of every virtue, the suppression of the freedoms and rights of the Romans, the tyranny and cruelty of the governors, the decline of genius and of all the arts and all the basic sciences. Nor was it able to bring new life to the melancholy mind, to the withered branches of national happiness and national virtue. But eroded and poisoned by the universal plague, and with its own servants deformed into the instruments of despotism, it made the decadence of the arts and sciences, obedience to despotism and a passive tolerance of the destruction of every fine hour of humanity and freedom, into a veritable system. It became the advocate, the most passionate glorifier of the most scandalous iniquities of despotism, and, what is even worse than any individual crimes, it went so far as to adulate despotism, which drained all human energies dry and undermined humanity with its slow secret poison. This gloomy picture of the historical impact of Christianity is meant to refer not only to Rome in its decline, but also the entire span of medieval and modern history. Discussing the historical achievements of the Christian religion elsewhere, he says: how unsuccessful it was in mastering the corruption of all classes, the barbarity of the ages and the coarse prejudices of peoples. When opponents of the Christian religion who, their hearts full of human 67 feelings, contemplate the history of the Crusades, the discovery of America, the contemporary slave trade, and not merely these outstanding episodes in which Christianity in part performed greatly to its credit, but the whole chain of princely corruption and popular depravity, their hearts will certainly bleed at the sight. And when they compare this with the claims of the teachers and servants of religion to excellence, general utility, and so forth, they must surely be filled with bitterness and hatred of the Christian religion. In like fashion Hegel discusses the influence of the Christian religion through every period of history and in every sphere of its activity. He repeatedly shows, example, that it is just those countries where the influence of the Church is greatest, such as the Papal States or Naples, that are the most corrupt, socially and politically, in the whole of Europe. His recurrent accusation against the Church is summed up in the following lapidary sentence: "The Church has taught men to scorn civic and political freedom as filth in comparison with the rewards of heaven and the enjoyment of lights. Thus throughout its long period of rule, Christianity has procured the debasement of all real humanity. It has become the chief pillar of all autocratic caprice, of every sinister reaction." And Hegel is not thinking of isolated abuses, of the excesses of corrupt lay or spiritual rulers. The effects of Christianity spring directly from its very heart, from its positivity. We have already seen from Hegel's earlier comparison of the wretchedness of Christian morality with the heroic ethic of classical antiquity how Christianity, as the religion of private life, of private interests, concerned exclusively with individuals, must necessarily destroy all the high virtues of the Greeks and Romans. It creates a view of life in which all heroism or self-sacrifice appears ridiculous. A man preoccupied only with his own property will inevitably think that self-sacrifice for the common will is mere folly. And even the more subtle, spiritual satisfactions of individualism are dismissed by Hegel as the expressions of Philistine egoism. A good instance of this is his view of all belief in the immortality of the soul, of eternal bliss. We may remind the reader that Hegel argued that since the republicans of antiquity thought of their lives as merging entirely with the fortunes of the community, they neither needed nor sought after personal immortality. The foundation of such heroism was, as we have seen, the self-activation of the people in the city-state. We have already pointed out that Hegel thought of these republics as classless societies. In contrast to this, he discerns a close connection between Christianity and the class. 68. Stratification of society. In particular, he thinks of the priesthood as a particular class. This stratification Hegel occasionally compares the priesthood to the guilds is connected in its turn to all the material and spiritual interests of society. We have seen that Hegel believed that the brand from property owned in common to the egoistic enrichment of the monasteries was part of an inexorable process. Elsewhere he explains in detail about the self-activation of a people not yet divided into classes, contrasting this with the Christian band whom he regards as the repository of myths and the monopolists of religious truth. This monopoly is a means by which the priesthood maintains its own hegemony and lends its support to the secular rules of the world. And the fact that the myths and legends of Christianity are alien to the peoples of Europe increases both the power of their monopoly and also its illiberal character in Hegel's eyes. Thus men live beneath the yoke of the positive religion of Christianity in a society that confronts them as something unalterably given and wholly alien. We may sum up Hegel's view of the historic mission of positive Christianity by saying that it breaks man's will to live a creative life in a society of free men. For this reason he expresses his opinion of the social function of Christianity in these terms. It was revealed in the very divinity proclaimed by the Christian religion, a divinity beyond the reach of our power and our will, though not of our pleas and our prayers. The realization of a moral idea could henceforth only be desired, for what we desire, we cannot achieve ourselves, we wait to receive it without our own intervention, it could no longer be willed. It was this hope of a revolution to be brought about by a divine being, while men are reduced to the role of passive onlookers, that inspired the first Christian missionaries, and when this hope finally faded, people were content to wait for a revolution at the end of the world. The young Hegel's hatred and contempt for positive religion and for Christianity evidently have their roots in his enthusiasm for the revolution. Since he puts an idealistic interpretation on the revolution, regarding it as the realization of the practical reason conceived as a social theory, the question of will must inevitably become of the first importance for him. For the will is, as we have seen, not merely the principle of praxis, it is the absolute itself. Everything depends on will. As long as men had willed freely, the classical republics had survived in all their glory. When Christianity transformed the free, active will into humble, passive desire, it opened the door to despotism. Of course, Hegel realized that there were socio-historical reasons for the change from will to wish, to desire. But since he was a German and in Germany, even if there had been far fewer idealist illusions and prejudices, 69. There were no visible objective forces that might have brought about a democratic revolution. His utopian revolutionary hopes were forced to narrow themselves down to an over-enthusiastic, over-exaggerated emphasis on the will. From this idealist perspective, the prime mover of the historical process could only be religion. It is for this reason that Hegel sees positive religion as the most important obstacle to the liberation of man. It becomes a monster which makes him cry out, like Voltaire, "Écrasez l'infâme." And it is this that enables him to sum up his views on religion and its role in history as follows. In this way, the despotism of the Roman rulers had banished the spirit of man from the earth, the rape of freedom had forced man's eternal, absolute spirit, to seek refuge in God. The misery it spread forced him to seek and to expect to find his happiness in heaven. The objectivity of the deity increased in direct proportion to the increase in the corruption and slavery of man, and this objectivity is in reality no more than a revelation, a manifestation of the spirit of the age. The spirit of the age was revealed in the objectivity of its God when it was introduced into a world alien to us, in a realm in which we had no share, where we could not acquire a place through our activity, but at most by begging or conjuring our way in. It was an age when man was a non-ego and his God was another non-ego. In such an age the deity sheds all its subjectivity and becomes nothing but object, and the inversion of all moral precepts is easily and logically justified by theory. This is the system of every Cheshi 7%. At this decisive point of his attack on Christianity, the influence of George Forster is at its greatest, being perceptible even in points of style. Thus Hegel had copied the expression begging one's way in, Heine betteln, and used it in a similar context to Forster himself. We shall now, in conclusion, draw attention to one further aspect of Hegel's critique of Christianity, the question of reconciliation with reality. This is important above all because it reveals the contrast between the early and the later Hegel in an extreme fashion. Hegel repeatedly returns to the subject and in the most scathing tones. We shall cite only a few of the most characteristic passages. In the womb of a mankind so corrupt that it must surely condemn itself by any moral criteria, it was only natural to conceive and to welcome the doctrine of the corruptness of human nature. This doctrine satisfied pride by placing blame elsewhere and by providing a reason for pride even in the feeling of degradation itself. It gave honor to what is shameful, and by turning everything that 709 might give us cause to believe in any active force into a sin, it sanctified and perpetuated every sort of weakness. And elsewhere. But when Christianity found a way into the increasingly degenerate upper classes, when great distinctions between the noble and the mean began to arise within it, when despotism poisoned all the wells of life and existence, then the age revealed the whole vapidity of its nature by the turn it gave to its conceptions of the divinity of God and its disputes about it, and it revealed its shame all the more clearly for attempting to conceal it beneath an aura of sanctity and exalting it as the greatest glory of mankind. And finally, a people in this mood must welcome a religion which exalts the dominant spirit of the age, its moral impotence, the dishonor it endures through being trodden underfoot. Such a religion is sanctified in the name of passive obedience, which makes it appear as honor and the loftiest virtue. An operation by means of which men might gaze in wonder and pleasure at the transformation of the contempt of others and their own sense of disgrace into pride and peace of mind. It was necessary to document these views so thoroughly to enable readers conversant with his later development to see the great divergence from his earlier position on this issue. We are aware that reconciliation with reality is one of the cruxes of his later philosophy of history, even though we must of course interpret it in the dialectical sense outlined by Engels in his essay on Feuerbach. No doubt, Hegel's mature position in relation to historical reality is full of internal contradictions, and we shall have occasion to discuss them later when we come to examine the origins of his later view during his crisis in Frankfurt and after that in Jena. But the dialectical core of this view is always the recognition of social reality as it actually is. This remains true even though this reality was, naturally, no more than a stage, a moment in the historical process, a reality which, no less naturally, is destined to be transformed into non-reality, non-being, to be abolished and preserved aufgehoben. Accordingly, for the later Hegel, the various philosophical systems must inevitably appear as historically necessary summations of the age in thought. This later conception is premised on a view of history in which there is a continuous dialectical process from the beginnings of mankind down to the present. For the later Hegel, reconciliation is a category expressing the idea that the objective course of history was independent of the moral aspirations and evaluations of the men active within it. The various philosophies, ideologies, religions, etc., appear correspondingly as intellectual syntheses of a particular historical era. For this reason, Hegel rejects all purely moral evaluations of them. This is not to say that he abstains from any point of view. But his chief criterion is the progressive or reactionary nature of a particular period and not, as earlier on, its relation to an eternal, suprahistorical morality. To this extent, reconciliation is an index of the great development in Hegel's historical sense. But the development is highly contradictory. For his use of the category also points to a real reconciliation with the most retrograde tendencies of the past and present. In particular, it tacitly accepts the reactionary institutions of contemporary Germany, and this leads to the abandonment of all conflict, and of all real criticism, especially with regard to Christianity. Hence, the historical and scientific advance on the moral indignation of his Bern period exacts a great price in terms of his progressive outlook. As yet Hegel can see no objective historically necessary road leading to the real present. The real present for him is the great miracle of the French Revolution, the apparent revival of the democratic freedom of antiquity. And between antiquity itself and its revival in the future, there stretches the corrupt, decadent age of despotism, oppression, and positive religion. Hegel does indeed perceive the historical necessity that gave birth to positive religion, but he does not discern any real historical forces active in it which might lead by an internal dialectic to a revival of classical civilization. It is revealing that we do not possess a single note dating from Hegel's early period which attempts to come to grips with the real causes of the French Revolution. His exaggerated expectations and longings for a revolutionary regeneration of mankind do not permit him to develop a satisfactory methodological basis for his philosophy of history, one which could explain the road from the past to the present and future in terms of its own dialectic. For this reason, the regeneration of classical freedom remains a mere postulate, an abstraction of which his passionate hatred of Christianity, whose manifestations we have already seen, was the necessary, organic complement. This hatred has its source in Hegel's view of freedom and other moral concepts as eternal, suprahistorical categories. In his opinion, Christianity violates these eternal truths, perverts them, and invests what is base and eternally iniquitous with an aura of false sanctity. It is at this perversion of moral concepts that Hegel directs his entire revolutionary hatred. It would be an error to interpret Hegel's increasing maturity simply in terms of an advance in his opinions. It goes without saying that there is a tremendous progress in that respect, above all in the philosophy of 72. History. His very abandonment of the revolutionary ideals of his youth enabled him to develop into the leading exponent of German idealism. It enabled him to achieve such a profound and true insight into the necessity of the historical process and the methodology of history that he even went beyond what was possible within the framework of idealism. But a price had to be paid, and the fact that this maturity could only be achieved at the cost of renouncing the goals of a democratic revolution is a grim indication of the tragic conflict imposed on Hegel by the backward socio-economic state of Germany. Marx and Engels have repeatedly pointed out how the greatest Germans of this period succumbed in this constant battle against the German Messier, and how even a giant such as Goethe could alternate between the colossal and the petty. Nor was Hegel more successful at avoiding this fate. And when we pursue the further development of his views to the point where his idealist dialectic culminates in a magnificent unified method, we cannot avoid reflecting upon the disharmony of German history which force Hegel also to alternate between the colossal and the petty. Chapter 6. The place of positivity in the development of Hegel's thought. Our previous deliberations have endeavored to map out the frontiers of Hegel's early philosophy of history. Our present task is to establish briefly the philosophical significance of Hegel's central concepts at this period. We shall not attempt at this stage to subject them to any thoroughgoing criticism. For the time being we shall be content to trace the main lines of his development up to the point where they first crystallize out in a historically significant form in the phenomenology of mind. Only then will it be possible, necessary, and instructive to make an assessment of the intrinsic value of the dialectics developed by Hegel. Only then will it be worth our while to compare it with materialist dialectics and try to reach any judgment about the historical contribution and philosophical limitations of this climactic point of idealist dialectics. Until then we shall keep our study for the most part within the limits laid down by Hegel itself, i.e. we shall endeavor to establish what sorts of questions and answers were influential at subsequent, more mature stages in the development of the Hegelian dialectic. It would no doubt be relatively simple to subject all the concepts prominent even at this stage to an exhaustive materialist critique. But on the one hand, Hegel himself overcomes certain errors and extremes, certain undialectical features in his early thought, and on the other hand there are a number of idealist weaknesses that are never overcome and survive throughout all the phases of his development. In either case, to plunge straight into detailed criticisms would inevitably involve us in wearisome repetitions. We have observed that the philosophically and historically crucial concept of Hegel's thought in this period is that of positivity. In the highest form yet established by Hegel, in the confrontation between subjective self-activation and freedom on the one hand, and dead objectivity on the other, positivity contains the seeds of a problem that will prove central to the later development of the dialectic, viz. The problem he was later to designate by the term externalization, Entäußerung, and which, in the context of his later, much more comprehensive and systematic ideas, contains the entire problem of the nature of objects, Gegenständlichkeit, in thought, nature, and in history. We need only remind ourselves that in his later philosophy the whole of nature is conceived as an externalization of mind, of spirit. 74. At this point, however, Hegel has not conceived the problem in epistemological terms. Even though he occasionally makes use of Fichte's terminology and applies the expression non-ego to men and the God of Christianity, this should not be taken to imply that he simply accepts Fichte's theory of knowledge. He merely uses the expression as an image for a social and moral condition of man. And he is just as casual in the use he makes of Kantian categories. What interests him chiefly, one might almost say, exclusively, at this period, is the mutual interaction between social praxis and moral and religious ideologies. What is very characteristic of this phase, however, is the way he always treats the subject of this social praxis as collective, but without making any attempt to clarify the nature of this subject or to define it more precisely. Anyone familiar with his later thought will realize at once that this subject turns into spirit, Geist, and that his system, founded on logic and the philosophy of nature, advances from subjective spirit through objective spirit to its crowning pinnacle in absolute spirit. In Bern and even in Frankfurt there is no real sign of such an elaborate system. The first version of this line of development does not make its appearance until the phenomenology of mind. In Bern his immediate interest is historical, he wishes to trace the actual historical path, the real fate of this collective subject, i.e. of the incarnation of the continuity of the development of society as it appears in an idealist, mystified form. The fact that the resulting historical account is an abstract idealist construct is by the way, what is more important, indeed of the very highest significance, is that in the course of his studies he arrives at the concept of positivity, of objectivity. The insight he gained was the idea that the actual objectivity, the independent existence of objects apart from human reason, could be conceived as the product of the development and activity of that very same reason. He comes close here to the motifs that will be fully developed in his mature dialectics, and at the same time, he firmly erects the frontiers of his own idealism, frontiers he will never be able to transcend. This second moment is at once comprehensible to any materialist, and in Part 4 we shall discuss at length the profound criticisms which Marx levelled at the idealist limitations of Hegel's whole philosophy. For the origins of the Hegelian dialectic, however, it is the first moment that is decisive, although it is of course inextricably intertwined with the limitations implied by the second. It contains the idea that the entire development of society together with all the ideological formations which it creates in the course of history are the product of human activity itself, a manifestation of the self-production and reproduction of society. With the aid of this idea, German idealism succeeds in transcending certain no less idealist limitations of the historical approach found in mechanical materialism. Essentially, the latter was able to incorporate only the ever-present natural conditions of any society, the climate, etc., into its view. 76. Of history, while, on the other hand, it confined its study of human praxis to the scrutiny of those visible or palpable reasons that determine the actions of individual men. Engels emphasized the great superiority of Hegel's philosophy of history over his predecessors, with reference to its later formulation. On the other hand, the philosophy of history, particularly as represented by Hegel, recognizes that the ostensible and also the really operating motives of men who act in history are by no means the ultimate causes of historical events, that behind these motives are other motive powers, which have to be discovered. But it does not seek these powers in history itself, it imports them rather from outside, from philosophical ideology, into history. This critical insight into Hegel's philosophy of history must be modified to apply to his early thought by pointing out that there the idealist errors bulk even larger, while only the first signs of his later momentous discoveries are in evidence. But the first signs are indubitably there. On the one hand, in his emphasis on the social character of the motive forces of history, however much he mystifies them idealistically, and on the other hand, in the circumstance that even for the early Hegel the heart of history was the history of human freedom. The positivity of religion contained what was no doubt a very general conception of objectivity, but at the same time it was essentially the result of an historical development, with an historical beginning and presumably a conceivable end, and so it was the starting point for an historical dialectic of freedom and authentic discovery despite its highly abstract and idealist form. In the thought of the Berne period, Hegel saw the historical process as possessing a single great triadic structure: 1. The original freedom and self-activation of human societies, the loss of this freedom under the hegemony of positivity; 3. The recovery of the lost freedom. The similarity to the idealist dialectics of Rousseau's interpretation of history is evident. Hegel focuses his analysis of the loss and recovery of freedom on the workings of the process in religion. The lifeless, inhuman and anti-human character of objectivity, of positivity, obtains its highest expression in the Christian religion. On the other hand, despite all Hegel's efforts to provide social and economic explanations, religion remains in his view the ultimate cause of a state of society and of a relationship between man and his environment which is unworthy of man himself. Hence, to comprehend and shake off the yoke of despotism means primarily to rid oneself of this positivity. It means liberating man from a religion whose objects are transcendental, otherworldly for him. For this reason Hegel requires philosophy to provide a theory that will expose and destroy the otherworldly objectivity of positivity and will reconvert all objectivity into self-activating subjectivity. Setting aside a few earlier attempts, it has become the privilege of our age, at least in theory, to reclaim as the property of man all the treasures previously thrown away on heaven. In this and similar statements we see a philosophical tendency emerging that has a definite affinity with Feuerbach. This affinity was first observed in the 1850s by the liberal Hegel scholar, Rudolf Heim, who also drew attention to one difference between the two men, in the course of which he nevertheless failed to remark on the great superiority of Feuerbach's materialism over Hegel's early thought. He says, according to Feuerbach, the true essence of God is the essence of man; according to Hegel, the true essence of God one's the essence of perfected politics. Heim's own philosophical development belongs to the period before 1848. In his youth he experienced the dissolution of Hegelianism and the powerful influence of Feuerbach. For this reason he had at least a glimmering of insight into the real situation and, unlike the neo-Hegelians of the age of imperialism, he did not consciously strive to distort and falsify history. Of course, it is true that he only emphasized the strong side of Hegelian philosophy in his comparison with Feuerbach and neglected to mention the other, materialist side which would redress the balance. It is also true that Feuerbach's critique of religion is not without its weak, idealist elements to which Engels has drawn attention in no uncertain manner. According to Engels, Feuerbach by no means wishes to abolish religion, he wants to perfect it. Philosophy itself must be absorbed into religion. However, Feuerbach's ideological failings must not be allowed to blind us to the superiority of his mechanical materialism in the crucial questions of epistemology which exercised an important influence on the critique of religion. This remains true even though Feuerbach himself may not have taken his theories to their logical conclusion. The superiority of materialism can be seen in the very concept of positivity so crucial for the early Hegel. It is no accident that it should have been Feuerbach who aimed his annihilating attacks at Hegel's later, much more developed and thought-out view of positivity, viz. against his concept of externalization. The early Marx always acknowledged Feuerbach's achievements here and he continued and extended what was valuable in Feuerbach. This is a question that we shall have to return to in detail in Part 4. Here it must suffice to point out that in Feuerbach the objects of nature are held to be independent of 78/ human consciousness. Therefore, when Feuerbach dissolves the concept of God into anthropology, when he declares that the God of the religions was made by man in his own image, this does not cause him to abandon objectivity, as it does Hegel, but instead it leads him to reaffirm real objectivity, the existence of the external world independently of human consciousness. Such a view will alone be capable of really dissolving the ideas of religion. For only this will clearly reveal their self-appointed, illusory, false objectivity for what it really is. Only the clear contrast with the real objectivity of the external world can expose the falsity, the hollowness and emptiness of the objects of religion. And if, as Engels has so rightly observed, Feuerbach was unable to take his materialist abolition of religion to its logical conclusion, his materialist approach nevertheless suggests a method for the philosophical demolition of religious ideas. It follows that the so-called anthropological approach to the criticism of religion, viz. the demonstration that religious conceptions are only projections, apparent objectifications of what man thinks, feels, and wishes, can never be more than one constituent of an authentic materialist critique. Lenin saw this weakness very clearly. This is why the term the anthropological principle in philosophy used by Feuerbach and Chernyshevsky is so narrow. Both the anthropological principle and naturalism are only inexact, weak descriptions of materialism. With this Lenin draws attention to the weaknesses of Feuerbach's philosophy and criticizes them with his wonted incisiveness. Over and above that he provides a larger framework for the critique of the anthropological principle wherever it makes its appearance in the context of idealist philosophy. This is what happens in Hegel's early works. Heim makes the serious error of completely abstracting the anthropological principle from materialism and idealism, whereas in the context of idealism it would gain a whole new dimension. For idealism there is no world of objects independent of consciousness. For the idealist the true objectivity of the objects of the external world and the false pseudo-objects of religious ideas all move on the same plane. Both are the product of an idealistically mystified subject and it is of very little importance whether the idealist thinks in terms of the real consciousness of the individual, or of a mystified collective of universal, suprahuman consciousness. It follows, then, that if the idealist wishes to attribute reality to an object in the external world, he cannot deny the same reality to the objects of religion. Conversely, if, like Hegel in his dealings with positive religion, he should attempt to dissolve the objects of religion, he thereby does away entirely with the real objectivity of the real world and reintegrates 79. It in a creative subjectivity. This is the fate that befell not only the early philosophy of Hegel, but also the entire late phase of classical German philosophy. Both Schelling and Hegel each in his own way strove to escape from the impasse of mystical solipsism, of the subjective idealism of Fichte, by positing a mystical identical subject-object which would externalize the objective world and then reintegrate it in itself. In Hegel's early work this method was not yet fully developed, but the nucleus, the tendency, was already present. And this basic assumption defines the idealist limitations and misconceptions inherent in his application of the anthropological principle to the critique of religion. This principle has long existed in rudimentary form. It can be found in the Greek philosophers and occurs frequently in the writings of the French Enlightenment. Therefore, when Hegel attempts to analyze the religious ideas of a period as the projections of the modes of existence prevalent in them, when he attempts to establish a close correlation between religious forms and forms of life, his achievement can have no claim to originality. So far from that being the case, we may even believe the anthropological principle to be weakened by his idealist assumptions, weakened to a much greater extent than by the old-style materialists whom Lenin rightly criticized. The distinction may be summarized in this way: for all the weaknesses that may occur in the use of the anthropological principle by materialists of whatever persuasion, they always adhere to the idea of clear and unambiguous causality. It is man who creates his God, or idea of God. In Hegel's philosophy, however, we discover a strange, confused interaction. On the one hand, a causal view is to be found in rudimentary form. The freedom and self-activation of the democratic Greek people gave birth to the serene world of the Olympian gods, the indignity and debasement of life under late Roman despotism gave birth to the positive religion of Christianity, etc. At the same time, however, we also find the opposite: the gods enter the arena of world history as real actors. Freedom is not merely the origin of the Olympian gods, but also their gift to mankind. Christianity not only springs from the moral decadence of a people governed by tyrants, but equally tyranny is an effect brought about by the Christian religion. Hegel is never able to free himself from the half-light of this position on the philosophy of religion. Not only in the phenomenology of mind, but also in his discussions of religious problems in his very last writings we come across the same confused ambiguity, which as he grows older leads to an even more willing acceptance of the pseudo-objective status of religion. In his youth Hegel desired passionately to destroy the Christian religion. But his anti-religious struggles were at all times vitiated by the quite central failing that he wished to replace one faith with another, to substitute for positive Christianity the non-positive religion of the Greeks. 80. Thus religion is made into an indispensable element of human life, and oft entire course of history. History is not for Hegel a process in which man emancipates himself from religious conceptions which he had taken over from primeval times and which for thousands of years have undergone various transformations corresponding to the changes in society. History is rather the process of religious change, or, to put it in the language of objective idealism, it is the history of God's metamorphoses. And once idealism has arrived at this point, which in the case of the young Hegel once true only to a very limited extent, the history of God will necessarily become one of the most important moments of history itself. In that event, all counter-tendencies flowing from the anthropological criticism of religious ideas, however correct in themselves, will be obscured if not wholly overwhelmed by this idealist theological principle. Thus we can see the emergence in the young Hegel of a whole series of idealist tendencies which will prove fatal for the later consolidation of the Hegelian system. This realization, however, should not blind us to those principles in which the potent and true aspects of his historical dialectic also begin to stir in his early period. For, however misguided Hegel's confused conception of the interaction between man and God may be, it nevertheless represents an attempt to grapple with a very real problem, albeit one that can only be properly solved by dialectical materialism. This problem, which completely baffled Feuerbach and the other mechanical materialists, is that of the historical origins and historical impact of religious ideas. And there can be no doubt, and every reader of the passages we have quoted from Hegel's early writings can easily convince himself of this, that Hegel both asked this question and struggled earnestly with it, even though it was not possible for him to arrive at a real solution or even a satisfactory statement of it. While Marx was still in his youthful idealist phase, he paid some attention to this problem in his dissertation at an incomparably higher level of clarity than Hegel, but he too was unable to solve it. He states, "The proofs of the existence of God are either nothing but empty tautologies. For instance, the ontological proof asserts only, what I really, conceive, is a real conception for me, i.e. it has an effect on me, and in this sense all gods, whether heathen or Christian, have possessed a real existence. Did not old Moloch really rule? Was not the Delphic Apollo a real power in the lives of the Greeks? Kant's criticism is irrelevant here." Marx could only put forward a satisfactory solution to this problem when he had gained a clear insight into dialectical materialism. Not until then could he expose the senselessness of religious ideas with a precision far greater than that of the most important mechanical materialists who preceded him. At the same time, he could also show in concrete terms. 81. How the growth of the forces of production and the resulting changes in the relations of production led to the emergence of particular religious ideas in particular periods, and how they then dominated the emotional and intellectual life of men. What is important and interesting in the philosophically so confused position of the early Hegel is that he poses the question of the concrete historical effects of religion. The Enlightenment attacked Christianity and did so in a more radical and intelligent manner than Hegel. But it was hardly able to pose this question, let alone answer it. And even Feuerbach does not really, in all seriousness, inquire why of all religions it was Christianity that became dominant in the West. Feuerbach accepts this fact just as a fact, and then goes on to deduce Christianity from the abstract nature of an equally abstract man, simply from the nature of man. Now such an argument can do no more than explain the birth of religious ideas in general, but it cannot explain the birth, let alone the historical development, of specific religious ideas. Hegel intervenes at just this point. The quotation from Heim, reproduced earlier on, touches on Hegel's main achievement here. He sees the problem of the origins of religion as not merely historical, but also, and inseparably from this, as any history for Hegel is the history of human social activity. His social analysis is no doubt very primitive, the socio-economic categories he applies are doubtless naive, misconceived and artificial, and his explanations are still full of prejudices derived from Kant and the Enlightenment. Examples are the belief that the state of society depends on whether the government is good or bad, after the manner of the Enlightenment, or the overestimation of the social importance of purely moral problems typical of Kant. Nevertheless, his view signals a real advance in the methodology of the study of the rise and fall of the religions. We see here how right Marx was in the theses on Feuerbach when he argued that there was a connection between the old materialism and classical idealism in Germany. For Hegel's preoccupation with the social factors at work in religion is a striking instance of the active side emphasized by Marx. And our earlier analysis also provides evidence for the other aspect of Marx's account of idealism, viz. the idea that in it this active side can never be more than an abstract, ideological activity. We have already pointed to one consequence of this inevitable abstractness: Hegel's inability to direct his attack at religion per se. In the unconscious dialectic of his view of history there is a tendency to claim that only the positive religions are religions in the strict sense, and so neither the religion of the Greeks nor the religious revival he expected really came within the definition. His polemic against the inhuman character of positive religion has in this context a much more definite anti-religious bias than is usual in Hegel. Of course, he is prevented by 82. his idealism from taking it further. Thus positivity becomes an unstable, ambivalent concept. On the one hand, it expresses an extreme idealist repudiation of all objectivity, on the other hand, it contains faint indications of those sorts of objectification which Marx was later to call fetishism. Of course, all this remains extremely confused and obscure in Hegel. Even his much later, more mature formulation of the problem, his conception of social objectification as externalization, fails to eliminate the obscurities. The reason for this lies, as we have suggested, in idealism itself. For if Marx is able clearly to isolate the fetish character of the commodity in all its ghostly objectivity, this is only possible because dialectical materialism was able to establish a clear definition of the real objective nature of objects and so eliminated all possible confusion between true objectivity and the objectivity of fetish objects. The point here is to establish the philosophical distinction between idealism and materialism. It is obvious that Hegel, especially in his youth, did not have the information about economics at his disposal which would have enabled him to relate the fetish forms back to the concrete economic structure of society. If it is true that what we discover in the early Hegel is only a highly confused intuition, enveloped in a mystical fog, of certain important social and philosophical connections, it is no less true that this fact is of enduring historical importance. The point was that there are two closely related impulses which will play a significant role in the later development of Hegel's dialectic. These impulses are firstly, the belief that the whole of human history together with all the social formations that are born and pass away, are the product of human activity, secondly that all these formations get out of the control of man and become autonomous powers with an objectivity of their own. We may remind ourselves of the way in which, in Hegel's view, Christianity develops into something essentially different from its founders' intentions. Moreover, this dialectic functions throughout the entire history of Christianity. From our previous discussions it is very apparent that this second impulse is very prominent in Hegel's concept of positivity. Positivity was by no means something introduced into human history from outside. On the contrary, Hegel's historical sense is at its most developed precisely in his elaboration of this concept. The elements of Christianity which have the greatest pretensions to transcendence, an omnipotent God, revelation, miracles, etc., are the very things which Hegel passionately reclaims as the products of an internal social process, admittedly one of break-up and decay. Positivity, the historical climax of man's social inactivity, of the abandonment of human dignity, is, according to Hegel, the result of a necessary development of man's social activity. We must not proceed further in our discussion without drawing attention once more to the idealist limitation of Hegel's worldview. We 83. Have seen that his efforts to translate his correct but indistinct intuitions into a real knowledge of society all fail because his view of positivity becomes entangled with a general theory of objectivity. We shall argue at length in Part 4 that this tendency is disastrous for the entire Hegelian dialectic. But it must not be forgotten that the great discoveries of the dialectic are inextricably intertwined with these weaknesses and that an historical study of the genesis of his dialectic has to try and disentangle the confusion. In the present case, the problem is that Hegel transforms the lifeless objectivity of positive religion into a social movement, into a product of the social activity of human beings. This is the first step on the road to the dialectic with its underlying idea of the transformation of all inert existence into movement. Of course, he still has a long way to go before this end is reached. For, in the first place, in his Bern period such tendencies are confined entirely to social problems. There is as yet no hint of a more general application, to movement as such which we find in the logic. Our research into Hegel's development of this theme will necessarily be imperfect. We must confine ourselves to his social attitudes, and it would be very relevant to consider his scientific studies at this point, since recent advances in science played a great role in his attempt to formulate more general laws of movement. At this point then a real understanding of Hegel's development will only become possible when the development of his scientific views is better known and can be integrated into the picture as a whole. but even in the realm of societal categories Hegel is very far from developing his intuitions of a dialectical nexus, of the intellectual reproduction of social objects as the products of human activity, and of their dissolution in the movement of society, into a genuine philosophical method. The contrast between the periods he analyzes is far too rigid and metaphysical for that. In Greece all is self-activating and public, in Christianity all is passive and private. The world of the classical citoyen is starkly contrasted with that of the modern bourgeois. And we can hardly find any awareness of the dialectic which perceives that the passivity of men in the Christian era is also a form of social activity. To say nothing of the fact that in every society the particular interests of individuals and individual classes, Hegel speaks always of a state stand, are intertwined in a lean contradictory manner with public interests. In subsequent chapters we shall attempt to trace in detail the changes in Hegel's understanding of the dialectics of society brought about by his study of political economy. We shall also have to establish the inevitable limitations of his thought in this respect. We may anticipate our conclusions with the general observation that the inadequacies of his understanding of the dialectics of society and history spring not only from the general limitations of his idealism, but also from the metaphysical tradition that he had inherited and which had marked him for life. 84. However, in these confused intuitions there are a number of themes that are important both intrinsically and also for his later development. Chief among these is the idea that a religion can only gain widespread control of men's minds if it is appropriate to the social conditions which gave birth to it or facilitated its rise to power. Hegel thereby discredits theories which see religion as no more than the conscious deception of a people, and regards the impact of a religion as simply the consequence of the original act of deception. In short, he dispenses with the merely ideological interpretations of the Enlightenment. We have observed how this new standpoint does not make Hegel any more tolerant of Christianity. On the contrary, his discussions of the various kinds of hypocrisy and deception, which, in his view, derived necessarily from the nature of Christianity are indignant and satirical in tone. The advance here is to be seen precisely in the weight given to the idea that religions have a necessary existence and in his attempts to concretize his diagnosis of this fact. Thus he gives a number of examples of the way the original Christian communities, where a certain fraternal feeling and social equality had prevailed, gradually but inevitably gave way to hypocrisy with the rise of the universal church, the emergence of social and economic distinctions and the sanctioning of these distinctions by the church. On the other hand, Hegel constantly returns to the point that although the religious and moral tenets of Christianity conflict radically with truth, reason, and the dignity of man, they are by that very fact in harmony with the social and moral climate of the age. He thus exposes the deception and hypocrisy in a much more historical, social, and concrete manner than the abstract ideologists of the Enlightenment. Hegel does not deny that men were deceived by the priests, but this was only possible because the disruption of the society in which they lived and the moral degradation this brought in its train demanded just such a deception as the Christian priests were able to provide. A further attempt at greater socio-historical concretization can be found in the central role assigned to the non-positive, non-objective character of the religion of the Greeks. Here, indeed, we can glimpse the strikingly contradictory character of his subjectivism, and if its absurd implications do not come fully into the open, this is due solely to his failure to develop his ideas to their logical conclusion. We are referring, of course, to the non-objectivity of the Greek world, the idea of a free, self-activating subjectivity which only creates objects till further notice. So to speak, objects have no opportunity to attain true independence of the subject, but are instead transformed back into subjectivity, recalled into the active subject, the people. This conception of subjectivity will later play a crucial role in the Hegelian system. After all, one of the chief dialectical problems in the phenomenology of mind involves the transformation of substance into 85. Subject. His youthful conception of the Greeks contains the first germ of this idea. This is particularly true of its revolutionary application to the present, to the dream of a classical revival, of the rediscovery of the free, creative activity of the people, the non-objectivity of the world of objects in the epoch inaugurated by the French Revolution. To use the language of the phenomenology, we arrive at this scheme: a. The period of the subject that has not yet transformed itself into substance; b. Subjectivity devoured by substance, positivity; c. Reintegration of substance in the newly awakened subject. Needless to say, this scheme is never stated so baldly in his early writings, but it is certainly implicit in his reconstructions of history. Of course, Hegel's later philosophy is by no means confined to the greater systematization, the dialectical clarification of the course of history. It also sets out to change our view of it radically. For the later Hegel, history no longer begins with the Greeks. This does not only refer to the fact that the history of the Orient comes within his purview, a trend which already begins in Frankfurt, it is also true philosophically. The course of history increasingly departs from its origins in a Rousseau's triad: freedom, loss of freedom, recovery of freedom. It is replaced by a much more evolutionary conception of the general growth of the idea of freedom in the course of history: freedom for one man, Oriental despotism; freedom for a few, classical antiquity; freedom for all, Christianity and modern times. It would be a mistake to believe that Hegel's youthful view vanishes without a trace. On the contrary, highly modified and dehistoricized, it underlies the system as it appears in the encyclopedia. The basic schema here is: logic, the self-activation of spirit; natural philosophy, the externalization of spirit; philosophy of mind, the path of spirit to perfect freedom, to the identical subject-object; logic as the culmination of the philosophy of spirit. But even apart from these far-reaching consequences, even apart from this subterranean existence of his first, not finally thought-out schema, his contradictory interpretation of classical Greece has other more concrete and historically more important consequences. In our critique of the weaknesses of Hegel's philosophy of religion, we pointed to the crucial defect that he does not repudiate or attack religion in itself, he merely confronts positive religion with a non-positive one. It was this factor that led to the great popularity of his early writings in the age of imperialism. We need hardly add that this popularity did not go beyond the frequent quotation of a number of particularly confused passages, and certainly did not extend to the study of his whole early development. There can be no doubt, however, that alongside the so-called irrationalism of the early Hegel, this ethereal, aesthetic religion without either substance or dogma has played a very definite role. The reactionary ideologists of the age of imperialism, particularly before the First World 86 War, verb often did not venture openly to defend actual religions, but at the same time they were eager to preserve and lend support to religion in general. Lenin had a clear insight into the great ideological danger implicit in this trend. In a letter to Maxim Gorky, he wrote, "A Catholic priest who rapes a girl is far less of a threat to democracy than a priest without a surplice, a priest without any crude religion, an ideal and democratic priest who preaches the creation of a new God. For it one's easy to expose the first priest, it one's not hard to have him condemned and thrown out. But the second priest one's not so easily dealt with, it is 1,000 times harder to expose him, and no fragile and irresolute petty bourgeois will come forward to condemn him." However, this central failing of Hegel's early conception of religion has one historical aspect of great importance for his later development. This is the idea that Greek religion is not a religion in the same sense as the later positive religion of Christianity. This belief leads Hegel to a concrete historical analysis of the nature of Greek civilization. And the more his interpretation of Greece frees itself from parallels with the present, and perspectives on the future, the more historical it becomes. That is to say, he comes increasingly to regard classical antiquity as something finally dead and buried, as a stage in the history of the spirit that has been definitely overcome. In the coming chapters, we shall show in detail how this change of view is connected to changes in his attitude towards the present, the historical actuality of the revolution and of a democratic republic in Germany. And so we shall see how these changes in their turn modified his entire philosophical system. Here, it is enough to say that this particular view of Greece contains the seeds of his later arguments in the Aesthetics concerning the fate of the beautiful in the course of human history. It is well known that in the later system Greek art is seen as the authentic objectification of the aesthetic principle. This is by no means a conclusion based on formal artistic considerations, but is organically deduced from the analysis of Greek life as a whole. In all subsequent periods, as early as the age of Romanticism, which for Hegel means the Middle Ages and Renaissance, the aesthetic ceases to manifest itself in a pure form. The dominant principle of this era was religion, Christianity. And the march of the dialectic of mind beyond this latter stage no longer involves a return to the Greeks, but on the contrary, it heralds the dawn of spirit in its conceptual phase, and aesthetically, this means, the age of prose. Needless to say, the theoretical bases of this periodization are strongly ideological and highly idealistic. The most valuable of Hegel's aesthetic analyses are those which go beyond questions of principle and focus on the actual manifestations, the true objectifications of Greek life in art. But we must not forget that for Hegel, 87. Himself, the idea that Greek religion was not truly religious provided a sort of key to an understanding of the special quality of Greek civilization, even though the discoveries he made went far beyond his idealist schema. The tragic contradiction in Hegel's development becomes visible at this point too. As a German thinker at the turn of the 19th century, he could only choose between utopian illusions and the resigned acceptance of the miserable reality of Germany as it then was. For Hegel, Greek civilization could only be either, as in Berne, a Jacobin dream of the democratic regeneration of man, or else it had to be a golden age of beauty, now irrevocably lost, an organic human culture which could only be succeeded by the arid age of prose, a prose from which there is no escape. Hence man must simply accommodate himself to it, and to gain an accurate conceptual understanding of it becomes the loftiest task of philosophy. We know how Hegel's thought moved from one of these alternatives to the other, and in subsequent chapters we shall have the opportunity to study some of the main stages in his journey. We shall also come to understand that his dialectics were made possible only because he traveled along this road. The heroic Jacobins among his predecessors or contemporaries, men like George Forster or Hölderlin, were destined to remain on the margins of the ideological development of Germany. It is very instructive in this context to glance briefly at the differences between Hegel's idealist dialectics and the materialist dialectics of Marx and Engels. Marx too places the Greeks in the very center of his views on aesthetics. For him also Greek civilization represents the purest and most noble manifestation of human aesthetic activity hitherto. Marx is perfectly explicit about the normative character of classical art. After referring to the concrete historical conditions that made it possible, he goes on to say, "But the difficulty is not that of understanding how Greek art and the epic poetry are associated with certain forms of social development. The difficulty is that they still give us aesthetic pleasure and are in certain respects regarded as a standard and an unattainable ideal." Registered Marx, too, places Greek beauty in sharp contrast to the prose of capitalism. And since he understands the nature of capitalism much more thoroughly than Hegel does even at the point of his greatest maturity, since his opposition to the capitalist system was much more entrenched and more solidly based scientifically, his condemnation of capitalist culture was much more profound, more comprehensive and annihilating than Hegel's ever could be. And it follows that in Marx's case there could be no question of a resigned acceptance of the actual state of human culture such as we find in the later Hegel. The contemplation of the past and immortal beauty of Greece never becomes a reason for 88. Melancholy. His profound and comprehensive grasp of human history, of its true motive forces, of the real economic structure of capitalism led Marx beyond utopias to the scientific view of the regeneration of man through socialism. In this perspective, the normative status of Greek art becomes a unique inheritance. In the era of liberation, at the end of man's prehistory, it will spur mankind on to build a culture that will surpass by far all the cultures of the past. Thus in his resolution of the Hegelian dilemma of utopia and resignation, Marx not only proves the superiority of materialist over idealist dialectics, but also, even where he has learned from Hegel, even where he salvages important elements of his thought, such ideas as he does take become completely remodeled in the course of their integration into a materialist dialectic. For Hegel himself there could be no escape from this dilemma. Had he continued to think along the lines of his early essays, the fate of a Forster or Hölderlin would have been unavoidable. The brilliant but sporadic insights of his early writings in Bern could only mark a significant stage in the development of human thought because Hegel managed to go beyond the Republican illusions of his first period. We have seen that all these beginnings, rudimentary and confused as they were, nevertheless pointed towards the dialectical approach to history. In Bern there could be no question of a thoroughgoing dialectical analysis of history even within the limits of idealism. We can convince ourselves of this most easily by observing that at this stage there is absolutely no sign of the most important dialectical categories of his later method, immediacy and mediation, the dialectical interaction of the particular and the general, etc. All these are absent. There is only a rudimentary dialectical schema of the course of history, and even this is shot through with metaphysical concepts. And if Hegel does succeed for the most part in avoiding a rigid metaphysical position, this is only because he fails to argue consistently from his own premises, leaving many of his conclusions in a confused state of semi-darkness. But this of course is only a pseudo-solution, and no thinker of Hegel's stature could possibly rest content with it in the long run. However, we have been able to observe on a number of occasions that his confusion and obscurity are not essentially intellectual or methodological. On the contrary, we have seen again and again that they spring from the utopian illusions he brought to the consideration of the present. The truth of the Marxist belief that a correct understanding of later historical developments provides a key to earlier ones, and that the present must be comprehended if the past is to be rightly understood, proves its worth in the case of Hegel himself. The decisive crisis in his thought, and we shall describe it in detail in the next chapter, focused on his change of attitude towards the present, towards the reality of capitalism. Part I. The crisis in Hegel's views on society and the earliest beginnings of his dialectical method, Frankfurt 1797–1800. Chapter 1. General description of the Frankfurt period. There was no path leading from the views Hegel had formed in Bern to the social reality of his situation in Germany. Any attempt to turn such views to practical account was rendered futile from the outset by the untimeliness, indeed the objective impossibility, of a bourgeois revolution in Germany. Yet Hegel had been passionately concerned with practice right from the start. He had always hoped to take an active part in the political life of his time. It is quite typical of him that he had no sooner completed /he phenomenology of mind than he eagerly accepted the post of editor offered to him in Bamberg. It is true that he later became disillusioned by his experiences in Bamberg, but this was due chiefly to a censorship which severely restricted the scope of the newspaper. There can be no doubt that a considerable section of the German bourgeois intelligentsia sympathized with the ideas of the French Revolution. In all probability the number of sympathizers has been underplayed by the tendentious descriptions of bourgeois historiography. However, it was never sufficiently large or influential either materially or morally to ensure the wide dissemination of the ideas of the French Revolution in the press or through literature and philosophy. This is clearly borne out by the tragic fate of Hegel's friend Hölderlin. The gulf between Hegel's Bern views and the state of society was widened still further by the course of the French Revolution itself. This had two causes: on the one hand, the internal logic of the class struggles in France itself, and, on the other hand, the effects of the wars waged by the French Republic in response to the intervention of the absolutist feudal powers. The great turning point of the French Revolution, the events of their midterm, 1794, came while Hegel was still in Bern. It appears not to have made any decisive immediate impression on him. We have seen how he welcomed the reprisals directed against the followers of Robespierre, but this does no more than confirm the distance separating him from the radical, plebeian wing of the French Revolution. But we cannot detect any change in his republican and revolutionary views after their midterm. At first glance this is a surprising fact, but it can be explained both by the course of the revolution itself and by the young Hegel's own standpoint. The internal history of France under the Directory was a constant. 93. 94. Balancing act by the bourgeois republicans who desired to preserve and consolidate their gains essential for the bourgeoisie, and who were caught between royalist attempts to turn the clock back and efforts by the rump of the radical parties to advance the plebeian side of the revolution. The leaders of the bourgeois republicans were repeatedly forced into a temporary alliance with one or other of these extremes, and the resulting instability eventually expressed itself in a need for military dictatorship. Hence Napoleon Bonaparte's coup d'état on November 9, 1799. Even more important for an understanding of period is an analysis of the social implications of their Mitte itself. In contrast to the liberal historians and the Trotskyists, their counter-revolutionary parrots, Marx defines the social content of their Mitte with extraordinary clarity. After the fall of Robespierre, the political enlightenment, which has been rhapsodic hitherto, began to transform itself into a prosaic reality. Under the government of the Directory, bourgeois society, freed by the revolution from the trammels of feudalism and officially recognized in spite of the terror's wish to sacrifice it to an ancient form of political life, broke out in powerful streams of life. The storm and stress of commercial enterprise, the craze for wealth, the frenzy of the new bourgeois life, whose first self-enjoyment is still audacious, heedless, frivolous, and intoxicating, a real enlightenment of French landed property whose feudal forms had been smashed by the hammer of revolution and which had become the object of all-round cultivation thanks to the feverish energy of its many new owners, the first stirrings of an emancipated industry. These are some of the manifestations of the newborn bourgeois society. Bourgeois society is represented positively by the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie thus begins its reign. Naturally enough, in a backward Germany the echo of this new phase in the history of the French bourgeoisie is even more distorted, indirect and ideological than the heroic events of the revolution itself. There could be no question of an economic boom in Germany corresponding to developments in France. Very few German observers understood or were even able to understand the economic implications of post-Thermidorian France. But this only reinforced the ideological consequences. The very fact that the majority of bourgeois humanists in Germany misunderstood and rejected the plebeian asceticism of the extreme left in France necessarily gave rise to a feeling of sympathy for a life-loving and life-affirming bourgeois regime that rejected both feudalism and reaction while also proceeding energetically against revolutionary extremes. This sympathy, which at a later stage became focused on the person of Napoleon, contained elements of a humanist idealization and 95. Romanticization of post-Thermidorian developments. Thus we witness the birth of a naive belief that it might be possible to realize the humanist ideal of an all-round, fully developed, life-affirming mankind in the context of existing bourgeois society. It goes without saying that the important spokesmen of bourgeois humanism were aware of the contradictions in this society and above all of the obstacles and impediments which capitalism places in the path of the individual seeking to develop his personality. Getting to grips with these problems constitutes one of the chief themes of German classical literature. In the course of our discussion of Hegel's views in this period, we shall see again and again the many parallels between his thought and that of the outstanding representatives of classical humanism in Germany, the thought of Goethe and Schiller. Here too the imperialist neo-Hegelians, who have pounced on the intellectual and terminological confusion, obscurity, and mysticism of Hegel's Frankfurt period in order to represent him as the forerunner or supporter of reactionary romanticism, have turned the truth upside down. At this stage of French history, then, the debates surrounding bourgeois society stand in the foreground. In line with the backwardness of Germany on the social, economic, and political planes, these debates take place in an almost pure ideological realm. There is no political analysis of bourgeois society as there is in France, no scientific investigation of the underlying laws of the economy as in England. Instead we find a probing into the situation of man, of personality, and its development within bourgeois society from a humanist standpoint. Ideological this analysis may be, but for all that it is undoubtedly a reflection of French developments after their Mitte and in the literary products of the period, above all in those of Goethe, an extraordinary degree of realism is achieved. In Hegel's early philosophy, idealistic elements are incomparably more prominent and influential. But it must be emphasized, and here we anticipate a fundamental tendency in his development, that Hegel, alone among German thinkers of his day, was impelled by the logic of his analysis of bourgeois society to undertake a serious examination of the problems of economics. And this is reflected not just in the circumstance that he, alone among the leading German thinkers, made a thorough study of the classical English economists. His interest went beyond that and extended, as we shall see, to an examination of the concrete economic problems of England. Thus in the Frankfurt period we see an extraordinary widening of Hegel's intellectual horizons. In Bern his views on the philosophy of history had been founded on the world historical fact of the French Revolution. From now on the economic development of England likewise becomes a basic component of his view of history and his understanding of society. But for all this it remains true that Hegel was still a German philosopher whose fundamental 96 vision was determined in every respect by the backwardness of Germany. Indeed, it was precisely this which became more marked during the Frankfurt period, and this was a direct consequence of the French Revolution itself. After an absence of 3 years, Hegel returned to Germany, spent a few months in his native land, Württemberg, and went from there to live in Frankfurt, one of the commercial centers of Germany. He was in a good position, therefore, to inspect the effects of the French Revolution on life in Germany. In Württemberg these effects were quite powerful, and within the framework of Germany's general backwardness they were the cause of a government crisis which lasted for a number of years. Hence the problem of how the absolutist feudal structure of Germany would have to be modified because of the French Revolution appeared to Hegel not just as a general historical issue but in concrete political terms. But by this time the impact of the French Revolution in Germany was no longer confined to this ideological aspect, to the growing awareness that the feudal governments had become untenable. This was the very period in which the campaigns which had started as wars to defend the French Republic now went over to an almost continuous offensive. In the first instance this meant that Germany and Italy had to provide the battlefields, instead of France itself. More importantly, however, developments after their midterm meant that the mixture of a defensive war and an international propaganda war which had prevailed in the first years of the revolution increasingly gave way to what was predominantly a war of conquest. Elements of the propaganda war did survive throughout the entire period, even under the Empire. Every French government found itself compelled to sweep away the vestiges of feudalism in the conquered territories as far as possible, and to bring such areas into line with the political and economic state of France. But increasingly this tendency became subordinated to the self-aggrandizement of the bourgeois republic, and later of the Empire. Thus the wars with France intervened directly and profoundly in the lives of Germans. As we shall see later in detail, this intervention was full of contradictions. On the one hand, the best and most progressive ideologists of Germany placed their hopes for the rejuvenation of Germany in the influence of the French Revolution, and this sometimes went as far as welcoming armed intervention. We are not thinking here only of the setting up of a republic in Mainz and the connection between this and the temporarily victorious campaign of Custine, for even later, at the time of the Confederation of the Rhine, this mood had not vanished completely. On the other hand, the French invasions increased the fragmentation of the German nation. National unity, the emergence of a unified nation-state seemed to become even more remote, the possibility of achieving it 97. Ever more dubious. In the course of our detailed discussion of Hegel's Frankfurt period we shall see how far he was from a political and philosophical resolution of the contradictions arising from this situation. But we shall also be able to see how his greater proximity to the concrete problems of bourgeois society and of the political and social fate of Germany led him to place the phenomenon of contradictoriness in the forefront of his own thought. We see how he comes to experience contradiction as the foundation and the driving force of life. We emphasize the word experience, since Hegel's development, unlike that of Schelling, does not involve a progress from one philosophical system to the next. We must recall what we said about Hegel's Bern period, above all the fact that he showed a remarkable lack of interest in philosophical problems, especially those of epistemology and logic. His aim was to probe certain social and historical interconnections, and he had recourse to philosophy only as a basis for the generalizations indispensable to that task. Initially and in general terms this remains his procedure in Frankfurt. But we shall see that over and above the increasing concretization of the social and political problems he tackles, there is also a growing tendency consciously to concern himself directly with philosophical questions, so that social and political issues become increasingly translated into philosophical problems. And interestingly enough, this happens all the more abruptly and directly when the philosophical core of the problem under discussion hinges on the nature of contradiction. The difficulty facing the interpreter of Hegel's notes and fragmentary writings can be located in the extraordinarily abrupt, unmediated, unprepared transition to the philosophical plane. In glaring contrast to both his earlier and his later writings, Hegel's thought in Frankfurt proceeds almost always from his own personal experiences, and his style bears the marks of both the passion and the confusion, the unresolved nature of personal experience. Moreover, his first attempts to articulate philosophically the contradictions he has experienced himself rarely achieves genuine clarity and definition either in form or content. Hegel's earliest philosophical pronouncements often peter out in mystical abstractions. An additional factor is that to start with he evidently feels hardly any need to grasp particular ideas in a systematic fashion. In the first instance he is concerned to solve specific concrete historical and also political problems. At the same time, philosophical views tend to grow out of his analyses of particular phenomena, and the connections between them become increasingly intimate. Finally, at the end of the Frankfurt period he makes the first attempt in his life to gather his philosophical views together into a single system. Thus the first appearance of the dialectical method in Hegel is highly confused. His contradictory experiences of the particular manifestations 98. Of life are welded together in a highly mystified totality which Hegel repeatedly designates with the word life. As yet he has made no systematic reckoning with logic or with the epistemology of metaphysical thought. Thus the opposition between dialectics and metaphysics appears to him as a contrast between thought, idea, concept, etc., on the one hand, and life on the other. This contrast already gives an indication of the profundity of the dialectics of Hegel's maturity, with their passionate grasp of the contradictions contained in the concrete phenomena of existence. As Lenin has convincingly shown, this often brings him within reach of true, materialist dialectics. In the Frankfurt period, however, his conception of life is not only confused in itself, but its content is essentially mystical. For at this stage the opposition between ideas and life drives him to regard religion as the highest consummation of life and thus as the apex of his philosophical system. This represents an extraordinary change when we compare it to his Bern period. As we shall show in detail, this change reflects the fact that Hegel's prime concern from now on is with the place of the individual, of man in civil society. In Bern Hegel had, to a certain extent, still looked at the society of his day from outside. That is to say, he had regarded the entire course of history from the fall of the Roman Republic to the present as a unified process of decline, as a stage embracing the whole of history which was merely provisional, even though it might last for centuries, and which would be succeeded in the end by a revival of the republics of classical antiquity. Consistently with this he had eyes only for the negative sides of this process. We might say in short that he regarded the entire history of civil society as a single process of decay. The change that now takes place in his thought can be indicated by the fact that he begins to see in civil society a fundamental, incontrovertible fact with whose existence and nature he has to come to terms both intellectually and practically. This process begins in a highly subjective manner. 1.e. Hegel is not yet able to inquire into the objective nature of civil society, as he will do later at Jena. His present problem is to discover how the individual has to proceed in order to come to terms with civil society, how the moral and humanist postulates of personal development come into conflict with the laws and the nature of civil society, and how these contradictions can be ironed out and the opposites reconciled. This development entails a fundamental change in Hegel's attitude to the present. To indicate his attitude we have employed what was to become the celebrated and notorious category of reconciliation. This is no accident, for this category which, as we recall, he had attacked so violently in Bern, CP 69-71, re-emerges in this period as a crucial problem. It is not that he fails to explore contradictions in the relations between the individual and society, or, more accurately, that in the course of his analysis of concrete problems, ever new contradictions fail. 99. To come to light. It is that the goal of his thought is to annul contradictions, to reconcile them whenever they appear. The term annul aufheben, so vital for his later thought, likewise makes its first appearance in Frankfurt and gradually becomes a dominant category in his writings. This new form of Hegelian subjectivism must be sharply distinguished from the subjective idealism of his Bern period. The latter has been fully discussed in Part I, and we need here only remind the reader of our conclusion that at that stage the subject of the socio-historical process was always a collective one. The separation of the individual from the immediately social nature of life in the city-state of antiquity, the emergence of private human beings appeared to Hegel as the clearest possible symptom of decadence. Hegel Frankfurt subjectivism, however, is subjectivism in a literal sense. He really does begin immediately with the individual, with his experiences and fate, and goes on to study the specific forms of society and their influence on this individual fate, their interaction with each other. Only slowly and gradually does the study of the individual's objective environment, of civil society, gain the upper hand. From the standpoint of the individual destiny of the individual human being, of the private human being he had formerly so despised, Hegel now attempts to trace the general laws of society and to press forward to an objective understanding of them. The old problem of positivity makes its reappearance as a central problem, but is given a much more complex, contradictory, and historical treatment than in Bern. And this very issue now leads Hegel to a far more penetrating study of the dominant forces active in civil society. It leads to a study of economic problems. His efforts to discover a philosophical reconciliation between the humanist ideals of the development of personality and the objective, immutable facts of society leads him to an increasingly profound understanding, firstly of the problems of private property and later of labor as the fundamental mode of interaction between individual and society. Hegel's changed attitude to the present is associated with an equally radical change in his view of Christianity. After what we have said up to now, this can scarcely come as a surprise. It is a commonplace that the major turning points in every idealist view of history are closely bound up with religious changes. Even Feuerbach fails to diverge from this pattern. In the case of Hegel, the negative evaluation placed on civil society, the society of private human beings, had been intimately connected with his views of Christianity. Notwithstanding his efforts to discover the social causes for the decline of the city-states of antiquity, he was left essentially with Christianity as the driving force of the modern world. Given such a conception of history, it is hardly surprising that any modification of his view of the present should at once carry over to his judgment of Christianity. Since his early idealist position remained intact in 100. Frankfurt, and even took a definite turn towards religious mysticism, Christianity was the obvious source for the ideological and moral foundations for the modern world. That such a position is idealistic is too obvious to require any discussion. At the same time, we must point out that it is not accidental or without roots. Hence its persistence and even indestructibility. These roots, whose effects make their appearance in such distorted and mystical forms in the various idealist systems of history, are in fact the objective historical bond connecting Christianity to the entire history of the modern world. In a number of profound and detailed studies, Marx and Engels have explained why Christianity alone, rather than any of the other sects which proliferated at the time of the collapse of the Roman Empire, was able to expand into a world religion. They have shown how Christianity was able to adapt itself to prevailing needs in the different phases of the economic development of Europe, and how the various stages of the class struggle in Europe were accompanied by novel forms of Christianity, medieval sects, Lutheranism, Calvinism, etc. and they have shown that even modern bourgeois society must continue to give birth to a superstructure of Christianity modified in certain definite ways. In his polemic against Bruno Bauer, the young Hegelian idealist, Marx states, "In fact, the perfect Christian state is not the so-called Christian state which proclaims Christianity as its foundation, as state religion, and which consequently tends to exclude other religions. It is rather the atheistic state, the democratic state, the state which relegates the Christian religion to a place on a par with the other elements of civil society. This state is able to abstract from religion because the human basis of religion is incorporated in itself in a secular form. The foundation of the state is not Christianity, but the human ground of Christianity. Religion remains the ideal, unworldly consciousness of its members because it is the ideal form of that stage of human development which is realized in the democratic state. In idealist theories of history, not excluding that of the young Hegel, these real historical connections appear upside down and in a distorted form. Christianity, the necessary product of social developments in the Middle Ages and in modern times, appears as the primary driving force of history. In these general terms, there is no decisive shift in Hegel's philosophy in Frankfurt from his earlier position in Bern. Whether he rejects Christianity in Bern or seeks a reconciliation with it in Frankfurt amounts to much the same thing, for in both cases religion retains the dominant position in his typically idealistic view of history. Of course, since Hegel starts from the problems of life facing the individual and since he is in search of a reconciliation with the present, this gives rise to a much more intimate relationship with Christianity than he had enjoyed hitherto. In this sense, his attitude in Frankfurt reverses that of Bern. The choice of the problems of the individual as a starting point is something that we only find in Hegel during the transitional period of crisis in Frankfurt. Both in his earliest works and in his maturity, the individual interests him only as a member of society. The incisive criticism directed later at the moral positions of Kant and Fichte, Schleiermacher, and the Romantics generally focuses on their failure, expressed in a variety of ways, to see that apparently pure individual actions have a social component and that even individual ethical categories are socially conditioned and determined. Thus Hegel's own concern with the individual, his own use of the individual's needs and aspirations as a base point for his thought, is no more than an episode in his career, even though it is an episode fraught with consequences which persist in later years. We shall see again and again that the first seeds of the method of the phenomenology of mind can be traced back to Hegel's approach in Frankfurt, to the journey from individual consciousness to the objective problems of society, to his attempts to discover specific dialectical stages of thought and feeling, i.e. to demonstrate that a higher stage results from eliminating the contradictions of lower stages. The Frankfurt writings only disclose this message, however, when one looks at them with the later works in mind. Considered on their own, or after the Bern writings, their opacity and confusion is astonishing. Never again will such unclarified concepts buried in a haze of unspoken meanings play such a prominent role in Hegel's thought as in Frankfurt. The experience that contradictoriness is the foundation of life breaks through with increasing intensity, but at this stage the contradictions seem to be tragically incapable of resolution. It is no accident that for a time categories such as fate become the fulcra office efforts to comprehend the world in philosophical concepts, and that only in this period does a mystical conception of the religious life form the climax of his thought. For his life and thought are going through a period of crisis whose social and historical origins we have briefly indicated in our introductory remarks, the crisis in his republican, revolutionary views, a crisis which found a provisional solution in Jena when he came to accept the existing social order in its specifically Napoleonic form. In his Frankfurt period Hegel gropes towards something new and slowly but steadily dismantles the old. There is uncertainty, a quest, a genuine crisis. Hegel was fully conscious of this himself, and both at the time and in his later writings he makes reference to his experience of crisis. It is typical of his later writings that Hegel speaks with the utmost frankness of the unhappy state of hypochondria, self-laceration, and disintegration which he experienced. In the description in the Encyclopedia of the Different Ages of Men, Hegel gives an account of adolescence and of the approach to manhood which draws heavily on the Frankfurt period. He says that 102. The ideals of youth have a more or less subjective quality. The subjectivity of the substantive content of such an ideal implies not only an opposition to the world as it is, but also the urge to do away with this opposition by realizing the ideal. The transition of the youth from his ideal life into civil society involves a painful process of adaptation punctuated by crises. There is no easy escape from this hypochondria. The later one is infected by it, the more serious its symptoms are. Hegel's Frankfurt period fell between the ages of 27 and 30. In this morbid mood a man is reluctant to surrender his subjectivity, he is unable to overcome his antipathy for reality and so finds himself in a state of relative impotence which can easily turn into true impotence. Therefore, if a man wishes to survive, he must acknowledge that the world is independent and essentially complete. Even more revealing, because it is more personal, is this description of the Frankfurt period in a letter of 1810. I know from my own experience the state of the mind, or rather the moral reason, once it has ventured with its interest and its fears into the chaotic realm of the phenomenal world, inwardly certain of its goal but as yet unclear and unspecific about it as a whole. I suffered from this hypochondria for a number of years to the point of total exhaustion. No doubt every man experiences such a turning point in his life, the nocturnal point where his whole being contracts and he must force himself through the narrows until he becomes secure and certain of himself, secure in ordinary daily life, and if he has already made himself incapable of being fulfilled by that, then secure in a more inward, more noble existence. The Frankfurt documents are even more explicit. The concrete human and social factors that triggered off the crisis are revealed much more clearly than in the more general reminiscences of later years. Thus a fragment of Hegel's pamphlet on I.e. German Constitution begins with a description of the spiritual climate of the modern world. They human beings cannot live alone and man is always alone. The state of Aman whom the age has driven into an inner world will either be no more than a living death, if he confines himself to that world, or, if nature urges him back into life, there will be a sustained endeavor to annul the negative elements of the world as it is so as to enable him to discover and enjoy himself in it and to survive. Hegel's most intimate confessions can be found in some letters that he 103 wrote at the beginning of his stay in Frankfurt to Nanette Indel, a friend of his sister whom he had got to know in Stuttgart after leaving Bern. In a letter of February 9, 1797 he writes, "And since I find that it would be an utterly ungrateful task to set an example to people here, and it is certain that Saint Anthony of Padua had greater success preaching to the fish than I would achieve by such a life here, I have resolved after lengthy meditation to make no attempt to improve these people but instead to follow the crowd." Other documents reveal that Hegel was on much better terms with the Frankfurt family where he was employed as a tutor than he had enjoyed with his pupils and their family in Bern. We have seen his brusque rejection of the Bern patriciate in his letter to Schelling. The present letter shows how profoundly Hegel had changed his external attitudes towards the people around him. It might be thought that the above quotation points to the purely tactical nature or even the outright hypocrisy of Hegel's relations with the people around him. However, such motives are quite alien to his character. A passage from another letter dated July 2, 1797 in which he talks to Nanette Indel of the change in his view of nature shows quite clearly that we are dealing with a much more fundamental change in his outlook as a whole. And just as in Bern I fled into the arms of nature to reconcile myself and with mankind, so here I often seek refuge in the bosom of this ever-loyal mother so as to fall out with the people with whom I live here peaceably, and so that under her aegis I may become immune from their influence and frustrate any alliance with them. These letters, particularly the latter, reveal the change in Hegel's attitude to the society of his day. At the same time we notice that this change contains an internal contradiction, or rather, an entire complex of contradictions from the very outset. Hegel himself only gradually became conscious of the character and the objective basis of these contradictions. Hence the tortured, hypochondriacal crisis-ridden mood of the Frankfurt period, despite the fact that his personal circumstances were much more congenial than in Bern. I am not thinking here just of his external circumstances. Intellectually he was far less isolated in Frankfurt than he had been in Bern. In the initial period he was in close contact with his friend Hölderlin, and through him he made the acquaintance of other far from insignificant representatives of the younger literary and philosophical generation in Germany, such as Sinclair. On the other hand, the fact that these contradictions are essentially experienced and bound up with his personal fate rather than systematic and conceptual in nature leads to the preoccupation with philosophical 104 problems already mentioned, in which he advances from an individual experience to a conceptual generalization, but in such a manner that the final conclusions reveal the entire process that led to them, including the original experience that gave rise to them. In the fragment from the German Constitution already referred to we have seen an illustration of this approach. The reason for it is that Hegel is still on the road to becoming a dialectical philosopher. He does not yet regard the personal experience that triggers his thought, as he will do later in Jena, as something whose objective origins and laws need to be examined. He sees it as an integral part of the problem under discussion. This is perfectly understandable, since the problem he is tackling one's his personal debate with society, his attempt to discover a place for himself within society. Obviously, this is not just a personal problem. If it had merely belonged to Hegel's own biography, it would not hold the great interest for us which it in fact possesses. But the contradiction with which Hegel is struggling in Frankfurt is objectively the same as that which engaged all the important thinkers and writers of the age in Germany. The solution to it constitutes the premise on which the classical literature and philosophy of the period is based, and since this literature and philosophy have achieved international recognition, it follows that the social contradiction at their roots must be more than a local German affair, even though its specific manifestations were determined by the actual conditions in Germany at the time. What is at issue is the attitude of the great German humanists towards the bourgeois society that had triumphed in the French Revolution and in the Industrial Revolution in England, but which simultaneously had begun to reveal its horrifying, anti-cultural and prosaic aspects with a clarity very different from the period of heroic illusions before and during the French Revolution. The major bourgeois humanists in Germany now found themselves confronted by the complex and contradictory necessity of having both to recognize this bourgeois society, of accepting it as the only possible necessary and progressive reality, and at the same time to expose and denounce its contradictions critically and freely, rather than to capitulate and apologize for the inhumanity they entailed. In Goethe's Wilhelm Meister and Faust, in Schiller's Wallenstein and his aesthetic writings, and in Hegel's The Phenomenology of Mind as well as his later works, we see how German literary and philosophical classicism came to grips with these contradictions and proposed various solutions. The way in which they did so is proof of their world historical stature, and at the same time it shows the limitations imposed on them by the horizons of the bourgeoisie in general and the backwardness of Germany. 1 in particular. When Hegel, in the letter we have quoted, seeks refuge in nature so as to avoid being assimilated into his social environment, we may regard this as a primitive, immediate expression of just this contradiction. On the one hand, his aim is thoroughly to understand and to function within the civil society of his day. On the other hand, he recoils from its inhuman, lifeless, and life-denying aspects, refusing to see them as vital and life-giving. The contradiction that emerges in his earliest experiences in Frankfurt is therefore both a passionately grasped and experienced contradiction in his personal life, and also, and inseparably from this, an important objective contradiction of his age. The Frankfurt crisis, then, in Hegel's life and thought expresses itself in the difficulties of raising this contradiction to the plane of philosophical objectivity. Hegel's philosophical genius, his intellectual superiority over his contemporaries, enable him to go further than the mere statement of a contradiction in his own personal experience. They enable him to recognize not just the contradictoriness of bourgeois society, within the bounds imposed on him by the general limitations of the bourgeois mind and the barriers of philosophical idealism, but beyond that to see in such contradictoriness the dialectical nature of all life, of all being and thought. The Frankfurt crisis ends with Hegel's earliest formulations of the dialectical method, albeit in a highly mystical version. It ends also, and not by chance, in a dialectical reconciliation with the society of his age, which fully acknowledges the underlying contradictions of that society. In a brief poem written either at the end of his stay in Frankfurt or shortly after he moved to Jena, Hegel gives a very clear statement of the mood that enabled him to overcome the crisis. Kun mag der Götter sonder Volendungskampf sich vertrauen, brich den Frieden mit dir, brich mit dem Werke der Welt. Strebe, verust du mehr als das Heut und das Gestern, so wirst du bessers nicht, als die Zeit, aber aufs Best sie sen. Boldly the son of the gods may join the battle for perfection. Break your peace with yourself, break with the works of the world. Strive for, aspire to more than today and yesterday, then you will be not better than the age, but the age at its best. Chapter 2. Old and New in the First Years in Frankfurt. One of the outstanding features of Hegel's character as a philosopher was his slow and gradual development. In the preceding chapter we emphasized the radical change in his outlook in order to give the reader a clear idea of the intellectual mood of his years in Frankfurt. In reality, however, this process was a gradual one, though he sometimes advanced in fits and starts. Many attitudes of his Bern period remained unaltered for a long time or were subject to only minor changes. Sometimes we find him modifying old ideas, old historical constructs without realizing clearly how far he has departed from the original pattern. An instance can be seen in his last work in Frankfurt. He wrote a new introduction to his principal essay in Bern, The Positivity of the Christian Religion, even though, as we shall see, his conception of positivity had undergone a complete transformation in the meantime. And what happened here is typical of his general development. In particular, we must bear in mind that throughout this period Hegel kept faith with his republican convictions. Indeed, it can be asserted that Hegel did not reconcile himself to a monarchy in the German style until confronted with the stability of the Restoration after the defeat of Napoleon. Until then we find a highly complex series of transitions which are not entirely reconstructible because of the loss of the most vital manuscripts. In general, however, we may say that his development proceeded along the lines of political developments in France, though with certain inevitable delays. The only reservation to be made here is that Hegel increasingly takes the theoretical and practical implications of the situation in Germany into account. This means that his political analyses gain in concreteness and immediacy, but also that the utopian character of his objectives and aspirations given the backwardness of German conditions constantly undermines his arguments or makes them disappear in a fog of speculation. When Hegel left Bern for Frankfurt he took his republican convictions with him. His mood at that time is well conveyed by the poem Eleusis which he wrote to Hölderlin from Bern and which expresses his feelings about the prospect of their reunion. A few lines will suffice to give the reader the flavor of Hegel's mood. The 108. Der Gewissheit one de alten Bundstrohfester, reifer nach Finden, de Bunds, den Keen-Eid besiegelt, der freien Wahrheitner Leben, Frieden mit der Satzung, die Meinung und die Empfindung regelt, nie Einzughen. The certain bliss of finding the old pact firmer, riper, the pact sealed by no oath, to live for the free truth alone and never to make peace with laws that prescribe thought and feeling. The very beginning of Hegel's stay in Frankfurt is marked by the appearance of his first printed work, one which on the whole still reflects his Bern attitudes. It was an annotated translation of a pamphlet by J. Cart, a Swiss lawyer, which was concerned with the defense of the rights of the Vaudois against the Bern oligarchy. The canton of Vaud had been oppressed by Bern for centuries. An attempted uprising in the wake of the French Revolution had failed and had only brought sterner reactionary measures from the Bern oligarchy. The liberation of the canton came only in the course of the Revolutionary Wars at around the time when Hegel was engaged on his translation and commentary. In his preface Hegel makes explicit reference to this turn of events and evidently published his pamphlet with the intention of providing the arrogant forces of reaction in Germany with an image of the instability of their power. At the conclusion of his preface he writes, from a comparison of the contents of these letters with the latest events in the Vaud, from a contrast between the appearance of peace enforced in 1792 and the pride of the government in its victory with its real weakness in this land and its sudden downfall there, a whole host of practical lessons might be learned. However, the events speak plainly enough for themselves. All that remains to be done is to appreciate them fully. Their cry echoes above the whole world, Disci justitiam moniti. But fate will smite hard those who are deaf. These remarks show that Hegel's outlook had not changed since he left Bern. But Falkenhayn, who discovered the pamphlet, has already attempted to exploit certain elements in it to disprove Hegel's revolutionary tendencies. He bases his argument on the fact that in the preface Hegel defends the ancient rights of the Vaudois against the Bernese oligarchy. He declares that no revolutionary would do that. A further symptom of the non-revolutionary character of the pamphlet follows from this, namely the historical method of presentation. This argument is 109. Based on the old reactionary prejudice widespread among German professors to the effect that historicism is an invention of the reaction, that it began with Burke and the French philosophers of the Restoration in contrast to the preceding age which was essentially anti-historical. There is no point in pursuing this theory, especially as the reader can see from Part I the extent of Hegel's historical orientation in his early revolutionary and republican views, and the Cart translation is no exception to this. No less untrue is the deduction made from Hegel's defense of ancient rights. The very great importance of such struggles for ancient rights can be seen in the events leading up to the French Revolution itself. Of course, the entire development is highly ambivalent. In part it involves the defense of feudal privileges against the leveling down by absolutism in the name of economic and social progress. In part it concerns the struggle to protect the rights of working people jeopardized by the process of primitive accumulation as initiated by feudalism and capitalism in league together. A further aspect of such traditional privileges is that they can provide a certain protection against the arbitrary encroachments of the absolute monarchy. The French parliaments, for example, were essentially reactionary institutions who sternly resisted every attempt to reform taxation or abolish even the most iniquitous feudal privileges, and in consequence they attracted the fiercest criticism from all the important members of the French Enlightenment. But at the same time, since they were the only organized foci of resistance to the encroachments of absolutism, they enjoyed tremendous popularity in the years leading up to the French Revolution. Marx and Engels even go so far in their polemic against Guizot as to single out this conservative Clement of France in the period leading up to the Revolution as its most characteristic feature. It is evident that in countries more backward than Switzerland or Germany the defense of ancient rights plays an even greater if also more ambivalent role. But however that may be, there can be no doubt that when Hegel takes up the defense of the Vaudois against the Bernese oligarchy, he is not doing so from an anti-revolutionary position. No doubt his defense of ancient rights is not undertaken from an explicit and consistent democratic point of view. He does not make that distinction here any more than Schiller does a few years later when he dramatizes the defense of the ancient rights of the people in Wilhelm Tell. It is only when we come to the young Marx's important articles in the Renunkszeitung that we find a consistent revolutionary and democratic line which distinguishes between the ancient rights of the working people and the privileges of exploiters. Although we have seen that this pamphlet heralds no change in Hegel's position, this does not detract from the importance of his notes for 110. An understanding of his development. We should just mention briefly here that his hatred of the aristocratic regime in Bern is just as fierce as in the letter to Schelling previously quoted, but is much more firmly founded on factual evidence. The diligence with which Hegel has assembled information about the Bernese economy, system of taxation, etc. is quite remarkable. We obtain here a glimpse into his workshop and can gain some idea of the prodigious effort that later went into acquiring his encyclopedic knowledge of almost every field. These economic studies also have an additional, negative significance. It is notable that they are still no more than purely empirical collections of factual information together with political commentaries. The idea of generalizations about economic problems clearly has not yet occurred to Hegel. There is also a further feature of biographical importance in that we find Hegel occupying himself for the first time with conditions in England. At this stage he does so purely in the context of the politics of the French Revolution. He comments on a statement by Carte, who attacks the notion that a low rate of taxation provides an index of the happiness of a people. Carte points out that in England, Unic he greatly admired, taxation was heavy but the people freely administered their own affairs. Hegel concurred in this view and even reinforced it by pointing to the significance of the tax on tea as a cause in the outbreak of the American War of Independence. The point here was that in his view the tax was unimportant in itself, but that the struggle for independence was sufficient to launch the revolution. He diverges from Carte only in his estimate of English liberty. He mentions the acts of repression in England following the French Revolution, the weakness of Parliament vis-à-vis the government, the suspension of constitutional safeguards and the abrogation of personal freedoms and the rights of citizens. He says in conclusion, "Thanks to these measures the prestige of the English nation has declined even among many of her greatest admirers." We may regard this work then as a late echo of Hegel's Bern period. All the more striking is the change in his thought, his style, and his approach to philosophical problems in the fragments dating from the same period or a little later which have been published by Knoll. In all of them signs of the Frankfurt crisis are clearly visible. We have already suggested that Hegel's terminology was never so fluid and confused as during this period. He takes up concepts, experiments with them, modifies them, and drops them again. Just because his thought begins to concern itself with the contradictoriness of life, his notes seem at first glance to contain nothing but a confused tangle of contradictions. The source of the confusion lies in the predominantly personal nature of his approach to reality. It is easy to understand how the opacity of the Frankfurt fragments has proved to be a regular hunting ground for reactionary interpretations and for attempts to assimilate Hegel to the reactionary mysticism of the Romantics. Dilthey's celebrated book has provided the model for the entire literature on Hegel in the age of imperialism. These critics managed to remove almost all reference to contemporary events and social problems even from the Bern writings, so it will not come as a surprise to see the Frankfurt fragments described as mystical pantheism, Dilthey. This makes it all the more pressing to isolate the admittedly meager and confused core of rationality they do possess, their bearing on reality and the real problems of bourgeois society. When Hegel now comes to examine the relationship between modern civil society and the individual, he finds his old Bern problem of positivity standing in his way. In their struggle against the social order of feudal absolutism, the humanists came to conceive of civil society as the world freely created and owned by men themselves. Undoubtedly they had many illusions about this world. The actual emergence of a developed bourgeois society in France and England gave a new twist to both these convictions and to the illusions accompanying them. Society appeared even more strongly as the product and moreover the constantly recreated product of mankind's own activity. At the same time, society engendered a whole series of manifestations, forms of life and institutions that confronted the individual with a dead objectivity which inhibited his personal development and killed off everything that the humanists postulated as essential for the individual and for relations between individuals. As bourgeois ideologists, the outstanding German humanists of the age found themselves compelled to accept the general foundations of the society that had come into being. But at the same time they were implacably opposed to all that was dead and deadening in it. However, their opposition, their criticism never went beyond the horizon of bourgeois society itself, at least it never did so directly. On the contrary, their efforts were directed towards the discovery of forms of subjective activity, the creation of types of human beings and forms of life with whose aid all that was dead and deadening could be annulled within the framework of bourgeois society. Goethe's great novel Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship is the greatest poetic expression of these aspirations. And the appearance of Faust 30 years later testifies to Goethe's lifelong struggle with this antagonism between humanism and bourgeois society in the context of the solutions available at that stage of history. It is not by chance that Pushkin described Faust as the Iliad of our age. In Frankfurt we see how Hegel's view of the problem of positivity shifted in this direction. In Bern the problem had been dealt with entirely in the context of the philosophy of society and history. Positivity had appeared to Hegel to be the product of the decline of mankind symbolized by the emergence of Christianity and civil society. In his view only the revolutionary rebirth of the republics of antiquity could lead to 112. The abolition of positivity. Such a revolution would be sudden and its success total, for in his view the ancient city-states in their prime were completely free of anything resembling positivity. The question now presents itself differently. His new starting point was the life of the individual. The individual lives in a society which abounds in positive institutions, positive relations between men and indeed men who have been deadened by positivity and transformed into objects. Hence the question has ceased to be, how can this positive society be smashed and replaced by a radically different type of society? On the contrary, the question he now poses is this: how can the individual in this society lead a human life, i.e. how can the positivity in himself, in other people and in his relations to people and things be eliminated? Thus the social problem is transformed into one of individual morality, into the problem of what shall we do? How shall we live? And the underlying aim here is to bring about a reconciliation with bourgeois society and a, perhaps partial, abolition of its positive character. This seemingly brings Hegel closer to the Kantian ethic than he had been in Bern. But we shall see later that this greater proximity only serves to bring the actual philosophical disagreements between Kant and Hegel out into the open. The category which provided a focus for Hegel's philosophical interests throughout this period was love. Here, once again, we find a category which seems to establish a certain link between the young Hegel and Feuerbach, even though Feuerbach could have had no knowledge of these early works of Hegel's which had not yet been published. Since a number of modern philosophers, such as Löwit, attach great importance to the alleged similarities between Feuerbach and the young Hegel, it is necessary to establish their opposition on this point. For however vague and dubious Feuerbach's ethics of love may be, however much it tends to lapse into idealism, as Engels has convincingly demonstrated, it yet remains true that, epistemologically, the relationship between I and thou on which it is based was conceived in the spirit of materialism. What counts for Feuerbach is that the thou is independent of the consciousness of the I. His ethics of love does indeed lapse into idealist excesses, it does obscure the contradictions of bourgeois society, but for all that it does stand firmly on a materialist base, its recognition that all objects, and hence all other people, are independent of my consciousness. By contrast, for Hegel the entire meaning of love is that through it just this independence is overcome. The fundamental idealistic flaw in Hegel's conception of positivity was that it can be overcome only by overcoming objectivity itself, and from this it follows that every objectivity not directly produced by consciousness must contain an element of positivity. This defect is particularly in evidence in his rhapsodically mystical conception of love and makes the transition into religion inevitable. 113. Religion is one with love. The beloved is not opposed to us, he is at one without very being, in him we see only ourselves and then he is again not us, he is a miracle beyond our comprehension. Registered we can see that the two conceptions of love rest on diametrically opposed theories of knowledge. But this must not blind us to the fact that the concept of love is in neither case an accidental phenomenon and that its social foundations are similar in both thinkers. However, its social significance is different, and this is because of the 40 years interval separating the two and the consequent differences in the state of the economy and the class struggle. In both instances love is a vague idealistic concept embodying the humanistic, bourgeois and revolutionary demand for a many-sided, fully developed human being who enjoys correspondingly rich, developed, many-sided and human relations with his fellow humans. On the other hand, the vagueness, the idealistic extravagance of the notion is a symptom of their mistaken belief that these aspirations can be realized within bourgeois society. In the 1840s, however, when the proletarian movement was already gathering momentum and the era of scientific socialism was being born, such a delusion meant something different from what it meant at the turn of the 19th century. When the followers of Feuerbach among the true socialists attempted to make his ethics of love yield socialist conclusions, they inadvertently revealed the narrow reactionary illusions implicit in the category. But at the time when Hegel was concerned with the problem, there was no such sharp conflict with the progressive tendencies of the age. As we shall see, in the course of his later development, Hegel came to adopt a much more comprehensive and realistic attitude towards bourgeois society. But at this stage the mysticism and muddle of his Frankfurt writings was an essential step towards grasping its contradictory nature. And just because the concept of love has such a transitional character, we must regard it in a different light. Furthermore, we must bear in mind that in the Germany of the time it simply was not possible to see through the illusory nature of the categories that clothed universal human aspirations in the language of idealism. Economically backward as Germany was, it was not possible to define the progressive nature of capitalism in purely economic terms as the classical English economists did. The realization that progress lay in the development of the material forces of production could only be attained in England itself, and even there it had to wait some decades for its supreme formulation from a bourgeois standpoint, in the works of Ricardo. But if the advanced development of the English economy could give birth to the supreme achievements of classical economic theory, it also prevented the conscious dialectical formulation of the contradictions and 2-4 antagonisms in capitalism. It is true that Smith and Ricardo did not shrink from giving expression to all the contradictions that they perceived, and they present their views with the unhesitating love of truth typical of all major thinkers. They are unperturbed if one perceived fact conflicts with another equally well-established one. Hence Marx was quite right when he writes of Ricardo. With the master what is new and significant develops vigorously amid the manure of contradictions, out of the contradictory phenomena. The underlying contradictions themselves testify to the richness of the living foundation from which the theory itself developed. But contradictoriness is only present materially, as it were de facto, and nothing could be further from the minds of the classical English economists than to fix on contradiction as the fundamental fact of economic life and height of the methodology of political economy. But the awareness that life is based on contradictions is the fundamental problem faced by classical German literature and philosophy. Since their starting point is the contradiction between their humanist ideals and a bourgeois reality full of the vestiges of feudalism, it is true of them too that the manure of contradictions forms the basis of their problems and solutions. The entire range of human existence becomes their theme. They can experience, shape and think through all the contradictions that arise within this great complex. Since the economic basis of these contradictions does not and cannot become visible to them, they lose themselves in idealist speculations. But by the same token, since the intellectual side of this movement is consciously lived through, i.e. since their starting point is the living experience of contradictoriness, of one contradiction arising from the solution of its predecessor, their path leads them to the first, if idealistic, formulation of dialectics. The antithesis between truly living human beings developing all their talents and human beings in bourgeois society who are deformed into the automata of the world of commodities and reduced to one-sided specialists performing a single narrow function within the capitalist division of labor. This antithesis forms the ground theme of Goethe's Wilhelm Meister. It is not just exemplified in the contrast between Wilhelm and Werner, his boyhood friend and a businessman. It can be seen also in Goethe's presentation of art and in particular of the theatre, where he brilliantly depicts the destructive effects of the division of labor on a wide range of people. Moreover, it is typical of the state of Germany at the time that Goethe does not entirely reject religious solutions to these contradictions. The life of the Canonist described in the Confessions of a Beautiful Soul gives a moving account of such a solution, in which a sensitive woman holds herself aloof from ordinary life with the aid of religion, while through love she sustains a living human relationship with her fellow human beings. Of course, the religious solution is by no means Goethe's final word. On the contrary, the Canonist is compared unfavorably with those who enter into the ordinary life of the capitalist world. The ideal figures in the novel are Lothario and Natalie, who succeed in sustaining the human vitality of love whilst actively participating in the ordinary life of bourgeois society. While in Frankfurt Hegel could not achieve anything comparable to this. The religious solution played a far more prominent part in his thought during this transitional phase. It was accepted much more uncritically and a higher historical and human value was placed on it. But we shall see that even here the contrast is not as great as it first seems. With a forthrightness more typical of his Bern writings, Hegel begins by opposing the subjective, the human, and the living to the objective, the dead and the positive. But his new approach now increasingly dissolves these rigid opposites into flexible and elastic contradictions. On the one hand, this increases the opaque mysticism of his thought. Throughout the entire period in Frankfurt, religion remains the authentic sphere of real life, of true vitality and of the genuine negation of what is and positive. On the other hand, the concrete oppositions of the subjective and the objective give rise to a series of increasingly complex contradictions which point in a quite different direction from the religious sphere. What we have here in fact is the discrepancy noted by Engels between Hegel's system and his method. More precisely, this discrepancy can be located in the critique, which long remained unconscious and, as it were, dormant, of the religious solution to contradictions. As we shall see, what Hegel is seeking in religion is the highest form of love, i.e. a reality permeated with human subjectivity and cleansed of all social positivity. But the very process of giving up his earlier hostility to Christianity leads to a situation in which those features of Christianity and of religion in general which are hostile to life and which preach escape from life present themselves with increasing vividness to his mind. And since his foremost aim is to reconcile the individual with the concrete reality of society as it is, he must inevitably become more and more aware of the weaknesses in the religious attitude. The trouble with it is that it does nothing to mitigate, let alone eliminate, the positivity of the world as it is, and that in consequence it is simply a complement of that positivity. Hence, seen in this light, religious subjectivity is merely another way of surrendering one's full humanity. If dependence on an object constitutes one pole, then the other extreme is fear of the objects, flight from them, fear of union with them, extreme subjectivity. 116. The view that pure subjectivity, flight from the objects into religion, is on the same plane as positivity, one's a view destined to play a crucial role in Hegel's Frankfurt period. As we shall see, it introduces a contradiction into Hegel's view of Christianity and, in particular, of the life and teaching of Jesus. And looking beyond Frankfurt, we shall find Hegel arguing in Jena that Fichte's subjective idealism and French materialism are two false extremes which nevertheless represent equally important tendencies of the age. For the time being, however, he draws no significant conclusions. His chief interest is to give a highly critical picture of those men who have fallen victim to the forces of positivity and conversely to praise the redemptive power of love. Since something dead here forms part of the love relationship, love is girt by matter alone, and this matter is quite indifferent to it, and while the objects by which he is confronted change, they are never absent. This is the ground of his tranquility in the face of loss and his sure confidence that his loss will be made good because it can be made good. This attitude makes matter something absolute in man's eyes, but, of course, if he never existed, then nothing would exist for him, and what necessity was there for his existence? That he might wish to exist is intelligible enough, because beyond that collection of restricted experiences which make up his consciousness there is nothing whatever. But a bleak void, and man cannot bear to think himself in that nullity. This rather ponderous and confused account of the state of mind of the average man in bourgeois society is now followed by a statement of Hegel's ideal of love. For man in bourgeois society the entire world consists of impenetrable, incomprehensible objects mechanically separated from men and from each other. He drifts among them in empty, unsatisfying activity. He has no real, substantial relationship with the objects, with his fellow men or even with himself. Love, on the other hand, is in Hegel's eyes the principle that transcends these dead barriers and creates living relationships between men, and this in turn serves to transform men into living things for themselves. True union, or love proper, exists only between living beings who are alike in power and thus in one another's eyes living beings from every point of view. In no respect is either dead for the other. In love the separate does still remain, but as something united and no longer as something separate, and the living senses the living. It is indicative of the continuity in Hegel's development that a number of expressions in these extracts go back not just to Byrne but, dy. More specifically, to the excerpts from Forster. Instances are the emphasis on the necessity for equality between lovers, the assertion in the passage following our quotation that man in bourgeois society is subject to an alien power from whom he implores mercy in fear and trembling. However, such expressions have undergone a change of meaning. Equality for Forster and for Hegel at the time when he made the excerpts meant above all political equality. Now, however, Hegel is much more concerned about equality of behavior or attitude towards society. The social content of equality, namely equal power, acquires, as we shall see at once, a new, problematical dimension. It depends on the material, economic position of the lovers. But for the moment Hegel only poses this question in order to sweep it aside once more before advancing towards the unity that abolishes all separateness between men and creates a truly unified life for them. It is easy to understand why the reactionary neo-Hegelians of the age of imperialism should have attempted to make capital from the emphasis Hegel gave to such categories as love, life, etc. Eager to transform Hegel into a romantic philosopher of life, Lebensphilosoph, they ignore the transitional phase of crisis in Frankfurt and seize upon the categories which arise from it, but which later disappear from his writings, in order to give a romantic, vitalist interpretation to his entire oeuvre. But quite apart from the inadmissibility of this extrapolation, such an interpretation does not even fit the Frankfurt period properly. Even in Frankfurt Hegel was no romantic. It is not for nothing that we have stressed the similarities between the humanism of his approach and that of Goethe and Schiller. The existence of these parallels should suffice to show the untenability of the legend. When we come to speak of Hegel's stay in Jena, we shall see how remote Hegel remained from the aspirations of the Romantics, even though Jena was at the time the focal point of the Romantic movement. As for Vitalism, the so-called philosophy of life, Hegel's own later writings make his hostility towards it quite clear. As Carly as Jena, he vigorously criticized Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, the most typical representative of this tendency at the time, and he never abandoned his dislike of it. And even in Frankfurt, as a careful scrutiny of the fragments will show, he never really accepted the basic assumption of Lebensphilosophy, viz. the idea of immediate knowledge. It is true, of course, that Hegel was engaged in a conflict with the rationalist philosophy. Reflection of the day and the Frankfurt period in particular is full of the first great debate with the philosophy of Kant. In like fashion, at the end of the Frankfurt period, when his conception of positivity had become more historical and dialectical, Hegel directed his criticism at the rationalism of the Enlightenment. But this is not to say that he ever embraced the contemporary philosophy of life. We must not allow ourselves to 118. Be led astray here by concepts such as love and life. Hegel's first biographer, Rosenkranz, was often guilty of oversimplification in his efforts to approximate Hegel's philosophy to the subjective idealism of Kant, but since he was necessarily unfamiliar with recent philosophical movements, he was able to see more clearly than the later neo-Hegelians that what Hegel meant, in Frankfurt, by life was basically the same as what, in Jena, he designated Sittlichkeit, ethical life, i.e. the concrete totality of man's actions in society. It is quite true that Hegel does oppose love to reflection in Frankfurt. However, he does not follow the contemporary fashion of setting up immediate knowledge as an absolute negation of reflection. Instead, he proposes love as a dialectical annulment of the reflective stage. Obviously, it would be wrong to imply that Hegel had consciously and consistently worked out this dialectical relationship at the beginning of his stay in Frankfurt. But his notes make it quite clear that in his account of the relations between love and reflection he has a glimmering of his later definition of Aufheben as both annul and preserve. This unity is therefore perfect life because in it even reflection gets its due. In the original, undeveloped unity the possibility of reflection, of cleavage, still stood over against it. In this unity, however, unity and cleavage are united, they are a simple living thing that had been opposed to itself, and still feels itself so opposed, but has not rendered this opposition absolute. In love one living being senses another living being. Thus in love all tasks, the self-destructive one-sidedness of reflection and the infinite opposition of an unconscious, undeveloped unity, are resolved. Such passages are significant not just as refutations of the distortions of the reactionary neo-Hegelians but because they give a clear indication of the stage Hegel had reached in his development. They show how rapidly the experienced contradiction with bourgeois society and the internal conflict with himself arising from it led Hegel to a dialectical understanding of contradiction. For him to emerge suddenly as a fully fledged dialectician, all that he needed was to achieve self-consciousness about the ideas that had fought their way confusedly to the surface in the course of these arguments. It is this situation that explains why many bourgeois historians have greeted Hegel's sudden maturity in Jena with such astonishment. But, of course, Hegel's development into a dialectician proceeded very unevenly. The internal contradictions in his philosophical position can be seen most clearly on the issue of reflection. As we have seen, his conception of love is designed to bring about the dialectical supersession of reflection. Love is thought of as existing on a higher plane than the original unconscious, undeveloped unity precisely because it contains 119. Reflection within it. But at the same time we find that Hegel's religious mysticism often gains the upper hand, and at such times love obcarsas a total, ultimate union from which every last trace of cleavage, of reflection has been eliminated. Such diametrically opposed solutions are in evidence not only in the earlier part of the Frankfurt period but also right at the very end, in the fragment of a system which concludes this phase of his development. And such contradictions can be found not only in his view of love but also in his view of the religious life, even though the latter was supposed to resolve the contradictions in the former. Hegel's efforts in the quoted passage to secure a dialectical resolution of the relationship between reflection and love is important in yet another respect, since it throws light on the social implications of the profound gulf separating him from the romantics and vitalists of the day. When Hegel refuses to accept life as something immediately given and chooses to see it instead as an objective which can only be achieved after the annulment and subsequent preservation of reflection, what he is after is a philosophical rescue action to preserve humanist ideals within capitalist society, a development or transfiguration of capitalist society which would make fully human relations a possibility. His emphasis on the need to preserve reflection while annulling it shows that unlike the reactionary romantics he did not yearn for a primitive pre-capitalist society, and unlike Schelling with his concept of intellectual intuition, he did not imagine that any genuine fulfillment or understanding of life could be achieved outside social relations, independently of them, as it were, shaking them off and leaving them behind one. It is evident, and the subsequent history of German philosophy confirms it, that although each of these two tendencies frequently inveighed against the other, they yet aspired to one and the same goal, to solve the contradictions of bourgeois society by reverting to a more primitive, pre-capitalist form of social organization, the philosophy of the post-1815 Restoration. We have repeatedly drawn attention to the illusions cherished by Hegel, and we shall later have occasion to criticize them when their social implications manifest themselves more concretely. But all these illusions are not enough to justify the establishment of a bond between Hegel and the reactionary restoration of his day. For all his illusions Hegel went in an entirely opposed direction, socially and hence also philosophically. Hegel's attitude to bourgeois society one's most clearly expressed where he abandons his extravagant religious generalizations and his vague language of experience and investigates the problem of love finding fulfillment in the world of reality. This brings him at once to the problem of possessions and property. We should remind ourselves here that in Bern he had taken up a very general historical view of such matters. He held that the relatively equitable distribution of property formed the 120 economic basis of republican liberty in antiquity, and that the growing inequality of the later classical period was the basis of its decline, of the corruption of the citoyen of antiquity into the modern bourgeois and the private individual. Hegel now finds himself compelled to scrutinize the problem of property in a more concrete fashion. At first he does so primitively in terms of mere experience. We know that in the course of his historical and political studies Hegel had collected economic data, too, but at this stage this was a mere heap of empirical information from which he made direct political inferences. In harmony with this, his first interest in property was to discover its immediate effects on the psychological and moral life of man. That is to say, he regarded property as something dead and positive, something incapable of an organic connection with any living, subjective activity. The bond between property and labor was something that did not enter into his thoughts during these years. He thought of property only as a means of enjoyment or, at best, of personal power. Obviously it was not really possible to establish a really living relationship between such a notion of property and the highly abstract subjectivity of his conception of love. More interesting is the fact that Hegel was at pains to establish such a relationship. He was aware that love must be realized in society as it is, i.e. by people who either do or do not own property and who for the most part own different amounts of it. And although he sees property as the home of death and positivity, I.e. as something diametrically opposed to love, he does make the attempt to study their interrelations. Yet the lovers are connected with much that is dead, external objects belong to catch of them. This means that a lover stands in relation to things that are opposed to him in his own eyes as objects and opposites. This is why lovers are capable of a multiplex opposition in the course of their multiplex acquisition and possession of property and rights. Since possession and property make up such an important part of men's life, cares and thoughts, even lovers cannot refrain from reflection on this aspect of their relations. Given the primitive nature of these economic concepts and the psychological interpretation of the relations between men and property, Hegel could not get beyond a superficial compromise. What is important is that he saw that the problem itself could not be sidestepped. The solution he fixes on here is that lovers should own property jointly. But no less typical of Hegel's sober realism is his presentiment that this solution is illusory. In a marginal note on the passage just quoted he adds, by pooling their property, the joint owners create the illusion that their particular rights have been annulled. At bottom, however, AI 21I. Right is retained to the part of the property that is not directly used, only this right is not asserted. Where property is held in common, things are not the property of any one person, but ownership, the right to a portion is concealed in the relationship. Thus Hegel perceives that the annulment of the positivity of property through joint ownership on the part of lovers is no true annulment. Hegel's realism, his uninhibited criticism and demolition of his own extravagant and tortuous conclusions is evident also in his occasional realization of the transitory, momentary nature of love. This unity, the child, however, is only a point, a seed. The lovers cannot so contribute to it as to make it a manifold in itself from the start. Their union is free from all inner division, in it there is no working on an opposite. Everything which gives the newly begotten child a manifold life and a specific existence, it must draw into itself, set over against itself, and unify with itself. 6. The point is clear enough. Even though Hegel places love in the very center of his thought at this stage, he is very far from glorifying it in the romantic style. He regards it as the highest point of existence. It alone can overcome all that is dead and positive in the world. At the same time he perceives that no higher reality can be based on it which would provide a real counterweight to the positivity of bourgeois society. In the course of his later development in Frankfurt he treats the absence of love as an absence of objectivity. He desires to confront the dead positivity of the world with a non-positive, living objectivity. His old contrast of the two ages now becomes an internal contrast within bourgeois society. This leads to an attempt to clavate the non-positive objectivity of religion above the merely living subjectivity of love. We shall return later to the contradictions that result from this procedure. Here we need only mention that at this point he looks for and discovers another solution for the inadequacy of purely subjective love, a solution that remains decisive for his later socio-philosophical writings, love as the basis of marriage and the family. Immediately after the lines we have just quoted he adds, thus the process is, unity, separated opposites, reunion. After their union the lovers separate again, but in the child their union has become unseparated. And to the word reunion he appended this note: the child is the parents themselves. Here, then, is the germ of Hegel's theory of the family as the nucleus of 122. Bourgeois society. Thus through the confusion and the contradictions of these early fragments it is possible to discern the first outlines of his view of society. More precisely, they enable us to glimpse the pressures and tendencies that led to his later conception of civil society. We shall see that the constant theme in his development is the search for a dialectical connection between the apparently lifeless objects and institutions of society, a connection that would divest objectivity of its deadness and allow it to become manifest as the premise and product of the activity of the subject, i.e. that would conceive of society and history as mankind's own world, the product of man's own activity. Up to now only the first, very modest, and rather obscure steps have been taken, and this applies both to the content and the method. Hegel's knowledge of the structure of modern civil society is still very vague, very empirical, and far removed from any grasp of its underlying laws. And parallel with this his method is scarcely more than a vague search for the living connections between the subject and the objective world of society. Presentiments of the dialectical interconnections occur from time to time and are then lost in the mystical haze of religion. His ruling principle at this time was still the rigid opposition of subject and object, though there was too the passionate desire to overcome its dualism. Right from the start of his stay in Frankfurt Hegel looked for a mode of activity in bourgeois society that would satisfy his humanist ideals and would nevertheless lead to activity within bourgeois society. His philosophical formula was to lead to a revitalization of society from within and not by importing any extraneous principle into society. The dead machinery was to be brought to life. The road from death to life, however, turns out to be the road which leads to the discovery of all the contradictions in bourgeois society, albeit with the intention of resolving them within that society itself. This is the road on which Hegel seeks the reconciliation of mankind, of the ideals of humanity with bourgeois society, and right from the start, as soon as these problems emerge, we are in a position to perceive both the strengths and weaknesses of Hegel's view of society. Given its rather confused basis in emotion and experience, Hegel's present emphasis on vitality must inevitably lead him straight into the arms of religion. We have already noted his greater affinity with Christianity during this period as contrasted with his brisk rejection of it in Bern. If, as we have argued, love is now identical with religion, as he will soon formulate the matter, if love is the road to religion, then it is clear that reconciliation with Christianity is the goal he is making for. Here too we find him taking a direction that he will adhere to his whole life long. It would be going too far, however, to take all too literally the reactionary interpretations, which derive ultimately from the right. 123. Hegelians among his own pupils, to the effect that Hegel was, or became, the philosopher of Protestantism. In recent years George Lassen has taken up this theme with great enthusiasm and has criticized even the most reactionary neo-Hegelians if they ventured to underestimate the strength of Hegel's Protestantism. Hegel's relations with Christianity were never unambiguous or free from contradictions or reservations. In the course of our study of the Frankfurt period we shall see that he was forced to get to grips with Christianity and above all with the personality of its founder, and that the religious categories of Christianity are of the highest importance for his entire philosophy. But we shall also see that his analysis culminates in the discovery of an insoluble tragic contradiction in the life and teaching of Jesus, and further, that the climax of Hegel's religious thought at this time is not by any means to be equated with Christianity. On the contrary, as late as Jena we shall still encounter fragments on the development of the various religions which go beyond Christianity and look forward to the birth of a new third faith. When we come to look at these later writings we shall have occasion to point out the ambiguities in his view of Christianity and religion in general, ambiguities that characterize even his very last statements on this problem. But for an understanding of the present phase it is enough if we establish that Hegel has abandoned his earlier rejection of Christianity and if, on the other hand, we maintain that what Hegel was looking for in religion in Frankfurt was that living unity of contradictions which represented the highest form of life to him at a time when his thought was rapidly maturing. The contradictory nature of this view inspired his basic line at the time, the tendency to absorb philosophy into religion. The reversal of this process is one of the outstanding changes that took place in his thought in Jena. The new view of Christianity is not without its effect on his general philosophical and historical position. We shall just indicate briefly the most important changes. In Bern, the historical scheme he had favored was one in which the collapse of freedom in the city-states of antiquity had led to the decadent age of Christianity. In this process, the Jewish origins of Christianity had been given the subordinate role of an immediate cause. The decisive factor was the political, economic, and moral decay of the Roman Empire. As the progenitor of the religion of the new epoch in world history, the Jews were treated only as a nation of equal degeneracy, able therefore to bring into being a religion that would supply the needs of a degenerate mankind. Now, however, Hegel begins to take a greater interest in the origins of Judaism, and he devotes more attention to the similarities and differences between Judaism and Christianity. This extension of his historical interests is the first step towards his later philosophy of history, in which the history of classical antiquity was preceded by a lengthy analysis of the Orient. 124. In the early years of his stay in Frankfurt, his treatment of the Orient has relatively little to do with history. It involves little more than an historico-philosophical analysis of Jewish traditions as contained in the Bible. Nevertheless, a number of points emerge that will be important for his later historical views. For example, his analysis proceeds from the premise that the Jews differ from the Greeks primarily because of their estrangement from nature. We have here the germ of his later view of the East, but even apart from that, there is the very remarkable, if rather elliptical aphorism that this estrangement, Anziehung, necessarily results in the birth of the state, etc. What is important for Hegel's later development is the perception that the state comes into being when the contradictions in society reach a certain point. In Bern, the state of antiquity appeared to him to be the product of an age without internal social contradictions. It was the emergence and intensification of contradictions that led to the downfall of the state. Here we see the seeds of his later more dialectical and historical view, albeit in an inflexible and highly mystified form. We can see the change in his views of the historical role of state and the relationship of the citizen to the state even more clearly in another passage from the same fragment, The Spirit of Judaism. In order to understand it fully, we must remind ourselves of Hegel's view in Bern. He had held then that people can only be said to have a relation to the state in a democratic republic in which the citoyen freely gives himself to it. The state may be said to be in decay when despotism rules and the citizens are purely private individuals incapable of any relation to it. Now, too, he emphasizes the utter contrast between the republics of antiquity and the Jewish theocracy. But at the same time he talks of the establishment of the kingdoms of Judah and Israel in these terms. The individual was entirely excluded from an active interest in the state. The political equality of the citizens was the reverse of republican equality, it was only the equality of insignificance. Not until the kings do we find, together with the inequality that they introduced, a definite relation to the state on the part of many subordinates. Many acquired a significance with respect to those beneath them, and for some there was at least the possibility of acquiring such a signify 19 cans. This passage, too, is very confused, but so much is clear that Hegel now believed that the greater inequality under the monarchy did create stronger bonds with the state than the earlier, abstract equality of the primitive theocracy. In other words, Hegel now begins to see that the classes and estates that arise in the course of history have an essential, determining influence on 125. The relations between people and the state. In Bern he had regarded all class differentiations as symptoms of fragmentation and the decline of the state. Now, when he is striving to understand the nature of modern civil society, he must obviously realize that the real links joining the various classes and estates in a simple whole are a constitutive part of modern society. He does not grasp this fully until the Jena period, and this view does not receive its final definition until much later, in the Philosophy of Right in 1821. but it is important to see the germ of this idea in these early discussions of civil society. Our last quotation shows that Hegel held fast to the evaluation of political life of antiquity that he had worked out in Bern. Nor was he to modify it later on. The only thing that does change is the place of antiquity in his historical scheme. He comes increasingly to regard classical civilization as something irretrievably lost, and this goes hand in hand with his growing understanding of the necessary origins and determinants of modern society. In Frankfurt, however, his dominant religious bias creeps into his view of antiquity. In the search for a religious, non-positive objectivity, Hegel harks back to Greek religion and sees in its animaism a model for his own aspirations. But more interesting than that is his advance from that line of thought to a consideration of the problems of necessity and contingency, of subject and object. Where subject and object or freedom and nature are thought of as unified, so that nature is freedom and subject and object are inseparable, there is the divine. Such an ideal is the goal of every religion. A deity is at once subject and object. One may not say of it that it is a subject in contrast to the objects, or that it has objects. Theoretical systems become entirely objective, opposed to the subject. Practical activity destroys the object and is entirely subjective. In love alone is one at one with the object. It neither exercises mastery, nor is it mastered. This love, transformed by the imagination into essence, is the deity. Every union can be called the union of subject and object, of freedom and nature, of the real and possible. We see here how Hegel's first attempts to formulate dialectical problems at once result in his deployment of the form of objective idealism current in German philosophy, the identical subject-object. His terminology, too, brings him close to Schelling and Fichte's theory of knowledge, both of which he retains in their essentials, while pressing forward to a more objective dialectics than theirs. It was not very important to establish here the extent to which Hegel was influenced by Schelling or whether it is simply the case that he spontaneously went in the same direction. For, given the kinds of questions that led to absolute idealism in Germany, the idea of the identical 126 subject-object was unavoidable. What is vital is the way in which different thinkers annul and preserve the subject and the object in a higher unity. Depending on how this is done, absolute idealism either loses itself completely in religious mysticism, as with Schelling, or else it elaborates and maintains the living contradictions with enough vigor to force the idealist mysticism to yield up a significant understanding of reality. The struggle between these two tendencies occupies the whole of Hegel's development. From time to time Schelling's influence strengthens the retrograde tendency. His polemics against Schelling and the eventual parting of the ways point to the triumph of the other, even though in the framework of absolute idealism the victory can never be final. However that may be, the fact remains that these fragments reveal an intense preoccupation with philosophical problems that was wholly absent in Bern. It is very characteristic of his present state that the notion of objectivity had become highly volatile and that he struggles with various formulations without reaching a satisfactory conclusion. For instance, it is interesting to see in the passage just quoted how he gives a subjective interpretation of the religiosity which in his view is destined to abolish the antagonism between subject and object. What he does is, as it were, to import subjectivity into the objects by means of the imagination, i.e. a procedure which, taken to its logical conclusion, can have no real impact on objectivity. His uncertainty at this stage is expressed above all in his wish to find a form of being in life, in religion that is higher than all ideas and concepts, a form of being that will do away with all the limitations and rigidities of reflection. In the course of his investigation of these concepts, Hegel stumbles on the idea that existence is independent of consciousness, but since he holds fast to his idealist theory of knowledge, the insight cannot be profitably exploited. This independence, this absoluteness of being is the stumbling block. It must no doubt exist, but its mere existence does not mean that it exists for us. Thus the independence of being means that it just is, whether for us or not. Being must be simply something separate from us, something in which a relationship with us is not necessarily implied. Hegel deduces various conclusions from this. Earlier on he saves, faith presupposes being, and he evidently wishes to establish the priority of being over thought. At the same time, he wants to discover in faith that higher religious principle with whose aid the objective ideal unity may be established. Hence he concludes. 127. What is, must not be believed, but whatever is believed, must exist. These arguments are extraordinarily confused, but one thing does emerge from them, namely that the problems of the theory of knowledge, of objectivity are all in flux. And it is of great interest to see that it is in this context that we can discover the germs of the later dialectical distinctions within being, sen, being, Dasein, being in the world or determinate being, existence, existence. Of course, the distinctions have not been properly worked out. But it is of the greatest importance that these problems all emerge in the context of the central problem of Berne, the problem of positivity. The connection between the social problem of positivity and the philosophical problem of objectivity had been unconscious and instinctive in Berne, but it now starts to preoccupy Hegel actively. And it is no coincidence that at the same time the old conception of positivity now becomes unstable and that contradictions begin to arise within it. Hegel's definition of positivity in Frankfurt corresponds exactly to the definition he had given in Berne. But in the course of his studies it becomes more concrete, the definition is now more consciously philosophical and hence more flexible. Throughout this period Hegel was concerned, as we have seen, to achieve an existing, living union of the opposites, the antagonisms of life. In this context positivity now appears to him as a false union. Wherever there is eternal cleavage in nature and the irreconcilable is united, there is positivity. And elaborating on the ideas about faith and being already cited, he now defines positivity in this way. A positive faith is one which, instead of the only possible union, posits another, instead of the only possible being it posits a different one. Thus it unites that which is opposed in such a way that the union it achieves is incomplete. 1 euro. Things are not united in the way they should be. It is interesting to note how here, as earlier on with the distinction between being and consciousness, Hegel is driven to the outer edge of idealism, but at once turns around and hurls himself into the arms of subjectivity. For if we read the above quotations carefully, bearing in mind that by life Hegel means the union of opposites in being, it is evident that positivity means more or less what a materialist would call the false reflections of objective reality. At the decisive moment, however, he reverses his direction and introduces the word should without making it clear with what the syntheses of positive faith would or should not agree. And the same uncertainty makes itself felt when he goes on to say. 128. Positive faith requires faith in something that does not exist *. And he strengthens this formulation by turning the contrast of positive and non-positive faith into a contrast between idea and being. In positive religion being, union one's only an idea, something thought I believe that it exists means, I believe the idea, I believe that I can imagine something, I believe in something believed, Kant, deity. Kantian philosophy positive religion, deity a holy will, man an absolute negation, in the idea is united, ideas are united an idea one's a thought, but thoughts do not exist, equals Ash develops the concept more concretely he will abandon this view positivity as mere idea. But the importance of these first attempts to formulate the concept of positivity is that they show Hegel's thought in a state of flux and that, as we have seen, the various gradations of being are making their appearance on the horizon. One final factor of interest is that this interpretation of positivity has suddenly brought the differences between Kant and Hegel to the surface, and this in turn provides the first stimulus to Hegel's critique of Kantian philosophy. Chapter 3. Fragments of 2 pamphlets on current German problems. That the municipal authorities of Württemberg should be elected by its citizens and the German constitution. The contradictions in Hegel's position at this period are well illustrated by 2 fragmentary pamphlets written in 1798/9. The first pamphlet was concerned with constitutional conflicts in Hegel's own land of Württemberg. It must have been written in the first half of 1798, since Rosencrantz has published a letter by a friend of Hegel's replying to it, and this is dated August 17, 1798, clearly the pamphlet must have been completed by then. Hegel wrote his pamphlet in the course of the constitutional struggles that raged at the end of the century between the Duke of Württemberg and his estates. They fell out on the issue of what attitude to adopt towards France. The Duke supported the Austrian intervention while the estates sympathized with the French. After the Duke had attempted to subject the country to absolute rule without the estates, he had to summon them again in 1796 to elect a new council, Landesausschuss, which the Duke hoped would be more tractable. But he was disappointed and the conflict just became more acute. In the course of the struggle, a large number of pamphlets were published criticizing the obsolete feudal conditions still obtaining in Württemberg and also the antiquated constitution, and they even went as far as to demand a representative assembly to be elected by the entire population. There were even said to be republican tendencies, and there were calls for a Swabian republic. Hegel's pamphlet was his contribution to the debate. The surviving fragments show very clearly his hesitant attitude on issues of the moment. Not that he was guilty of any compromise with feudal and absolute conditions in Germany, let alone of capitulation to them. Where he can remain at the level of criticism or philosophical generalization, he shows great resoluteness in attacking conditions in Germany. And in this sense it cannot be said that his political opinions reveal any significant change. His intention is to intervene in the urgent questions of the day, but wherever he attempts to tackle a concrete issue he displays the greatest uncertainty. His judgment falters and he finally comes up with 130. 131. Surprisingly moderate proposals given his premises. The great critical run-up ends with relatively tame proposals for reform, as indeed Heim pointed out long ago. This uncertainty can be seen clearly in the changes made in the title of the pamphlet. Originally it read that the municipal authorities of Württemberg should be elected by its people. People was later changed in favor of citizens. The final version, however, ran as follows: on the most recent domestic affairs of Württemberg and on the municipal constitution in particular. The pamphlet originally bore a dedication to the people of Württemberg, but this was later deleted. We can no longer determine whether these emendations were made to forestall censorship or because Hegel had changed his views, nor do we know whether and to what extent they are bound up with changes in the text. All we can do is analyze the rather meager fragments that have survived. Hegel's starting point is very close to the republicanism he had adhered to in Bern and also in the Cart translation. The fragments published by Heim contain extremely derogatory statements about absolutism. For instance, he says that in an absolutist state, all turns ultimately around one man who unites all powers within himself ex providentia mehorum, and there is no guarantee that he will recognize and respect the rights of man. And in harmony with this he states, the whole representative system of Württemberg is faulty and in need of thoroughgoing reform. His criticism here has its basis in an appeal to justice and to the rights of man. In this view, justice is the only measure. The courage to enforce justice is the only power that can clear away the tottering structure honorably and calmly, and bring about a secure state of affairs. Degree only this striving for justice, only an attempt to raise oneself onto the plane of the universal will overcome the petty, particular interests of the Philistines. In his introductory remarks to the fragments, Hegel gives a vivid picture of the growing desire for reform in Württemberg. He describes the mood as irresistible and argues that each delay will only increase it. It is no accidental vertigo that will pass. Call it delirium, but it can end only with death or the expulsion of the disease. It is the travail of the health that remains to drive out the evil. Hegel then reasserts that conditions in Württemberg have reached breaking point and are in need of complete revision. 132. He turns scornfully on the people who concede that reforms are necessary but who are prevented by class interest from lending support to any concrete proposal. All too often such desires and the zeal for the common good conceal the reservation insofar as it coincides with our own interest. Their willingness to give their consent to all improvements takes fright and fades away as soon as a demand is made upon them. And his satirical comments on the necessity for political reforms are summed up with the words: "If there is to be a change, then something must be changed." We must assert this bald truth simply because the fear that is forced to act differs from the courage that wills to act, in that, when the time to act arrives, people who are driven by fear are so weak that they wish to retain all they happen to possess. They are like the spendthrift who is forced to regulate his expenditure. Every item that he is advised to give up now appears indispensable, and he refuses to deprive himself of any, until the moment comes when both his necessities and luxuries are taken away from him. Why has the situation in Württemberg become untenable? Hegel's answer is clear and simple. Because its institutions are the inheritance of an earlier age now past and are socially and politically obsolete, they can no longer satisfy the needs or the spirit of the modern world. We may regard this as the typical progressive bourgeois attitude towards the institutions of feudal absolutism in Germany. At the same time, they are not without significance, since they point to a great advance in Hegel's own historical and philosophical thought. For the first time, Hegel employs the idea of historical development in the defense of social progress. In Bern he had looked to the resurrection of the republics of antiquity in the midst of a world made degenerate by Christian positivity and the inequality of wealth. This resurrection was to come about by a Cuvier-like catastrophe. Now, tentatively and abstractly as yet, he begins to realize that the development of society is itself the impetus to progress. In consequence, he starts to consider the various institutions of politics and society from a more historical perspective. That is to say, he no longer regards an institution as good or bad in itself, as he had done in Bern, but he realizes that an institution that was originally good may come to impede progress in the course of time. Thus Hegel accounts for the obsolescence of institutions in Württemberg in this way. They are blind who would believe that institutions, constitutions, 133, and laws from which the spirit has aeon and which no longer accord with the customs, the needs and opinions of men, can continue to survive, and that forms which have ceased to exert any hold over feeling and reason can be powerful enough to bind a nation together. Asterisk registered. Here we can see the great importance of his complex and unresolved ideas about his new definition of positivity, which we discussed in the previous chapter. At that stage we could only show that Hegel's original rigid definition was now in a state of flux, that the inflexible antinomies of positivity and non-positivity had begun to break down into dialectical transitions. What Hegel had formulated shortly before in terms of true or false union now gains in historical concreteness. He now calls positive that from which the spirit has flown. He is no longer content to ask what is or is not positive. He one's now concerned with the question, how does an institution become positive? We shall see how this novel, consciously historical and philosophical version of positivity has been deepened by the end of the Frankfurt period, and how it becomes the foundation for Hegel's mature philosophy of history. The present truncated state of the fragments does not permit us to draw any conclusions about the stage he had reached when he wrote the pamphlet, and whether he had made any definite connection between the ideas quoted above and the problem of positivity. The most that can be said is that a few small extracts in Hame do suggest that there was a connection of some sort. But apart from a few words, Hegel's original text Hame only gives his own highly abbreviated version. Thus he says. With hard-hitting words he describes and rebukes the officialdom that has lost all sense of the innate rights of man and, trotting in the rear of the advancing age, caught between the claims of office and conscience, it can think of nothing but the need to find historical justification for positive institutions. Thus there does seem to have been a connection of a sort between positivity and historical obsoleteness in the original pamphlet, but the surviving texts do not permit us to determine how conscious and clear it was. This quotation from Hame also points to another important, practical aspect of the pamphlet, the vigorous attack on the absolute bureaucracy of Württemberg. In a further fragment Hegel also speaks witheringly of the bureaucratic apparatus of the petty absolutist state. He perceives indignantly that this apparatus was in fact much more powerful than the estates. Thus the officials led the council and with it the nation by the 10 nose. 134. These comments are important because they show that Hegel was not just sharply critical of the feudal elements in the Wehrtemmerg constitution, but that he was no less hostile to the absolutist state which was at that moment in conflict with the feudal estates. It is evident then that Hegel's objective could only be something radically different, viz. the bourgeois democratic transformation of the country. All the more disappointing, therefore, are the vague and timorous concrete proposals that he puts forward. After his scathing attack on conditions in Wehrtemmerg, after his historical and philosophical justification of the need for radical change, it is something of an anticlimax to hear him ask the question whether in a country which has had an hereditary monarchy for centuries it is advisable suddenly to allow an unenlightened mob accustomed to blind obedience and dependent on the impression of the moment to choose its own representatives. And his concrete proposals follow the tenor of these remarks rather than the sharp tone of his criticism of Wehrtemmerg. As long as everything else remains unchanged, as long as the people does not know its rights, as long as there is no public spirit, as long as the power of the officials remains unrestrained, popular elections would only result in the complete overthrow of our constitution. The best solution would be to entrust the franchise to a body of enlightened and upright men independent of the court. But I do not see how an electoral system could be devised that would result in such an assembly, however carefully the active and passive franchise were determined. The gulf between his critique of the existing situation and his timid and vague reforms is perfectly clear. We have seen how in Bern Hegel dissociated himself from the radical and plebeian wing of the French Revolution, but this is not enough to explain his reluctance to demand an independent assembly of notables, even when we take into account the fact that he was writing in full knowledge of the experiences of the French Revolution and that he might have been afraid that an elected assembly would turn into a radical convention. For both in France and later even in Germany there were many moderate liberals who believed that an elected representative body would be the suitable vehicle for the reforms that had become necessary. The true explanation lies in the general state of Germany and the ideological attitude arising from it which never ceased to determine Hegel's position, as well as that of such important contemporaries as Goethe. Looking at Germany from a cosmopolitan point of view, he could get a pretty clear idea both of its backwardness and of the constitution that it ought to have. But he had no idea how his critical insights were to be 135. Transformed into political action. In consequence of his vagueness and uncertainty there arose in his mind a great variety of socially necessary but more or less reactionary illusions which were to determine his thought throughout his life. The more concrete his approach to a problem, the wider the gulf between his vision and his political proposals appeared and the more illusory the purely ideological attempts to bridge it. Marx has analyzed the social origins and character of these illusions in a brilliant section of the German ideology. He characterizes the political and economic fragmentation of Germany at the end of the 18th century in these words. The impotence of each separate sphere of life, one cannot speak here of estates or classes, but at the most only of former estates and classes not yet born, did not allow any one of them to gain exclusive domination. The inevitable consequence was that during the epoch of absolute monarchy, which was seen here in its most stunted, semi-patriarchal form, the special sphere which, owing to the division of labor, was responsible for the work of administration of public interests acquired an abnormal independence, which became still greater in the bureaucracy of modern times. Thus, the state built itself up into an apparently independent force, and this position, which in other countries was only transitory, a transition stage, has been maintained in Germany until the present day. It is this position of the state which explains both the honesty of the civil servant that is found nowhere else, and all the illusions about the state which are current in Germany, as well as the apparent independence of German theoreticians in relation to the burghers, the seeming contradiction between the form in which these theoreticians express the interests of the burghers and these interests themselves. Even a superficial glance at Hegel's arguments reveals that he exhibits all the attributes of the German ideology of his age as described by Marx. No doubt, the illusions about the honesty of the civil servant and about the state will only make their appearance later on, but the state's apparent independence of the real interests of the up-and-coming bourgeois class is already the central pillar of his political and social methodology. This is the source both of the vagueness and timidity in his concrete proposals and of his illusions about an independent body that would determine the constitution of Württemberg. What is important here is his relationship with liberalism. As far as his social objectives are concerned, Hegel is largely in agreement with the liberals. It is apparent that he had made a thorough study of notable advocates of liberalism like Benjamin Constant and Charles James Fox. Nevertheless, right up to the end of his life we see an increasingly explicit rejection of the political methods of liberalism, above all of the German liberals. In particular, he refuses to 136. Share their faith in elections, parliaments, parliamentary reforms, etc. This paradox is a reflection of Germany's economic and social backwardness and the resulting development of political ideology which is divided, retarded, petty and Philistine, rather than just uneven. Both of its principal currents are tainted by its Philistinism as well as its vague utopianism. The German liberals of the day put their demands forward dogmatically for the most part, without any real attempt to take the actual balance of power within society into account. To avoid any misunderstanding here, when I speak of the ideologists of liberalism, I explicitly exclude the few revolutionary Democrats such as George Forster. Wherever the French intervention had given rise to a form of pseudo-constitutionalism, this dogmatic approach was combined with petty bourgeois opportunism and with a very bigoted church policy, in South Germany. Like Goethe, Hegel is fully aware of the narrow-mindedness of German liberalism. He does not share their mistaken assessment of the German situation nor of the socio-economic preconditions of bourgeois society. But his correct criticism of them is often accompanied by different illusions of his own, illusions which later lead him to increasingly reactionary positions on particular issues. Thus the prejudices and illusions of both points of view available at the time reflect the German misere. Even the ablest minds of Germany with the widest, most cosmopolitan horizon are defeated by the petty, Philistine provincialism of German society. Not until just before and especially just after the July Revolution of 1830 in France do we witness the emergence of a definite democratic movement in Germany, and with it the first efforts to overcome this provincialism. George Büchner, Heine. But we need only think of the battles that the young Marx fought with the radical young Hegelians to realize how deeply these provincial ideologies were rooted in Germany. Since Hegel's ideological assumptions were dictated ultimately by the class structure of Germany at the time, he was unable ever to overcome them. It is true that he does acquire a much greater understanding of the forces that move society, and his knowledge of the underlying laws becomes ever more profound. But only up to a certain point. There is always a point at which his concrete and clear grasp of class antagonisms comes to a halt, and quite without any objective social justification turns into abstract generalizations which feed on illusions about the nature of the state and, later on, the bureaucracy. For all his lifelong efforts to investigate the dialectical connections between the particularity of private and class interests and their social product, the universal is never logically developed from the real, particular social conditions. On the contrary, it is always imposed from above, idealistically, from a position apparently independent of class allegiances. It is evident that this fundamental contradiction is much less obvious here. 137. Than in his later development. We shall also see great fluctuations in his political attitudes and his philosophical approach. But this fundamental contradiction is a persistent and indeed permanent feature of all his thought. Hegel's pamphlet never appeared. A partial explanation is provided by a letter, published by Rosenkranz, from a friend of Hegel's in Stuttgart. In this letter the friend argues that publication at the present time would do more harm than good. Of the arguments he presents, one is directed against Hegel's projected assembly of notables, which the writer describes as arbitrary. More important, perhaps, was the disappointment felt by progressive and even revolutionary Germans with the outcome of the war with France. The Congress at Rastatt, which sat from December 1797 to April 1798 and which brought the war of the First Coalition against France to an end, resulted only in loss of territory for Germany. German patriots had cherished hopes that the wars of the French Republic would lead to the international spread of democratic institutions and were bitterly disappointed when the peace negotiations resulted in no more than petty haggling for various territories. This disappointment is reflected in the concluding lines of the letter to Hegel. Of course, my dear friend, our reputation has suffered greatly. The rulers of the Grande Nation have sacrificed the most sacred rights of mankind to the mockery and derision of our enemies. I know of no vengeance that would fit their crimes. In these circumstances the publication of your essay would be just one evil the more. The contradiction which comes emotionally to the surface here is one we have already discussed. It lies at the roots of all the theoretical and practical attempts of the age to achieve the unification of Germany. Hegel gives his own solution to this question in his next pamphlet, which he drafted but did not complete. But it is interesting and very typical of Hegel that his notes do not show the least trace of bitterness towards the French. He approaches the problem of German unity from the internal contradictions in German national history, and his later detailed discussions of this issue and of world history in general show that he never abandoned his sympathy for the developments in France. Indeed, with the advent of Napoleon these sympathies only become more pronounced, and he tended more and more to regard the Napoleonic solution to the problems of the French Revolution as paradigmatic. Of course, the gulf between his socio-historical analysis and his intended solution still remains unbridgeable. This gulf can be seen in the surviving fragments of the German constitution, in the way in which the manuscript breaks off wherever a concrete proposal becomes inevitable. Hegel took up work on the pamphlet once more in Jena and greatly expanded both the critical and historical 138 parts as well as those concerned with concrete proposals. But this just shifted the difficulty elsewhere, and the gap between the theoretical and practical parts remained wider than ever. Thus, when dealing with the past, Hegel shows very clearly that all changes in political constitutions come about only because of the existence of real historical forces. But the Jena version of the German constitution preserves a total silence on the subject of the historical forces that might bring about the reforms Hegel wishes to see introduced into Germany, and whenever he does allude to such forces he does so in a vague and mystificatory way. As to the first fragment, we are at once struck by the sharpness of his criticism and the boldness of his analysis in contrast to the absence of any concrete perspective. His study of the situation in Germany leads him to see the demise of Germany as a nation, its final fragmentation, as a very real threat. He does indeed hint at another, opposite solution, but the manuscript breaks off just as he is about to discuss it. For after an incisive critique of the autonomy of the different parts of Germany, Hegel goes on to say, if the tendency to become isolated is the only moving principle in the German Empire, then Germany is in the process of sinking inexorably into the abyss of its dissolution, and to utter a warning of this would indeed be evidence of zeal, but also of folly, since it would be wasted labor. Is Germany not standing at the crossroads between the fate of Italy and unification in a single state? There are above all two factors that enable us to hope for the latter, two factors that we may regard as a counter to the principle of disintegration. But the manuscript has nothing further to say about these two principles. We have already shown that Hegel's analysis reached this conclusion entirely from a consideration of the internal situation in Germany, and he did not blame the French wars for the plight of the German Empire. Like all progressive Germans of the day, Hegel saw the source of Germany's ills in the sovereignty of greater and lesser principalities, in the fragmentation of Germany into a whole host of states of varying sizes. This leads him to the following very radical conclusion. Apart from despotisms, i.e. states with no constitution, no state has a more wretched constitution than Germany. And he adds, Voltaire went so far as to call its constitution an anarchy. This is the best description if Germany is considered as a state, but even this name is no longer valid, since Germany can no longer be regarded as a state in any sense. The arguments Hegel adduces in support of this harsh judgment are 139. Interesting and characteristic. They show how his view of the facts comes into conflict with his original opinions, and how he advances through the manure of these contradictions with the aid of very bold idealist constructs and ends up with greatly enriched knowledge. He locates the fundamental contradiction of the German constitution in the fact that it is not based on constitutional law at all, but on private law. This view still owes a lot to old-fashioned views of the state which are founded partly on natural law and partly on his view of Greece and Rome. Hence, he finds fault with the principles of German public law because their principles are not derived from concepts based on reason, but are merely abstractions of reality. Thus Hegel is able to see how legal codes have arisen in the course of actual social conflicts, and he acknowledges this fact where he finds it, but regards it as hostile to reason and as something in contradiction with reality as it should be registered. His position here is strongly idealistic and metaphysical, and this becomes even clearer when we consider his explanation of the origins of these abstractions of reality. In the course of his critical account of this aspect of German history he argues, "For possession came earlier than law and did not spring from law, on the contrary, whatever was taken by force was made into legal right." When we follow his concrete analyses further, we find that his objections to the foundations of the empire in private law are connected with the fact that in the social conflict which affected the transition from the Middle Ages to the modern world, the victors in Germany were the forces of feudalism. The function of the state was always just to confirm what was taken from its control. In Germany, the individual member of the body politic owes his power in the state, his rights and his duties to his family, his estate or his guild. It is evident that in Hegel's eyes the victory of feudal principles are sufficient to explain why Germany has ceased to be a state. And he goes on to show that these public laws founded on private rights have an internal tendency to make themselves autonomous, to emancipate themselves from the state and the nation as a whole, and that this leads to a chaos of conflicting rights and claims. Of course, law now appears to Hegel, even more now than later, not as the product but as the supreme principle of society and the state. But within the framework of this idealist distortion of reality he provides a vivid satirical picture of the situation in Germany, where a single system gives one man as much right to resolve matters of war and peace for the entire nation as it gives another to possess so and so many fields or vineyards. Read these passages where he so sharply condemns German conditions. Give 140. A much clearer illustration of the more historical attitude towards positivity, obsolescence, and the need for reform than we had seen in the Weir-Temmerg article. He gives an extremely vivid picture of the once progressive forces that had been effective in the past and had indeed built up the imposing edifice of German Empire, and he also gives eloquent expression to the sense of tradition and loyalty that Germans feel for their past. But, on the other hand, he shows quite uncompromisingly that this entire historical structure is utterly divorced from the problems of the present, and that, as he had formulated it in the Weir-Temmerg pamphlet, the spirit had flown from it. The building of the German constitution is the work of past centuries, it is not upheld by the life of the present. The entire fate of more than one century is imprinted in its forms, and the justice and violence, courage and cowardice, the honor, the blood, the misery and the well-being of times long since dead and generations long since moldering, still live on in it. The life and the forces whose development and activity are the pride of the generation now living have no share in it, no interest in it, and derive no nourishment from it. This building with its pillars and archaic ornaments stands isolated from the spirit of the age. Hegel does not use the word positivity here, but this analysis undoubtedly contains an historical elaboration of positivity. Of particular significance for the development of his philosophy of history is the section where he deals with the saga of German freedom. For the first time he presents an account of a primitive, stateless society, the kind of society that he later called the heroic age. Later on, of course, it was the development of antiquity before the founding of the state that was so crucial for his thought, but there is also evidence to suggest, e.g. in the Aesthetics, that he thought of the end of the Middle Ages as such a period, as the Vico-like recurrence of such a period. The present discussion is very characteristic of his developing dialectical sense of history. For his position here is just as far from a glorification of primitive societies, and from any desire to return to them, as it is from any vulgar materialist contempt for them, from any temptation to look down on them condescendingly from the height of the latest achievements of civilization. He gives an interesting picture of the so-called age of German freedom, of a society in which ethical customs rather than laws transform a mass into a people and where equal interest rather than a universal command constitutes the state. And he concludes his discussion with the following general remarks, I-41I. Just as it is cowardly and effete to describe the men of that society as loathsome, wretched, and stupid, and to imagine ourselves to be infinitely more human, happy, and clever, so too it is childish and silly to yearn for such a society as if it alone were natural, or to fail to sell that a society ruled by law is necessary and that it alone is free. A few years later, in the theses of his dissertation in Jena, Hegel expresses the same idea in a much more pithy, paradoxical way. Talking about Hobbes, and to some extent polemicizing against him, he writes, "The state of nature is not unjust, and that is why man must emerge from it too." The other fragment deals with these questions in a more general philosophical manner. Rosenkranz, who first published it, goes so far as to call it a synthesis of Hegel's thoughts about the world crisis. Its starting point and general mood are already familiar to us from Part 2, Chapter 1. Following the description of the individual who finds himself in a state of crisis, Hegel goes on to discuss the world situation, which he summarizes as follows. All the manifestations of the age show that the old life no longer provides satisfaction. In that life man was limited to the ordered control of his possessions, the contemplative enjoyment of his utterly subordinate little world, and then, to reconcile him to these limitations, self-destruction and elevation into heaven. The age has put an end to this Philistine, religious complacency. Both impoverishment and luxury have abolished the old state of affairs. On the one hand, we see the pursuit of wealth, the bad conscience to turn one's property, things, into an absolute, and on the other hand, the spirit of a better life has entered the age. Hegel refers explicitly here to the French Revolution, and he may also have Napoleon in mind, and he also points to the great achievements of German literature and philosophy. Its onward impetus is fed by the deeds of individuals of great character, by the movements of entire peoples, and by the depiction of nature and fate in the works of the poets, while metaphysics sets limits to the restrictions of existence and gives them their necessity in the context of the whole. Hegel's notion of positivity is enriched here by a new element. The idea first became historicized, as we saw in the pamphlet on Württemberg, when he argued that institutions that had once corresponded to the customs of the people in the course of time became 142. Divorced from their life and turned into positive institutions. Now he suggests that a new spirit may begin to stir amidst the old, inflexible, positive life, and the living antagonism and contrast between the old and the new makes things that have been historically superseded into positive phenomena. How does Hegel imagine that change can be introduced into the crumbling empire? He gives a brief, very general, philosophical statement, which for that very reason is more radical and politically concrete than elsewhere. Life which is full of limitations is a power which can only be overcome by something better if it too becomes a power. Only as a particular against a particular can nature function in its actual life as an attack or refutation of the worse form of life. Hegel's realistic grasp of social conflict is undeniable here when he sees it as the struggle of one power against another, one particular against another. He is in no danger of embracing liberal illusions about the irresistible power of ideas before which the fortresses of absolutism will crumble like the walls of Jericho at the sound of Joshua's trumpets. At the same time, he views the struggle against absolutism and the vestiges of feudalism in the same way as the ideological protagonists of the revolutionary bourgeoisie. Hence, when he comes to concretize his attack on this calcified society, he writes, "This society does not base its rule on the power of particular against particular, but on its universality. The truth, the right that it claims for itself must be taken from it and given to those elements of the life that is required. The positive aspects of the existing order, which is a negation of nature, should be left in possession of their truth, that right must exist." When these very abstract and somewhat obscure statements are translated onto a philosophical plane, they are seen to maintain the general polemic of the bourgeois revolutionary class against the old feudal order. They question the pretensions of the ruling classes, of feudalism, to be the representatives and leaders of society as a whole, and dismiss these claims as the arrogance of a small minority, of particular interest groups. On the other hand, Hegel does not see the demands of the third estate as the demands of one class vis-a-vis other classes. What he sees is the hitherto suppressed rights of the universal interest, the interests of society as a whole. Thus in the shift to the plane of the universal and the particular, the unmasking of the pretensions of a particular, feudal, absolutist, class to universality, and the converse elevation of the particular demands of the bourgeois class into a universality sanctioned by nature and history, Hegel is simply providing an abstract philosophical statement of the 143 ideas which, without any philosophical ambitions, formed the essential stock in trade of progressive writers before and during the French Revolution. And once again it is of great interest for his development as a thinker that the very first appearance of the dialectic of the universal and particular should occur not in an abstract philosophical context but in an effort to clarify his thoughts about the real historical dialectics of the destruction of feudalism by the bourgeoisie both for himself and for others. Hegel's further discussions show even more clearly how the philosophical approach sprang from political and historical problems. Immediately after the last passage quoted he goes on to say, "In the German Empire a universal source of rights has ceased to exist, since it has isolated itself and turned itself into a particular. Hence universality exists now only as an idea and not as reality." This latter idea provides further confirmation that Hegel's enemy here was the still surviving feudal, absolutist order. From the point of view of his philosophical development we must remind ourselves of those extracts from the Knoll fragments in which he attempted to find a new definition of positivity, see pages 125 to 7 supra. We showed there that Hegel's new distinction between the positive and the non-positive was that while both were unions, syntheses, the positive was only an idea, a thought, while the non-positive was a being. Let us remind ourselves further that connected with this distinction was Hegel's first attempt to distinguish between different levels of existence. His statements about this were extremely abstract and obscure. In the present, more historical discussion, however, they become much more concrete. The levels of existence which is more or less real, are linked to the historical question of the death or collapse of old social formations and the growth of new societies. And this brings us very close to the historical dialectic given by Engels. And so, in the course of development, all that was previously real becomes unreal, loses its necessity, its right of existence, its rationality. And in the place of moribund reality comes a new, viable re-eve. Needless to say, Hegel is still far removed from that historical concreteness that he will achieve later in the philosophy of history. What interests us here is to see how in these fragments he takes the first steps towards developing the dialectical method. It is typical of the state of his thought at the time that the fragment breaks off at the point where concrete conclusions had to be drawn from premises that were bold and progressive both philosophically and politically. Chapter 4. Critical engagement with Kant's ethics. The internal crisis that marked Hegel's period in Frankfurt manifested itself not just in the way his manuscripts broke off, frequently at the decisive moment, but also in the abrupt changes of theme. We have seen how the studies of Christianity and Judaism were succeeded by the article on Württemberg. This was followed, though not at once, by the fragments on the German Constitution. We have taken them together only because of their thematic similarities and to avoid needless repetition. In fact, however, the pamphlet on Württemberg was followed by an extensive analysis of Kant's ethical writings. We learn from Hegel's own diary that his study of Kant began on August 10, 1798, almost as soon as he had completed the Württemberg essay. If our hypothesis is correct, the work on Kant was followed by the German Constitution, and from February 1799 we may date the beginning of his preoccupation with Steuart's economics. After that Hegel resumed his study of Christianity and wrote his largest essay of the Frankfurt period, The Spirit of Christianity and Its Fate. Throughout this transitional period one has the feeling that Hegel takes up problems with great passion because they affect him as immediate, personal problems, but that again and again he is forced to acknowledge that he has neither the socio-historical knowledge, nor the philosophical equipment to solve them in a way that would satisfy his own ambitions or do justice to the problems themselves. Of course, we can see that by increasing his knowledge and deepening his grasp of philosophy, Hegel was attempting to bridge an unbridgeable chasm. We have pointed to the objective situation which blocked the road to a true historical and scientific understanding of bourgeois society. But the path he takes in search of this goal is the uninterrupted development of the dialectical method. The closer he imagines himself to be to the longed-for reconciliation, the more recalcitrant the contradictions in his material become, with the result that he temporarily abandons the project. But his constantly increasing knowledge of the dialectical structure of existence transforms each new stage into another step towards a definition of dialectical science. What from the personal, biographical point of view appears desultory has a definite objective continuity. It steadily leads him to an understanding of contradiction as the foundation of all thought and being. 146. 147. Hegel's preoccupation with Kantian ethics is determined above all by his new view of society. As we have seen, his starting point was the problems and needs of the individual, the moral problems that confront the individual in his life in society. This brought him in a sense quite close to Kant's ethical doctrines, which have their center, as is well known, in the moral duties of the individual. But even at this stage Hegel's approach was quite different from Kant's, and so a critical confrontation was unavoidable, whereas in Bern, where Hegel was almost entirely unconcerned about the fate of the individual, it was possible for him to take up an attitude of benevolent neutrality. The confrontation was aggravated further by the differing attitudes of the two men towards religion. Kant's ethical system culminated with the elevation of God to a postulate of practical reason. We have already seen p. 19 how Hegel and Schelling reacted to this aspect of Kant's philosophy in Bern. Hegel's philosophy, too, culminates in a religious position in Frankfurt, but one entirely opposed to that of Kant. However, since this was one of the chief themes of Hegel's thought at this period, a confrontation with Kant had to come sooner or later. It appears further that Kant's view of the relations between religion and the state formed one of the chief matters at issue in this first great confrontation with Kant. I say appears, because here too we must reflect sadly that this manuscript is among those that have been lost. Even when Rosenkranz was working on his biography of Hegel, very little remained of the latter's critique of Kant's doctrine of virtue. But he did at least possess Hegel's commentary on the metaphysics of morals and on Kant's doctrine of law in toto. Since then all the manuscripts have vanished, and all we now have are the notes and quotations to be found in Rosenkranz, who confines himself chiefly to Hegel's views on the relationship between church and state. We can see from our previous examination of Hegel's development in Frankfurt that this problem would have formed an important element in his analysis of Kant, but we must not overlook the possibility that Rosenkranz gave it undue weight because the problem was dear to his own heart, and that, placed in its original context, it might have been less significant than would now appear. Our analysis must begin, therefore, with the fragments that appear in Rosenkranz. But we must proceed with caution, bearing these reservations in mind, all the more so since the very detailed discussions of Kant in the Spirit of Christianity relate to very different aspects of ethical philosophy, and the question of church and state plays a much reduced role in the later manuscript. Of course, given the abrupt changes in Hegel's development at this time, it was very difficult to surmise to what extent the treatment of Kant in the Spirit of Christianity and the present commentary on Kant move along the SAR lines, to what extent Hegel made use of the commentary for the larger work, and whether he 148 adapted and developed them further. However, despite the risks of biographical inaccuracy, we think it is best to violate the precise chronology and the relevant passages of the Spirit of Christianity immediately after the commentary, partly to avoid repetition and partly to enable us to reach some sort of coherent conclusions about the disagreements between the two thinkers at this time. In his introductory remarks to the Kant commentary, Rosenkranz speaks of Hegel's attempts to resolve the Kantian antithesis between legality and morality in ethical life, or as Hegel still calls it, life. This is undoubtedly the ground plan for the Jena system of ethics. The disappearance of these first statements is an irreparable loss for our understanding of Hegel's development. Rosenkranz does not indicate how Hegel thought of the various gradations in morality at this time. He does not even say whether they were presented in any dialectical pattern at all. We have indeed found hints of such a pattern in the Knoll fragments, and in the spirit of Christianity it is already fairly prevalent. We may assume, therefore, that this may be said also of the Kant commentary, but we cannot know how clearly it was developed. There is greater clarity about the nature of Hegel's general critique of Kantian morality. According to Rosenkranz, he protested against the suppression of nature in Kant and the fragmentation of man in the casuistry springing from the absolutism of his conception of duty. This was one of the most common objections to Kant's conception of morality at the time, quite apart from Hamann and Herder, who criticized the whole of classical philosophy. We find it above all in Goethe and Schiller. Goethe simply rejects the Kantian doctrine in its entirety, while Schiller attempts to overcome its problematic nature with the aid of aesthetics and the application of aesthetic principles to life. As we shall see from the spirit of Christianity, Hegel's position is broadly in line with that of the two poets, though his concept of life is more elastic and comprehensive than Schiller's aesthetic ideas. The fragmentation of man resulting from the absoluteness, the metaphysical nature of Kant's principles, is one of the leitmotifs of Hegel's polemics against Kant from Jena on. In Jena, for instance, he refers to the soul sac of the subject stuffed full of faculties arbitrarily separated from each other, and in Hegel's view the advantage of objective idealism when compared to the Kantian system consists largely in the fact that it postulates a dialectical unity in the subject, thus overcoming Kant's fragmentation of man. The only part of the critique of which enough is preserved to give us any real insight into Hegel's position is the section dealing with church and state. Hegel formulates Kant's view of this as follows. 149. Both church and state should leave each other in peace, for neither concerns the other. Given the crucial importance of religion in his own thought at the time, Hegel could not possibly accept this attitude. In particular, he clearly perceived the grounds for conflict. Since the state is based on the principle of property, its laws must be utterly opposed to those of the church. According to Hegel, the reason for this lies in their differing relations to men. The law of the state affects man only very imperfectly, since it thinks of him only as one who possesses, whereas in the church man is a whole. If a man can live at peace with both, this can only mean that either his relationship with the church or his relationship with the state is not taken seriously. Hegel then goes on to discuss the two extremes of the Jesuits and the Quakers, without giving his approval to either. He further rejects as inhuman the domination of the church by the state. Such domination must create a fanaticism which, because it sees individuals and human relationships in the power of the state, sees the state in men and thereby fragments men themselves. These arguments culminate in the utopian idea of a union between church and state that will secure the integrity of man. The whole church is only fragmented when man within the whole is divided into a man of the church and a man of the state. In our ignorance of the precise context of this critique, we must be highly circumspect in drawing any conclusions. But we can certainly see the extremities to which Hegel is driven in his quest for the unity of life and the integrity of a mankind fragmented by capitalism in religion. Even in later life, Hegel never worked out a correct view of the relations between church and state, but he never again went so far as to advocate this kind of reactionary theocracy. It is possible that the arguments used here played some sort of a role in the article on the German Constitution and may be one of the factors responsible for Hegel's failure to complete it. Philosophically, what counts is the contrast between the whole man and man fragmented. Even though his search for a religious solution complicated and distorted his arguments, the central point of his ethical studies and his opposition to Kant remains the analysis of bourgeois society based on this insight. Hegel comes more and more to regard the present as a transitory period of crisis, of universal contradiction and disintegration. The task of philosophy, and now of religion, is to overcome 150. These contradictions in life itself. But the contradictions must be genuinely overcome, it is not enough just to weaken or alleviate them, papering over the rifts and divisions in the age. Hegel's thought leads him to emphasize the contradictions, to make them as explicit as possible, even to the point of apparent insolubility. Hence his objections to Kant are based on what Hegel thinks of as Kant's tendency to freeze the various moments of modern bourgeois fragmentation, to turn them into absolutes and thus to perpetuate the contradictions in a primitive, rudimentary state in equals E. They can no longer be superseded or transcended. As we shall see, the objective idealist critique of Kant developed by Hegel presses increasingly in the direction of a more complete and realistic view of the moral problems of man in society. At first glance it is something of a paradox to call Hegel realistic at the very moment when he is lost in the murky depths of mysticism to a greater extent than Kant ever was, or even Fichte, Kant's successor in the field of moral philosophy. But when we take a closer look at these two conflicting trends, we see not merely that our use of the word is justified, but also that Hegel provides a very decisive critique of the limits and prejudices contained in the radical subjective idealism of Kant and Fichte in the field of ethics, even though he does so from an objective idealism that at this stage is instinctive rather than conscious. The point at issue is the problem of the whole man. In German idealism, the capitalist division of labor, particularly in its primitive, pre-revolutionary, ascetic phase, is reflected as the division of man into qualities of the mind and the senses. This division is the heritage of religion, but its implications in the initial stages of classical German philosophy do not stem from religion in general, but from the religious asceticism of those sects that embodied these ideological tendencies at an early stage of capitalism when its ideological and economic development was still rudimentary. We must remind ourselves of the role of the sects in the Peasant War in Germany, the War of Liberation in the Netherlands, and even in the English Revolution. And it would be a mistake to overlook the very significant elements of this tradition in Rousseau's ascetic idealism and in a number of his Jacobin disciples, such as Robespierre. Now the sharp, antagonistic distinction between the mind and the senses with its epistemological and ethical implications makes classical German idealism the heir of this tradition. In addition, the reality of the capitalist division of labor itself led to specialization, the separation of the particular human qualities and faculties from each other, and the overdevelopment of one at the cost of crippling the others. In the moral theories of Kant and Fichte, this division expresses their own criticism of the morality of their contemporaries while providing a philosophical instrument whereby to affirm the existing social framework. In the purely mental sphere of the categorical imperative first ist, Kant and then Fichte construct an ideal image of society in which the unconditional devotion to a spiritual and mental duty which no longer belongs to the world of phenomena can function harmoniously and free of conflict. Thus all the antagonisms and contradictions in actual society are now reduced to the single contrast between sensuous and moral man, homo phenomenon and homo noumenon. And according to this doctrine, if men would only conduct their lives in accordance with the dictates of the moral law, there would be no more conflict or contradiction in society. This conception of morality can only be validated philosophically by transforming all the moral problems of society into the formal postulates of practical reason. Man appears to be no more than the more or less contingent actor in whom these postulates can be realized. In Fichte, this kind of position is maintained even more uncompromisingly than in Kant himself. As he puts it, I can and may look after myself simply because, and to the degree that, I am the instrument of the moral law, but this applies to every other human being too. But this gives us an utterly reliable test to discover whether taking care of oneself is moral, or whether it is merely an instinct. These views give expression to two important social trends. First, the morality of the first, ascetic stage of bourgeois development, with the radical spiritualization and the idealist projection of the moral postulates of bourgeois society into heaven. Second, the illusion that bourgeois society, in its ideal state, contains no self-contradiction, and that the contradictions that actually appear arise partly from social institutions which have been imperfectly transformed into bourgeois institutions, and partly from the imperfections of man, and especially from an excessive surrender to the claims of the senses, of individual members of society. In this second factor we see the pre-revolutionary narrowness of the idealist constructs of Kant and Fichte, in comparison with the French Revolution. Many revolutionaries have shared these illusions about bourgeois society, though they have not all expressed them in such extravagant, idealist language. Hegel's opposition to the ethical doctrines of Kant and Fichte is directed at these 2 points. It was doubtless visible in the Rosenkranz manuscript, of which now only the slightest fragments remain. But if we are to consider his views in detail, and the polemic is of the highest importance for Hegel's development and the concretization of his position, we shall have to have recourse to the relevant passages of the later Spirit of Christianity registered in the first draft of the Spirit of Christianity and its fate. Hegel's chief objection to the Kantian ethic is that in it man is 152. Always a slave against a tyrant, and at the same time, a tyrant against slaves. In the final version he gives a fuller explanation. A man who wished to restore man's humanity in its entirety could not possibly have taken a course like this, which does nothing for man's divided self but to add to it an obdurate conceit. To act in the spirit of the laws could not have meant for him to act out of respect for duty and against one's inclinations. Thus Hegel reproaches Kant with perpetuating that fragmentation of man which Hegel too acknowledges as a fact and hence as the starting point for philosophy. Kant's solution to his own opposition of duty and inclination, spirit and the senses, one's not only not a solution, but even contains elements of inhumanity, and its only effect is to add hypocrisy to the other vices of life. Thus Hegel sees the Kantian ethic as just another form of the Philistinism that must be combated in the interest of man and of social progress. We recall here that in the very first Frankfurt Notes Hegel associated the Kantian ethic with the religious preservation of positivity, cp 127-8. And in his further discussion of the ideas already quoted he refers to one of Kant's writings on religion, in which Kant sets out to prove the superiority of his ethical theory over the positive religions. Kant, Die Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft, Leipzig 1903, p. 206. Hegel contests Kant's claim here vigorously. By this line of argument, however, positivity is only partially removed, and between the shaman of the Tungus and the European prelate who rules church and state, between the Mongols and the Puritans, on the one hand, and the man who listens to his own command of duty on the other, the difference is not that the former make themselves slaves, while the latter is free, but that the former have their lord outside themselves, while the latter carries his lord in himself, yet at the same time is his own slave. For the particular instincts, inclinations, pathological love, sensuous experience, or whatever else it is called, the universal is necessarily and always something alien and objective. There remains a residuum of indestructible positivity which finally shocks us because the content which the universal command of duty acquires, a specific duty, contains the contradiction of being restricted and universal at the same time, and makes the most stubborn claims for its one-sidedness, i.e. on the strength of possessing universality of form. Woe to the human relations which are not unquestionably found in the concept of duty, for this concept, since it is not merely the empty thought of universality but is to manifest itself. 153. In an action, excludes or dominates all other relations. We see here how Hegel develops a two-pronged attack on the Kantian ethic. He rejects it primarily because it disregards the whole, living man and instead expels man's living existence from ethics, subjugates it by means of laws alien to life, and thus transforms morality into a dead positive thing. And secondly, he sees clearly that this rigidly mechanical aspect of Kant's thought is intimately connected with the hypostatization of the concept of duty. This insight brings Hegel a significant step forward in the development of the dialectic. He is not primarily interested in the content of Kant's ethics, in whether particular injunctions are morally valid or not. He is concerned to refute the method by which Kant arrives at them. He asserts with increasing confidence that a moral commandment which arises in certain social and historical circumstances, in which alone it is valid, can become false when it is maintained under different circumstances. This not only brings him much closer to the dialectical conception of the relation between true and false, one of the key epistemological themes of Jena, but it leads directly to the heart of Hegel's later approach to ethics. The different methodological approaches of the two thinkers may be briefly summarized as follows. Kant leaves the social contents of ethics uninvestigated, he takes them as they are given without any historical critique, and attempts to deduce moral laws from the internal coherence of the content of the imperative. For Hegel, on the other hand, every single moral imperative is just a part, a moment, of a living social whole which is in constant flux. For Kant the individual moral laws stand in isolation from each other, each the allegedly inexorable inference from a unified suprahistorical and suprasocial principle of reason. For Hegel they are all moments of a dialectical process in the course of which they come into collision with each other and, through their own momentum and lively interaction, cancel each other out, wither away in the course of time, or else re-emerge in a different form and with a different content. The contrast between the two thinkers is not so well defined in socio-historical terms at this stage as it was to become a few years later in Jena, but at the level of method it is clear enough. And it is also easy to see that Hegel's objections to Kant are based on his different view of civil society. We have already described Hegel's search for a reconciliation with civil society and with the people who live in it, just as they really are. For this reason he rebels against the violation of living human beings by abstract moral injunctions, and the dehumanizing division of man into mental and sensuous halves. Thus Hegel's critique of Kant is evidently pointing in the same direction as that of Goethe and Schiller. Goethe majestically ignores the methodological problems of idealist ethics and arrives at a humanist position. 154. As poet and thinker by a spontaneous materialist route. Schiller for his part rejects the harsh consequences of Kant's doctrine but remains in sympathy with his basic philosophy and refuses to go beyond the limits of Kantian epistemology. Hegel's early method is consciously to elaborate all the contradictions that emerge from Kant's ethical philosophy and with their aid arrive at a definition of what the whole of life, religious life, civil society, really demands of man. We recall our earlier discussion, p. 127, of positivity in which we said that for Hegel at this time everything positive represented a false synthesis. Hegel's conception of positivity naturally implies that the only way to eliminate the positive is through human activity. As long as action was thought of in socially abstract terms, as in Berne, the question was very simple. Republican activity in antiquity was free of positivity, the private individuals of the Christian era in their passivity know only the positive. Now, when he has to consider the nature of action on the part of individuals in civil society, another criterion becomes necessary. Action and non-action, activity and passivity are no longer so rigidly opposed to each other as in Berne. One implication of this is that not every action annuls positivity. It does so only if it produces the correct union. The moral element of action lies in choice, and choice is moral when the union achieved is one where that which is excluded is divisive, where the idea that is unified in the action with the thinking subject of the action, is itself already unified, and it is immoral if it is tensive. These remarks, too, bear the stamp of the oracular abstraction characteristic of so much of the Frankfurt period. Hegel's starting point here is Kant's conception of freedom, of the possibility of a free choice between good and evil. The later dialectics of freedom and necessity are scarcely in evidence. In his polemical interpretation he again defines choice as a union of the subject that makes the choice and the object of that choice. Confusing though the word union may be in this context, the nature of Hegel's hostility to the Kantian ethical doctrine does emerge very clearly. For Kant the fact of freedom, of the moral outlook expressed in it, suffices to make an action moral. If the motives resulting in an action conform to the dictates of practical reason, then, according to Kant, the social content of the action must inevitably be moral too. Hence the social content follows directly, logically from the formal postulates of freedom, from the victory of homo noumenon over homo phenomenon. This direct formal and logical necessity is contested by Hegel. In his obscure terminology he seems to be saying, a union can be either real or apparent, i.e. only in the mind, only positive. The choice for its part. 155. Also achieves a union between the subject that chooses and the object chosen. Whether the action which satisfies these formal requirements is really moral depends according to Hegel on the content of the object. If this is a real union, then the action is moral; if union is only apparent, positive, then the action is immoral. And this is so whether or not Kant's formal criteria have been satisfied, independently of the state of mind of the subject making his choice. In blunt contrast to Kant's approach, Hegel's criterion is neither formal nor is it a moment of the individual's consciousness, conscience, etc., it relates to content, a content bound up with life in civil society. His general use of the word life can no longer disguise this fact. For example, morality is what is fitting, it is union with the law of life. If the law is not the law of life, but something alien, then we have the greatest cleavage, objectivity. In the Kantian ethic, it is entirely a matter of chance whether there is a union with the law of life, and hence it can provide no guarantee that the dead positivity of the world can be overcome by it. Indeed, in Hegel's view, the form of the Kantian injunction to do one's duty with its division of man into two hostile parts, reason and the senses, necessarily precludes the union, the real synthesis of man with the law of life, the reconciliation of man with civil society. In Hegel's eyes, Kantian morality means dependence on oneself, cleavage within oneself. For this reason, positivity simply cannot be annulled in it and through it. A moral outlook can annul only the objective, moral, law and not the objective world. Man stands isolated and so does the world. Hegel's attack on Kant's theory as a doctrine which preserves positivity leads to the other decisive disagreement between their positions, the problem of conflicting duties. It is on this issue that we can see most clearly the development that took place at the time in ideas about the nature of society in an age when the important thinkers and writers were attempting to grapple with the problems of the post-revolutionary world. Given the idealist character of classical German philosophy, it was inevitable that the moral problems of life were not deduced from the economic structure of society, but that on the contrary the foundation and starting point of thought was the reflection of social development in the moral attitudes and the deeds of men. Only after that do they begin to consider society, which they conceive as the material and the background for these attitudes and actions. Despite this idealist inversion and distortion of the real state of affairs, the methodology of the different moral philosophers clearly reflects their differing views of society. 156. The problem of conflicting duties is one of the most revealing in this context. The mere assumption that the real demands of morality can come into conflict with each other tacitly acknowledges that civil society contains contradictions. The way in which these contradictions are grasped and philosophically resolved gives us an idea of the way the various idealist philosophers think of the real problems and solutions. Since the idea that there are no contradictions in civil society, apart from the eternal contradiction between phenomenal and noumenal man, one's an essential part of the pre-revolutionary illusions about the life history of modern civil society, it is only natural that Kant should resolutely deny the possibility of a conflict of duties. On this point he says, a conflict of duties would be a relation of duties in which one of them would annul the other, wholly or in part. But a conflict of duties and obligations is inconceivable. For the concepts of duty and obligation as such express the objective practical necessity of certain actions, and two conflicting rules cannot both be necessary at the same time. If it is our duty to act according to one of these rules, then to act according to the opposite one is not our duty and is even contrary to duty. Fichte's attitude is precisely similar to this. He is a little more concrete than Kant and speaks not just of conflicts of duties in general, but of conflicts between obligations people have towards themselves and to others. But it is clear that he really provides a restatement of the same position, and he naturally arrives at the same conclusion as Kant. There is no conflict between the freedom of rational beings in general, i.e. there is no contradiction in the fact that there are many free beings in the phenomenal world. A conflict, not in freedom itself, but between specific free actions on the part of rational beings can only arise if a person makes an illegitimate and immoral use of his freedom to suppress the freedom of another. We have discussed the positions of Kant and Fichte in some detail in order to make clear the extent of Hegel's break with tradition, with the view of morality and society which had obtained hitherto among the classical German philosophers. Of course, Hegel was anticipated here to some extent by Goethe and Schiller. And not merely in their purely literary works whose achievement is, in part, their ability to construct compelling images of conflict in society, which translated into the idiom of moral philosophy yields just those conflicts of duties of which we have spoken, but also in their theoretical writings. Schiller, especially in his aesthetic writings and in particular his theory of tragedy, placed this issue in the foreground. But since Schiller was never able to liberate himself from his Kantian assumptions, there is a constant conflict between the living, authentic, poetically inspired description of particular social and 157. Historical antagonism and the straitjacket of the Kantian principles in which they are confined. Hegel's critique of Kant increasingly places contradiction in the center of attention, not so much concrete conflicts between concrete moral imperatives, which was the chief interest of Goethe and Schiller, but the contradictions that necessarily arise from Kant's own definition of duty. We recall that Hegel denied that Kant's ethics could achieve the annulment of positivity. He now characterizes the philosophical quintessence of life in positivity in this way. It is true that positive man, in respect of a specific virtue which in him and for him is service, is neither moral nor immoral, and the service whereby he fulfills certain duties is not of necessity a non-virtuous attitude to these same duties, but from another aspect there is linked with this neutrality of character a measure of immorality, because the agent's specific positive service has a limit which he cannot transcend, and hence beyond it he is immoral. Thus this immorality of positivity does not open on the same aspect of human relations as positive obedience does. Within the sphere of the latter the non-moral is not the immoral. Thus the opposite of virtue is not only immorality but also non-morality. Registered in a marginal note on this passage, Hegel makes the comment, applicable to every moral theory of the Kantian type, that it contains neither change, nor gain, nor birth, nor death. Whereas virtue, as Hegel understands it, is a modification of life, it may exist or not exist, it can be born and can die. Hegel goes on to make a contrast between the speculative moralist of the Kantian type who can only make war on life and the pedagogue and reformer who addresses himself to human beings and for whom the problems of birth and death are of decisive importance. We here see the great importance of the argument that virtue has a twofold antonym, immorality and positivity. Kant narrowed the field of ethics down to the question of whether duties were fulfilled or neglected. His lack of interest in the possibility of a conflict between the contents of the various duties was matched only by his indifference to the causes or effects in human or social terms of the fulfillment or non-fulfillment of one's moral obligations. This follows inexorably from his fundamental conception of morality and its reduction to a struggle between what is morally reasonable in man and what is merely sensual. Hegel does away with this conflict altogether and searches for the real moral conflicts in the realities of society. We have already seen, p. 209, that his criterion for the rightness of a moral action lies in the content of the union that has been chosen. He now becomes more specific and defines two different kinds of false union, mere positivity, 1.e impress. 158. Enment within the immediate, lifeless manifestations of society, and immorality, the direct rebellion against the real, dominant unions in a given society. Thus Hegel not only regards all those areas utterly neglected by Kant as the very core of ethical thought, but he goes further than this. He is concerned to define the specific, contradictory, human, and social meaning of all these very involved and disparate conflicts. At the end of the marginal knot, referred to above, he says, the destruction of vice lies in the way that it brings about the punishment of the wrongdoer. Punishment is the necessary evil consequence of crime, but not every consequence of crime can be called punishment. E.g., a man's character may deteriorate in the course of crime. It cannot be said that the criminal deserved to become even worse. 7 degrees. Hegel proceeds from these premises to a ruthless critique of Kant's denial that moral imperatives conflict. He shows that such conflicts must necessarily arise from wealth and the complexity of life. and it is important to note that even in Frankfurt Hegel saw this problem historically. As life becomes increasingly varied and complex, in an emergent bourgeois society, the contradictions lying at the roots of moral conflict increase. By way of illustration we shall cite a lengthy passage dealing with this question, though we must draw the reader's attention to Hegel's annulment of the entire realm of morality by love and religion, in contrast to the contradictions in the sphere of morality, love, and religion appear as the principle of a unified life. We must postpone a discussion of the conscious and unconscious contradictions in his view of love and religion until we make a full-scale analysis of the central arguments in the spirit of Christianity. Of the dialectical contradictions inherent in every moral system Hegel writes as follows. But love reconciles not only the trespasser with his fate but also man with virtue, i.e. if love were not the sole principle of virtue, then every virtue would be at the same time a vice. To complete subjection under the law of an alien lord, Jesus opposed not a partial subjection under a law of one's own, the self-coercion of Kantian virtue, but virtues without lordship and without submission, i.e. virtues as modifications of love. If the virtues had to be regarded otherwise than as modifications of one living spirit, if every virtue were an absolute virtue, the result would be insoluble conflicts arising from the plurality of absolutes. If there is no such thing as unification in one spirit, every virtue has something defective about it, since each is by its very name a single and so a restricted virtue. The circumstances in which it is possible the objects, the conditions of an action are something. Critical engagement with Kant's Ethics 159. Accidental, besides, the relation of the virtue to its object is a single one, it precludes other relations to that object as well as relations of the same virtue to other objects. Hence every virtue, alike in its concept and in its activity, has its limit which it cannot overstep. A man of this specific virtue who acts beyond the limit of his virtue can act only viciously. A right given up for the one relation can no longer be a right for the other, or, if it is saved up for the other, the first must starve. In proportion as the multiplicity of human relationships grows, the mass of virtues also increases, and so does the mass of inevitable conflicts and the impossibility of fulfillment. If the man of many virtues tries to make a hierarchy of his creditors, all of whom he cannot satisfy, he declares himself as less indebted to those he subordinates than to the others which he calls higher. Virtues therefore may cease to be absolutely obligatory and thus may even become vices. In this many-sidedness of human relations and this multiplicity of virtues, nothing remains save despair of virtue and trespass of virtue itself. Only when no virtue claims to subsist firmly and absolutely in its restricted form, only when it is simply the one living spirit which acts and restricts itself in accordance with the whole of the given situation, in complete absence of external restriction, and without at the same time being divided by the manifold character of the situation, then and then only does the many-sidedness of the situation remain, though the mass of absolute and incompatible virtues vanishes. Here there can be no question of maintaining that underlying all the virtues there is one and the same basic principle which, always the same in different circumstances, appears differently modified as a particular virtue. When they subsist together thus absolutely, the virtues simply destroy one another. Their unity on the strength of the rule is only apparent, for the rule is only a thought, and such a unity neither annuls multiplicity nor unifies it, it only lets it subsist in its whole strength. A living bond of the virtues, a living unity, is quite different from the unity of the concept. It does not set up a determinate virtue for determinate circumstances, but appears, even in the most variegated mixture of relations, untorn and unitary. Its external shape may be modified in infinite ways, it will never have the same shape twice. Its expression will never be able to afford a rule, since it never has the force of a universal opposed to a particular. This passage clearly states the grounds of Hegel's disagreement with the ethical theory of Kant and Fichte. We can see the centrality and the far-reaching implications of his rejection of their approach to the conflict of moral imperatives, and we can also see why their formalism should provoke this frontal attack. However, Hegel is only deceiving himself. 160. When, in line with his general tendency in Frankfurt, he explains his position by arguing that the unity of the principle of morality in Kant was only an idea, something merely thought, whereas in his own case that unity exists in being, in life itself. For the most concrete reality that he himself can give this life, that of objective spirit, is itself only an idea. This self-delusion reveals the insuperable barrier of Hegel's idealism quite plainly, particularly in Frankfurt where it is tinged with religiosity. But we must beware of exaggerating the importance of this illusion, for even in Frankfurt, to say nothing of later on, his notion of objective spirit is an incomparably richer, more dialectical, more realistic reflection of objective reality than the Kantian position. Its potential is already evident in Frankfurt, in the contrast between Kant's narrow formalism, his crabbed appeal to the conscience and the sense of duty of the isolated individual, and Hegel's appeal to the moral standards inherent in the totality of the effective, living determinations of society, and by implication to the realities of society as the criterion of vice and virtue. This concentration on the content of morality, these efforts to draw attention to the problematic nature of social content, indicates a very great step forward in the development of Hegel's dialectic. It has a number of important consequences. Above all, society, with all its concrete reality, is made the direct conscious object of morality. It is self-evident that Kantian morality presupposes bourgeois society, no less than Hegel's, both are reflections of the same society. But Kant writes as if from a commanding position far above society. In this sense Kant's standpoint is that of the pre-revolutionary Enlightenment, which unconsciously and immediately equated the as yet non-existent bourgeois society with the kingdom of reason. Of course, the situation was different for the French and English Enlightenment, since they found themselves in the midst of the real struggles of the emergent bourgeoisie, and so, notwithstanding their equally abstract, idealist and unhistorical beliefs about society, they were able to draw much more concrete conclusions. When it came to action, they were able to look at society realistically and not just from the assumptions of their own moral philosophy. Because of the backwardness of German society, the idealist method of the Enlightenment culminated there in the particular idealism of Kant and Fichte. Now when this idealism proclaimed its own eternal and absolute validity from the depths of its own subjectivist isolation, it cut itself off from the very social contents that in reality constituted the substratum of its a priori constructs. It was essential for it to re-establish contact with these social contents, but from the given position, on its own assumptions, it could only do so by sleight of hand. Hegel's critique points unerringly to the weak point in Kant's methodology here. In Jena he will go further and demonstrate Kant's failure with reference to quite specific social problems. Critical engagement with Kant's Ethics 161. The problem of conflict between moral duties has a further point of interest, the idea that social content supplies the criterion for all moral imperatives. For Hegel, this social content amounts to the totality of the social determinations in any given period of history, whereas in Kant's eyes the social concretization and fulfillment of a moral obligation could only mean conferring the support of morality upon a particular institution of bourgeois society. The fact is that Kant dogmatically assumes, firstly, that the particular institutions, moral injunctions, etc. of bourgeois society are in harmony with the postulates of reason and, secondly, that they cannot conflict with each other. Hegel rejects both of these dogmas, and this leads him directly to a more dialectical grasp of bourgeois society. In the fragments under discussion we find ourselves at the very beginning of his development. The climax later on comes with the idea that reason, the spirit, can only realize itself in the course of the entire historical development of mankind, and that only the whole of this process and its end result will satisfy the postulates of reason, a conclusion which reveals the bourgeois limitations of Hegel's ideas as clearly as did Kant's dogmatic assumptions. The particular aspects and moments of the process cannot be measured by the requirements of the absolute postulates of reason. They can only be understood and evaluated in the concrete context of the other isolated factors together with which they form a particular historical totality. And every such historical totality, e.g. a nation at a particular stage of its development, can only be thought of as a relatively complete totality, for it is at the same time no more than a moment in the history of the spirit. This gives rise to a complicated dialectic of the relative and the absolute. Hegel was never an historical relativist. He never placed the different periods of history on a level with each other. His dissolution of the dogmatic absolutism of Kant is based on an idea of historical development in which each moment of history is absolute, in the sense that it represents a necessary moment in the process, but at the same time, and inseparably from this, it is only relative, since it is only a moment in history. Of course, the idea of historical development was by no means utterly foreign to Kant. His idea of it was the infinite progress of humanity in its advance towards the fulfillment of the dictates of reason. But this view is defective in two respects. On the one hand, it is not able to give a satisfactory account of the different stages of the historical process. On the other hand, it leads to an all too simplified view of history based on the battle between reason and unreason, of reason and the senses. Hegel's more dialectical approach overcomes both these limitations. The different stages of history gain a concrete life of their own, the more so as Hegel's thought matures. He constantly labors to analyze the concrete social connections within their real historical context. We have already seen how he broadened his scheme of history by adding the Orient. 162. Judaism, to his earlier contrast between ancient and modern. This alone suffices to overcome Kant's linear historical scheme. The more Hegel works at this philosophy of history, the more clearly his central belief emerges that history is the journey of the spirit along the road to itself, to complete self-knowledge. But the path to this goal cannot be reduced to such unambiguous moral principles as in the case of Kant. On the one hand, a more advanced stage of history does not seize antiquity as a model for the present, whereas in Jena he sees that classical civilization is lost beyond recall. But this change is not accompanied by a comparable change in his view of the value of classical culture. Then as now he believed that in certain spheres of human activity, above all in art, classical civilization represented the pinnacle of human achievement. And since this climactic point is necessarily connected with the character of classical civilization, no less necessary than that the higher development of man should advance beyond classical civilization, it becomes apparent that the entire process is a much more complex, contradictory, and uneven one, in which the higher development of mankind leaves behind it pinnacles which will never again be conquered. We have argued that the problem of a conflict of duties is one of the starting points for the development of Hegel's dialectical method. However, it is only in the context of the later, fully developed philosophy of history that this question really gains in substance. In Frankfurt, Hegel only grasped isolated moments of the overall dialectical picture, and he worked out the premises and effects of these as well as he could, but the complete picture was still a long way off. For all that, he did not tackle the problem in any narrow spirit. On the contrary, the social breadth and depth of his approach distinguishes him very sharply right from the start from the other contemporary thinkers who objected to the dogmatic narrowness of the categorical imperative. It is a distinction of this kind that forces us to note the senselessness and the lack of scientific rigor which enables the imperialist neo-Hegelians to lump Hegel's Frankfurt period together with vitalist tendencies of the day. E.g., it is true enough that Friedrich Jacobi, one of the genuine vitalists of the time, likewise criticized the inflexibility and narrowness of the categorical imperative. But he opposed to it the richness of the human emotional x 163. Perience, the emotional world of the individual. He goes on in a highly rhetorical vein to defend certain heroic sins against the categorical imperative, but this only leads him straight into the arms of moral relativism. The fact that life, Hegel's central category in Frankfurt, has very little in common with views of this sort, but in reality paves the way for the as yet vague idea of the contradictory, living unity of bourgeois society, just helps to illustrate the complexity of the problem of a conflict of moral duties. Hegel's analysis here moves essentially on a fairly abstract philosophical plane, but two motifs of methodological interest do emerge. 1. The conflict between moral imperatives springs from the dialectics of the absolute and relative. According to Hegel, each moral duty is only a moment in the overall dialectical totality of society, or life. But the entire complex is itself contradictory. Contradictions between its particular determinations lie at its very foundations. The situation is not that the particular moral duties are all neatly compartmentalized and govern a neatly segregated area, or that they are arranged in a hierarchy, but that conflict, struggle, and contradiction dominate the entire scene. Since every moment, every duty lays claim to absolute validity, it must necessarily come into conflict with other moments that make the same claim. And only the living totality of all these determinations can annul this conflict. But the essence of this totality is precisely that it is a totality of such conflicting determinations. 2. In Hegel's view, each moment must necessarily lay claim to absolute validity. This brings us to a point where the profundity of Hegel's analysis of civil society and of the dialectical method become apparent. At the same time, we perceive the limits of the idealist approach. The claim of the particular moment to absolute validity forms the focal point of Hegel's later appreciative critique of the so-called philosophy of reflection and of the position of the determinations of reflection, Reflexionsbestimmungen, in the dialectical method. Hegel regards the determinations of reflection as an essential part of dialectics, but also as a mere stage in the understanding of reality. This separates him from Kant and Fichte, who make the determinations of reflection into absolutes, fail to advance beyond them, and hence find themselves unable to progress beyond those insoluble antinomies which follow from the determinations of reflection when these are taken to their logical conclusion. But by the same token a no less firm barrier once erected against vitalism, the philosophy of romanticism, etc., which also combats the inflexibility and narrowness of the determinations of reflection, while imagining that reality can be understood without them, that they can be dismissed as inferior, merely rational forms of thought. In consequence, such views inevitably end in mystical irrationalism. However opposed they are to each other, both camps believe that the 164 contradictions which they encounter are merely subjective, things which have their origin in the limitations of the human mind rather than in the nature of reality. They differ from each other only in that Kant draws agnostic conclusions from them, while Romanticism prefers irrational and mystical solutions. Hegel, in contrast to both, regards the contradictions as something objective, which reveals the nature of reality. Hence for him the determinations of reflection are just a stage on the road to the dialectical understanding of reality. Going beyond the antinomies of reflective understanding annuls their contradictions only to arrive at higher, more developed contradictions of a richer stage, the stage of speculative reason. Hegel's description of the reflective understanding, of the hypostatization of moments with only a relative, partial validation, appears as a necessary moment of the dialectical method itself. It is in this sense that Hegel later presents Kant and Fichte in his History of Philosophy as the historically necessary forerunners of his own dialectical method. Hegel's attitude to the philosophy of reflection is important not only for the development of his own dialectics, but also historically. Romanticism, which according to its modern apologists can lay claim to a much more authentic historicity, is in fact utterly unhistorical on this issue. It regards the metaphysical thought of the 17th and 18th centuries, whose ultimate consequences and limitations become manifest in the thought of Kant, as a great aberration of the human mind. Hegel, by contrast, sees them from an authentically historical point of view and concludes that dialectics could only be reached via this route. At the same time he senses that the supremacy of metaphysical thought among his predecessors was necessarily connected with the entire cultural development of mankind, that it was an inevitable product of this particular stage of human development. Later on, and in the context of a discussion of the development of the natural sciences, Engels provided comprehensive materialist proof that the historical stage of metaphysical thought was indeed indispensable. Thus, from the point of view of the Hegelian system as a whole, the necessity of a conflict of moral imperatives is a significant special case of the importance of the determinations of reflection in philosophy, of the necessary emergence of dialectical contradictions from the elevation of the relative determinants into absolute ones so characteristic of the ethical theory of Kant and Fichte. but just from what we have shown it is evident that, however philosophical his formulation may be, we are dealing here with one of those issues that spring directly from his own experience. That is to say, Hegel is not primarily interested in the Kantian ethic because Kant thought it out, he does not see it just as a false picture of reality. Of course, he does criticize what he regards as errors, ideas that have not been followed through to their final conclusion, and Kant's 165. Denial that conflicts between moral imperatives can occur is just such a case. Hegel refutes this belief by showing it to be incompatible with the ultimate principles of Kantianism, and Fichtenism, itself. At this point, however, his own position changes. He regards the conflict of duties as a socio-historical reality with which thought has to come to terms and which it must use as a jumping-off point. Thus Hegel looks at and criticizes the antinomic character of Kantianism from a double point of view, firstly, as a prodigious achievement in discovering the necessity of antinomies and treating it as a matter of philosophical importance, and secondly, as a subjectivist limit to Kant's thought, because he wishes to call a halt at the antinomies, regarding them as final. The insight that antinomies were a necessary part of society was a significant step forward in understanding the nature of bourgeois society. We have already shown why this discovery had to be made firstly and predominantly in the realm of moral thought. His growing awareness of the nature of bourgeois society will increasingly lead Hegel to extend his insights into the realms of economic and social activity. Of course, even then Hegel does not call a halt once he has discovered contradictions in the conflict of duties. To do so would lead to a so-called tragic view of life, to a comprehensive pessimism with regard to bourgeois society. His thought drives him on inexorably in search of a resolution of all the contradictions, and we have already seen that this resolution lies in an understanding of the totality in movement. We now see how the idealist limits to his thought merge with the bourgeois limits of his mental horizon. Hegel is increasingly concerned to interpret this totality in which the contradictions in the conflict of moral imperatives, i.e. in very general terms, the contradictions of the lives of individuals in bourgeois society, are resolved, as itself something contradictory, as something driven forward by contradictions. Thanks to these efforts he arrives, at the end of the Frankfurt period, at a new and more comprehensive formula for dialectical contradiction than all his predecessors. He will arrive in fact at the most comprehensive statement available to idealist dialectics. But in order to follow this theory through to the end, Hegel would have to go beyond bourgeois society, i.e. he would have to have at least a premonition of how bourgeois society might elevate its contradictions to a higher level. But like the English classical economists, Hegel regards bourgeois society as the latest, the most highly developed and final form of historical development. This means that if the contradictions are to be annulled, this must be done in a different manner from the earlier stages which led either historically or logically or phenomenologically to this highest standpoint. Hegel finds himself forced, therefore, to annul his own concept of dialectics at the very peak of his own system in order to be able to extinguish all the contradictions and arrive at a harmonious unity. Of course, there is 166. Nothing simple about this conclusion. It is the product of a violent internal struggle between two different tendencies in his thought. But an inevitable consequence of the social limitations imposed on him is that he is never able completely to overcome the old type of theory of contradiction. We shall discuss other limitations of his dialectics in due course. Thus the disagreement between Kant and Hegel goes far beyond the confines of a methodology of moral philosophy. It is a significant stage in the growth of dialectical method, even though the transformation that takes place in his thought is relatively slight and abstract for the time being. Over and above that, it signals a new stage in the theory of bourgeois society. In the period leading up to the French Revolution, German philosophy and literature were worthy contemporaries of pre-revolutionary French ideology, and now we find them attempting to perform the same sort of task in post-revolutionary Europe, the age of developing capitalist society. Since this latter enterprise took place on German soil where a bourgeois revolution neither did nor could have taken place, the development of German thought was inevitably provincial and distorted. Marx and Engels have shown this convincingly and comprehensively, not only with regard to Hegel's thought but also with reference to Goethe's poetry and above all to that of Schiller. We have shown the common social tendencies underlying the works of Hegel and those of the Weimar classics, insofar as this was possible within the framework of this study. We have also shown that in comparison with his great contemporaries, Hegel displayed a far greater energy both in his analysis of the contradictory character of bourgeois society and in his study of its anatomy, viz. Political economy. Our further discussions must attempt to show even more clearly that these two features of Hegel's thought are intimately connected with each other. Chapter 5. The first studies in economics. Here, at the decisive point in Hegel's intellectual biography, where we might have hoped to clarify the concrete relations between his dialectics and his study of economics, we find ourselves balked by the utter failure of our sources, and we are compelled to rely almost entirely on hypotheses. We may think ourselves fortunate that Rosenkranz has at least preserved the bare fact of the date when Hegel first took up economics. All the material that Rosenkranz possessed in toto has since been lost. It is certainly no accident that this section of Hegel's papers has vanished without trace. Of his immediate pupils there was not a single one who had even the slightest comprehension of economic problems, let alone of their importance in the evolution of Hegel's system and methodology. They did not even notice the obvious evidence of such studies in the published works, the Phenomenology, Philosophy of Right, etc. The backwardness of German society was such that even in the case of Germany's greatest philosophical genius, Hegel himself, the intellectual reflection of social antagonisms appears in an inverted, idealistic form. In the case of his pupils, whose formative years fell, for the most part, in the period of the Restoration, there is an utter failure to comprehend the problems of economics and their significance for an understanding of the problems of society. And this blind spot is as much in evidence on the reactionary right wing of the Hegelians as in the liberal center and on the left. The timidity with which the liberals of the 1830s tackled the great social issues of the time is reflected also in their utter blankness in the face of economic problems. Not until the early 1840s did the intensification of the class struggle awaken a certain interest in economic issues in the ranks of the Hegelians, and even then we find a lack of knowledge and serious study that compares very unfavorably with Hegel. The philosophical arrangement of the economic categories of both the classics and the utopians at the hands of the Hegelians among the true socialists and also by Lassalle scarcely advanced beyond a superficial formalism. Not until the early works of the founders of dialectical materialism, of Marx and Engels, do we discover not merely a profound and thoroughgoing investigation of the problems of political economy, but also the conscious realization that this was the realm in which the great problems of dialectics were to be studied, that here was the great task of 168. 169. Taking the material accumulated, but not worked out dialectically, by the classics of bourgeois political economy and by the utopians, of discovering its underlying laws and principles, and advancing from there to an analysis of the dialectical laws of movement in society. As early as Engels' brilliant writings in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, the connection between economics and dialectics stands clearly in the foreground. Shortly after that Marx himself devotes his full attention to the problem in the economic and philosophic manuscripts, the last section of which contains his critique of Hegel's The Phenomenology of Mind. In this Marx, incisive and crucial criticism of Hegel's idealism, uncovers the important and positive role of economics in the formation of the Hegelian dialectic, in particular his use of the category of labor in which he follows in the footsteps of the English classics. This work is then succeeded by a series of important polemical writings against Bruno Bauer, Max Stirner, Proudhon, etc., contain a large number of profound and illuminating observations on these issues. It is typical of the opportunism of the Second International that a large proportion of these writings gathered dust in the archives, their value recognized by no one. The development of opportunism coincided with the disappearance of any understanding of dialectics, and the rampant growth of metaphysical shallowness then created an atmosphere in which it was easy to twist and distort the clearly formulated propositions of Marxist economics. Only the Bolsheviks consistently fought against this opportunism on all fronts. Lenin, despite the disadvantage of not having access to a large part of Marx's work on this topic, was the only one to have grasped their full importance. It is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx. Rosenkranz, a moderate liberal and an adherent of the so-called Hegelian center at the time of the breakup of the school, naturally had no idea of the importance of Hegel's economic studies. To give the reader an idea of the thoroughness with which the documents have been mislaid, we propose to quote everything that Rosenkranz has to say on the topic in his biography. Later biographers have merely copied from Rosenkranz. The discovery of Hegel's manuscripts in recent decades has greatly increased our knowledge of Hegel's CAE of economics in Jena. At about the years in Frankfurt we are as much in the dark as ever. Rosenkranz states that Hegel's interest in economic questions began in Frankfurt, and that it was primarily conditions in England that excited his curiosity. He regularly read the newspapers and made detailed notes. 170. From them, which have of course been lost. In Rosenkranz's words. At the same time he moved closer to the immediate arena of political events and found his interest in it greatly increased. Above all he was fascinated by the relations of commerce and property, especially in England, partly no doubt in accordance with the general admiration which the previous century felt for the English constitution, which was regarded by many as an ideal, and partly perhaps because no other country of Europe could boast such a variety of the forms of commerce and property as England, and nowhere else was there such a great variety of personal relationships as a result. As his excerpts from English newspapers show, Hegel followed with great excitement the parliamentary debates on the poor law, the alms by means of which the nobility and the aristocracy of wealth attempted to appease the rage of indigent masses. This passage is followed by a much more detailed account of Hegel's interest in the Prussian prison system. Unfortunately, Rosenkranz mentions no dates. This is highly regrettable, especially as the reader of this book can see that he has misinterpreted Hegel's attitude to England. We do not possess a single remark by Hegel that would lend support to Rosenkranz's view that Hegel was ever a great admirer of the English constitution or that he regarded it as a model. Understandably enough, he did not concern himself closely with England. On the contrary, the annotated translation of Carte, which was written shortly after his arrival in Frankfurt, and its sharp criticism of the reactionary policies of England seems to have arisen as an echo of the French Revolution, cp 110. Thus Hegel's interest in England seems to have grown in connection with his research into the nature and laws of bourgeois society during his stay in Frankfurt. It would be both important and interesting to discover the precise moment at which Hegel took up these studies, since, in view of the relatively swift changes in Hegel's views during the years of crisis in Frankfurt, a knowledge of the exact dates is very necessary. But Hegel's interest was not confined to the English economy, he also took up the study of economic theory. With reference to this, Rosenkranz states, all of Hegel's ideas about the nature of civil society, about need and labor, about the division of labor and the wealth of the estates, about poverty, the police, taxation, etc., are finally concentrated in a commentary on the German translation of Steuart's book on political economy, which he wrote between February 19 and May 16, 1799, and which has survived intact. It contains a number of magnificent insights into politics and history and many subtle observations. 171. Steuart was a supporter of the mercantilist system. With noble passion and a host of interesting illustrations, Hegel attacked the deadness of the system and sought to preserve man's soul, das Gemüt, in the midst of competition, the mechanization of labor and of commerce. We need not waste words on these jejune, uncomprehending remarks. But even from this meager summary we can see what an important document we have lost. It is perfectly obvious that Hegel approached the problems of economics from the point of view of his critique of dead positivity, and we would have a much clearer picture of his early attitudes to bourgeois society if only we still possessed these first investigations into economic theory. Another factor here is that Rosenkranz's account poses an insoluble problem. In the last sentence Rosenkranz claims that Hegel sought to save man's soul amidst the mechanism of capitalist society. This would suggest that Hegel's thoughts were running on similar lines to those of the reactionary Romantics. In view of Hegel's later development and the general character of what we have seen of his philosophical and social attitudes, this sounds highly improbable. It is true enough that it was only later on that Hegel made his famous remark that the rational is real and the real is rational, but in a general sense it may be said to constitute the unconscious leitmotif of all his thought from Frankfurt onwards. In the course of our examination of Hegel's economic notes in Jena we shall have occasion to remark on his closeness to the cynical, the ruthlessly truthful views of the English classical economists who were perfectly willing to expose all the horrors and scandals of capitalist society, while asserting that capitalism was essentially progressive. For this reason we believe that Rosenkranz simply misunderstood Hegel. However, since we can offer no irrefutable proof of our assertion, and since it is an abstract possibility that Hegel did for a short time incline towards romantic economics, we can only regard our rejection of Rosenkranz's interpretation as a hypothesis. Nevertheless, we believe that the reader who has followed the entire development of Hegel's thought will agree that our hypothesis is correct. It is not really possible to estimate the influence of Steuart's particular economic principles on Hegel. Not only because the commentary has been lost and we cannot know which sections impressed Hegel, which he agreed with and which he rejected, but also because his reading of Steuart did not lead to any immediate attempt to apply the newly acquired economic principles to bourgeois society. What we have said earlier on about the discontinuities of the Frankfurt period applies with particular force here. Having spent 3 months on the problems of economics, Hegel simply turned to his chief work in Frankfurt, The Spirit of Christianity. Of course, as we shall see, this essay does not neglect the 172 problems of society, but its immediate theme is different and the change in his socio-economic views only makes itself felt in a few places and even then in the most general philosophical terms. Not until the period in Jena do we come across manuscripts which directly concern themselves with social problems and among which economics are given an explicit and prominent position. Nor can we know with any certainty just how important economic problems were in Hegel's last work in Frankfurt, the Fragment Office System of 1800, since as we shall see, only 2 small fragments of this work have survived. But in the Jena manuscripts there is evidence that in addition to Steuart Hegel had read the works of Adam Smith. And given the great abstractness of Hegel's statements about economics, his exclusive interest in the great, universal problems, it is hard to show the impact of details. All the same, it is highly probable that the study of Adam Smith was a turning point in Hegel's evolution. The problem which reveals the striking parallel between Hegel's thought and the classical English economists is the problem of work as the central mode of human activity, as the chief method by which the identity of the subject-object, to use Hegel's terminology at this time, can be achieved, as the activity which annuls the deadness of objectivity, as the driving force of the process which turns mankind into the product of its own activity. And it is highly probable that this problem emerges for the first time in the course of reading Adam Smith, since neither a study of the German economy which was so backward in the context of the development of capitalism, nor a reading of Steuart could really provide the necessary stimulus. However, this is another issue which finds us reduced to hypotheses and guesswork, and we give our view in the full awareness that it is no more than a hypothesis. The first documentary evidence that Hegel had read Smith is contained in the manuscripts of some lectures given in Jena in 1803/4 and which were published not long ago. Hegel refers here to Adam Smith's statements about developing the forces of production through the division of labor in the factory, and he wrote the name of Smith in the margin. But as early as 1802, in the System of Ethics, a similar, if, as we shall see, a less well-developed attitude towards work, the division of labor etc., occupies a central position. It is therefore almost certain that Hegel was acquainted with Adam Smith right from the beginning of his period in Jena, and that he had therefore overcome, at least in part, some of the limitations and defects of Steuart's theories. Now it is our belief that Hegel's interest in classical English economics actually dates from an earlier period, namely from the time when he was already working on the fragment of a system. It is perfectly true that that work gives us no help at all, at any rate not directly, since the surviving fragments contain only very meager references to economic problems and we have no idea how Hegel had thought of the structure of the 173 whole essay, nor indeed how far it was from completion. But in the course of some very obscure reflections on the philosophy of religion there is a very remarkable passage which may help to throw light on an extremely dark section of Hegel's intellectual evolution. In this fragment Hegel deals with the place of religion in man's life, with the annulment of objectivity, of dead positivity in relation to men and things. The social and philosophical problems that this discussion proves must be postponed for our detailed analysis of the entire fragment. We wish here to emphasize only one moment. Hegel writes, "But it is necessary that man should also put himself into a permanent relation with objects and thus maintain their objectivity even to the point of completely destroying them." In the Frankfurt manner already familiar to us, Hegel analyses man's relation to property and hence to the dialectics of positivity and life. In this fragment he finds a solution in a very curious and highly mystical theory of sacrifice. He continues, "Man would still be unable to unite himself with the infinite life because he would have kept something for himself, he would still be in a state of mastering things or caught in a dependence upon them. This is the reason why he gives up only part of his property as a sacrifice, for it is his fate to possess property, and this fate is necessary and can never be discarded. Only through this useless destruction, through this destruction for the sake of destruction, does he make good the destruction which he causes for his own particular purposes. At the same time he has consummated the objectivity of the objects by a destruction unrelated to his own purposes, by that complete negation of relations which is called death. This aimless destruction for destruction's sake sometimes happens, even if the necessity of a purposive destruction of objects remains, and it proves to be the only religious relation to absolute objects. At first sight this passage is certainly obscure enough. Sacrifice is thought of as a religious way out of the necessary fate of the world of property, of bourgeois society. What is of interest to us is the distinction between sacrifice which is viewed as useless destruction, destruction for destruction's sake, and a concept of purposive destruction which remains utterly unexplained in this context. The fragment from which we are quoting one's the last sheet, i.e. the conclusion of Hegel's manuscript. If Hegel fails even to hint at what he means by what is obviously an important concept, this can only be explained by arguing that it must have been elucidated in the earlier parts of the essay, now lost. But enough has been said to indicate that purposive destruction refers to the normal, everyday relation of man to the world of objects. The point of 174. The sacrifice is precisely to raise man beyond that realm. We must postpone for the time being our discussion of the meaning of sacrifice for Hegel. Our subsequent analyses, especially of his general theory of society, will show that the concept is not a religious or mystical one but that it is intimately connected with the illusions Hegel cherished at this time about the possibility of resolving the contradictions of bourgeois society. What interests us here is rather the concept with which it is contrasted, viz. the purposive destruction of the objects. In order to decipher this apparently no less obscure notion we must have recourse to the system of ethics written 2 years later in Jena. It is evident that the idea is connected with work. Hegel defines work in the system of ethics in language reminiscent of Schelling's, as is much in the first part of his stay in Jena, as the destruction of the object, and indeed as its purposive destruction. The first dialectical triad from which his thought proceeds is need, work, enjoyment. Work is then defined as follows: the destruction of the object, or of intuition, Anschauung, but as a moment, i.e. not finally and absolutely, so that this destruction is replaced by another intuition or object, or else it establishes the pure identity, activity of the act of destruction. It does not destroy the object as object in general, but in such a way that another is put in its place. This destruction, however, is work. Admittedly, this definition does not contain the word purposive, but if we follow Hegel's line of thought carefully here and see how he moves from work to the tools of work and from tools to machines, it is evident that the idea is present and only the word is missing, and the word is only missing because it is supererogatory in this context. The connection between work and purposiveness remains henceforth a basic fact of Hegel's thought. Even in his treatment of theology in the logic, work continues to play an extraordinarily important part, as Lenin has expressly pointed out in various notes. We believe, therefore, that the conception of work, which is so essential a category in the genus system of ethics, was already present in the lost parts of the Frankfurt fragment of a system. And this makes it extremely probable that Hegel studied Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations as a preliminary to the latter work. We must add in passing that the works of both Steuart and Smith were available in Germany at this time in various translations. In the circumstances, it is exceptionally difficult to isolate the influence of particular English economists on particular ideas of Hegel's. However, we may draw attention to a number of elements in Steuart which undoubtedly had a lasting effect. Above all, Steuart was, as Marx shows, the real historian of economics among the classics. He was more interested in the social origins of capitalism than its inner workings. 10,755. Which he grasps less well than his successors. And at this stage in Hegel's career, when he was concerned to establish the historical necessity of bourgeois society, the sheer volume of information in Steuart's work and the constant comparisons between ancient and modern economies must have made a deep impression on him. Beyond that, however, it can be argued that Hegel may have found it much easier to accept certain retrograde elements in Steuart, views which had been superseded by Smith's much clearer and more radical insights. No doubt, Hegel fought dead positivity wherever he found it, and this would have led him to sympathize with Smith's efforts to eliminate certain obsolete elements of the old economics, with its wholesale fetishizations. But such outmoded views may have deep roots in the economies of backward nations. The relation between the economy and the state, for example, could only be analyzed consistently in England, in the works of Smith and Ricardo. Marx has frequently shown how French economists of the Napoleonic era clung to all sorts of outmoded attitudes on that very question. This was even truer of Germany, and the very much slower growth of economics in Germany meant that misconceptions about the economic role of the state lasted well beyond Hegel's day. One need think only of Lassalle and Rodbertus. When in addition we remind ourselves that Hegel in his Jena period entertained many false hopes about the possibilities of resolving the antinomies of bourgeois society along Napoleonic lines, it is only too easy to understand why Hegel should have leaned more towards Steuart than Smith on this issue. But there is one further respect in which Hegel never departs from a view held by Steuart, and never reaches the point of understanding the great advances made by Adam Smith and Ricardo in formulating the laws underlying capitalist economics. We refer to the problem of surplus labor and surplus value. Marx, in his critique of Steuart's economics, makes the point that Steuart remained imprisoned within the old theory of making a profit upon alienation. It is true that Steuart does distinguish between positive and relative profit. The latter is profit upon alienation. Marx says of the former, positive profit arises from augmentation of labor, industry, and ingenuity. How it arises from this Steuart makes no attempt to explain. The further statement that the effect of this profit is to augment and swell the public good seems to indicate that Steuart means by it nothing but the greater mass of use values produced in consequence of the development of the productive powers of labor, and that he thinks of this positive profit as quite distinct from capitalists' profit, which always presupposes an increase of exchange value. When we come to consider Hegel's economic views in Jena, we shall 176. See how deeply entangled he is in ideas of this sort which were so retrograde by English standards. The more progressive ideas that he had gained from a study of Adam Smith and a greater awareness of the facts of the English economy do indeed enable him to perceive certain economic contradictions in capitalism, particular antagonisms between capital and labor, and he is able to discuss these frankly. but he never succeeds in unveiling the mystery of real capitalist exploitation. Indeed, he never approaches as close to it as the English bourgeois economists. This is a barrier he will never surmount, and the reason is not far to seek. His knowledge of the conflict between capital and labor only comes to him from reading about international economic relations, not from his own experience, from a real insight into capitalism in ordinary life. That is to say, the barrier here is an intellectual mirror of the primitive economy of Germany. Naturally, the size of the barrier is even further increased by Hegel's own idealism, in particular by his inversion of the relationship between law and the state on the one hand and economics on the other. But, as we have shown, his idealism is itself rooted in the same soil. Thus the economic backwardness of Germany does not have any single direct influence on Hegel, nor does it directly distort many of his most brilliant insights into bourgeois society. Its effects are various, complex, and often impinge on his thought in unexpected ways. We shall discuss Hegel's economic views in detail when we come to analyze his attempts to systematize them in Jena. For the present it is enough if we briefly indicate the immediate effects of Hegel's study of economics and the nature of his approach to the problems of bourgeois society. The decisive moment is contained in the long passage from the fragment of a system already quoted. From this point onwards Hegel regards economics, the economic life of men, their determination by their economic relation to each other and to things as an inexorable fate. The Hegelian concept of fate will be analyzed fully in the next chapter. We have already seen the seeds of this view, p.11 of, in the first notes of the Frankfurt period, when Hegel made a number of complex observations on the possibility of harmonizing property relations with love. But the idea was only treated sporadically there. Here it becomes a crucial issue. Earlier on it was just one of the problems of subjective love. Here we find it defined as fate and opposed to the highest representative of religion, Jesus. Part of Hegel's conception of fate in Frankfurt is the idea that to struggle against a hostile power has the same consequences as to evade it. This is in fact the expression of the inevitability of fate. However mystical many of Hegel's utterances sound on this point, they yet contain a much more realistic core of truth about history and society than is to be found in the other German philosophers of this time, namely 17,777. His rejection of the very common idea, still prevalent among intellectuals, that a man can stand above his age and his society, that he can take up a theoretical or practical position from a standpoint external to his society. In this sense property is treated in the spirit of Christianity as an ineluctable fate. Since in that essay Hegel's reflections concentrate on the possibility of realizing the teaching of Jesus in society, it is natural that he should keep returning to the passage in the New Testament about the rich young man whom Jesus advised to dispose of his property to gain salvation. We may remember that Hegel had already referred to this passage in Bern, p. 63, but there he had confined himself to the absurdation that it illustrated his argument that Christianity is concerned exclusively with private individuals. At that stage he was not interested in the economic implications. Only now does he focus on the latter, but he does so with a vengeance. In the plan for the spirit of Christianity he is only concerned with Jesus' escape from economics. Since property and possessions cannot constitute a beautiful condition of life, Jesus turns away from them. The next step in Hegel's development is that he tacitly dismisses the various subjective compromises with which he had experimented. He says, "The kingdom of God is a condition in which God rules, and all determinations and rights are annulled." Hence his words to the young man, "Go, sell that thou hast." It is hard for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. Hence, 2. Christ's renunciation of all possessions and all honor. These relations with father, family, property cannot become beautiful, therefore they should not exist at all, so that at least the opposite state of affairs might not exist either. No further consequences are deduced in the plan. But the corresponding passage in the text of the full manuscript speaks a very different language. We shall see that Hegel has a much closer, more approving attitude towards Jesus in this work than he ever had in Bern. Despite this, the Bern writings never contain such scathing comments on Jesus' teaching as this one. In Bern, Hegel's satire had been aimed more at Christianity than at the Church. Hegel reverts to the parable of the rich young man and says about the command which follows to cast aside care for one's life and to despise riches, as also about Matthew 19:23, how hard it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. There is nothing to be said, it is a litany pardonable only in sermons and rhymes, for such a command is without truth for us. The fate of property has become too powerful for us to tolerate reflections on it, to find its abolition thinkable. But this at least is to be noticed, that the possession of riches, with all the rights as 178, well as all the cares connected with it, brings into human life definitive details whose restrictedness prescribes limits to the virtues, imposes conditions on them, and makes them dependent on circumstances. Within these limitations, there is room for duties and virtues, but they allow of no whole, of no complete life, because if life is bound up with objects, it is conditioned by something outside itself, since in that event something is tacked onto life as its own which yet cannot be its property. Wealth at once betrays its opposition to love, to the whole, because it is a right caught in a context of multiple rights, and this means that both its immediately appropriate virtue, honesty, and also the other virtues possibly within its sphere, are of necessity linked with exclusion, and every act of virtue is in itself one of a pair of opposites. A syncretism, a service of two masters, is unthinkable because the indeterminate and the determinate cannot retain their form and still be bound together. We can see here that Hegel has gone far towards recognizing the necessity of bourgeois society, even though his insight is still clothed in the mystical terminology of his view of fate. We see also, harking back to the last chapter, that his attack on Kantian ethics, his assertion that a conflict of duties is inevitable, is closely bound up with the conception of society now slowly crystallizing. We shall now see, in the course of our analysis of the longest manuscript of the Frankfurt period, that on the basis of this conception the tragic conflict of values now reaches right into Hegel's view of religion and affects his attitude towards Jesus himself, even though it was Jesus Hegel had looked to, in Frankfurt above all, to resolve all these conflicts. We shall also see that we are dealing with a contradiction which runs through Hegel's entire idealist dialectic, one which he will later attempt to resolve at a much higher level, but without any greater success. Chapter 6. The Spirit of Christianity and its Fate. We have already made the acquaintance of a number of important passages from this, the most extensive work of Hegel's Frankfurt period. Our present task is to evaluate the philosophical ideas it contains and estimate their importance in Hegel's evolution. The essay is a great debate with Christianity. We have already shown in detail how Hegel's new view of bourgeois society forced him to reconsider his attitude to Christianity. We have seen how the nature of his development led him to think of Christianity in a more or less approving way. However, his approach in Frankfurt differs qualitatively from that of Jena. As we have seen, and shall see still more clearly, Hegel considers the problems of bourgeois society from the standpoint of an individual living in it. By the time he comes to Jena, the general social perspective prevails over that of the individual. From this time on, the individual is no more than a member of society, his individual problems are consistently treated in the light of general social ones. The role of economics and of a dialectics of the general and the particular, deepened by the assimilation of economic categories, is a matter to be discussed later on in that context. But since, at present, Hegel's starting point is the fate of the individual, it is natural that Christianity should have a much more immediate appeal for him than it had done earlier on. Hence the question of how an individual's life should be shaped and conducted was bound to lead to a reconsideration of Christian ethics. We may say, then, that Hegel never felt so close emotionally to Christianity as at this time. But it would be a great error to infer from this that a feeling of closeness is the same thing as a total doctrinal agreement with the tenets of Christianity, as the reactionary neo-Hegelians never tire of asserting. Lassen and Hering in particular are always at pains to prove that the key to an understanding of Hegel's whole philosophy lies in his complete agreement with Protestantism. How little these legends have in common with reality can be gauged from the question about which the entire essay revolves and the admittedly hesitant and contradictory solution which Hegel advances. Hegel's starting point is the question, one's the solution to the problems of life put forward by Jesus and his church correct, and is it still viable in the modern world? This idea of a kingdom of God completes and comprises the whole of the Christian religion as Jesus founded it, and we have still to consider whether it completely satisfies nature or whether his disciples were impelled by any need to something beyond, and, if so, what that need was. The answers that Hegel gives in the course of the essay have a fairly negative ring. He proceeds from the mystical dogmas of Christianity and attempts to show that it only achieved its religious objectivity, the supersession of a merely subjective love, through the resurrection of Christ. But this in turn gives rise to a state of mind which is more like a hovering between reality and spirit. And thus an opposition remained which, with further development, was bound to become a pairing of living and dead, divine and actual. By conjoining the man Jesus with the glorified and deified Jesus, this vagueness pointed to a satisfaction of the deepest urge for religion, but it did not provide this satisfaction, and the urge was thus turned into an endless, unquenchable, and unappeased longing. Thus, according to Hegel, Christianity in its maturity does achieve a union, and we have seen what this term means to Hegel in Frankfurt, but one which remains eternally in there, i.e. men's consciousness, and never allows religion to become a perfected life. In all the forms of the Christian religion which have been developed in the advancing fate of the ages, there lies this fundamental characteristic of opposition in the divine which is supposed to be present in consciousness only, never in life. And Hegel goes on to give a brief account of the various currents in Christianity, showing that none of them is able to achieve the real union with life, the real annulment of positivity. And he concludes the essay with the words, "And it is its fate that church and state, worship and life, piety and virtue, spiritual and worldly action, can never dissolve into one." It is evident that Hegel's final answer is by no means wholly in favor of Christianity. The contradictory character of this essay lies in the fact that he feels impelled to look to religion as the only thing that can provide an answer to positivity in life, and likewise he is driven to regard Christianity as the prototype of religion, and yet, after all the mystical constructions that go a long way towards Christianity, he finds himself forced to come to a negative conclusion about it, viz. that Christianity is incapable of annulling the dead, the positive element of life, and that ultimately it is just as subjective a response to the world of dead objects as 181. Love, and that it likewise allows this world to persist unannulled. We shall see that Hegel never takes these assertions to their logical conclusion. His attitude will always remain tentative and ambiguous. But of this period less than any other can it be maintained that he was fully in accord with Christianity. Indeed, in Jena we shall encounter a fragment which explicitly speaks of the supersession of Christianity and the birth of a new, third religion. Of course, here too, Hegel's overcoming of Christianity takes place in the name of religion. He can never escape from the trammels of religious ideas which are so profoundly related to his idealism, and this has the effect that in his view of society Christianity not only plays the role of a real social force, but it is also invested with a philosophical nimbus precisely because it is a religion. However, Hegel's attitude to Christianity is riddled with contradictions, and we should try and throw some light on them from the outset if we wish to clarify his later writings. He criticizes the Christian community because its love is unable to annul positivity. But in the lifelessness of the group's love, the spirit of its love remains so athirst, felt itself so empty, that it could not fully recognize in itself, living in itself, its corresponding spirit. On the contrary, to this spirit it remained a stranger. To be connected with an alien spirit, felt as alien, is to be conscious of dependence on it. Opposition remains and is something positive, an object which has in it as much foreignness, as much dominion, as there is dependence in the spirit of the group. Of course, Hegel is speaking here of the Christian group and not of Jesus himself, and we shall see that this distinction is important for him at this period. In Hegel's eyes, the discovery that Christianity does not do away with positivity is of decisive importance for the entire subsequent history of the religion. The more complex human relations become, i.e., the more civil society advances, the more blatant this contradiction becomes. This is the point at which the group is caught in the toils of fate, even though, on the strength of the love which maintained itself in its purity outside every tie with the world, it seemed to have evaded fate altogether. Its fate, however, was centered in the fact that the love which shunned all ties was extended over a group, and this fate was all the more developed the more the group expanded and, owing to this expansion, continually coincided more and more with the world's fate, both by unconsciously adopting many of that fate's aspects and also by continually becoming sullied itself in the course of its struggle against that fate. 182. Moreover, there is no lack of very explicit statements alleging that even the founder of Christianity was unable to put an end to positivity. Such criticism refers again and again to Jesus' relations with the state, with the organization of society. We have already discussed his relation to private property in the preceding section. About society and the state he writes as follows. The kingdom of God is not of this world, only it makes a great difference for that kingdom whether this world is actually present in opposition to it, or whether its opposition does not exist but is only a possibility. The former was in fact the case, and it was with full knowledge of this that Jesus suffered at the hands of the state. Hence with this passive relation one great element in a living union is cut away, for the members of the kingdom of God one important bond of association is snapped, they have lost one part of freedom. They have lost a number of active relationships and living ties. The citizens of the kingdom of God become set over against a hostile state, become private persons excluding themselves from it. It is true that from the idea of a kingdom of God all the relationships established in a political order are excluded, these rank infinitely lower than the living bonds within the divine group, and by such a group they can only be despised. But since the state was there and neither Jesus nor his followers could annul it, the fate of Jesus and his following, which remained true to him in this matter, remains a loss of freedom, a restriction of life, passivity under the domination of an alien might which was despised but which ceded to Jesus without conditions the little that he wanted from it existence among his people. The internal contradiction in Hegel's position appears with particular clarity where he makes the attempt to describe the total annulment of all dead objectivity in the kingdom of God. He adduces many illustrations, above all from the sphere of organic life, to show that the relation between the part and the whole, individual and society, need not necessarily conform to the pattern prevailing in bourgeois society of an artificial bond which unites an empty subjectivity with a world of dead objects incapable of being stimulated into life. But when he attempts to describe such a society he is forced to seek analogies in the social relations of primitive peoples. Even in the expression as son of Korsh, for example, which the Arabs use to denote the individual, a single member of the clan, there is the implication that this individual is not simply a part of the whole does not lie outside him, he himself is just the whole which the entire clan is. This is clear too from the sequel to the manner of waging war peculiar to such a natural, undivided people, every single. 183. Individual is put to the sword in the most cruel fashion. In modern Europe, on the other hand, where each individual does not carry the whole state in himself, but where the bond is only the conceptual one of the same rights for all, war is waged not against the individual, but against the whole which lies outside him. As with any genuinely free people, so among the Arabs, the individual is a part and at the same time the whole. It is true only of objects, of things lifeless, that the whole is other than the parts. In the living thing, on the other hand, the part of the whole is one and the same as the whole. The fact that Hegel is forced to appeal to primitive peoples in order to illustrate his belief that the positivity of bourgeois society can be annulled with the aid of religion gives a very clear indication of the impasse in which his thought found itself. Many critics of bourgeois society have sought to escape from its contradictions into less developed, more organic societies. It is this that the Romantics expected from the Middle Ages. Hegel's efforts to do away with positivity necessarily drive him in this direction. It says a lot for his realism that he rejects the Middle Ages and feudalism in favor of peoples still at the tribal level of organization. He sees the relation of man to society in a fundamentally different manner from that obtaining in bourgeois society, and the ideas he works out here prove extremely fruitful later on in his studies of art, history, and law. On the other hand, even in Frankfurt Hegel thought of the development of human society from primitive conditions to modern bourgeois society not simply as an actual necessity, but also as an historical advance. After all, he does show, as we have seen, that the Christian community was constantly forced to adapt itself in the course of history to the requirements of a more developed and developing society. Thus Hegel finds himself confronted by an insoluble contradiction. The kingdom of God, which is supposed to resolve the contradictions of modern society, turns out to be a long since obsolete and superseded condition of man. Hegel is forced to choose between his religious ideal and his belief in the progress of history. It is characteristic of the Frankfurt period that his answer is less incisive than it will be later on. Not that he ever went so far as to proclaim the need to regress to a primitive society or to deny the concept of historical progress. Both ideas, especially the belief in the necessity of progress beyond the primitive, are common in his notes. But on the one hand, he is as yet incapable of giving a comprehensive picture of the general development of world history and hence is unable to place such societies within the process, and on the other hand his discussions of the philosophy of religion frequently show signs of a suprahistorical tendency, a tendency to embrace the eternity of the believer. Then again this tendency is criticized and annulled. It is typical of the Frankfurt manuscripts, however, that 184. Criticism and the thing criticized often dwell peaceably side by side. Hegel does indeed expose the tragic contradictions of religion and he regards the founder of Christianity as a tragic figure, but at the same time, a religious solution remains the preferred solution throughout this period, especially, as we shall see, in the fragment Office system. But all these contradictions have another aspect for Hegel. When we find Hegel recording all these contradictions and uttering negative judgments about Christianity, we may well find it hard to understand why he attributed so much importance to the question. We have earlier pointed to the social conditions which necessitated a debate with Christianity and indicated why Hegel found it so hard to break away, cfpg 8ff. But the question must be raised again here, how did the situation arise which could encourage Hegel to imagine that Jesus might be a serious solution to the contradictions of life and of bourgeois society? The answer is to be sought above all in Hegel's idealism. His entire development, especially in Frankfurt, is an outstanding illustration of Lenin's aphorism that idealism is clerical obscurantism, i.e. philosophical idealism cannot, if it remains true to its premises, evade the claims of religion. Up to now we have seen Hegel's growing insight into the workings of bourgeois society. This has meant above all an insight into a variety of necessary negative manifestations of that society, of the alienation of man from the world, from his fellow men, from things, and the alienated form of the state and society itself. These universal properties of capitalism inevitably appeared in a heightened form in Germany, as Marx was to explain many decades later. In all the other spheres, we, like the rest of continental Western Europe, suffer not only from the development of capitalist production, but also from the incompleteness of that development. Alongside of modern evils, a whole series of inherited evils oppress us, arising from the passive survival of antiquated modes of production, with their inevitable train of social and political anachronisms. We suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. Marx's statement here applies doubly to Germany in Hegel's day. What he describes here determined not only what Hegel could see and had to see of society, but also the way in which he approached such problems, that is to say, it determined his philosophical idealism. The contradictions he perceived must have seemed all the greater because he was attempting to tackle them from the standpoint and with the equipment of the best bourgeois humanism, which was indeed about to cast off the heroic illusions of the pre-revolutionary and revolutionary epochs, but which was very far from acquiescing in the social and cultural monstrosities produced by capitalism. The post-revolutionary character of this humanism inclined it to strive for a solution to the 185 contradictions in society just as it was. All hopes that society might be radically transformed had disappeared, partly because of events in France and partly because of the situation in Germany itself, where there was no real social basis for a revolutionary movement or even any sort of radical reorganization. We have repeatedly shown that in this general configuration of events, Hegel followed the same path as Goethe and Schiller, the most outstanding humanists of the period in Germany. This entire problematic gives Hegel's efforts to overcome positivity the particular shape that is so characteristic of the Frankfurt period. We have already seen, and shall see more clearly still, how in the course of his development an historical dialectic unfolds, the dialectic of the origins of dead forms of life, alienated from society, which retain their positive, dead appearances whilst proving themselves to be the necessary products of the social activity of men themselves. Because of his basic idealist stance, however, this problem is inseparable from another, more general one, the problem of objectivity. These two issues are linked to each other only because of Hegel's idealism. They have otherwise no necessary connection, but the fact that they are so connected is responsible for the ineradicable religious overtones of his attempts to overcome positivity. For he is not concerned simply to show that all the positive phenomena in society are the products of human activity. His idealism forces him to overstate his case and require the elimination of objectivity as such. It is evident that this can only be achieved from a religious position. In this respect Hegel is more open and uninhibited in Frankfurt than he is later on. He really does regard religion as the pinnacle of philosophy. It is the annulment of positivity in terms of the religious union of man with God. This goal remains fixed despite the fact that his rapidly growing knowledge of society and history, his own cool self-possession and his integrity as a thinker generate insights in glaring contradiction with such a view. We see here one of the basic and indestructible evils of absolute idealism. And when Hegel in his more down-to-earth phase in Jena does away with the religious keystone to the system, substituting for it the realm of absolute knowledge and scientific, i.e. dialectical philosophy, the change is more apparent than real. For the identical subject-object of absolute idealism, the return of absolute spirit from its total alienation in nature and its partial alienation in history to the perfected knowledge of itself, is ultimately nothing other than the absorption of all objectivity into the mystified subject which has allegedly created it, viz. The annulment of all objectivity. But for all this mysticism, Hegel's conception of a society and history made by men themselves does provide a firm foundation for a dialectical approach. But it can only do so if it proves possible to dispense with the old Enlightenment view that the real causes of change in society and 186 history are to be sought in the conscious motives of the individual actors, and that the effects can be fully explained in these terms, i.e. a dialectical approach will only work if we go beneath the surface and search for the real and objective causes of historical movement. We know that Hegel was never really able to take this step, and that in his view of history the decisive role is played by his idealistically mystified conception of the spirit. Nevertheless, it is sufficiently clear, and Marx and Engels have frequently pointed out, that despite this mystification Hegel's view of history is a decisive advance, since it sees both that history is in some sense made by men themselves, and that the conscious actions of men always result in something more than what was intended. This conception of history only emerged in later years. In order to reach that point it was necessary to abandon his Frankfurt approach from the standpoint of the individual. But even this must not be misconstrued in any rigid or mechanical fashion. Even though the fate of the individual remains a kind of leitmotif throughout the period and as such is one of the factors responsible for the culmination of his thought in religion, the entire period is marked by an unbroken striving to break out of the subjectivity such an approach must engender. And if his solution is a sort of mystical pseudo-objectivity of the religious life, this internal debate does nevertheless prepare the way for his later more objective, dialectical approach to both history and society. We have seen how this internal debate centers immediately on the dialectics of love, i.e. on the erection of dialectical relations between the dead objectivity of social institutions and the real life of the individual. We have also seen that what Hegel meant by love was the annulment of false objectivity, of positivity. This set of problems determines Hegel's view of Jesus in Frankfurt. He describes the mission of Jesus in a variety of ways, but its content is always the same in essence. In the draft of The Spirit of Christianity, Hegel writes, Jesus opposes moral commandments to the moral predisposition, i.e. the inclination to act in a particular way. Inclination has its foundation in itself, it contains its own ideal object, and not in anything alien, in the moral law of reason. And in the final manuscript he says much the same thing, though perhaps a little more emphatically. Over against the positivity of the Jews, Jesus set man, over against the laws and their obligatoriness he set the virtues, and in these the immorality of positive man is overcome. These statements about the mission of Jesus are in harmony with what? 187. We have learnt about Hegel's conception of love, of which Jesus is in Hegel's eyes the greatest incarnation in history. But this does not exhaust the significance of either Jesus or his teaching. On the contrary, with increasing clarity Hegel analyzes the strengths and weaknesses of love as a means of overcoming positivity, and we recollect that at this stage Jesus' mission was precisely to break down all the barriers to love and to reconcile its contradictions at a higher level. We shall see how Hegel's efforts led to the reproduction of the contradictions of love on a higher plane. The chief defect of love is its tendency to isolate. It is no more than a passing moment in the flux of life. Love joins points into moments, but in love the world, man, and domination persist. Of course, love implies a continual effort to go beyond the momentary, but he states repeatedly that this effort must fail. This is why beautiful souls who are unhappy, either because they are conscious of their fate or because they are not satisfied in the fullness of their love, are so full of charity they have beautiful moments of enjoyment, but only moments. Thus what love lacks according to Hegel is objectivity. It is one manifestation of the divine principle in man, but it is not able to create a living relationship between subject and object. This love is a divine spirit, but it still falls short of religion. To become religion it must manifest itself in an objective form. As a feeling, something subjective, it must be fused with the universal, with something represented in idea, and thereby acquire the form of a being to whom prayer is both possible and due. The need to unite subject with object, to unite feeling, and feeling's demand for objects, with the intellect, to unite them in something beautiful, in a God, by means of fancy, is the supreme need of the human spirit and i.e. urge to religion. This then is the crucial message of the Frankfurt period. Religion is the sphere in which a living objectivity identical with subjectivity is to be achieved. Even in the draft we find a dialectical hierarchy of human attitudes. Morality annuls positivity, the objectivity of the commandments, love annuls the barriers of morality, religion annuls the barriers of love. The idea is reproduced a degree more emphatically in the final manuscript. Morality annuls domination within the sphere of consciousness, love. 188. Annuls the barriers in the sphere of morality, but love itself is still incomplete in nature. In the moments of happy love there is no room for objectivity, yet every reflection annuls love, restores objectivity again, and with objectivity we are once more on the territory of restrictions. The religious, then, is the aranpoia fulfillment of love, it is reflection and love united, bound together in thought. This idea is methodologically interesting in two respects. Firstly, we see here a relatively developed form of what was going to become a basic method of approach in the phenomenology of mind, namely the practice of allowing the various subjective postures towards the world what Hegel was to call the configurations of consciousness gestalten de Bewusstseins to develop dialectically from each other. The way this happens is that a given attitude always appears as a resolution of the contradictions to be found on a lower level, while it generates contradictions of its own to be resolved at a higher one. This method is not exclusive to Hegel, but a general characteristic of the whole period. We find it in embryo in Kant, and Schelling's system of transcendental idealism exemplifies the fully developed method. We shall reserve our analysis of the similarities and differences between Hegel and Schelling for our discussion of the Jena period. The second point of methodological interest here is the great importance attributed to reflection in his dialectical deduction of religion. We have several times pointed out that the emphasis on reflection as a moment in the dialectical totality is one of the salient characteristics of the Frankfurt period, one which sets Hegel apart from the Vitalists and Romantics with whom his imperialist commentators like to associate him. The function of reflection is particularly crucial here, for according to Hegel the absence of reflection is precisely the weak point of love, which in consequence can always be destroyed by reflection, since love has merely evaded instead of integrating it. And by contrast with this, the objectivity of religion lies in its union of love and reflection, its reconciliation of these antithetical principles. But at this stage of Hegel's development, these correct insights and anticipations of his future thought simply exacerbate the insoluble problems of the moment. It is clear from what we have said up to now that reflection is a means of getting to grips with reality, a means which is closely bound up with the phenomenon of opposition, of which it is indeed the intellectual correlative. Now, if the religious unity of life is meant to achieve the total annulment of all objectivity alien to the subject without leaving a trace, then the annulment of reflection is no true dialectical annulment in the Hegelian sense, i.e. with the additional meanings of preservation and elevation to a higher plane. It is rather a total annihilation in the style of Schelling. But if, on the other hand, 189. Reflection is annulled in this dialectical sense, then how can the objectless objectivity of religious life aspired to by Hegel be realized? It is obvious that contradictions of this sort in the premises can lead to contradictions in the conclusions. Later on, Hegel will strive to synthesize these contradictions dialectically in absolute knowledge, and we shall see that his philosophical idealism prevents any true solution even then. In Frankfurt, where he sought the solution in religion rather than knowledge, his efforts resulted in two radically opposed solutions. It is characteristic that they should stand side by side in his manuscript. Hegel obviously feels and senses their incompatibility rather than clearly perceiving it. Hence his use of obscure and contradictory categories, such as fate, which we shall discuss in a moment, hence too the interpretation of the personality and fate of Jesus in terms of tragedy. It is true that further reflection on these problems does result in the original, specifically Hegelian formulation of the theory of contradiction in the fragment of a system, but even this can only come into its own in Jena when Hegel jettisons the methodological assumptions of the Frankfurt period, above all, the fate of the individual as a starting point and, following logically from that, the placing of religion above knowledge. Let us now examine somewhat more closely the contradictory solution at which Hegel had necessarily arrived. Either Hegel must take his objectless objectivity seriously, in that case everything dissolves into a haze of mysticism. Or he must remain true to his premise that reflection does not disappear within religious life but is merely annulled and dialectically preserved in it, and in that case it will become apparent that his concept of religion is utterly unsuited to resolve the contradictions it was designed to deal with, because it will turn out to be just another formula for the subjectivity of love, and so will possess its defect, its subjectivist inability to annul positivity. 1. Let us now look at the first side of the contradiction. In the draft, Hegel launches an attack on Fichte in these terms. That which ought to be must of course be an infinite striving if the object simply cannot be overcome, if reason and the senses, or freedom and nature, or subject and object are so opposed to each other that they become absolutes. Through the syntheses, no object no subject, or no ego no non-ego, their absolute character is not annulled. Law is a cogitated relation of objects to each other. In the kingdom of God there can be no cogitated relation, because there are no objects for each other. A cogitated relation is fixed and permanent, without spirit, a yoke, a composite thing, mastery and slavery, activity and suffering, determination and being determined. In the manuscript itself, Hegel discusses in greater detail the nature of religious elevation above the contradictions. We shall cite a few of the 190 characteristic passages. The hill and the eye that sees it are object and subject, but between man and God, between spirit and spirit, there is no such cleft of objectivity and subjectivity. One is to the other another in that one recognizes the other, both are one. Here we find the identical subject-object proclaimed in an uncompromising mystical fashion. True knowledge of the world can only be self-knowledge, and absolute idealism must discover a subject which is both the creator and the knower of the world process. In Frankfurt, Hegel declares flatly that this must be God. But this unity of life must at the same time be a living unity, a relation between human beings within such a divine harmony. According to Hegel, this harmony is the kingdom of God. A harmony in which men's many-sided consciousness chimes in with one spirit and their many different lives with one life, but, more than this, by its means the partitions against other godlike beings are abolished, and the same living spirit animates the different beings, who therefore are no longer merely similar but one. They make up not a collection but a communion, since they are unified not in a universal, a concept, e.g. as believers, but through life and through love. This living harmony of men, their communion in God, Jesus calls the kingdom of God. It is only logical that Hegel should express the contrast between ordinary knowledge and this, the supreme movement of the Spirit, the supreme form of knowledge, by using the word faith to describe it. Of faith he says, "Faith is a knowledge of spirit through spirit, and only like spirits can know and understand one another, unlike ones can know only that they are not what the other is." And Hegel emphasizes that what counts here is not equal intelligence but the similar intensity of the spirit, of faith. He contrasts this kind of mutual recognition with the much vaunted profound knowledge of men, which for divided beings, whose nature comprises many and variegated one-sidednesses, a vast multiplicity without unity, is indeed a science of wide range wide utility, but the spirit, which is what they seek, always eludes them. This contrast is of interest because here too we can see an early mystical prototype of a later idea of great importance. Hegel's later conception of the historical process, which, as Engels has remarked, seeks to uncover non-ostensible causes, is filled with just this sort of contempt for the I. Merely pragmatic, petty psychologization of history and of the major actors in history. Again and again Hegel refers to the valet's knowledge of human nature. Here, of course, this contempt is different in emphasis, since it is the complement of his rhapsodic hymn to the religious unity of mankind in God. It is obvious, however, that we do have the seeds of his later attitude towards psychologizing gossip and scandal-mongering in the face of the great events of human history. The identical subject-object that lies at the roots of every form of objective idealism appears here frankly in the form of religious faith. Through faith Hegel aspires to the union of that divine element inherent in both God and man, a union which will bridge the chasm of objectivity. How could anything but a spirit know a spirit? The relation of spirit to spirit is a feeling of harmony, is their unification. How could heterogeneity be unified? Faith in the divine is only possible if in the believer himself there is a divine element which rediscovers itself, its own nature, in that on which it believes, even if it be unconscious that what it has found is its own nature. 7. Here, where Hegel consistently follows his religious mysticism to its logical conclusion, he finishes by destroying all the dialectical discoveries that he had so laboriously striven for in Frankfurt. Everything is dissipated in the fog of objectless objectivity, the negation of any situation where objects might exist. In all the formulae he uses to describe this stage, his doctrine appears as pure mysticism. At the same time he abandons the very motif that was supposed to enable religion to overcome the limitations of love, viz. the notion that religion is the dialectical unification of love and reflection. Whenever he begins to take his own idea of an objectless objectivity of religion seriously, he casts reflection ruthlessly to one side and thus demolishes all that he has carefully and artfully constructed. We need quote only a single but highly revealing instance. The Son of God is also Son of Man, the divine in a particular shape appears as a man. The connection of infinite and finite is of course a holy mystery, because this connection is life itself. Reflective thinking, which partitions life, can distinguish it into infinite and finite, and then it is only the restriction, the finite regarded by itself, which affords the concept of man as opposed to the divine. But outside reflective thinking, and in truth, there is no such restriction. I.e. here then, in contrast to his starting point, Hegel presents reflection and truth as mutually exclusive concepts. This means that reflection must cease to be a necessary moment in the dialectical road to the truth, as it had been hitherto in Hegel's own view, and as it will be again from Jena. 192. Onwards, a moment that can only be falsified if it is falsely made into an absolute. Now, as the absolute antithesis of truth, it is banished from the highest sphere of knowledge, from the self-recognition of spirit. It is no accident therefore that Hegel, very much in contrast to his later position, designates the self-cognition of the universal subject as faith and not knowledge. And this comes as no surprise when we see how a cardinal problem of his later dialectic, namely the relation of finite to infinite, a problem that enabled him to do away with so many metaphysical prejudices, has descended here to the level of a holy mystery, a religious arcanum. 2. It is much easier to grasp the other side of the contradiction. Hegel does not consistently dissipate objectivity in a haze of mysticism. He is, especially when he comes to deal with social or historical phenomena, much too down-to-earth and realistic to take the religious postulate of an objectivity without objects seriously. But the alternative is to leave the positivity, the unannulled dead objectivity of the social world in sole possession of the stage, while religion is seen to be a merely subjective phenomenon, not at all superior to love, and burdened with all its limitations and imperfections. A subjectivity that has become purely religious again confronts a world of dead objects and succumbs to its superior power. And this means that even the newly won concept of God itself becomes something positive. To illustrate this, we have selected a passage in which Hegel gives a particularly clear, if unconscious self-criticism of his own mystical extremism. However sublime the idea of God may be made here, there yet always remains the Jewish principle of opposing thought to reality, reason to sense. This principle involves the rending of life and a lifeless connection between God and the world, though the tie between these must be taken to be a living connection, and where such a connection is in question, ties between the related terms can be expressed only in mystical phraseology. Hegel is referring here to John the Baptist and not Jesus himself, who in his view represents a higher, more perfect form of the religious. In fact, it is Jesus who ars the aid of mystical categories such as the Son of God, and the Kingdom of God is assigned the role of bringing into being the state of objectless objectivity. But, as we shall see later in Hegel's treatment of Jesus as a tragic figure, the more concretely and historically he analyzes his own concept, the less able he is to sustain its mystical implications. This in turn leads him to turn away from the mystical side of the antinomy investigated here and back towards the world of objects. It is clear, then, that we are not faced with a living dialectical contradiction in reality itself, which Hegel has perhaps failed to grasp in 193. Its entirety, but by crudely incompatible alternative solutions to the same problem. And the fact that these solutions are incompatible suggests that there are grave defects in Hegel's approach and methodology. Hegel was evidently unaware of the contradiction, otherwise he would not have juxtaposed such contrary solutions in the same manuscript. Undoubtedly he sensed that all was not well, and this is perhaps why he fixed on a variety of concepts that might help him out of the difficulty. The most important of these concepts is one of his chief categories in Frankfurt, that of fate. We have already encountered this notion a number of times. We saw Hegel use the term to describe both property and the state, and that this was not just picturesque illustration. On the contrary, he wished to point to a specific form of historical necessity, a specific relationship between man and the positivity of the external world. At first glance it might seem as if Hegel were attempting to exorcise the obscurity of his philosophy of religion by means of a no less obscure and mystical philosophy of society and history. And indeed the concept of fate is obscure and contradictory enough. But for all that, it does contain a core of dialectical truth, so that it is rewarding to look a little more closely at what Hegel meant by it. His starting point here is the comparison of the purely mechanical, inhuman nature of bourgeois society, as expressed in its fetish forms, its penal code and the latter's idealization and internalization in the Kantian ethic, with the vital dialectical movement of human society in general in which man is at the same time both subject and object, active agent and passive sufferer. In the eyes of the law the criminal is only a sin existent, a trespass possessed of personality *, and he proceeds from there to search for more broad-minded, more living and above all more human concepts of society where crime is still crime, but where the humanity of a criminal is not abrogated in such a mechanical and inhuman fashion. We may remind the reader of similar arguments on p. 214f. In his own words, punishment lies directly in the offended law. The trespasser has forfeited the same right which his trespass has injured in another, i.e. he merits the punishment. The necessity that it should be meted out lies in something external and corresponds to the trespass. 7. Hegel goes on to conclude that the rigid necessity of the law, its awful majesty so much admired and glorified by Kant, must entail its contingency in life. Punishment is inevitably deserved, that is inescapable. But the execution of punishment is not inevitable, because as a characteristic of a living being it may vanish and another characteristic may come on. 194. The scene instead. Justice thus becomes something contingent, there may be a contradiction between it as universal, as thought, and it as real, i.e. in a living being. It is obvious that these observations are closely parallel to the polemical attitude towards the ethical doctrines of Kant and Fichte which we have already discussed. This will eventually lead Hegel to reject Kant's and especially Fichte's procedure of inferring particular legal precepts from the general concept of law. Instead he will come to emphasize the socio-historical, more or less contingent character of particular moments of positive law. At this stage, however, we are only concerned with his concept of fate in Frankfurt. These observations about law and crime constitute just one starting point, just one complementary antithesis to it. Hegel is concerned to show that there is a more extensive, larger, more vital, and hence more authentic necessity than the necessity enshrined in the law. The overestimation of the law in Kant and Fichte is part of the heritage of the Enlightenment. It is a widespread illusion stemming from the pre-evolutionary period of bourgeois ideology. Thus Hegel's polemic here is part of a general process to free himself from many traditions of the Enlightenment which he had still accepted unquestioningly in Bern, but which he began to come to grips with in Frankfurt in the process of developing his dialectical method. As we have seen, and shall frequently see again, he often overcomes beliefs of the Enlightenment only to fall into the toils of a mystified form of idealism. The concept of fate has now become the expression summing up this more broadly conceived, more dialectical and vital form of necessity. But fate has a more extended domain than punishment has. It is aroused even by guilt without crime, and hence it is implicitly stricter than punishment. Its strictness often seems to pass over into the most crying injustice when it makes its appearance, more terrible than ever, over against the most exalted form of guilt, the guilt of innocence. I mean that, since laws are purely conceptual unifications of opposites, these concepts are far from exhausting the many-sidedness of life, but over the relations of life which have not been dissolved, over the sides of life that are given as vitally united, over the domains of the virtues, it i.e. punishment exercises no power. Fate, on the other hand, is incorruptible and unbounded like life itself. Where life is injured, be it ever so rightly, i.e. even if no dissatisfaction is felt, there fate appears, and one may therefore say never has innocence suffered, every suffering is guilt. But the honor of a pure soul is all the greater the more consciously it has done injury to life in order to maintain the supreme values, while a trespass is all the blacker, the more consciously an impure soul has. 195. Injured life. Anyone acquainted with Hegel's later philosophy of history or his aesthetics will readily see here the contours of his view of historical necessity and his theory of tragedy. What interests us most about this comparison between fate and the avenging power of punishment is the more vital, more comprehensive nature of fate. It is this that expresses the fundamental, if often unconscious, tendency of Hegel's Frankfurt period to see life, the total process of social movement, as opposed to the rigid appearance of its particular moments taken in isolation. The crucial thing here is that Hegel regards the law as emerging later than life and on a lower level. Indeed, in this connection he comes very close to his later dialectical view when he says of the law, "It is only the lack of life, defective life appearing as a power. And life can heal its wounds again, the severed hostile life can return into itself again. The deficiency is recognized as a part of himself, i.e. the trespasser's self, as what was to have been in him and is not. This lack is not a not being but is life known and felt as not being. Registered now, since in Hegel's view fate represents the dialectical movement of the totality of life, of society as a whole, since it encompasses the self-destruction and recreation of that life, since it is the uninterrupted dialectical self-reproduction of society, it is not surprising that he should view fate as something essentially human, even though its rigor is even greater than that of punishment by the law. In fate, however, a man recognizes his own life, and his supplication to it is not supplication to a lord but a reversion and approach to himself. Thus in particular instances fate may be unleashed by the deed of another person, but this does not alter the fact that it is still a man's own fate. For Hegel repeatedly emphasizes, as we have seen, p. 115 ff., that for an analysis of the relations between man and fate it is immaterial whether a man meets his fate actively or passively, i.e. whether he flees from it or struggles against it is all one according to Hegel's view at this time. This is underlined by his radical rejection of the Kantian view in which the individual is mechanically subordinated to society. The individual represents only the particular and society represents only the general, and the individual can only attain to the level of the general by unconditionally subordinating himself to its universal principles, the categorical imperative. Hegel repudiates this view and introduces instead a dialectic relation of the particular to the general. Thus the individual and society are seen as conflicting forces, one power opposes the other end. 196. The conflict between them gives birth to a revitalized living unity of the whole. Punishment represented as fate is of a quite different kind. In fate, punishment is a hostile power, an individual thing. In the hostile power of fate universal is not severed from particular in the way in which the law, as the universal, is opposed to man or his inclinations as the particular. Fate is just the enemy, and man stands over against it as a power fighting against it. Law, on the contrary, as universal, is lord of the particular and has subdued this man to obedience. The view that individual and society confront each other as forces in conflict is much closer to reality than the Kantian position according to which every deviation from the law can only be regarded as something reprehensible and where, in consequence, social change in the course of history cannot be comprehended as the result of its own movement, its own contradictory self-reproduction. But Hegel's view has another aspect which emerges here, the interconnectedness of all the individual expressions of life in a society. It is the feeling, the experience, for the present no more than feeling and experience, that in everything that happens to the individual, however unique or private it may seem to be, the unity of social life is objectively active. This can be seen precisely in Hegel's treatment of the criminal, of his view of the part played by fate in the criminal's misdeeds and his punishment for them. It is a general feature of the period that the dialectics of crime became one of the focal points of literary and philosophical debate. This can be explained by the fact that the contradictions of bourgeois society were coming into the open but that their ultimate economic and class nature was not, and could not yet become visible. This process can be seen very clearly in Germany. From Schiller to Kleist's Michael Kohlhaas there is a whole series of important contributions to this theme. Moreover, the problem of the criminal is not of merely local German importance, as is evident from a glance at European literature from Byron to Balzac registered. Thus it is no mere chance or willfulness on Hegel's part that the contradictions in the concepts of crime and the criminal should emerge so clearly in his work. Hegel emphasizes the vital impact of the whole of society on the criminal. He reveals the self-deception implicit in the notion that nothing but purely individual moments are at work here. The illusion of crime, its belief that it destroys the other's life and thinks itself enlarged thereby, is dissipated by the fact that the disembodied spirit of the injured life comes on the scene to take sides against the crime, just as Banquo, who came as a friend to Macbeth, was not obliterated when he was murdered but immediately thereafter took his seat, not as a guest at the feast, but as an evil spirit. The criminal. 197. Intended to engage with another's life, but he has only destroyed his own, for life is not different from life, since life dwells in the one Godhead. In his arrogance he has destroyed indeed, but only the friendliness of life, he has perverted life into an enemy. Trademark. When we come to consider the importance of the concept of fate for Hegel's overall development, we must distinguish two moments. There is firstly the more comprehensive dialectical core, which is only beginning to emerge in an as yet obscure, confused and illogical form, and secondly there is its particular Frankfurt variant, which distorts the dialectical implications and deflects them from their path. The first moment is clearly present in the passages we have quoted. In them we find a comprehensive and vital principle which divests the lifeless, positive elements of society of their lifeless, positive character, transforming them into moments within the living whole. Hegel's course is here set firmly in the direction of his ultimate mature view of society as a whole, which he will later formulate in the philosophy of right as follows. Necessity consists in this, that the whole is sundered into the different concepts and that this divided whole yields a fixed and permanent determinacy. However, this is not a fossilized determinacy but one which permanently recreates itself in its dissolution. Registered, it is obvious that clarity of this sort is nowhere apparent in the passages we have quoted from the Frankfurt manuscripts. We repeat, at this stage Hegel is aware of these interconnections at the level of feeling and experience rather than coherent knowledge. But to say that his perceptions are obscure and amorphous must not blind us to their general direction. Especially as we can clearly discern some far from negligible efforts to concretize the dialectics of the universal and the particular. There is, moreover, a strong tendency to overcome the hypostasis of the determinations of reflection by Kant and Fichte and to locate them within the general scheme of his dialectic. And it is vital to see that these efforts to comprehend the positive elements of society as necessary and then to annul them, by viewing them as moments in a dialectical process, stand in glaring contradiction to his religious aspirations, to his obliteration of reflection in the objectless objectivity of religious life. It is just at this ointment, where we can see in the swirling chaos of their conception, the ideas which will later on become the foundations of Hegelian thought, that the truth of Engels' insight into the contradiction between Hegel's system and his method really comes home to us as something which applies to Hegel's whole career. The seminal importance of his definition of fate in Frankfurt lies precisely in these embryonic formulations of the dialectical method. And all these beginnings, which were consciously 198. Intended to buttress his religious convictions, in fact go in the opposite direction and turn out to be in flat contradiction with their declared objective. But this is just one side of his conception of fate in Frankfurt, the seminal aspect which provides the foundation for his future thought. The other side, more typical of the Frankfurt period, comes to the surface when we see his attempts to refer his concept of fate, which had sprung after all from an objective base in society, back to the individual himself. Hegel's chief problem in Frankfurt is the fate of the individual in bourgeois society. His treatment of the problems of bourgeois society often drives him beyond this narrow point of view, and it ones at such moments that he begins to grasp real dialectical interconnections. But he consciously uses all the discoveries made in this way to help him find a solution to his chief problem. And this reference back to the individual results in a series of distortions of his own insights, of lapses to a level he had already overcome. This is what happens to his concept of fate. When he calls fate human by contrast with the legal system, the system of punishment, the idea is rather confused, but its core of truth is his belief that social life is what constitutes the human. But if the idea is then immediately related back to the individual, it must relapse into mysticism. And this is what constantly happens to his view of fate. In fact, it is the conscious intention underlying the whole notion. For what Hegel deduces from the human character of fate is that it can be reconciled. Considered in the abstract, the idea of reconciliation need not necessarily contradict the social character of his concept of fate. For in his attack on the positive character of punishment and against the Kantian glorification of this positivity, it is very clear that he does not feel hostile to the social institutions involved, but only to the form of positivity. That is to say, he stands on the same bourgeois terrain as the civil legal code and as Kantian philosophy. He does not long for another social order, but at most for a definite modification of the present one, and above all, philosophically, a different view of the phenomena it contains and their interconnections. The mysticism only arises from the way in which Hegel pictures this reconciliation. And the general drift of his solution is that fate, which is a self-mutilation of life, can be propitiated by love. It is in the fact that even the enemy is felt as life that there lies the possibility of reconciling fate. This sensing of life, a sensing which finds itself again, is love, and in love fate is reconciled. Thus fate is not an alien thing like punishment, it is no firmly fixed thing like an evil action is on the conscience. Fate is the consciousness of oneself, but as of an enemy. The whole man can recreate himself in friendship. 199. Through love he can return to his pure light, his consciousness again becomes a faith in himself, his perception of himself has become another, and fate is thereby reconciled. It is clear that in this passage, the conscious climax of his view of fate, he effectively retracts the real insights he had gained earlier on. Fate, which had been seen before as a social necessity, now becomes a feeling, a sensing. It becomes the individual's experience of the necessity that has overtaken him. And this purely subjective experience leads on to the reconciliation with fate through love. This increased subjectivity is already indicative of a complete distortion of reality, for the fate of an individual cannot possibly be inferred with such iron necessity from the objective determinations of society in general. In later years Hegel sees the adventitious elements in the personal fate of an individual perfectly clearly, but here his subjective approach turns them into absolutes and thus creates a false necessity where there is none in reality. But even worse, his merely subjective insight into the alleged necessity of this process is then invested with the dignified name of objectivity. The reconciliation of fate through love is the path along which Hegel arrives at the mystical objectivity of his religious life. It is not surprising, therefore, to see that fate as defined here, i.e. not only the subjective side just discussed, but also those aspects which contain the seeds of his later view of society and history, soon vanishes from Hegel's philosophical vocabulary. The fruitful elements are absorbed into his theory of dialectics, but the word fate is no longer used to describe them. The idea of a reconciliation through love disappears entirely, once Hegel has begun to look at social phenomena exclusively from a socio-historical standpoint, and no longer from the perspective of the individual, a process that takes place already in Jena. Hegel's use of the concept of fate to give a socio-historical foundation to his philosophy of religion clearly reveals the general conflict between his system and his method. For however much he twists and turns so as to ensure that his view of fate will culminate in a would-be objective realm where fate is reconciled through love, he cannot unmake that objective dialectic of society which he had himself called into being. And viewed from that perspective, the supreme religious solution that Hegel seeks looks very much like a voluntary abandonment of the struggle with the fate embodied in society, in the circumstances of history. But Hegel had clearly shown that to abandon the struggle, to flee from fate, was to invite its attentions no less surely than to take up its challenge. Evasion, then, cannot possibly represent a higher perspective. He had also shown that every evasion of conflict, every withdrawal by the subject into itself necessarily means that the false objectivity, the positivity of the social environment will survive unannulled and intact. 200. Now when Hegel proceeds from these highly contradictory premises to construct a picture of Jesus, the paradigmatic historical incarnation of the religious life, what results, leaving aside the question of Hegel's intentions, is not the realized image of a religious life, the overcoming of positivity through the objectless objectivity of religion, but instead a tragic figure, who embodies the intractable nature of these contradictions. And moreover, in even more striking contrast to Hegel's intentions and historical figure. The introductory words of the draft plan formulate the historical conditions of this tragedy very clearly. Hegel's starting point is the tense revolutionary situation in which Judaism found itself at the time of Jesus' life. We shall quote Hegel's description here in full, partly because this historical approach reveals the conflict in his intentions very clearly, and partly because we can discern in it a curious variation of that novel, more historical view of positivity that we have already encountered in the two political articles. What we find very clearly expressed here is the idea that an intensification of positivity is one social factor that triggers off a revolution, or more precisely, the growth of the conditions necessary for revolution makes the positive features of society all the more apparent. At the time when Jesus made his appearance among the Jewish nation, it found itself in the situation which sooner or later will give rise to a revolution and which always bears the same general character. When the spirit has departed from a constitution, from the laws, and when it has changed so much that it no longer fits in with them, there comes into being a searching, a striving for something different, so that a large variety of organizations, of modes of life, of claims and needs are created, which if they gradually diverge to the point where they can no longer subsist together, will produce an eruption and a new general form, a new bond uniting mankind will come into being. The looser this bond, the more it leaves ununified, the more it will contain the seeds of new inequalities and future explosions. Registered. Hegel proceeds from this background to narrate the tragedy of Jesus. Since Jesus gave battle to the entire genius of his people and had altogether broken with his world, the completion of his fate could be nothing save suppression by the hostile genius of his people. The glorification of the Son of Man in this downfall is not negative, does not consist in a renunciation of all his relations with the world, but positive. His nature has foregone the unnatural world, has preferred to save it in battle and defeat rather than consciously submit to its corruption or else unconsciously and increasingly succumb to corruption's stealthy advance. Jesus was conscious that it was necessary for his individual self to perish, and he tried to convince his disciples also of 201. This necessity. Hegel still sees the tragedy of Jesus from a more or less theological point of view. The individual is sacrificed to save, to redeem the corrupted world. But when he concretizes his views of Jesus still further, he keeps returning to the question of his flight from the concrete forms of his environment. This leads him to say of Jesus what he used to say, though not so harshly, of subjective love. Thus he could discover freedom only in a void. And now Hegel formulates the tragedy of Jesus in a very different, much more tragic form. The fate of Jesus was that he had to suffer from the fate of his people. Either he had to make that fate his own, to bear its necessity and share its joy, to unite his spirit with his people's, but to sacrifice his own beauty, his connection with the divine, or else he had to repel his nation's fate from himself, but submit to a life undeveloped and without pleasure in itself. In neither event would his nature be fulfilled. In the former case he would sense only fragments of it, and even these would be sullied. In the latter, he would bring it fully into his consciousness, though he would know its shape only as a splendid shadow whose essence is the highest truth. The sensing of that essence he would have to forego, and the truth would not come alive in act and in reality. Jesus chose the latter fate, the severance of his nature from the world. But the more deeply he felt this severance, the less could he bear it calmly, and his actions issued from his nature's spirited reaction against the world. His fight was pure and sublime because he knew the fate in its entire range and had set himself against it. The struggle of the pure against the impure is a sublime sight, but it soon changes into a horrible one when holiness itself is impaired by unholiness, and when an amalgamation of the two, with the pretension of being pure, rages against fate, because in these circumstances holiness is caught in the fate and subject to it. What in part freed itself from fate but in part remains linked therewith, whether there be consciousness or not of this confusion, must destroy both itself and nature all the more frightfully, and when nature and nature are confused, the attack on the latter must also affect the former. The wheat is trodden underfoot with the tares, and the holiest part of nature itself is injured because it is interwoven with the unholy. This tragic view of the life of Jesus betokens the collapse of Hegel's conception of the religious life whose greatest historical representative was supposed to be Jesus himself. It turns out that the transcendence of the mere subjectivity of love through religion, the attempt to create an objectivity without objects, simply reproduces at a higher level all the 202 contradictions of love, the survival of the positivity of social determinations and, as a result of the interaction of this positivity with the subjectivism of love, an escapism which only provokes fate. And at this higher level of contradiction love becomes manifest as an insoluble tragedy. Thus Hegel's account of Jesus in no sense provides historical evidence for the view that his ideal of the religious life is capable of realization. It is, on the contrary, much more like a philosophical version of the tragic figures of his friend Hölderlin, his Empedocles in particular. Of course, there is a very essential difference between them. Hölderlin remained true to the ideals of the French Revolution right up to his own tragic end, and not only that, he firmly placed tragedy in the very center of his poetic enterprise. Hegel in Frankfurt, on the other hand, wished precisely to reconcile the contradictions of bourgeois society with the aid of his view of religion and only arrived at tragedy against his conscious intentions thanks to the contradictions between his objective and the method he employed to achieve it, and thanks also to his uncompromising insistence on the method despite its unpalatable conclusions. In Hegel's thought, then, the tragic conclusion is far less conscious than for Hölderlin. Indeed, when we move on to the fragment Opha system, we shall see that despite the contradictions we have noted, Hegel continues to search for a religious solution. Hence the real gains of the Frankfurt period are expressed in terms of an internal conflict, in the constant and unconscious critique of tendencies which form the conscious focus of his thought. Thus, as we have seen, insoluble antinomies inevitably persist, but since Hegel simply presses forward exploring both sides of his contradictions, and constantly acquiring new empirical material in support of them, his dialectical method continues to develop in the manure of the contradictions. Among these contradictions is the emphasis that Hegel is forced to place on the societal nature of religious life as a consequence of his search for its objective mode. We recall that love was subjective in his eyes partly because it was a necessarily transitory relation between 2 points, between individuals. Hegel hints, CFP 121F, that its social maximum is the basis it provides for the family. The religious life, however, is supposed to provide the foundation for a novel kind of social relation between men, in the kingdom of God, the community, the church. The tragic contradiction which we observed in the life and historical fate of Jesus now repeats itself in the impossibility, which is admitted to again and again, of reaching out beyond the foundation of a sect. Hegel had already observed the sectarian nature of Christianity in Bern. At that time he had criticized and rejected it from the standpoint of his preference for the city-states of antiquity. He now approaches the problem from a more sympathetic position, without its being likely that he 203 could overlook the social limitations of the sect. This more positive evaluation of the exemplary social function of small communities is a general feature of the age. We may draw attention yet again to Goethe's Wilhelm Meister, where such a community of intellectually and morally outstanding individuals not only labor to educate each other, to develop each other's various faculties in a general humanist sense, but also seek to further various social goals, in particular, the voluntary harmonious phasing out of the vestiges of feudalism and the transition from outmoded methods in agriculture to modern capitalist ones. In the sequel to Wilhelm Meister's apprenticeship, The Travels, which was planned at this time though not written until much later, this same society envisages goals which on occasion come close to the ideas of utopian socialism. At the theoretical level, Schiller's writings give expression to many of these illusions. In the letters on the aesthetic education of man he confronts the feudal absolutist natural state with a humanist aesthetic state, and concludes his observations with the following remark. But does such a state of aesthetic semblance really exist? And if so, where is it to be found? Asa need it exists in every finely attuned soul, as a fact we are likely to find it only in a few chosen circles. When we look a little more closely at Hegel's remarks on the social consequence of the moral reforms of Jesus, of the abolition of the Kantian dualism of reason and sense, duty and inclination, we cannot help being struck by the parallel with Goethe and Schiller. We have already noted their affinity in connection with their responses to Kant's ethical doctrine, p. 154, and we can see it again in this comment on the social implications of that Erotique. Hegel says of Jesus: in reconcilability the law loses its form, the concept is displaced by life, but what reconcilability thereby loses in respect of the universality which grips all particulars together in the concept is only a seeming loss and a genuine infinite gain on account of the wealth of living relations with the individuals, perhaps few, with whom it comes into connection. The similarity to the humanist illusions of Goethe and Schiller is so obvious as to render comment superfluous. It is more important to discuss the differences within the general similarity, since this will throw light on what is specific to Hegel. Above all, the human and social content of these ideas is much more realistic and clear-headed in Goethe and Schiller than it is in Hegel. Both, especially Goethe, were much more liberated about religion than Hegel was in Frankfurt, and hence were able to criticize Christianity much more freely. 204. But that is just one side of the story, and we must not lose sight of the fact that it is Hegel's search for a religious philosophy that precipitates a theory which for all its obscurity and mysticism goes far beyond anything in Goethe and Schiller in its attempts to get to grips with the real problems of bourgeois society. Hegel is never content with the idea of a small group as the repository of humanistic ideals, he always strives for a moral code, for a theory of human conduct which would be capable of penetrating the whole of society. It is this more comprehensive ambition that leads him to the religious and mystical conclusions which we have already discussed, and in which the pervasive contradiction between method and system could be observed. But Hegel's greatness as a thinker can be seen in the way in which he resolutely faces up to the contradictions that meet him in his search for the ideal, the way he articulates them and strives constantly to discover their nature, their tendency, and their underlying laws. Precisely because of this Hegel was far in advance of Goethe and Schiller both in his understanding of bourgeois society and in his development of the dialectical method. The complex and checkered evolution of the dialectical method in Germany emerges with particular clarity from a comparison of Hegel and Goethe. Goethe is incomparably closer to materialism and much less imprisoned in religious assumptions than Hegel. Nevertheless, Hegel developed the dialectical method to a point that Goethe could not only not achieve, but one that he could not even completely understand in its perfected form, in Hegel's logic, and this despite the fact that by nature he inclined towards dialectics and had strengthened this inclination through study. We must not forget, therefore, that however far Hegel went astray in Frankfurt, he was throughout the period concerned to understand the problems of bourgeois society in their totality and as a process. His supreme aim was reconciliation with that society, but it was a reconciliation without deceit, without an apologia, a reconciliation which depended on laying bare all the contradictions. And this understanding and exposure of the contradictions contains Hegel's fundamental humanist tendency, his humanist critique of capitalist society. His concepts, such as love, may be confused and over-idealistic, but they always contain an element of protest against the soullessness, ugliness, and inhumanity of the capitalist system. If he works towards reconciliation, this means in the first instance the understanding and the recognition of the actual existence and ultimately the progressive nature of capitalism. Hegel's bourgeois commentators have even vulgarized this aspect of his thought. From his early rejection of Kant's ethical doctrine and the fact that he increasingly treats moral problems as just moments, parts of society as a whole, they infer that he had neither seen nor acknowledged. 205. Any contradictions between morality and the prevailing customs and attitudes of bourgeois society. The vulgarization lies in their failure to see that Hegel rejects Kantian morality at least in part because its formalism illicitly and mechanically assumes a harmonious congruence between the moral code and the institutions of society. When Hegel then treats individual morality as a moment in the totality and subordinates it to ethical life as a whole, the intention is to express the entire volatile tension between the universal and the particular. Hence his energetic critique of Kantian formalism and of the empty, hair-splitting about morality characteristic of romantic individualism implies anything but the failure to provide a humanistic analysis of bourgeois morality. This is particularly clear in the Frankfurt writings, since in them Hegel proceeds from the relation of the individual to society. We have already seen how he treats the problem of crime. But he goes much further than this. Behind the categories of love and religion, the humanist tendency is quite clear, viz. the tendency not merely to preserve the objective rights of society against the individual, but also to justify the human rights of individuals against society. The tragedy of Jesus springs precisely from this conflict of opposites. But we see it elsewhere also. In another part of the essay he discusses the sins of Mary Magdalene and pours scorn on her Philistine judges, ending with these words. Would anyone say it had been better for Mary to have yielded to the fate of the Jewish life, to have passed away as an automaton of her time, righteous and ordinary, without sin and without love? Without sin, because the era of her people was one of those in which the beautiful heart could not live without sin, but in this, as in any era, could return through love to the most beautiful consciousness. It is tempting to argue that the point of view exemplified here was determined by the individualism of the Frankfurt period, and that it would disappear entirely with Hegel's later change towards an objectivistic, social point of view. But this would be to oversimplify Hegel's later theory of morality. It is not possible to discuss the matter here fully, and we must content ourselves with one illustration from the Aesthetics, making due allowances of course for changes in his method. In this passage Hegel talks about the early works of Schiller and Goethe, and this in itself is interesting, since it confirms our view that Hegel's affinity is with the German classics and not, as the neo-Hegelians never tire of repeating, with the Romantics. Hegel says, "The interest in and the need for such a real individual totality and living independence neither can nor will ever leave us, however reasonable and fruitful we acknowledge the character and the conditions of civil and political life to be in their developed form." In this 206 sense we may admire the youthful poetic spirit of Goethe and Schiller in their efforts to recover the lost independence of their characters. Within the given conditions of the modern world *, the change in Hegel's attitudes, his greater objectivity vis history and society, is expressed as an extension of his earlier view, as the synthesizing of the complex moral problems of the individual with the inevitable overall progress of history. This results in a grandiose scheme of history, free of all moralizing and yet able to do justice to the achievement, the greatness, and tragedy of man. We shall be able to see how this scheme developed organically from the internal conflicts in Frankfurt we have discussed when we realize that it already existed in a highly advanced form in the beginnings of the period in Jena. In one of the earliest Jena writings, the attempt to complete the essay on the German Constitution, Hegel gives portraits of both Machiavelli and Richelieu in which this genuinely historical approach is perfectly visible. And it is not just that he shows a fine humanist appreciation of particular moments in the historical process, it is one of the sources from which the correct dialectical understanding of history sprang. When Engels claimed that Hegel had a profounder insight into the role of evil in history than Feuerbach himself, this raised rather broader issues than the one we have been discussing, but there can be no doubt that it was one of the elements that helped to form the Hegelian view of history as a whole. Chapter 7. The Frankfurt Fragment of a System. It is not known to us whether or not the contradictions we have been discussing, or whether at least the suspicion that his system was not free of contradiction, were contributory factors in Hegel's decision to break off work on the spirit of Christianity and to refrain from publishing what had been completed. The last part of the Frankfurt period is singularly bare of dates and other information that might be of use in enabling us to establish the further progress of his development. The only thing we possess is the fragment of a system, or perhaps just draft plans for a system, which according to Hegel's own dating was completed on September 14, 1800. We do not know what preparatory studies preceded this fragment, and so we are unable to trace in detail the steps that led to it from the spirit of Christianity. We can only survey Hegel's philosophical position about 18 months after the conclusion of the latter essay, a task which is facilitated by the fact that the fragment, like the spirit of Christianity, portrays religion as the culmination of philosophy. Indeed, this position only really receives a general philosophical statement in the later work. Our task is made more difficult, however, by the much greater dialectical sophistication of the fragment than the previous Frankfurt writings, and this means that we are unable to follow the route by which Hegel arrived at this, the first clear formulation of the dialectical method. Here once again we are reduced to hypotheses and guesswork. In view of the very fragmentary nature of the surviving sections of the essay, it is obviously not possible to hazard even a guess about the appearance of the general structure of Hegel's philosophical system at this time, the nature of the problems on which his attention was focused, and the way they were organized into a dialectical hierarchy. The only thing to emerge clearly in the first fragment is his view of the relations between religion and philosophy. All we can do, then, is to consider the specific questions raised by Hegel in the context of what we have discovered about his previous development. In the surviving portions we rediscover the cardinal problems of the Frankfurt period, the antithesis of life and lifeless objectivity, and the resolution of this contradiction in the religious life. But although the basic theme of the spirit of Christianity is retained, and although the religious climax is even more vigorously asserted in the later work, the entire treatment shows a great advance in dialectical dexterity. 209. 210. As we have seen, the transition to a dialectical approach involved relativizing rigidly one-sided concepts, shading off their sharp distinctions from each other, the gradual merging of concepts, the dissolution of their inflexible metaphysical, absolute status. Up to now this has been a general tendency of the Frankfurt writings, but now it seems to become a conscious method. We may remember how rigidly in Bern Hegel had contrasted living and dead, subject and object, etc. In this respect the spirit of Christianity signifies a great step forward, for all its mysticism, and we were able to see how in certain sections, such as the treatment of Kant's ethical doctrine, the tendency to dissolve these rigid opposites gradually became a conscious process. In the fragment Hegel now takes a further conscious step forward in the direction of making his concepts more flexible, in discovering the fluidity of the process of knowledge. The first fragment of the manuscript starts and ends in the middle of a sentence. Its subject is the problem of life, of the relation of the individual to his environment. Hegel views this relationship as one between two totalities. The picture he gives of the external world is much more clearly that of an organic whole with its own laws than in his earlier writings. It is true that Hegel's ideal of life reborn had always implied the possibility and necessity of such a view, but hitherto the entire problem had been peripheral. In particular, his detailed analysis shows that by the external world of man it was chiefly the problems of man in society that concerned him most deeply. Nature is indeed always on the horizon, but it is always closely bound up with life in society. In fact, it always appears in association with the question of whether a particular form of society lives in harmony with nature, or estranged from it and hostile to it. Up to now Hegel had made no attempt to study the philosophy of nature any more than he had tried to treat epistemological problems independently of concrete social or historical issues. But whereas we have seen how the emergence of contradictions in the study of history and society led Hegel to profound methodological studies and to the development of the dialectical method, the available material does not suggest that he was similarly impelled to study the problems of the philosophy of nature. It is indeed the case that Hegel studied Schelling's writings much more attentively in Frankfurt than he had done in Bern. This is evident from a whole series of terms taken over from Schelling. However, these writings could not possibly have given Hegel any real knowledge of scientific problems. And in Jena we shall see him throw himself into the study of the philosophy of nature and become heavily involved in particular scientific questions. In Jena he became very friendly with a number of scientists. In 1804 he became a member of the Mineralogical Society, and in the same year he also joined the Westphalian Society for Scientific Research. 2 From the Frankfurt period we do indeed possess a quantity of notes on geometry, but Hegel himself has 211. Dated these September 23, 1800, i.e. after he had finished writing the fragment. The fragment treats the problems of philosophy of nature quite differently from anything that Hegel had done hitherto. How far his ideas go is very difficult to decide from the surviving passages. Nevertheless, the mere fact of such a discussion is of some interest, especially as it occurs repeatedly in these few pages. At the beginning of the second passage we find an admittedly highly obscure and mystical discussion of time and space which is really almost beyond comprehension, particularly since it represents the final conclusions of an argument now lost. We believe, however, that in view of the extreme rapidity with which Hegel immersed himself in scientific problems in Jena, we would not be unduly rash in assuming that the preparatory studies for the fragment must have included a certain amount of work on scientific matters. In the first of the two fragments life appears as the relation of one totality to another. One is reminded here of Hegel's later definition of the dialectical structure of any real totality as a circle that consists entirely of other circles. Both the world and the individual are infinite multiplicities of which one, the individual, is to be regarded purely as something related, as having its being purely in union. The second, also an infinite multiplicity, is to be regarded as solely in opposition, as having its being solely through a separation from the first. The first part is called an organization, an individual. At first glance this looks like a subjectivization of the relation between the individual and objective reality, and we must not forget that the idealist in Hegel certainly has a tendency towards this, since it is the original assumption or act of positing, setzen, that determines what is to be regarded as a union and what as a separation. We should not overlook the fact, however, that it represents at the same time a relativization of what had been a rigid antithesis of individual and objective reality, and it brings a much more vital, mobile, fluid interaction into being, a process described by Hegel in these words. The concept of individuality includes opposition to infinite variety and also inner association with it. A human being is an individual life insofar as he is to be distinguished from all the elements and from the infinity of individual beings outside himself. But he is only an individual life insofar as he is at one with all the elements, with the infinity of lives outside himself. He exists only inasmuch as totality of life is divided into parts, he himself being one part and all the rest the other part, and again he exists only inasmuch as he is no part at all and inasmuch as nothing is separated from him. 212. Thus the relativization of the antithesis between individual and the world resulting from this assumption does not only imply that each living being can be thought of both as such a center relatively speaking of the union, and merely as a part of a whole, i.e. as the external world of another individual, but also that each individual appears as a unit and the foundation on which it is built is the simultaneous existence of both a unification with and a separation from the world around it. This relationship can be regarded in two different ways according to Hegel. 1. One may choose the undivided life, i.e. the religious life from the spirit of Christianity, as a starting point. In that case every individual is only an expression of life, and all such expressions are crystallized by reflection into stable, subsistent, and fixed points, i.e. into individuals. Hence reflection is assigned the important, even decisive role of crystallizing the isolated phenomena into individuals. On the other hand, reflection appears as something merely subjective, since life is of itself undivided and reflection imports individuation into it through its own act of positing. Here we see the ambivalent, as yet insoluble paradox of reflection in Hegel's early thought at its most extreme. The other solution open to him of an objective reflection is the product of a later, more mature development. 2. This unresolved duality becomes even more apparent when Hegel comes to speak of the converse assumption. Here we presuppose individual lives, namely ourselves, the spectators. This gives rise to the antithesis of ego and nature, as a multiplicity, it is an infinite multiplicity of organizations or individuals, and as a unity it is one unique organized whole, divided and unified in itself. This is an admirable and correct definition, which suffers however only from the fundamental idealist defect that it is an assumption made moreover from the standpoint of the observer. It is not life itself, but merely A positing of life, for reflection has applied to life its concepts of relation and separation, of the self-subsistent particular, something restricted, and the unifying universal, something unrestricted, and by positing these has turned life into nature. Here, then, nature is manifestly the product of the positing ego and of the ego as reflection in particular. This duality now determines Hegel's view of the relation between philosophy and religion. To put it briefly, if what we are considering is the two manifest forms of life, then the first corresponds to religion, the second to spirit and law. According to Hegel, the law is the Frankfurt fragment of a system 213. But a bare unity, something purely conceptual and not a living being. Spirit wants an animating law in union with the manifold which is then itself animated. For this reason man must advance beyond the positing of the ego and nature in order to arrive at real life in a living relationship. For since nature wants not life itself, but is only a life crystallized by reflection, even though it be treated by reflection in the worthiest manner, therefore life, in thinking and in contemplating nature still senses this contradiction. And out of the mortal and perishable figure, out of what is self-opposed and self-antagonistic, this thinking life raises that living being, which would be free from transience, raises a relation between the manifold elements which is not dead or killing, a relation which is not a bare unity, a conceptual abstraction, but is all-living and all-powerful infinite life, and this life it calls God. In this process it is no longer merely thinking or contemplating, because its object does not carry in itself anything reflected, anything dead. Registered, it is evident that through this philosophical formulation of his chief theme in Frankfurt, the theme of that living life that annuls all that is dead, positive, objective, and reflected, Hegel has arrived at an authentic mystical position. Hence his view of the relation between philosophy and religion is, logically enough, that philosophy is superseded by religion. Philosophy as philosophy can only lead to a Kantian infinite progress. Hegel was later to term it a bad infinity. According to Hegel's views at this stage, an infinite progress cannot be brought to any conclusion within philosophy. Such a conclusion would imply going beyond the infinite progress, the bad infinity, which must continually posit the lifeless and positive as lifeless and positive, and this is only possible by reaching a form of reality beyond reflection. Hegel describes what this involves in the following way. Every expression whatsoever is a product of reflection, and therefore it was possible to demonstrate in the case of every expression that, when reflection propounds it, another expression, not propounded, is excluded. Reflection is thus driven on and on without rest, but this process must be checked once and for all by keeping in mind that, for example, what was earlier called a union of synthesis and antithesis, the argument referred to here, has not survived in the extant fragment. GL is not something propounded by the understanding or by reflection, but has a character of its own, namely, that of being a reality beyond all reflection. Philosophy therefore has to stop short of religion because it is a process of thinking and, as such a process, implies 214. An opposition with non-thinking processes as well as the opposition between the thinking mind and the object of thought. Philosophy has to disclose the finiteness in all finite things and require their integration by means of reason. In particular, it has to recognize the illusions generated by its own infinite and thus to place the true infinite outside its confines. The task of philosophy, then, is its own self-annulment in favor of religion. This reality beyond all reflection is the realm of religion. In Hegel's view, it cannot be a thought-out, reasoned relation of man to the world, but something lived. In the course of a polemic against contemporary philosophy, Hegel emphasizes that the elevation of man in religion does not proceed from the finite to the infinite, for these terms are only products of mere reflection, and as such their separation is absolute, but from finite life to infinite life. In this infinite life the separate partial existence of the parts, i.e. including human beings, ceases to be. Finite life is as itself to infinite life. It is only because the finite is itself life that it carries in itself the possibility of raising itself to infinite re-2. Hegel goes on to explain how the process of the self-elevation from finite life to infinite life should proceed. When man takes the infinite life as the spirit of the whole, and at the same time as a living being outside himself, since he himself is restricted, and when he puts himself at the same time outside his restricted self in rising toward the living being and intimately uniting himself with him, then he worships God. In our discussion of the manuscript of the Spirit of Christianity, we dealt very fully with the question of the social issues that impelled Hegel in the direction of the religious life. Now, when faced with the extreme mystical formulations of his concluding piece of work in Frankfurt, we must briefly turn to the philosophical problems that determine their particular shape. These statements, like Schelling's almost exactly contemporary system of transcendental idealism, mark the point at which classical German philosophy takes the road towards objective, absolute idealism. The transition from subjective to objective idealism raises the question of philosophical attitudes towards reality, towards existence independently of consciousness. For this reason it also involves an attitude, whether open or covered, to philosophical materialism. Kant's subjective. 215. Idealism had really hesitated, as Lenin observes, between idealism and materialism, it compromised between the two. When Kant assumes that something outside us, a thing in itself, corresponds to our ideas, he is a materialist. When he declares this thing in itself to be unknowable, transcendental, beyond this world, he is an idealist, as is well known. Fichte rejected this compromise in the theory of science in favor of a radical and logically coherent subjective idealism. Both Hegel and Schelling then strove to advance beyond both Kant and Fichte in a quest for a solution to the problems of philosophy that tended towards objective idealism. And since it is a widely held belief among historians of philosophy that Hegel was in a certain sense the disciple, and that he extended lines of thought developed by Schelling, we must at once devote a little space to their relations with each other, though we must postpone our detailed comparison of Schelling and Hegel for later chapters when we shall be able to examine their collaboration in Jena and Hegel's critique of the Schellingian version of dialectics. In brief, we may say at this point that Hegel's first attempt to formulate an objective idealism owes nothing to the influence of Schelling, but grows organically from the contradictions arising from his own reflections on socio-historical problems. Of course, there can be even less truth in the suggestion that Hegel might have exerted an influence on Schelling. The latter's objective idealism grew from his own desire to supplement Fichte's philosophy with a philosophy of nature. It took Schelling a relatively long time before he became fully aware of the gulf between Fichte's dialectics and his own, and in all probability Hegel did have something to do with hastening his realization of this fact. But in general it may be said that at first sight the paths of the two leading representatives of objective idealism in Germany ran parallel with each other. But even this parallelism is more apparent than real, and we should not be led astray by the two thinkers themselves who believed for a number of years that their philosophical ideas were intimately related. In reality they were proceeding in opposite directions, and their collaboration in Jena was the meeting place of paths that diverged both and after. That they coincided at this point was due to the need felt by both to join forces in a common battle against subjective idealism, and this need was able to override differences which in any case had not yet become fully apparent. To explain the problem schematically, objective idealism has two general methods for coming to grips with objective reality, both of which are in fact pseudo-solutions, even though the differences between the two types are of importance. The first approach can be seen in Hegel's Frankfurt writings. As with Kant and Fichte, empirical reality is thought. 216. Of as something posited by the philosophical subject. Beyond that there is a further non-posited reality, which is the authentic reality independent of human consciousness. This latter is in fact a religious reality. On Schelling's later thought, cf. Chapter 2 of my book The Destruction of Reason, Berlin 1950, Werke, Volume 9, 1962. The second type of objective idealism to be found in Hegel's mature philosophy and its program, proclaimed in the Phenomenology of Mind, states that the task of philosophy is to transform all substance into subject, i.e. that the whole world is to be depicted as the self-production and self-recognition of spirit, and every objective reality is just one of the various possible forms of spirit in a state of externalization. This means, of course, that all the relations between subjectivity and objectivity are turned upside down and are distorted in detail, as we shall see clearly when we come to discuss Marx's critique of the phenomenology. All we need say at this point, however, is that for all its idealist distortion, this was the only form of objective idealism capable of yielding a dialectic of human progress, a progressive view of the laws underlying nature and society, the only form of objective idealism capable of being turned right way up again and converted into a materialism. The other version of objective idealism is necessarily reactionary. To put the matter schematically, and anticipating our own detailed analysis, we may say that Hegel's development begins with the reactionary form of objective idealism and advances to its progressive form, whereas Schelling proceeds in the reverse direction. We shall see how Schelling begins quite naively with an attempt to build a philosophy of nature into Fichte's theory of knowledge, and that these first essays in natural philosophy reveal far-reaching materialist leanings such as Hegel never experienced. But because he was unable ever to reach the same level of dialectical thought as Hegel, and because of his much more superficial knowledge of the problems of society and history, he was gradually driven to adopt the sort of solution that Hegel arrived at during the crisis of his thought in Frankfurt. The contradictions arising from this crisis leave their marks also on the 217 few fragments remaining from his plan for a system. In the first place, it is interesting to note that even when Hegel follows his extremist, irrationalist and mystical tendencies right through to their conclusions, he never entirely loses his ordinary sense of reality and would prefer his mysticism to be disfigured by the most blatant contradictions rather than fall victim to an out-and-out irrationalism. Thus we have seen how the whole point of this fragment is to show how religion annuls and transcends philosophy. We have also seen that this act of supersession involves abandoning the realm of thought, of reflection. But at the same time it is interesting to observe that just at the point where he seeks to define the worship of God beyond all thought, see the quotation on p. 214, he unconsciously reintroduces his philosophical categories into the worship of God, thus destroying the entire edifice of religious irrationalism. For at this point he remarks that man posits both the infinite life and himself within religion as something outside himself, i.e. he implies that the religious life is likewise the product of the philosophical activity of the subject, and to use the terminology of the phenomenology is in a certain sense no more than one of the configurations of consciousness. The second contradiction between system and method is even more important and influential. We have seen that Hegel only allows philosophy a negative, preparatory role as the handmaiden of religion, a role in which philosophy as it were prepares the way for its own critical self-abolition. In explaining the necessity for this, he argues that the most philosophy can achieve is the infinite progress of Kant and Fichte, or what he will later call a bad infinity. In harmony with this is the fact that Hegel here simply equates philosophy with what in Jena he will call the philosophy of reflection. It is very revealing that this equation should be found again in Schelling's later positive philosophy, but there it is used as a weapon with which to attack Hegel. But without noticing it or drawing any conclusions from it, Hegel has nevertheless gone beyond this point of view here. A number of isolated remarks show that he has already anticipated his later definition of dialectics, even if only in an obscure and confused manner. But in the course of his argument showing that philosophy is incapable of really annulling opposition and is therefore compelled to annul itself and to allow itself to be absorbed into religion, he arrives at a relatively clear statement of his later dialectical method. Although the manifold is here no longer regarded as isolated but is rather explicitly conceived as related to the living spirit, as animated, as organ, still something remains excluded, namely, the dead, so that a certain imperfection and opposition persists. In other words, when the manifold is conceived as an organ only, opposition itself is excluded, but life cannot be regarded as union or relation alone but must be 218. Regarded as opposition as well. If I say that life is the union of opposition and relation, this union may be isolated again, and it may be argued that union one's opposed to non-union. Consequently, I would have to say, life is the union of union and non-union? It is evident that this statement incorporates the mature form of Hegel's dialectic. It embodies the view of contradiction which raises Hegel above all his predecessors because of its realization that contradiction is the profoundest principle of all things and their movements, whereas they are all content with the simple resolution of antithetical determinations and so inevitably drift towards a realm, always more or less religious, where all contradictions are extinguished. And of this Schelling is a cardinal instance. With Hegel's formulation, however, contradictoriness appears as the living and moving principle. It simply cannot be abolished for good and all but continually reproduces itself at a higher level. When we come to examine Hegel's development in Jena, we shall see that this implies a radical change in the status of reflection, since reflection now becomes a necessary moment in the overall dialectical movement. But at the moment it is necessary to point out only that sporadic elements of this view were always present in Hegel's thought in Frankfurt, even though they were never fully thought out at this stage. It is no less clear that this view of dialectics, if thought through, would inevitably explode the idea that the religious life could be the culminating moment of philosophy. Hence, when Hegel does follow up his conception of dialectics, his analysis leads him directly to the form of speculation, characteristic of his mature philosophy. This doctrine of contradiction can only be worked out adequately and consistently within a materialist dialectic in which it can be regarded as the intellectual mirroring of the dynamic contradictions of objective reality. But this insight into the necessary limitation of Hegel's philosophical idealism does not in the least diminish his great achievement in perceiving the real character of contradiction in both life and thought. In this context, Lenin has emphasized the importance of the much clearer and more accurate statements in the logic and has shown how the path leads from them to the materialist inversion of the Hegelian dialectics. He cites a number of passages from the logic, among them the place where Hegel discusses the relation between identity and contradiction. But indeed, if there were any question of rank, and the two determinations had to be fixed as separate, contradiction would have to be taken as the more profound and the more fully essential. Lenin sidelined this passage approvingly and remarked at the end of the whole excerpt, "Movement and self-movement, this NB, arbitrary independent. The Frankfurt fragment of a system 219 spontaneous, internally necessary movement, change, movement and vitality, the principle of all self-movement, impulse, trieb to movement and to activity, the opposite to dead being." Who would believe that this is the core of Hegelianism, of abstract and abstruse, ponderous, absurd Hegelianism? This core had to be discovered, understood, hinterbergerettet, rescued, laid bare, refined, which is precisely what Marx and Engels did. This formulation of dialectical contradiction is the greatest achievement of Hegel's period in Frankfurt. We might say that it brings his phase of philosophical Sturmuendrang, the period of intellectual crisis, to a conclusion. But we have also established that this same formulation stands in the most glaring contradiction to the positions finally adopted in Frankfurt, to the structure of the fragment of a system as a whole. We can do no more than point to this contradiction, without being able to show in detail how Hegel arrived at it. For that we would need the preparatory studies in Frankfurt, the missing sections of the fragment itself, together with the other studies carried out by Hegel just before he left for Jena. The importance of this lost material can be gauged from the remark he let fall to the effect that he had already talked about the union of synthesis and antithesis. Since neither Fichte nor Schelling had gone further than the idea of synthesis as the union of thesis and antithesis, we may assume that we have lost an important statement about Hegel's view of his innovations in dialectics. In our analysis of the general tendencies found in Hegel during the Frankfurt period, we have attempted to show the factors in his thought that led to an intensified antagonism between his system and his method. In the context of our earlier discussions, we now believe that we are justified in airing the hypothesis that one of the decisive moments that helped to determine his view of contradictoriness was the dynamic contradiction to be found most strikingly in human activity, in work. In an earlier chapter, p. 174 SFF, we suggested that a plausible case might be made to show that Hegel was already familiar with Adam Smith's writings on economics and had taken over his concept of work at the time when he was writing the fragment of a system. If we now look at what Hegel wrote a few years later about the economic problems connected with work, we can see that what is essential to them is that concepts such as the particular and general, which are mutually exclusive in metaphysical thought, not only merge into each other, but that they always appear simultaneously and inseparable from each other, united in contradiction, and that in Hegel's eyes this is their salient characteristic. We may look, for example, at what he says in the System of Ethics, Jena 1802, about tools and their relation to man and his work. On the one hand, they are subjective, in the power of the subject. 220. Who works, and quite definitely prepared and operated by him, and on the other hand, they are objectively directed towards the object of work. Tools are thus a means through which the subject annuls the immediacy of annihilation, for work as an annihilation of intuition one's equally an annihilation of the subject, a negation, positing him as a mere quantity, both hands and mind are blunted by it, i.e. they themselves assume the nature of the negative and formless, just as on the other side, for the negative, the difference is doubled, work is simply single and subjective. Through tools the subject creates a middle thing between itself and the object, and this medium is the real rationality of work. Through tools the subject divests himself of his objectivity and ceases to be blunted. At the same time his work ceases to be something single. Through tools the subjectivity of work is raised to the level of the universal, anyone can imitate it and work in the same fashion, to that extent it is the constant rule of work. We are not concerned here to offer a critique of Hegel's economic views, but only with his methodology. And here the reader can see that Hegel's novel interpretation of dialectics is particularly well developed when the subject under discussion is work, activity. Not only do we find the merging of the general in the particular and vice versa, but also we see that Hegel views the activity of work, man's active relation to the world of objects mediated by tools, simultaneously as something general and particular. Obviously, the evidence of such passages, even though they were written only a few years later, cannot provide any conclusive proof that his reflections on the contradictions in the notion of work provided one of the chief sources for the specifically Hegelian form of dialectics. But since the mainstream of his development does flow towards the phenomenology whose central idea is the self-production of man through his own activity, and since we have already observed such views in embryonic form at an earlier stage of his thought, we think it legitimate to use this passage as the basis for an hypothesis by which to explain a stage in his development for which no incontestable evidence is available. The second surviving passage from the fragment of a system forms the conclusion of the essay and focuses on those discussions of property, work, and sacrifice which we have already examined in some detail in connection with the growth of Hegel's views on economics. They form a part of that complex of ideas familiar to us from our analysis of the spirit of Christianity, and centering on the question of whether religion is adequate to the task to which it has been appointed, according to Hegel, of overcoming the false, lifeless, positive objectivity of the world. The answer we discover here sounds rather more sceptical than one was entitled to expect after the enthusiastic mystical outpourings of the frag.